I present to you the greatest revenge of all time. Our story today begins with our desperate protagonist fleeing through the forest, and even as he falls from the top of the mountain, he cannot escape his pursuers. One of them calls our protagonist Prince Cheon Yo-woon and congratulates him, as he had been running for over an hour and they only just now managed to capture the lad. The boy tries to argue, saying he did everything they asked, even gave up the academy, so why do they still threaten his life? They say that even though he is a commoner, he still has the slightest claim to the throne. As long as he's alive he'll have rights, and they can't let him live. The leader of the ninjas says that if the protagonist surrenders, he'll have a painless death, but the boy refuses, saying he'd rather fight to the end. I like this guy's spirit. The ninjas move to finish their mission of eliminating the protagonist, who tries to resist and fight in some way, but he can't. Caught by the neck, the ninja still jokes, asking if that's all he's got. At that moment, the secret blade shocks them all. How could this untrained commoner, without skills, manage to hold a sword and resist like this? They soon realize that if he had training like the others, he would be a great threat to the royal family, so they say he must die tonight regardless. The protagonist didn't even see the knee that probably broke all his teeth. No, it's all here! A ninja makes a fatal wound on the boy. The scream was so loud it woke up the entire forest. For eliminating one of their own, he steps on the wound before finishing the job. As they were about to deliver the final blow, a bright light shines and whoever was about to strike is disintegrated. From 3 different angles, they realize who must be responsible and point to a stylish, futuristic teenager. At the sign of another attack, the bright light dazzles again, and they're all disintegrated in the blink of an eye. The last ninja knows that such ability is not normal, so he flees, leaving his mission behind. But with just a raise of the hand, he's eliminated while still in the air. Accepting that his life was already over, he at least feels happy to see that they got what they deserved, closing his eyes and waiting for death to come. The futuristic teenager, not at all sad, says he's out of time and asks his ancestor to make his life good in the future. After the mysterious injection, he hears a robotic voice in his head and the protagonist faints. The mysterious youth disappears forever. Long ago, waking up the next day with dark spots all over his body, he realizes his body is covered in dark spots. He hears a voice in his head asking if the master has finally awakened. The protagonist, not understanding, asks who's speaking in his head and how is that possible. The voice says it's a nano machine. He understood nano machine instead of machine, and machine means evil god in Chinese. Now Cheon Yun thinks he's possessed by an evil god. Meanwhile, 2 elders of the demon cult walk while discussing the assassination attempt on Prince Cheon Yun. The person who found the protagonist describes the scene as a battlefield, with many disturbing things around, and there was the prince sleeping peacefully amidst that terrible scene without any injuries. They go to the room to visit the boy, who was still talking to the evil nanomachine. Prince Cheon asks if it was the nanomachine that saved him yesterday. She says it depends. If it's about eliminating the ninjas, then no, it wasn't her, as she was still in the syringe. But if it's about activating the healing process, then yes. Nanomachines are a thing of the future. Explaining this to a person from the past millennium wouldn't be possible. So, the nanomachine asks if she can send the information directly from his brain. What's a brain? Never mind, yes, you can. Now, Cheon Yun understands what a nanomachine is. Meanwhile, the 2 people arrive at his room. He pretends to be asleep to avoid talking to them. Let's come back later. Now, kid, you stink. There's no way to avoid it with that smell. The doctor approaches and recognizes the boy. Cheon confirms that yes, the doctor treated his mother. Feeling his pulse, he finds something very strange. What is it, doctor? Is he going to die? Quite the opposite. His body is in great shape. He's perfect for a martial artist. These dark spots on his body are toxins being expelled. Did he take some kind of super secret special medicine? Thinking about it, the protagonist wonders if the evil god in his head is real. The demon cult was formed by several families, but only 6 core sects. Every 10 years, the demon cult's academy opens to train the best warriors of the generation. When princes join the academy, it's called the period of great battles of the heirs. The doctor doesn't find answers, so he just prescribes some tonics for further recovery. When he leaves, he wonders how someone can improve so much overnight. When the prince was young, he thought he would die due to his fragility and lack of knowledge. But now he can learn to fight and stand among the best princes and even compete against them. Cheon Yun is alive today only because his guard, Jang, protected him. Now he orders him to go take a bath, clean up, and change clothes. In the bath, he decides to test his healing ability. Using a blade, he cuts himself deeply. Before his eyes, he learns that his body can regenerate very quickly. He didn't believe the voice in his head, but now he sees that it's true. Moreover, the nanomachine has made his body incredibly powerful. Later in the library, another thing he can do now is super fast reading. He can flip through a book in 10 seconds and absorb all the content. I imagine myself at my school with this. I would be amazing. Now that the rejected prince has discovered his new infinite potential, he can now get revenge on all those who treated him badly. The first one to suffer at his hands will be the prince who sent the ninjas after him. This same boy received information that his family's ninjas failed to carry out his order to eliminate the bastard prince, tarnishing the name of the demon cult. He says he'll deal with that bastard at the academy. The next day, the protagonist was thinking that today is the day he'll join the academy. It would be good if he had already learned some combat skills before going to the academy. He watches guard Jung train, then the nano machine asks if he wants an analysis of the guard's movements. He stays there for almost an hour watching the movements while analyzing. After that, the nano informs that she has finished analyzing the guard's movements. It's installed directly in his brain, and he tests it to see, and it already works 100%. No, actually, not quite. At least one thing doesn't work. He has the knowledge in his head, but the muscles aren't used to the movements of this martial art. So he has to train the muscles first, but she says he can also make changes to his body. He won't even need to train to use the technique, only it will hurt. He accepts, and it doesn't hurt that much, but when it really happens, he faints. When the prince's protector remembers that he's alone, hours in a place where there are people who want to kill him, he rushes to see how the boy is. Arriving there, all he finds is the prince passed out in bed. He also sees that the son of a bitch destroyed the room's floor. Astutely, he also realizes that these footprints are from his training movements, and that the prince is watching his training secretly, and training secretly too. It's true, guys, a lot of training indeed. Nano training. When he wakes up later with all DLCs installed, his knowledge and body are now ready for fighting techniques. He tries to use the technique again and breaks the floor once more. The next moment, the guard arrives with the boy's breakfast, who hides the broken floor with the table. He thinks the guard didn't notice. The protagonist remembers that this will be his last day with the guard, as he's going to the academy. It's been almost 5 years since his mother died, and the guard has been taking care of him since then. Then the guard removes the table and asks since when he learned his dagger technique. Prince Cheon is surprised, as in their culture taking others' techniques is forbidden, and that's what he did with the nano machine, so it's unforgivable. But instead of getting upset and judging the boy, the guard is happy. He hands over the technique manual and tells the protagonist that he only didn't teach him because traditions don't allow it. But since he learned it on his own, he did well, and he cries. Even though the boy promised in the past that he wouldn't cry anymore since his mother's death, the guard says it's okay. He can cry now in front of him, as long as he stays strong to go to the academy. Gentlemen, this guy is amazing. So, finally, the protagonist goes for the first day at the academy. The warrior who will make the speech for the new students tells everyone that this place may be the last they'll see in life, so be careful. He doesn't seem to believe in the potential of the students there, but when he looks to the front, where the 6 heirs of the demon sect are, he changes his mind and presents to us the names of the mortal rivals of our rejected prince.
Number 1, Cheon Mian from the Shadow Sect. Number 2, Cheon Kyung Woon from the Sword Sect. Number 3, Cheon Mu Kyung from the Spring Sect. Number 4, Cheon Jang Sum from the Poison Sect. Number 5, Cheon Yuchan from the Blade Sect. Number 6, Cheon Wonryo from the Sound Sect.
The red-haired man says that this time there's only one female candidate. What a shame. Moreover, the 7th heir isn't here. When he goes to get his ticket, the entry for the 7th son isn't on the list, so he doesn't receive the entry to go to the venue. Therefore, he has to stay at the back like everyone else who isn't important. Meanwhile, the gossip speaking ill of the prince is spreading. That's great. When he starts humiliating everyone, I want to see the look on their faces. Finally, the main event, the arrival of the Lord and his guardians to welcome the students. And for some reason, one of the Lord's guardians likes to drink a lot. So, the leader of the guardians orders them to be silent because, Your Majesty, is going to speak. This is the leader of the demonic cult, one of the top 5 strongest in all of Murin, the incredible Lord Jeonjang. When he speaks, everyone trembles in fear at his overwhelming presence. The Lord welcomes everyone, saying that everyone there is the future and pride of the cult. So, train hard, make friends, and be great soldiers for me in the future. That's all. Before leaving, he takes a look at the 7th prince, turns his back, and leaves. He's the boy's father, but still, the protagonist is a son of his castle servant, not from any of the main clans. So, Cheon Yun himself says he didn't expect anything from him. The formalities are over. The academy director begins to explain how the 4 years of the students at the academy will be. Each of them will only have one chance to pass each stage. Whoever fails some of the tests is expelled from the academy. One of the princes raises his hand, saying he has a question. The director rejects it and asks if questions were authorized. The director explains that when you enter the academy, you lose all your privileges from the 6 families here. So, if he doesn't want to be expelled on the first day, he should shut up. The princes humiliate the protagonist, but in the eyes of the academy, everyone is equal. I already like this guy too. He says the kid's question must be obvious, that one chance to pass each stage is very unfair. However, he says there are benefits you gain when you pass each stage. A black dragon sphere, the richest library in the kingdom. Each stage they pass, they'll gain access to a new floor in it. This way, they can strengthen themselves at each stage. Now, everyone is excited. The rewards are great. But the person who just boosted the boys' morale throws and at the vast majority won't even make it halfway through the stages. So, to worsen everyone's morale, when you enter the academy, you lose all your privileges. And when you leave, your ranking in society will depend on the level you reached in the academy. So, whoever Whoever fails the first test can look for a job as a farmer. The first test is to sift out those who don't have potential. Anyone with little or no Nigong is screwed. Cheon-yun is in trouble. The prince made a deal in the past that he would never learn Nigong, so they wouldn't secretly kill him. Cheon-yun never learned, but still, the scoundrel here ordered him to be eliminated. The Sound clan will do the first test now, and only those who have at least some training will be able to stand for the necessary time. The test begins, and upon hearing this music, it's very intense. The weakest students started to fall. The 6 princes trained from birth with all possible resources don't even feel difficulty. But then the woman starts playing louder. For some reason, she's getting angry, and the princes begin to notice that it's becoming difficult even for them to endure. People deep down are bleeding from their ears, but the woman doesn't stop, and it gets more intense. The woman's intention is to bring down the 7th prince, whom she hates, without caring about the rest of the students falling. One of the princes wonders why this woman is playing even louder and louder. Then he looks back to see what it is. Then he realizes our beloved protagonist showing no signs of fatigue. How is this possible? He doesn't even know Nigong, or does he? Everyone starts feeling the pressure from the bad music. The old woman holds a grudge against the protagonist, and will do anything for him to fail this test, so she keeps increasing the music. She crosses the line. Even the princes would fail if the director didn't intervene. He ends the exam. The nano machine that has total control over Cheon-yun's body blocks his hearing, but realizing that almost everyone nearly died here, and he, who has no kind of training, doesn't seem to have been affected by the test, would be very strange. When the test ends, he orders the nano machine to inflict internal injuries on him. As a result, he vomits a little blood to make a scene. Proud of this kid, he already passed the test, deceiving everyone with intelligence. Besides, he gained the respect of the redhead when he sees that the boy doesn't have a drop of Nigong. The kid passed the test only with the strength of determination. He sends the boy to the infirmary and goes to exchange some words with the Elder of Sound. He says she went too far and failed almost everyone, besides almost killing one of the sovereign's sons. She admits she was wrong and went overboard. Then the redhead says the boy doesn't have a drop of Nigong. She says she doesn't believe it because it doesn't make sense. The director insists he checked himself. The kid endured everything in determination. The 2 guardians who don't seem to like each other face off a little, and then the redhead asks him to leave. He says he will, but it's not because he ordered, it's because the drink ran out. The princes feel something coming their way. They don't know if it's their power or the strong scent of alcohol. The drunk guardian leaves thinking the boy is amazing, endured everything without any energy, while these excited kids are hopeless. The redhead admits that he also liked the boy and that if he weren't of royal lineage, he would take him as a disciple because the kid has potential. The other princes also got hurt by the test, but no one seems to have cared about them. In the infirmary, the doctor, upon hearing that there's a patient coming, gets excited to be able to work. He asks what happened. How many stabs did he take to be bleeding like this? The guards say it's not that. They're internal injuries because he resisted the attack from the Sound Lady for a long time without having any Nigong. The guards leave now, but one of them takes a look at the protagonist before and says that this kid isn't as bad as minutes ago. The nano machines healed him from the inside, so he's just pretending to be injured. A drunk guard breaks the door, entering the place, leaving the doctor annoyed. But because of the hierarchy, he can't complain much. Meanwhile, the boy pretends to be injured and sleeping, but the guardian approaches and says hi. He asks until when he's going to keep pretending to be asleep. He keeps pretending to be asleep, so the guy uses magic, lifts him and says that if he doesn't stop now, he'll get slapped on the ear. Finally, the prince gives up and asks how he knew it was pretending. The drunk guy finds it funny and says it was because of the speed of his breathing. Someone who's unconscious doesn't breathe like that. The guardian says that kids nowadays are all spoiled and take the easiest path, full of whims. He says he liked the protagonist, that he has determination the other students don't have. He releases the ability he made for him to sit down. The guardian says he wants the boy as a disciple. Surprised, Cheon can't believe that one of the most powerful guys in the kingdom wants to be his master, so suspiciously, he asks if the drunk knows who he is. He says yes, he's the useless bastard son of the Lord. He disagrees with the last part, but it doesn't matter. If he does this, the other 6 noble families will be against him. The guardian says he's not in favor of him anyway, so it doesn't matter. But what will you teach me? How to drink? The man knows he grew up as the bastard son everyone wants to get rid of, so he's already suspicious of something so convenient. The boy thinks it's better not to. This is an academy. He won't lack teachers here. But then the drunk explains that things won't be easy for him here. For example, everyone who got hurt after the last exam ended wasn't sent to the infirmary, only the boy. That's because everyone else used Nigong to heal themselves. The prince who doesn't know how to do that is the only one here. In other words, if the prince doesn't learn Nigong, he won't stand a chance here. The only way he'll learn that is with 2 hours a day on the first floor of the library. Faced with all these arguments, the only thing the prince thinks about is how much he'll be able to enter that library and use the hack machine to speed run reading. But he realizes that even with the nano machine, he's at a huge disadvantage, so he accepts, yes, to be the drunk's disciple and bows before his master. Look how cool. The master says that the blood Cheon should not bow before anyone and lifts the boy using Nigong. In other words, the royal blood is is the Cheon blood, so the drunk master recognizes him as a true prince. Guys, I'm going to cry. Now I won't call him drunk anymore. The right guardian pats the doctor and tells him to take care of his student well. The doctor congratulates the prince. The guy who never takes students today made a point of having the boy as his disciple. And behind the scenes, because it's forbidden to have masters from outside the academy here, but he won't tell, the doctor is a good guy. Meanwhile, on the training field, the class is cultivating. Someone tells the left guardian that a total of 415 students passed the first test. The guardian says it was 200 fewer people than in the last test 10 years ago, and that's because this year's test was very difficult. The students who didn't pass are revolted at the academy. He tells those who didn't pass and found the test very difficult that the test was difficult because of the 7th Prince Cheon. But regardless of that, accept their fate, then forcibly expels all of them from the academy. The guardian also says that this year the competition will be stronger since the level is higher due to the difficulty of the first test. Among the talents, the number 1 Prince of the Dark Clan and the number 5 Prince of the Sword Clan are the great talents of this generation. It is very likely that one of these two will be the successor to the great leader. The guardian says that from today on, groups will be formed, and the next tests will be in groups, so either everyone in the group fails or everyone passes. From today on, everyone will be trained by the tactics and techniques team. Take advantage and look at the faces of these teachers, who are all very friendly. After class, the prince who tried to kill Cheon Yun before tells the instructor that one person from his team is in the infirmary and hasn't received the news. He doesn't want his team to fail because of one guy, so he wants to give him the news to keep him informed. The instructor congratulates the prince and says he understands the meaning of the next group work test and says he will go there himself to give information to this student in the infirmary. The instructor warns that only those who are injured can go to the infirmary. Smirking maliciously, the boy says it's okay. The protagonist will undergo acupuncture treatment for 14 days. That's all to disguise. He can't heal overnight to avoid arousing suspicion because everyone knows he can't use Nigong. The instructor from Prince Cheon Yun's team went to the infirmary to talk to the boy, but his doctor didn't allow it and warned that for 14 days, he won't leave here. The next test is in 3 weeks. Until then, he will have to learn everything he needs on his own in the infirmary with his secret teacher. In the dead of night, the legendary Yasuo sneaks into the prince's room to instill Nigong within him, believing it will make him stronger. The master arrives, stating that tonight, Prince Cheon will learn what he should already know. Injecting his own energy, he clears the path for the prince's own flow to run freely. For someone who's never trained, the prince has the perfect physique, like a god of war. Could this be the influence of the Lord on the child? It wouldn't be surprising, as the only woman the Lord truly cared for was this boy's mother. That same night, fights erupted in all the dormitories to decide the leaders. A cadet beat the prince of the Poison Clan and all the other students. His name is Baek Ji, the new leader of Group 18. Back in the infirmary, after hours, the guardian finished unlocking the prince's Nigong veins. It was extremely exhausting and likely painful, but the prince insists he's fine, not feeling a thing. The guardian tells him he has one more week to learn to use his Nigong before leaving. Seeing how tired he is, Prince Cheon recognizes his effort and becomes even more determined. Pleased with the prince, the guardian advises him to always remember breathing and flow before departing. With these words, the prince thanks his mentor, determined to master it in a week. This marks the beginning of his journey for revenge. The next day, at the training center, the guardian divided the class into groups, assigning each prince to a different group. That night, the groups would decide their leaders. As expected, each prince became the leader of their group, showcasing their power and superiority. However, one prince didn't become a leader. His face bruised, he stood in front of his group's leader. Another prince taunts him for failing to become a leader, especially the prince our protagonist hates the most. The prince of the Poison Clan grows angry, vowing revenge later. I want to see how far this goes. I'm enjoying it. After class, the prince asks the teacher how many days until his teammate leaves the infirmary. The answer, 1 more week. Frustrated he can't attack his nemesis yet, in the dorm, he takes out his anger on everyone. One of his allies suggests that if Prince Cheon Yun won't leave the infirmary, where the injured go, they can send someone there. The doctor in the infirmary, with only Cheon Yun as a patient, suddenly receives a new patient with a sword lodged in his back. After stitching him up, he'll have to stay in the infirmary for 3 days alongside Cheon Yun. Now I get the plan. Sent during the night to injure Cheon Yun, the plan seemed right, but trying to sever his ligaments triggered the nanomachine's defense system. A surge of electricity ran through him, causing him to pass out. This noise wakes our protagonist, and seeing what just happened fills him with rage. Later, the attacker wakes up tired, confused about how he was knocked out. The calm prince tells him the sleeping beauty has finally awakened. The boy panics when Cheon Yun shows him his now shaved head, the pride of a warrior. Cheon Yun hits him to calm him down. He has more important things to do. He asserts his dominance, demanding to know who sent him. When the boy refuses to cooperate, Cheon Yun threatens to cut him if he doesn't spill everything. Finally removing his gag, the attacker claims students can harm each other outside the combat field, so he can't do anything to him. Cheon Yun promises to do something that won't leave marks for the teachers or anyone to notice. Just seeing those needles got me scared, guys. He covers his mouth again and puts it on his fingers. Only after fainting twice and having his whole hand operated on does he decide it's it's time to talk. However, the prince already removes his gag and says he already knows it's Prince Mujian. How do you know? Cheon-yun says the instructor comes here every day, so he asks about what's going on outside, knows which group he's in, the Spring Clan Prince's interest in him, and his leadership of the group. At that moment, Cadet 23 called Hyobang remembers they said this guy is dead weight, but that's not what he found out today. He swears he won't tell anyone what happened today, so don't hurt him anymore. However, Cheon-yun says he needs to sleep and delivers a Nigong blow that knocks him out. As his consciousness fades, the bald guy realizes this guy does have Nigong. Yes, he's deceiving everyone. That's our protagonist, ruthless, powerful, and thirsty to surpass everyone. I'm really enjoying this story. Please leave a like on the video to show me if you guys like this guy too. The master who visits his student every night with all the excitement in the world because he's a monster, and he'll have merit in it. Arriving there, he'll take Cheon-yun's reward, the Black Dragon Sphere. At that moment, he discovers there's a body in the infirmary with him. The protagonist calmly says that's a cadet who came to the infirmary with an intentional injury to try to kill him. Unconcerned, he says he already knows who ordered it, one of the princes, and it's fine, he's used to it. The master is sad. A child shouldn't be used to this. He says he'll need friends from now on. That'll be important. But enough of that. It's time to install another hack. With this sphere he brought, the protagonist will progress more than 20 years in Nigong training. If he knows how to take advantage, they start the assimilation, and every day he's more of a monster. Soon Sung Jin won't stand a chance. Kid, what happened to your hair? Don't say anything else. I'll leave you alone. The extra was sent to eliminate the protagonist from being a competitor to the throne, and the only thing eliminated was his hair. After the bald guy left the infirmary and told the master he failed in the mission, a bad person like him humiliates the bald guy who failed. The bald guy covers his head and says that the one who tried to kill the protagonist woke up. After that, the doctor didn't leave the room. He didn't have a chance to try anything. The doctor didn't even sleep again in those 2 days he stayed there. The prince is annoyed that the doctor is so perceptive and protects the boy. Even though it seems like Cadet 23 wasn't at fault, his leader beats him and calls him an incompetent piece of trash. Finally calming down and saying he'll handle it on his own when he gets out of there. While still hitting the bald guy, Hyobang remembers how kind he was when he asked for this favor, but now he treats him like this. So he decided not to tell about the protagonist's true abilities. When the time comes, he'll find out on his own. Cheon Yeo-woon kept training in Siab Meng's martial arts, the right guardian of the cult. This time, Cheon trained a new technique, and his movements were much better than before. Meng watched the training very closely and was amazed by Cheon Yeo-woon's genius. In just a few days, Meng showed the shadow butterfly step a few times, but now Cheon can confidently demonstrate these movements himself. The protagonist decided to show only the basic movements he learned by watching his master, fearing to raise suspicions if Cheon Yeo could perfectly mimic just by looking. Meng thinks that if he had more time, he could teach all the movements of the technique. Throughout the week, he managed to master the basic movements. He praised his student and said that Cheon had mastered them well. Meng gave him a piece of paper containing information about the butterfly technique so he could study it on his own. Morning was the last day of classes with Professor Meng. Cheon Yeo thanked the professor again. Satisfied, Meng pulled out his blade and showed it to his student. Cheon's surprised face reflected in the sword. Meng then threw his sword so he could feel its weight, which is 3 times lighter than a regular sword. It's a treasure of his clan. He demonstrated its cutting power, slicing through a solid piece of wood effortlessly. As the boy would leave the infirmary tomorrow and showed him the complete movements, Cheon Yeo paid close attention as his master began, asking the nanopad to start analyzing. In the morning, his master Meng left the infirmary. 2 people were mysteriously watching from afar, the left guardian and the central guardian. The red-haired director of the academy questioned why the central guardian had always been protecting this boy. His answer was simple: it's fair. He left the redhead alone, who then wondered if 10 days of training would make things fair. That morning, when the doctor went to the infirmary, he noticed something different. Cheon Yeo-woon was always awake in the morning, but this time he was sleeping. He decided to do the same and sleep, but Cheon Yeo-woon wasn't sleeping as he should. The doctor woke up startled by a noise. His only patient began vomiting. Worried, he made him lie down again and checked his pulse. It left him in doubt. The pulse of someone who is asleep shouldn't be so rapid. What's stranger is he suddenly calmed down. The doctor began to doubt his medical knowledge and went back to sleep. After a few hours, Cheon Yeo-woon woke up. 8 hours of sleep were needed for the nanopad to act. His body was now adapted to the new technique he had just learned. His master showed the technique to his family so he could train. Yesterday was the last day he could train him. From now on, he must evolve on his own. Meng asked him to be careful and to strive to do well. This made Cheon Yeo-woon happy. It's the first time someone else has cared for him. Testing his new condition, his master has no idea his technique has already been 100% learned. His body is now fully capable. While testing his body, Cheon Yeo-woon realized his senses are sharper. He could sense the doctor coming from the other side of the wall. Dr. Baek Jong-min came to bring the cadet uniform. Now he's number 7, representing being the 7th prince. The doctor also wishes him luck from now on, and says he'll be sad to have no more patients to care for. With malice, young Cheon-Yeo says that soon he will have many patients to treat, then thanks the doctor for his care and leaves. At the infirmary door, he stops for a moment and says that the doctor was also great to him, keeping his training secret and taking good care of him. Cheon-Yeo-woon will never forget that. Later, when went to the academy training, everyone was surprised to see the student who never came before. Prince Mujium was eager to destroy the brother he hated so much. An instructor asks if he's well enough to participate in the classes. He says yes, he's fully recovered. When asked if he knows how this class works in theory, he says yes. Then, he must grab that sword and shield and take his position. Passing by his brother, Prince Mujium asks if he was afraid to hide in the infirmary. However, Mujium is totally ignored. Being ignored by someone as arrogant as him hurts his hatred deeply. Meanwhile, Cheon-Yeo just observes what's happening. Soon, he will show his place. The professor announces that training will begin now, and if there's any accident again, the person will be expelled. Each team leader must lead their group in a battle simulation. The professor placed Prince Cheon-Yeo in an easier position, expecting him not to keep up with the others. But in fact, he's doing better than expected. For 15 minutes, the simulations continued. The instructor was surprised how other students were already at their limit, yet Cheon-Yeo, who had been in the infirmary for 14 days, was doing fine. Then, he decides to change his place. Prince Mujium continues giving orders to his group as they advance. In a new position, his brother Cheon-Yeo doesn't make any mistakes, which irritated Mujium. Therefore, he ordered one of his servants to obey him and do what he commands now. When the time comes and they're in formation, he should attack Cheon-Yeo, take him out of formation. When it was the perfect time, he put his foot on his back to kick him. However, the protagonist had noticed and mocked him. When he tried to kick with all his force, the nano machine's defense system activated, and he was thrown back several meters, dragging himself. He didn't understand what happened here. Could it be that Cheon-Yeo's Nigong is stronger than mine? The troublesome student lying on the ground, the professor approaches and says, "Him again? The same boy who last time injured his fellow with a sword. He had to go to the infirmary." The irritated student looked at the protagonist and saw him smiling. This made him grind his teeth in anger. The professor standing in front of him asked if that expression was for him. Because of this insolence, he struck his student in the chest and said that from today, Cadet 23 for the next 4 days will have no day off. And if he has any questions, can he speak now?
Why you bully me?
At this moment, Prince Mujium and his group became a joke. The arrogant student defended by the prince was now humiliated. Prince Mujium was filled with hatred for this. Watching everyone in training, the academy director wonders if Cheon-Yeo already has a higher Nigong level than that boy then? It was said that he was untalented, so maybe it's true that being the Lord's son, even if he hasn't had training, talent runs in his veins. All the prince can do now is to send disapproving looks to his brother, as he can't attack him. Later, in the weapons hall, the students are allowed to have lunch. Everyone will eat chicken and other meats. The protagonist is happy because everything tastes so good. However, his brother's hateful or irritating look bothers him. Can't he even enjoy his meal and stop it? This makes him think, why does he hate so much if they've never even seen each other? The protagonist just thinks they don't know what suffering is. None of them saw their own mother die helpless, so he can't wait to destroy them all. Later, after everyone ate, the cadets were dismissed, except for Cadet 80. He's under punishment. Content: Cheon-Yeo observes that things are improving. Now, all students are heading to the library. There, his brother awaited him leaning against a pillar. And as always, he's with stronger people by his side. He's a coward. This commotion catches the attention of other people, including the princess. His sister watches from afar. The prince, now that he has an audience, begins his show. He goes up to Prince Cheon-Yeo-woon and calls him a dirty blood. He says that until now, it has been easy since he was lying in the infirmary. So he asks if someone of dirty blood like him is annoyed. Cheon-Yeo-woon questions if he's insulting the Lord, because calling someone who has his blood dirty is the same as saying that the Lord's blood is dirty. The protagonist ironically asks if he's so powerful that he can even insult the Lord of the cult. The situation turns against the prince of the Spring clan. His sister then says he's really dumb to do that. Farther away, the prince of the Sword clan says his brother is an idiot. Feeling humiliated, Mujium grabs him by the shirt and attacks the protagonist. However, in the blink of an eye, a punch hits his face and he falls. Cheon-Yeo-woon then asks if he feels annoyed. The prince, who has never been disrespected or hurt, screams in frustration, "You worm! How dare you do this to me?" The prince then attacks his brother. Mujium hits the void. Cheon-Yeo-woon easily dodges, and after getting some distance, he flees the scene. This ability to move surprises his brothers. He shouldn't be able to move like that. The prince screams for his allies to pursue. As he holds his nose, he says he can't let him live, can't even consider him human. As they chase the protagonist, they find it odd. He seems to be running just enough so they can't get close to him. After a while, the prince also catches up to his men, shouting why they haven't caught him yet. Confidently, he says he will crush every bone of Cheon Yeo-woon. After a few minutes of running, the protagonist finally stops. He asks if they're tired of running. As he prepares his attack, he shouts there's no reason to show off. The prince blocks his blow and is thrown back. He says he defended the blow using Nigong and still got pushed back. His Nigong is strong, the angry prince says. So you know martial arts. Mujium thinks it's strange. In the first test, he didn't have any Nigong at all. So what happened for him to get so strong? Cheon Yeo continues attacking his brother. When the others manage to arrive, they see the fight, which is intense. The prince also manages to retaliate and hits him in the stomach. The protagonist says he'll take a few hits and defends against others. Despite everything, his opponent is still strong, but he can still endure this battle. Quickly, he goes after the prince and almost hits him in the head. The prince then dodges and hits him directly in the face. Now confident, the prince says he's trash, doesn't even know how to retaliate. The protagonist on the ground just watches with a concerned look. The prince, mocking him, says imitating others' techniques is beyond his limit. Truly, the protagonist admits he underestimated him, recognizes that the prince has more combat experience. However, Cheon Yeo-woon closely observes his enemy when the prince attacks using one of his techniques. Using the nano machine to analyze his movements and identify the weak point, at the right moment, he dodges and hits his opponent directly with an uppercut to the chin. The attack was so strong it could have even broken his teeth. This surprised Cheon Yeo-woon. The prince takes some distance, holding his teeth in his mouth. The protagonist now realizes he can use the nano machine to analyze movements. The move he just used is from boxing, something the nano machine has in its database. Angry, he now attacks, throwing several punches at once. Cheon Yeo-woon easily dodges. His enemy's movements are easy to predict. This frustrates the prince. He lands several blows on him. As he's beaten, the spring prince recalls his past with sadness. His mother said he was incompetent. Because of that woman, everything went wrong. Because of her son, who can't do anything right, everything went wrong. Now we're back to the present. Cheon Yeo-woon watches as the prince cries. He tries to attack him again. However, he's counterattacked, his head brought to the ground. The result of the battle is the complete defeat of the spring prince. All that's left for him is to stay on the ground, crying and bitter about his defeat. Cheon Yeo-woon says you reap what you sow. The prince's allies wonder, is that the same person they said was the weakest? Cheon Yeo-woon asks if they also want to get beaten up. Fearfully, they say no. Mujium questions why he didn't finish the job. Cheon Yeo-woon affirms that if the next test wasn't a group one, he would have cracked his skull right there. The prince yells for him to do it, then don't be a coward. However, ignoring him, Cheon Yeo-woon leaves. The prince stays behind, only to savor his defeat. As he returns, the protagonist says his lack of combat experience is a problem. Stopping near a river, he asks if the nano machine has more functions he can use. It replies that so far, he has used only 3 out of the 100 functions that exist. Surprised, as he doesn't know the existing functions, he asks the nano to transfer all the knowledge about the functions to his brain. After the shock of knowledge flooding his mind, he feels great. Searching his mind for the various functions that exist, the augmented reality function can help. With this, he's able to simulate, in his visual field, a hologram of his opponent. The nano can stimulate in his vision the opponent's movements, so he can simulate realistic combat. The simulations are so good that even the prince's arrogance is in the hologram. And that's good. The protagonist's anger increases, hearing the hologram's word. They engage in combat. Cheon Yeo-woon can't hit the hologram, but the hologram can hit, and the nano machine simulates the impact on him, even the pain. So, after several hours of training, he's exhausted on the ground. Despite feeling a lot of pain, he was able to train even more. No pain can stop him from advancing in his training and changing his destiny. When he finally returns to the dormitory, everyone looks at him suspiciously. Did they know he beat the current dorm leader? Eobong, the one who tried an ambush from the infirmary and now is bald, was the first to talk to Cheon Yeo-woon, saying his bed is over there. Of all the people in the dormitory, he was the only one to talk to him. So, the protagonist wonders why he changed his attitude. What does he want with this? Eobong kneels and says he will bet everything on him. Cadet 23 says he wants to follow Prince Cheon Yeo-woon and for him to be his new master. Everyone around wonders if that's a vote of loyalty? Due to what happened before, Cheon Yeo-woon doubts his honesty. However, he insists he regrets his actions. In front of everyone, Eobong asks him to accept him as a servant to redeem himself. With sincerity, he was betting everything on the 7th prince, as he was abandoned by all the others. After observing for a while, Cheon Yeo-woon says he accepts him like that. This response left him amazed. The bald one was even willing to kiss his feet. All of this happened in front of Prince Mujium, who was his master until then. The prince's servant says he's an insect to do this. Eobong tries not to show that he's scared, but he's very afraid of them. Watching this happen, the protagonist asks why they're calling his servant an insect, when, in fact, the insect here is you. The boy gets angry. Protagonist asks if he said something, because Because of this humiliation, he attacks Cheon Yeo-woon without thinking of anything else. His blows are predictable. He just dodges and hits his neck. He fell unconscious. Compared to his hologram characters, this is nothing. In front of his new servant, the bald one thinks he made the right choice. Cheon Yeo-woon asks if the prince wants to try his luck again. He just ignores and says that nothing changed because he only has one servant. Museum avoided the fight, and the other students notice, and they begin to wonder if maybe that person will bring changes to the academy. A week had passed. On the training field, the instructor shouts that he has taught everything he could to the students. Now, they must be responsible for themselves. The groups that will face each other in the academy's second test will be drawn now. Each key will have 4 groups. The battles will be group against group. The academy director called the leaders to draw. He noticed that some of the leaders had already changed. The groups that will face each other are drawn. Group 1 is everyone's favorite to win. When it was Group 8's turn, he realized that Cheon Yeo-woon was the new group leader. His sister, who just found out now, thinks Museum is an idiot. She warned him several times to be careful. After the afternoon training, the Spring Clan Prince went to the mountains to train alone. However, he is surprised by his sister. Unlike wanting to know why she's here, he ignores her and leaves. The girl insists on talking to him, so Museum asks why she wants it so much. She says that after gracing him with her presence, he can't ignore her. She thought a lot before coming here to talk to him. However, frustrated, the prince doesn't want to know anything else. She loses patience and goes straight to the point. She shows her arm and says she got hurt. The reason for this is that last night, while training, she was ambushed. She doesn't know who did it because they were masked. This really worried her. Museum asserts that this happened because she was careless. Irritated, the sister says that's not how it happened. The girl explains that the academy informed the group leaders in advance against which team they would fight, as they expect the other teams to attack the leaders of rival groups. Without the leader to command a team, the group has no chance of winning. After talking, the girl gets impatient and says she doesn't want to hear that one of the heirs was expelled before taking the second test, so he must be more careful. The girl leaves, and Museum says it's strange. The weakest among the princes warns him. However, behind him, something was hiding in the trees, someone thirsty for blood. Hours had passed. It was already late when Cheon Yeo-woon finished his simulated battles hidden in the forest. After thinking about his progress, he decided to return to the dormitory, but on the way, he noticed something strange. The sound of a fight near where he is. When he's sure of the direction, he goes to check. It didn't take long for him to find a person lying on the ground and Prince Museum in combat with the ninja. The blade already had blood from its victim. In combat, the Spring Clan Prince was struggling to stay alive against the blade attack. He twisted his leg in combat. The situation, which was already critical, was now inevitable. The last attack would be fatal. However, Cheon Yeo-woon goes to him and forces the ninja to defend himself. Cheon Yeo-woon manages to hit his stomach by a hair. Now that he's been discovered and the opponent is strong, the ninja fled. Cheon Yeo-woon asks if the prince didn't die.
I don't feel so good.
After some time, they returned to their dormitory. He even carried the wounded. His new servant asks if his master is okay. He says yes, he's not hurt, just tired. One of the cadets says the prince is bleeding a lot, and that's dangerous. After a while, one of the instructors goes to the dormitory to help. Worried, the instructor says there's a problem. The Spring Prince won't be able to walk normally for some time. That's the worst possible thing. How will the group be able to fight without its leader? The instructor faints Museum and says he will take him to the infirmary. The protagonist, worried, remembers that there is another injured person, but the instructor ignores him. Still, Cheon Yeo-woon carries the other wounded, saying that Cadet 4 is also in trouble. The instructor asserts that Cheon Yeo-woon did very well. He purposely left one behind so that someone would come after him alone. The instructor says that from now on he can take both, and then warns him not to go out tonight, as it's dangerous. The test is tomorrow. He also says that he must learn to fight with what he has. With that, the protagonist understands that his team is understaffed, but that's part of the test. Surely this also happened to the other groups. Thinking about it, he sees ants on the ground and how they fight in groups, attacking the leaders of other colonies. Now, everything makes sense in his mind. In the demonic celestial cult, one should not be bound by rules. Returning to the dormitory, the students are panicked because losing their leader means it's over for them. They'll all be expelled. Cheon Yeo-woon says they must think about electing a new leader and come up with a plan. Before he could say anything else, Yeo-bang suggests that his master be the new leader of the group. He argues to everyone that this is the only solution. If he was powerful enough to defeat Prince Museum, he's the best choice. Timidly, everyone raises their hand and agrees that this is the only alternative. So, they all agreed Cheon Yeo-woon, who was despised until today, will lead Group 8. Important decisions were made that night. However, precisely at midnight, the protagonist awakened and, using the nano machines for night vision, he went to the dormitory of Team 7. Upon confirming that everyone was asleep, he stealthily struck the energy points of all the cadets. The last one he struck with excessive force. With everyone unconscious, he now used muscle acupuncture and sealed all their meridians. This way, they wouldn't be able to use Nigang energy. The protagonist whispered to them not to hold resentment. It wasn't personal. Before leaving the team's dormitory, he realized that one person was missing, so perhaps it was from here that the suspicious person who attacked the Spring Clan prince came. The next day, the new leader of Team 8, Cheon Yo-woon, went to participate in the drawing for the test. The Guardian, upon noticing this change, was pleased. To him, it meant that the cadets understood the true meaning of this test. After everyone was ready, he told them to show worthy victories and that he was looking forward to seeing them. As they returned to their positions, the protagonist noticed that that person had a familiar look. Those eyes he had seen before. He asked the Nano to analyze his body structure, and after a few seconds, she confirmed that it was 100% compatible with the person from that night. Officially, the team duels for the second academy test would begin. In the first round, Team 1 would face Team 3. The Guardian shouted for them to be ready, and then the troops engaged in combat. Team 1, led by the Dark Clan Prince, gave a flawless performance, using a diagonal formation. With the prince's leadership, they were winning the battle. In the end, the members of Team 3 were completely subdued. The leader of Team 3 surrendered. The Guardian admitted that it's not like he was weak, but against that person, he wouldn't stand a chance. In the second round of the day, Team 4 faced Team 2, and Team 4 emerged victorious. The third clash would be the duel of our protagonist's team. His soldiers were afraid and lacked confidence in the training they had received. The protagonist looked at them and said that if they were nervous, it was normal. He was too, but if they didn't win today, they would be expelled from the academy. Their future depended on it, so they should have anger, not fear, courage, and determination to improve their future. Motivated by these words, his team was now completely focused. How he encouraged the cadets caught the Guardian's attention. Those eyes weren't those of a loser. His opponent would be Team 5, led by the daughter of the Sound Clan. She was frustrated because she wanted to have a match against the Spring Clan prince. But the idiot lost his position, and now she'll have to face this bastard. The princess ordered everyone to attack. The protagonist then ordered them to wait. She formed an arrowhead formation, and Cheon Yeo organized the formation in layers. The Guardian, observing the combat and the team's decisions, said that this defensive form only makes sense if the front leader is strong. When their princes entered combat and exchanged the first blow, the princess was surprised as the powerless boy defended against her attack. She was extremely powerful, and everyone believed the protagonist was weak, so his defense drew everyone's attention. The protagonist knew he didn't have as much energy as she did, but he smiled in this situation. He managed to defend against all her blows, so, one by one, she wouldn't be able to win. The protagonist ordered them to change position. The formation he ordered, she thought would be foolish for them to make. She said he was a terrible leader, as she expected. The protagonist prepared a line formation, so she would force the destruction of these lines with a spear formation. When they were face to face, he changed the formation to a pincer formation. The girl quickly ordered them to defend against this attack, but before it was completed, the protagonist now ordered them to change to the arrow formation position. She couldn't predict any of the moves he made, so after the movements, they were face to face, but all her troops were cornered. The number of positions he shouted were just tricks. Hearing the positions, she thought she knew what would happen, but in fact, it was a bait. When the order was given to attack, everyone was afraid. The soldiers, in fear, dropped their weapons and gave up. The girls shouted that they were fools for dropping their weapons. The feeling of defeat took over her body, and memories began to flood her mind. She had a feeling that everyone would laugh at her for failing, and it would be against the worst of all. She couldn't accept that, and then flew into a rage. She advanced alone against the leader of Team 8. The protagonist dropped his shield for a sword battle. The girl sustained injuries, as did he, but her skill was surpassed by the brother she hates. Cheon Yo-woon executed the butterfly strike and defeated his sister. To the absolute surprise of everyone present, even the Guardian, the result was unexpected. The girl only saw that her arm was no longer attached to her body. The protagonist was superior. As she understood the result of the battle and what happened, the pain reached her, and along with it, a feeling of terror. The screams spread throughout the school. The instructors went to help the defeated while the victorious one observed on the blade. This is his first revenge, and as expected, it is stained with red. Furthermore, he was apprehensive because he executed the movement perfectly as he learned, but his movement wasn't as complete as he expected, so there is a limit even when you already know the moves. Team 8 was declared the winner. The Great Guardian, realizing that this was the butterfly blade technique, was pleased and surprised, wondering how that drunkard managed to teach that to this boy. He thinks that in these last 21 days he has grown in every aspect. He used a high-level technique and managed to cut the princess's arm. It's as if if he were a genius sent from the heavens. The guardian should have insisted on making him his disciple that time. Now the glory of teaching this person will fall upon his drunken rival. From now on, the boy will conquer the heavens. The next fight would be held by Team 7. Its members were not well. The group's leader was angry because the fight he had with the protagonists before hurt him. And somehow, he found out who sabotaged his team and was now looking at him mockingly because he was deceived. In combat, Team 7 wouldn't stand a chance, as all the members had their meridian flow blocked. Defeat was certain. However, the group leader organized the arrowhead formation, and the rival team leader was surprised. The attack was so fierce that it ripped the darkness from his hands and pierced his chest. The scene was frightening, but it motivated his team, which was weak. Even with their energy flows blocked, they could rely on their physical strength and attack. In the end, even though they were without energy, they managed to defeat all the members of the rival team and emerge victorious. An achievement based on strength and hatred. Then the leader of Team 7 tells our protagonist that he will be next. And indeed, this went beyond what he expected, so Cheon Yeo-woon says this guy is annoying. The battle between Teams 7 and 6, Team 7 emerged victorious. All the battles were conducted, so in the director's room, they were analyzing the results. He receives a list of all those who failed in detail. They discuss that because the battles are in groups, if the members of the main families who lost feel offended, they train their representatives and were hindered by the lack of skill of other weak families. Regarding this, the Great Guardian says it's a pity, but they still grew their families well, and nothing can be done. Now, the winners must be taken to the library and receive their medicinal sphere. Everyone was eager to have access to the great knowledge library. The protagonist himself never thought he would set foot in this place, the library that contains books on all martial arts techniques in the cult. The cadets had already accessed the first floor while he was in the infirmary. Today, everyone would have access to the second floor, but the protagonist would have to visit the first and second floors at the same time. He remembers his master telling him not to waste his time in the library and focus only on mastering the butterfly technique. Furthermore, the butterfly technique he is learning is found on the 4th and 5th floors of the library, but he is learning it earlier thanks to his master. Since he wouldn't have time, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of the benefits of the 1st and 2nd floors, but he shouldn't feel sad about it. His master tried to comfort him, but the protagonist was actually confident. No one knows he has an unimaginable secret. It was the first time he saw so many books together, and he could only stay in the library for 2 hours, so he would have to make the most of his time. As he flipped through the pages of the books, he asked the Nano to analyze everything that was written. In 1 hour, he managed to scan a total of 55 books. Walking further into the library, he reached a place where a guard was sleeping next to a monolith. Was this a tomb? The guard responds that this is a tomb left by the ancestral celestial demon founder. This answer caught our protagonist's attention. The man tells him that this was carved in sapphire, which is an almost indestructible stone, but when he looks more closely, Cheon Yeo-woon discovers that this was carved with fingers. The guard comments that people are so focused on the books that they never noticed that this was here and showed no curiosity. He protected this place for over 20 years, and no one ever paid attention to this grave. This includes all the descendants of the celestial family. Looking at the back of this monolith, the protagonist notices something strange. There are blade marks carved into the stone. He asks the Nano to analyze these cuts, and after a complete analysis, she discovers traces of a sword blade intertwined. These marks were made by 2 different weapons, by 2 different people. But why would this be here like this? He uses an augmented reality of the nano machine and realizes that there is a difference between the marks. It was as if the second person had done it later and tried to hide the original first marks. Anxiously, the protagonist wonders if he could use the Nano to separate the original marks from the marks that were made later. After a complete analysis and using a simulation, he is surprised. Yes, it is possible to separate the sword strikes. These marks are not normal. It is a sword movement with formations unknown to everything the Nano knows. Just by looking, he couldn't tell what kind of movement this was, so he asks Nano to analyze the movements of the marks and replicate them in an augmented reality simulation. It is possible, but first, they have to check the sapphire's resistance to measure the user's strength. At that moment, the guard questions why he isn't going to read books. He's wasting time here. The protagonist then asks if he saw the marks behind as well. He says yes and finds it very sad. Rumors say that the ancestor left the sword technique of his epiphany here. Whoever did this on top to desecrate is a coward. Cheon Yeo wonders if maybe they did this to try to get the ancestor's epiphany. In other words, there is doubt whether this was just vandalism or has a meaning behind it. Finally, the guard lets the student do as he pleases. He won't interfere. Nano informs that the stone's resistance can be measured by putting his hand on the stone. As he begins the analysis, Nano compares the stone's resistance to diamond. Diamond's resistance is 10, and this sapphire is equal to 7. This is extremely resilient, so the protagonist wonders who would be capable of making these marks on the stone using their fingers. Using augmented reality, Nano simulates a dummy in Cheon Yo-woon's vision. The martial artist prepares and executes the strikes that would leave these marks. Seeing this leaves him astonished. All the marks were left with just one continuous movement of the same technique. The butterfly technique he previously learned from his master, even when mastered, doesn't compare to this. Then, he quickly asks her to transfer the knowledge of these movements to his brain. Now, thinking about it, he doesn't even know who this person is, but he has just received the best gift that could exist. Through this stone, he gained knowledge of incomparable movements, but before leaving, he hadn't thought about the other technique that was on the stone. Curious about this, he asks Nano to simulate the movements of the other person now. When these movements are executed, they are even more devastating. The protagonist was shocked by this information, and he asked Nano to simulate the battle between these two people, technique against technique. After she does this, the holograms engage in combat. The simulation was incredible, and in the end, the first movement that he thought was perfect was nullified in an incomparable way. If he thought that the first person was a genius and the pinnacle of the world, the second person surpassed them. After that, the protagonist went to ask the instructor if there are other tombs like this on other floors of the library. He only worked here his whole life and didn't see the other floors, but he heard that there are others on each floor. On the second floor of the academy library, students were poring over books trying to learn as much as they could. Everyone was focused on reading techniques of new movements and breaths. Among the people, the protagonist noticed that his sword clan brother was also there studying. Of all the heirs, he was the only one interested. None of them came to the library because they thought the content of this place was insignificant. He put that aside and went to get what he was most interested in. The monolith was also on the second floor of the library, and as he thought, there were also engraved marks on the stone behind it. Nano makes the same analysis as she did on the first floor. The techniques recorded in the stone are incredible. The first mark was made with 24 formations of movements from a single technique. The second mark was made with 56 sword movements from a single technique to nullify the first. Nano copied these movements to his armament. The protagonist wanted to test these movements here right away, but there were many people around, so he would have to restrain his eagerness. The other people in the library were annoyed by someone flipping through books quickly and making a lot of noise. By doing this, they were sure that the person wasn't valuing the content, just flipping through the pages very quickly. This bothered everyone around. The protagonist didn't care. With the nano machine, he could analyze all the books in seconds. He caught everyone's attention, including his brothers. Cheon-yu was curious about what he was doing too. For him, it was also clear that his brother didn't know what he was doing, but it was still curious to see him flipping through the books non-stop. During this time, the protagonist scanned a total of 156 books. After doing this, he asked to analyze all the books that saved the data and weight in his program. Something he realized now is that, no matter how powerful the technique is, for example, the butterfly technique that is among the top 10 martial arts of the cult, it requires experience practicing it thousands of times to achieve mastery. So, he is eager to gain experience in real combat to train. When her shift ends, the protagonist informs that he is leaving. The instructor then informs that someone asked about the time the protagonist would leave the library. So, there is someone waiting for him, but he doesn't pay attention to it. To his surprise, maybe that person just appeared in front of him. He wants to know why someone invaded his dormitory and sabotaged his comrades. With deadly hatred, he wants to confirm if it was him and get an explanation about it. But Cheon Yo-woon says he is too busy now, and also questions why he left his subordinates alone. It was clear that someone stronger would appear. The boy ignores this provocation and says that now he is there to do the same to him. The protagonist realizes that, unlike a certain someone, he doesn't react to provocations. They were going to fight each other, but before this fight started, someone was behind observing, and when the two were ready to start, his sword clan brother stood between them. This leaves both of them irritated and surprised by this move. His name is Cheon Yu-chan from the Blade clan. He approaches friendly, saying they were very focused and then didn't notice his presence. He's interrupting this fight because he really needs to talk to his younger brother, so he needs to set aside this skirmish for later. He was being polite, however, this was humiliating, and the boy doesn't give up. He must wait for his brother to be beaten first. His matter is more important. Yu-chan says he tried to be polite and it didn't work out, so now he doesn't know what to do to make him obey. The leader of Team 8 becomes furious and tries to attack the prince of the Sword Clan and misses. With just his hands, he is completely nullified, and his life could have been taken with a simple hand movement. In this humiliating way, he questions if the the boy is already convinced that he should leave. The protagonist is surprised at how the skills he saw now don't compare to the prince of the Spring Clan and the armless princess. They are more advanced. This person didn't even stand a chance against the prince. Yu-chan asks if he has any injuries, perhaps a broken rib, as his movements are limited. The cadet from Team 8 confirms that this prince is on another level from anyone else. He has no chance against him now. He got the message. The prince warns that he can leave now. Humiliated, he simply walks away. When they finally are alone, his brother talks about his true objective. He's there to talk to his brother and not to fight. The protagonist enters combat mode, and Yu-chan stops him and tells him to wait. He's not there to fight. This is the first encounter between the brothers, so he greets politely and says it's a pleasure to meet him. Being called brother is the first time. This is not how they've been acting for years. This kind of attitude leaves him filled with hatred. It's clearly mocking, and the brother acknowledges that him being irritated is quite normal, as he's been rejected by all the clans since then. The protagonist, now furious, asks if he expects him to be nice to him because he was polite. Yu-chan then gets straight to the point. He realized that both of them are on the path of the sword and saw how he used his skill against the sister from the Sound clan. Yu-chan became a passionate fan of his. These affectionate words irritate the protagonist, and he asks him to state his intentions quickly. There's no tension between them, so Yu-chan decides there's no other way and states his goal. He wants him to work for the Blade clan. The protagonist, of course, is surprised to hear this, perhaps irritated. He asks if his brother is serious. His brother responds affirmatively, saying he doesn't know about the other brothers, but he's sure the protagonist shouldn't be his enemy. Our hero questions if what he's asking is for Cheon Yo-woon to give up being the heir. Yu-chan smiles and says that implies this situation, but anyway, it's not as if he has a chance, so serving the future heir of the cult would be the best option for him. Besides, the older brother has become a passionate fan of the sword techniques of his sixth brother and would provide him with many benefits. His brother didn't expect him to refuse, as it should be obvious he had no chance. However, his sixth brother was saying he would never give up his path, and anyone who got in his way would be defeated. This means that the conflict between them will only be resolved on the battlefield. The older brother is filled with hatred because his brother is insinuating that he has a chance against him, which is obvious to everyone that he doesn't. The protagonist noticed the buildup of energy in his hand. Surely, his brother was planning to attack. When he noticed the micro movements in his fingers, he prepared to defend. This accelerated reaction caught his brother's attention, who began to laugh incessantly. He said that's how it is. There's nothing to be done. They will meet again on the battlefield. Although he tears through the air to demonstrate his ability, it's just physical manifestation. Blade energy is a type of skill he will never be able to achieve. This made him aware of the difference in powers between them. This line divides the power of a genius and a failure. So, now that he has shown the difference, he said he'll leave and says he's looking forward to their meeting on the battlefield. The protagonist thought he was on the same level as his brothers since he defeated the Spring Clan, but when he realized that, he was naive. The difference between the other brothers is still like heaven and earth. As he walked back to his dormitory, the brother from the Blade clan was thoughtful. In that second, he intended to cut off his sixth brother's arm and leave him useless. But contrary to all expectations, he managed to anticipate his intention. With that, he is certain if he is his brother, it's not normal. That same night, the protagonist heads to the individual training room of the academy. Here, normal students can train in isolation. It's quite large, so there's not much to do, but at least here, he won't be bothered and will be able to see all the simulations from the nano machine. She projects the dummies that will perform the movements of the techniques he saw in the library. This simulation of the technique from the second floor, which he hadn't put into practice yet, is even more incredible than on the first floor. So the movements that nullify the first movement are even more monstrous. It's so insane that he shudders. He thinks only a madman could train his whole life to master these movements. He does dozens of simulations and dozens of fights between the dummies. He simulates the butterfly sword technique against the techniques from the monolith. Doing this mental simulation of the movements made his internal energy increase tremendously. Feeling this result, he lost focus on mental training. His Nigon was much more powerful. His internal energy increased by 10 years in cultivation. With this new margin of energy, he feels that now he is capable of performing this new technique. When he consumes the medicinal ball, which was the prize from the second test, he will be able to increase his internal energy by another 20 years. Since he has little time to train, he decides to train and increase his energy. With this, he has the nano transfer knowledge of these movements to his brain, so he has the knowledge without being able to increase his energy. However, this process will take 10 hours to complete. Now he returns to his dormitory. Things are normal there. The first person he greets is his most faithful servant, the bald one. He notices that his hands hold some sheets of paper. He's studying something he learned in the library. The most common thing to do is to try to write down everything he memorized in the 2 hours they had access to the library. Seeing that he's giving his all, he feels proud. The next day, he returns to the individual training room. He goes into hibernation mode, and after concluding the transformation of his body to adapt to the new techniques he transferred to his brain, one of the side effects is to dirty the floor of the room with last night's dinner. This is quite disgusting and tiresome. However, now he thinks about the benefits. The strength he can put into his hand is much greater than before. His whole body is more resistant, muscular. Look at how many muscles on his belly he gained. The next step is to test how strong he is now. He channels all his strength to strike the wall, focusing on his breathing. He prepares to attack in the room next door. Someone was calmly cultivating, just like him, their energy red, perhaps representing anger. This anger at being humiliated the day before. Before he seeks to compare himself to that prince, the boy needs to make sure to destroy the failed 6th prince. While he was focused, he didn't realize that the wall next to him had turned into an ass. In the next moment, the wall shatters on top of the poor guy who was training there peacefully. The instructors look up in shock and see a curtain of smoke generated by the explosion. The other cadet who was hit by the stones starts to think that there might be an assassin after him, and a silhouette begins to appear in the hole formed by the blow. He concentrates a bit more to realize that actually, this supposed assassin who wanted to kill him is actually Cheon Yeo-woon. He praises the protagonist's mother with various compliments, and faints due to the hit he took. In the training hall corridors, the instructors can be heard scolding the MC heavily. As he carries Cadet 108, the instructor tells the protagonist that he was lucky the cadet didn't die. Otherwise, he would be expelled. He also says he will put this in a report, while the protagonist apologizes. He is also banned from using the training rooms on the 1st and 2nd floors, and will have to use the basement rooms. As he leaves, the instructor comments that to break a stone wall like that means his internal energy has exceeded the limits. Even the MC asks Nano why he became so strong. He didn't think he could break that wall. Nano explains that it's because his muscles have reached their maximum potential. Now he can leave marks even on Sapphire, just with physical strength. The protagonist worriedly asks if his power has reached its limit, and Nano says yes. But that's for now. As he grows more, the limits will also increase proportionally. A little later in the training hall in the basement, he is a bit nervous even though he has decades of knowledge. It will be the first time he trains the absolute technique. He uses the absolute sword technique's first move, but immediately realizes something is wrong, so he uses it again. With many doubts, he wonders why it feels so wrong. Then he uses another sword technique, Destructive Formation 45, and this one seems just right. Then he recalls why the absolute technique didn't work, since in the video he saw it was a harmonious movement, but when he did it, it was awful. So he asks Nano to make a virtual reality comparison of the movements he made with what he saw in the video. Then he watches the movements and analyzes both to see where he went wrong. Even after analyzing, he still doesn't understand why he can't get it right. He sits on the floor, angry for not understanding, until, thinking about the correct flow, he has an idea of what might be wrong. Even to use the butterfly dance formation, the correct energy flow was necessary. Now he feels like an idiot for omitting the flow and trying just the sword movement. After a while thinking about everything, he asks Nano to show the front of the stone on the 1st floor of the library. Nano materializes the stone in front of him in augmented reality. He wonders if there's a clue in that bunch of writing on the stone. According to Nano, it's a poem written by Liu Bang and an axe from the Han Dynasty. Cheon Yeo-woon is surprised. So this poem wasn't written by the ancestral demon? He asks Nano if any word has been changed. She says no word was altered. So he changes his strategy and asks to analyze the stone's surface for clues. And after the analysis, Nano says she found small holes under each character. He confirms with a zoom that there are indeed holes and each character has a different number of holes. He tries to understand what these points mean. 4 points here could mean 4 pressure points. He recalls that the first book he read with Nano's help was about pressure points, and that in the book, each point had a number and a note. He finds it strange because the 4th point is in the chest, and it should start at the dantian, which is in the stomach, but there would be 7 points. Then he has a brilliant idea. The character 4, Big, has 3 points, and if you add 4, there are 7. So he does this with all the other characters, until he reaches the 23rd character. He discovers the hidden flow. The instructors only hear the echo of his laughter, as he shouts that he's a genius. The next morning in the academy courtyard, the protagonist is already thinking about going to the basement to try the absolute technique now that he knows the correct flow. He turns around when called by someone. The colleague introduces himself as Yumpa, cadet number 200, and asks if he accepts the challenge of a duel. The MC says there's nothing to gain from this, and since it's not a test, he doesn't want to waste time dueling with strangers. Then the cadet apologizes for being selfish, and says that if the protagonist beats him, he'll give information about the third test. In the forest area, the two are preparing to start the duel. The protagonist asks why he's doing this. The cadet says it's to check the qualifications. The protagonist doesn't quite understand what he meant. The guy says that the technique may not be that impressive, but it is the pride of the lunar energy of the Blade clan. Confident, the protagonist invites him to the fight. Then Yumpa lunges at the MC, who easily dodges the first attack. Yumpa tries again and misses, no matter how much he keeps attacking. To Cheon Yeo-woon, the guy is too slow. Then it's his turn to attack. He hits the guy in the stomach, attacking from below and sending Yumpa into the air. The impact of the blow makes him vomit. Then he falls to the ground unconscious. At that moment, the MC realizes that he used too much force and may have overdone it. On the ground, Yumpa didn't think he would lose so easily after seeing the MC's fight against Cheon-won Ryo. Maybe Cheon Yeo-woon was hiding his abilities. The guy says this was expected from someone of celestial lineage. He had thought the MC only had advanced martial skills and, as promised, he will give him the information. Cheon Yeo-woon wants to know why the duel, since the opponent wouldn't gain anything from it. The guy says that just as he expected, the MC doesn't trust him. As he said before, he just wanted to check the qualifications, not only the protagonist's but also his own for the third test. Cheon Yeo-woon wants to know what this has to do with the third test. The guy explains that there is a high chance the test will be in groups, but the MC questions that the academy had said there would be no more group tests. It seems that even in a group, this test will value individual strength, aiming to select high-ranking warriors. Only advanced martial artists and at least 30 years of internal energy can become high-ranking warriors. According to Cheon Yeo-woon, only 20% of the cadets from the second test are advanced, so to make up for the lack of energy, they will have to obtain a medicinal pellet. The guy agrees. As soon as the pellets are distributed, many cadets will reach this level, and there's the problem, which is the advanced martial art. On the second floor of the library, there were only intermediate arts books, so many will fail. Thus in the test, they must earn a secret advanced arts book. But it seems that's not all. The guy agrees it would be easy if that were all. About 80% of the cadets would pass. According to his father, the book should have the 7 demon sword techniques, a part of the formations that high-ranking warriors use. Cheon Yeo-woon asks about these demon sword formations, remembering hearing about them. His servant told him they were created by the greatest swordsmen of the time, the sword demons, an art created to combat the 18th and 108th formation of Sorim disciples, but among them, the 7 techniques stood out. Depending on the number of people using the technique together, they become a specific formation. The MC thinks that an advanced artist can defeat the 12th and 36th formation, but only a grandmaster can defeat the 108th formation. Yumpa says his father formed a group of 12 people to learn the 7 techniques. The principle behind the demon sword formation is this: mastering techniques is not enough, since making the formation is quite difficult. The MC asks if this is the reason for wanting to test him in a duel, and it was exactly for that reason. He couldn't judge just by the technique. He wanted to confirm Cheon Yeo-woon's abilities to see if he would invite him to the test, and the MC asks about the invitation. Then the guy remembers to say that they expect the cadets to lead the third test from learning the arts. He heard that the leaders were decided by the results of the second test. Cheon Yeo-woon inquires if the leaders will choose the members. According to Yumpa, yes, but the cadet can refuse. He supposes the third test is more for the 6 main clans and young masters than for ordinary cadets. In other words, it's another part of the air battle, who will be disqualified if they don't gather men and master formation techniques. Even if cadets can refuse a group, they usually depend on the leaders to pass the test. That's why Yumpa invited him. The guy says this is just the beginning. It's normal to want a skilled leader for the test. Then he says that the reward Cheon Yeo-woon Woon will get is himself. Not that the MC had asked for it. He asks if it's possible that he won't be chosen as a leader, but Yumpa is confident that he will be. Realizing that the guy has enough ability to be a leader, something is off, so he decides to use that. Asking why he was chosen if there are other heirs and leaders who passed the second test. Thus, Yumpa reveals that he has already been rejected by the young masters of the Black and Sword clans, which means the MC was his last option. To help the guy says they both share the path of the sword. Cheon Yo-woon inquires if that's really the case. The cadet makes it clear that he's not asking to be his subordinate, he just wants help to pass the third test. With all humility, he asks Cheon Yo-woon to accept him. Thus, the MC smiles at the guy, making him excited to get help. As soon as he kneels to thank him, the MC says he refuses. The guy looks at him shocked, but without any mercy, the protagonist remains firm in rejecting him. A little later, we see Cheon Yo-woon running through the forest. He asks Nano for the results of the facial analysis. Even if not detecting lies, perfectly activated it when he found something strange. There was a 45% chance that Yumpa was lying when he said the other young masters had already formed groups. The chance increased to 62% when he said he was just asking for help to pass the third test. The MC was keeping a safe distance from him, and remembers the guy smiling when he said they both were on the path of the sword. He must think the MC is an idiot to say he went to the Black clan and the Sword clan, without mentioning the Blade clan. We see Yumpa talking to another guy about the MC's refusal. Cheon Yu-chan starts laughing while Yumpa is still talking about the refusal. He thinks the MC must be interesting, certain that Cheon Yo-woon would not fall for that lie. Yumpa says their plan failed, but according to his leader, there's nothing to be done. It would have been good if they could have gotten Yumpa to leave the group and disqualify him on the day of the test. If he weren't a rival in the battle, he would want to recruit him. His servant falls to his knees, asking for another chance. He still has other plans he can use, but Cheon Yu-chan says there's no need. It's better he finds a group while he can, or even becomes the leader of one. Yumpa is taken aback upon hearing this. He thought he would stay in the master's group, but the prince says he has other guys to choose from. Before leaving, he calls for Yuma, who is still kneeling, saying he has no use for someone useless like him, a trash, completely shocking the cadet, who leaves wiping away tears after being discarded. Cheon Yu-chan didn't remember the MC being so strong. It left him perplexed, but only time will tell if it's really skill or luck. We see the closed training room. The MC is thinking about getting 11 prodigies. Even if the academy hasn't said anything yet, it could be true. He has a few in mind from Group 8, but there's no guarantee they will follow him. For now, it's better to train and think about it later. He asks if Nano finished scanning the library books and over 100 martial arts books were analyzed. The MC wants Nano to create a hologram of a specific person that was analyzed and then make him fight. As Nano says he can do it, we gradually see the hologram of someone forming. As soon as it takes shape, the hologram of Cheon Mukium calls him a plebeian, telling the MC to come to him to face him. He continues to be irritating while moving in for the attack. As he curves his sword to hit Cheon Yo-woon, the MC easily dodges him, then prepares his own attack, moving very quickly and hitting the Spring Clan Prince on the neck. The attack makes his neck twist, and Nano informs that the character died due to a neck fracture. Cheon Yo-woon is surprised, as 4 days ago the attack could only push his opponent. He wonders if he surpassed Cheon Mukium with the realization this was not what he was planning, but then he thinks a little, and asks Nano to create 10 characters, each with a different type of intermediate martial art. Nano uses the same model for the characters who use the final Emperor's Fist, Fallen Sword, among other arts. Looking at them, the MC thinks he may have gone too far with 10 characters. Each of them is as annoying as the original, calling him an arrogant plebeian, a cursed bastard. Irritated by their attitude, Cheon Yo-woon is now eager for combat. Then they all rush at the MC at once, thinking he will be attacked simultaneously. He delivers several very quick strikes to each of them, causing some holograms to disappear. The MC managed to block the first wave of attacks, but he has to retreat before being hit by multiple swords. But he jumps too high, and ends up hitting his head on the ceiling of the room, then falls to the ground, and Nano informs that augmented reality will be temporarily suspended. The MC recovers from the blow he took from himself. With the augmented reality, he forgot how small the place is. Shion Yeo-woon takes another look at the ceiling, specifically at the part he managed to crack with his head. He brings an instructor to analyze what he did, and the guy doesn't like it at all, as the MC keeps causing problems for him. Angry, the guy bans the protagonist from the training room, even with him apologizing. Then the instructor leaves the room and asks Shion Yeo-woon to follow him. They cross a deserted gate, arriving at a building half the size of the training facility, but with a much thicker door. The instructor explains that the MC should train there from now on, since he will only break the walls again if he uses the training room. The MC asks what place that is. The instructor explains that this room is available to those who reach the specialist level after the 4th test. Shion Yeo-woon turns around, not understanding. Since he caused problems again, they made this place available early with the Academy's approval. To have broken the walls of the other training room, the MC must have at least the energy of a specialist. These walls are much more resistant, so they shouldn't break. Shion Yeo-woon thanks the instructor, who tells him not to worry and to focus on training. With the larger room, the MC shouldn't have any problems using augmented reality. Before starting, he reflects on whether to continue facing the 10 characters, but thinks of something, asking Nano if it would be possible to fight against Siabming, which would be possible if he only used the moves of the butterfly dance. Even with just one move, it would be better than facing Cheon Nukium. Nano uses the model of Professor Siabming himself to use the butterfly dance technique. Although he's just a character, it's much more tense to have him in front of you. The character says that the recruit decided to fight the professor himself. Therefore, Cheon Yeo-woon tells Nano to mute him next time. His professor is in the top 10 martial artists of the demonic clan. Since he's not a match in proficiency, he has to aim for his weaknesses in a preemptive attack. Even so, his attack is easily blocked. Cheon Yeo-woon didn't expect it to be so ineffective. Then he's hit by his professor's drunken fist, which hits his jaw, nearly knocking him unconscious. He's thrown into the air with another attack, and falls to the ground, unable to move, about to be hit again, smiling at his student. He uses the 3rd technique of the butterfly dance, the 7 butterfly dances, throwing Cheon Yeo-woon against the wall. The MC knew he wasn't a match, but didn't think he'd be taken down with the 1st technique, realizing that these are the skills of one of the top martial artists of the demonic cult. So Nano asks if he wants to change the character's martial art, but the MC refuses. Thus, the combat is restarted. This time, Cheon Yeo-woon wants to test the ultimate technique and positions himself for combat. His teacher advances, asking if he really thinks he's ready. The MC analyzes him, ready to use the ultimate technique against him. He manages to dodge the attacks, surprising his master. Then it's Cheon Yeo-woon's turn to use the technique. Even though he dodges the first time, he still manages to hit the drunk teacher's chest. Tired, he realizes that the technique is working. Now it's time to deliver the final blow, almost hitting the middle of the drunk teacher's forehead with the tips of his fingers. But the hologram dodges and hits him in the stomach. He is thrown hard against the wall, and falls in pain, lamenting. Even with the ultimate technique, he cannot defeat him. When his gaze returns to the hologram, he notices something. The teacher had some sword wounds. Even the final moment on the forehead had some effect, but they are all very superficial. He says that in terms of pure technique, he surpassed the hologram, but the experience in combat made all the difference. He has 4 years to complete the Academy's tests, and in these 4 years, he wants to surpass a true master like the teacher. 4 days later, at the Academy's training center, all the cadets, instructors, and the director are gathered. The director asks if they enjoyed their 4 days off, and that now he will explain how the 3rd test will work. In the 3rd test, 12 people will have to perform a formation. Most are surprised by the director's information. The protagonist not so much, because he had already received. The director says that the minimum requirement to be part of the 12 who will do the formation is to have advanced martial proficiency, and these books teach the advanced martial arts of the 7 demon swords. With the help of the bullets they will be given, they will have no problems learning. The MC says that up to this point there's no problem. But the director says that the 3rd test will happen in 7 days, and that each group will have to defeat an instructor who is in front of them now. The director says it's simple, but the students are perplexed as to how this can be simple. The instructors are specialists, and some may even have master-level proficiency. The protagonist is calm. Everything Yumpa said is going according to plan. Now they just need to announce the group leaders. The director says that's basically it. Now they just need to gather members and learn the formation, and that they will be dismissed right after he explains the leader selection process. The protagonist is surprised. The information Yumpa had was that they would select the leaders by levels. The director asks if the students see the yellow badge on the instructors' chests, and that the students who manage to take one will be the leaders. The students now think that everyone will fail. The protagonist says that even in the scenario where all the badges are taken, there are 207 people, and even with 17 groups of 12, 3 people would still be expelled. The director says that the instructors will not use their special techniques, only the techniques of the 7 demon swords. Cheon Yeowon reflects that even using only the demon sword technique, they have only 7 days to learn the technique, be good enough to counter it, and still defeat the instructor. The director notices that everyone is terrified and decides to scare them a little more. He asks if any student wants to challenge an instructor right now. After a brief silence, the director is disappointed, thinking at least one would accept. But as he is about to dismiss them, someone raises a hand. And to the director's surprise, not just one, but 3 people raise their hands. They are the leader of Group 1 and candidate for Vice Lord of the Black Clan, Cheon Muyeon, leader of Group 8, our protagonist, and the leader of Group 12, Baekji, the only leader who defeated a candidate, who was Cheon Jangsum, the candidate from the Poison Clan. 2 men he did not expect volunteered, and that's incredible. Cheon Mukyum just watches the volunteers. Cheon Yeowon, looking at the guy who became the leader of Group 12, notices that he seems powerful. The director, pleased to have volunteers, asks the instructors which one of them will fight against the cadets. Before any of them could step forward, the director recalls telling the instructors of Groups 1, 8, and 12 not to get too close to their cadets. The first instructor to step forward is the senior instructor, Ho Jin Chang. It wasn't someone the director expected to do this. Ho Jin Chang walks to the front of the others. This makes instructor Lim Pying think that he doesn't need to volunteer, since his colleague will handle it. From now on, he thinks Cheon Yeowon will have to take care of himself because none of them will go easy on him. To the director, they must be trying to deny these cadets the position of leader for the time being. He suggests starting with Group 1, with the first cadet. Before Ho Jin Chang could volunteer, Instructor Yeo soon shouts from the front that he will face the first one. This irritates the senior, as the instructor knew that Ho Jin Chang was interested in that cadet. Yeo soon stepped forward because he thinks Cheon Mu-yeon is the most suitable to become Vice Lord and doesn't want him to be humiliated there. With this, the bearded man says he'll take Cadet 18 then, which is Yeo Soon's cadet, and the director agrees with him. The last instructor, Sang Moon Yeo, is in charge of dealing with the MC, who he wanted from the beginning, so we see the first pair to fight approaching. Instructor Yeo Soon and the cadet greet each other before starting. Meanwhile, Cheon Yeowon asks Nano to analyze every detail of what happens. Finally, the director orders the combat to begin. The cadet advances at an impressive speed and uses the cloud palm flow technique. The instructor recognizes the technique, which is one of the top 3 palm arts in the main lineage, one of their specialties. It's a pity he can't use his poisonous arts in the duel, so he attacks with the 5th demon sword. The MC, who is just watching, feels that these moves are familiar to him. The cadet is not fazed by the technique, continuing his palm attack, which surprises the instructor. Excited by the fight, Yeo soon realizes that the cadet is a martial specialist in these attacks. Then the cadet notices that the instructor's attacks have changed. Yeo soon uses the 2nd demon sword to attack, knowing he can't treat the young man like an ordinary cadet. The cadet can hardly believe that his highest level technique is being blocked by the instructor's advanced art. The MC is shocked that the moves are the same as those he saw in the Sapphire, the difference being that there are 12, half of the 24 destructive sword techniques, even without being sure because it was the demon sword that left those sword marks. Meanwhile, the duel continues. The cadet is doing his best to match Yeosun, concluding that the instructor is also a specialist, but a bit more skilled. As he can block his techniques, he must have much more combat experience. If he doesn't get close soon, he will be at even more of a disadvantage. There's no other way. Yeosun notices that the cadet's form has changed. He must be planning to end the fight with his best attack, so the instructor gathers all his energy to block it. The cadet advances to attack, preparing his palm technique, and the instructor is already preparing to block the technique. Suddenly, the cadet changes the direction of the attack. Yeosun realizes that now his left hand is going to attack. This time, his block doesn't work as well. Even though the moves are the same, when reversed, they are harder to block. As he tries to stop the left hand, the cadet quickly dodges and prepares a new attack. For the first time, Yeosun can't block it and is hit. The impact of the attack knocks him onto his back, while the cadet looks at him with a serious expression. Seeing this, all the cadets around are impressed, excitedly commenting that the guy defeated an instructor and that this cadet will be the next Vice Lord. The director remembers that only the leader of the Black Clan had been able to use the technique. The boy in front of him is a genius. Yeosun pulls off the yellow badge from his chest, saying that the cadet managed to become a group leader in the third test, and the cadet thanks him. To the MC, who continues observing, something seems strange in the way they spoke. Can a person only take one badge? Then it's his turn to face an instructor. The best thing is to focus on this fight that will decide his future. He needs to prove himself to everyone. The instructor is impressed with him. Instead of being nervous about facing him, he is confident. Honestly, Sang Moon Yeo thought the young man wouldn't pass the first test, but now is the time to put an end to the MC's luck, as he intends to crush him in front of everyone. Cheon Yeo Woon prepares to start. The instructor recognizes that the MC is going to use the butterfly dance and lets him begin. The young man knows that even with specialist proficiency, he still lacks the internal energy of one. Letting him start is proof that he is being underestimated. Using the 10 stars defensive technique, he wants to finish it in just one attack. This catches Sang Moon Yeo by surprise. As soon as the MC raises his hand to attack, the instructor can hardly believe his speed and can barely dodge Cheon Yeo Woon's attack, being forced to retreat. While the MC's rapid attacks continue, Sang Moon Yeo finally stops just dodging. He notices that the MC has good internal energy, but his external energy is too powerful. Cheon Yeo Woon won't have an easy victory. Even though he is being humiliated, Sang Moon Yeo stops the MC's attack, making the protagonist retreat. The instructor knows he still doesn't have the energy of a specialist and asks if he thinks he can escape, preparing to attack with the 4th and 6th demon swords. The MC can see even without Nano's help that this guy's techniques are unstable. Compared to the techniques from the Sapphire, it's too easy. As Cheon Yeo Woon approaches, the instructor thinks he's a fool for doing so, thinking that now he will easily finish him off. But instead, the one delivering a powerful attack is the MC, leaving everyone watching shocked. Even the director can't believe the MC nullified the Demon Sword's technique with basic butterfly dance movements. Now Sang Moon Yeo is enraged for being pushed back by a brat's techniques, who decides to knock out the MC with the 10 stars defensive technique, creating an internal injury in him. The director immediately notices his intention to use a lethal technique. The guy is crazy. Cheon Yeo Woon tries to block the instructor's attack, but the energy being forced into him injures his internal organs. He starts calling for Nano to help him, which quickly begins regenerating the injured organs. With regeneration activated, the MC begins attacking the instructor, who wonders why. How can he be doing this, even receiving internal injuries? Panicking, not understanding why the MC hasn't fallen with his attacks, he curses in anger, thinking he just needs to hold on with his energy armor. But the next attack hits his ribs, breaking them, making him vomit from the impact. The guy screams in pain after being hit. Both the other cadets and the instructors are shocked. They can hardly believe what they've just seen. Sang Moon Yeo grabs the MC's shoulder with the little strength he has left, and calls him a monster before falling to the ground. And there he lies unconscious and defeated. The MC is also out of breath. Even though he won, it wasn't an easy fight, standing in front of everyone. After seeing this, Cheon Yuchan realizes that Yumpa wasn't exaggerating, and his brother might be a problem. From above, the director reflects that being able to nullify the demon swords makes the MC a martial genius, and that he shouldn't have let the drunkard take care of him. The other instructors inform him that they will need to take Sang Moon Yeo to the infirmary. His ribs and 3 other bones are broken. Only now does the director remember that he didn't tell the instructors that the MC punched fortified walls. If Sang Moon Yeo had fought knowing this, he might not have been so humiliated. Holding the badge, Cheon Yeo Woon thinks that he managed to defeat an instructor. Having lost twice, the instructors are worried that the cadets will think they are weak now. The bearded man looks at his colleagues without saying anything, reflecting that they should be happy the next generation is strong instead of worrying only about themselves. He himself regrets not choosing to fight a cadet as skilled as the MC. The director announces that the final duel will begin. Ho Jin Chang will fight against Baek Ji-ai. The other instructors comment that the senior instructor cannot lose this match, and think that this cadet might also be hiding some skills. Before the match, Baek Ji-ai asks the instructor to grace him with his teachings. Finding him humble, Ho Jin Chang tells him to do his best. Then the two prepare to begin. At first glance, the elder doesn't seem weak. He gives a serious look with a strong presence, making the cadet wonder if this is the same person who was smiling a few moments ago. Not wanting to have regrets, he charges into the fight, leaping towards the elder. The MC only analyzes the techniques, thinking he'll gain an interesting character to fight. Returning to Baek Ji-ai's fight with Ho Jin Chang, the elder seems to see through the attack, and easily dodges the kicks. The cadet notices he did this just by moving his torso, and tries to attack again. The instructor quickly notices an opening in his back foot. Baek Ji-ai knows the instructor will attack that opening, and barely manages to dodge, spinning in the air above the elder, who wasn't expecting this, but won't underestimate the cadet's techniques, who spins to deliver another kick. Even hitting, it doesn't seem the attack was successful. The other cadets say the attack connected. Then we see the cadet's foot has been pierced by Ho Jin Chang's keyblade. The attack throws the young man back. The young man, with his injured foot on the ground, thinks that to have created a keyblade so quickly, the instructor must be a master. By using just a simple sword move, he is much stronger than the other instructors and asks what Baek Ji-ai will do now. The cadet manages to plant his injured foot on the ground, which surprises Ho Jin Chang. Despite the difference in skill, the cadet wants to end this with technique. For the instructor, this shows the young man has a good fighting spirit. The young man charges forward even with the injured foot, to deliver another kick attack. Ho Jin Chang is satisfied that the young man isn't backing down, preparing another key sword, but as the cadet approaches, his attack changes. The instructor realizes he used a feint, preparing the new attack from bottom to top. That doesn't lose strength due to the injury. The elder now knows the young man has the proficiency of a specialist, but something is wrong when he delivers the attack, and the young man realizes it was just an illusion. Then the real Ho Jin Chang appears in front of him. He says it's a shame because the cadet wasn't that bad, and strikes the young man in the chest. The powerful key attack pushes Baek Ji-ai away. He distances himself from the opponent due to the power of the attack, until he hits the ground. Now the other cadets comment that it's not so easy to defeat an instructor. The cadets who fought before were monsters. Baek Ji-ai coughs, knowing that if Ho Jin Chang hadn't held back, the key sword would have hit his heart. From afar, Cheon Yeo Woon thinks the cadet was just unlucky. If the instructor hadn't been a master, the guy would have had a chance. The other instructors must be pleased with the victory. Ho Jin Chang gives attack tips to Baek Ji-ai, saying he's looking forward to his progress. Despite trembling from the injuries, he still thanks the instructor for his teachings, and walks back to the other cadets, still coughing and limping. The MC looks at him among the others. Baek Ji-ai is pale, and his neck is red. He asks Nano to analyze the guy and be ready to show the analysis when the announcement of the third test is over. They hand out wooden swords for the test, only one for each. The director announces that they can become group leaders if they take a badge in 7 days. After that, the cadets are left alone. Cheon Yeo Woon reflects that he should consume the pill first, and check some things afterward. Then he notices several cadets in front of him. One of them looks at him seriously, and in response, He also receives a determined look. Then the bald guy appears, asking what they want with his sovereign. The four stand around Cheon Yeo-woon. He smiles after Hyo-bang calls him sovereign. On the previous night, in the dormitory of Group 8, the cadets are discussing changing things and how it might be dangerous. Hyo-bang admits he is afraid of the 6 main clans, but if it means living in disgrace. Because he comes from a small clan, he is willing to take the risk. With his sovereign, there is hope for people like him. The others reflect on what their companion said. Woong Chun asks if Hyo-bang really trusts the MC, and he confirms it. Then the others look at each other in agreement, pledging loyalty to Cheon Yeo-woon. Back to the present, the MC says the bald guy doesn't need to worry. The young man introduces himself as Cadet 857, Go Wang-ho, and the protagonist introduces himself as well. Being direct, Go Wang-ho says he wants to join the MC's group, leaving him surprised by the proposal. The group members are excited, thinking that the sooner they get the members they need, the more time they'll have to practice. Go Wang-ho mentions that he is from the Black Fist clan and is at the advanced level, so he won't hold the group back. Cadet 920, from the Black Horse clan Hak-young, is at the intermediate level but will be at the advanced level once he consumes the pill. 2 more advanced level cadets eagerly introduce themselves, One Il and Zhao Wu-min. Other interested cadets complain that the elite clan guys will take all the group's spots. Cheon Yeo-woon thanks them for wanting to join the group but explains that he isn't looking for people just to pass the 3rd test, leaving the cadets confused about what he meant by that. He wants people to help him reach the main lineage, companions who will stay with him even in the worst times. Now the cadets whisper that they don't want to get involved in a battle of heirs. Many just want to pass the test. The MC reveals that he doesn't care if the cadet comes from a smaller clan, as long as they want to join him. He wants to change the foundations of the main lineage. Now many of the cadets are divided, thinking they should look for another group's leader. The MC shows them that he wants his companions to become part of the new foundation of the demon cult. Surprised, they discuss what they heard. One by one, they apologize for not being able to join the MC's group, as they just want to pass the test, and practically only his group remains in that place. Hyo-bang feels anxious, thinking they shouldn't have said these things after accepting them. Then he notices that at least 3 cadets remain in front of the group. Go Wang-ho, from the elite Black Fist clan, Zhao Wu-min from an intermediate clan, the Golden Portal, and another from a mid-sized clan, Oh-jang from the Treasure Sword clan. Go Wang-ho says the MC is different from the other candidates, and the journey he described could lead to their deaths. Being honest, he also wants to give up, which doesn't surprise the MC, as being from an elite clan, the guy could go after a better candidate. Cadet 857 also wants power and glory. After hearing about Cheon Yeo-woon's ambition, he wanted to approach him. Then the cadet kneels, and pledges loyalty to Master Cheon Yeo-woon. He asks to be used as his first sword, one of the future 6 swords of Cheon Yeo-woon's Demon King. Following his example, the other 2 also kneel. Zhao Wu-min from the Golden Portal clan and Oh-jang from the Treasure Sword clan also pledge loyalty to the MC. After a moment of surprise, Cheon Yeo-woon smiles, and thanks the new companions who joined him. The bald guy, feeling jealous, says the newcomer can be the first sword, but he is the first subordinate of the sovereign. At the entrance of the training center, the MC asks the group to absorb the pills and memorize the text of the 7 swords. From the next day, they will train together, and he will analyze their movements and techniques. The group gets excited, thinking they chose the right sovereign who takes good care of them. In the MC's mind, all he has to do is beat them until they learn, just as the drunk teacher did. So they agree to meet later after consuming the pills. Before Cheon Yeo-woon heads to the training room, Cadet 857 calls out to him. He says it might be a silly concern, but the MC should always be accompanied by a subordinate, and is worried about how they were told to take the badges from the instructors. This makes the MC reflect that since the director said they had to take a badge to become a leader, it might not be just the instructors. The cadet continues, saying that since the MC has fewer men compared to Cadet 1, he might be a target. He says he will train in the room next to the sovereign, but Cheon Yeo-woo explains that he can't train there. When he shows where he trains, Cadet 857 is shocked, as only specialists can train there. This makes him think that the sovereign is incredible, and wants to do his best to train in the same place as him. A bit later, in the training room. The MC is testing his techniques. Now that he has become a specialist, he has surpassed 60 years of ki. If he uses the technique on a blade, he can create a ki weapon. He thanks Nano for helping him get there. And Nano, not modest, says he is there because of him. Then Cheon Yeo Woon asks Nano to show the video of Baek Ji-ai's fight. Nano activates augmented reality to show him. The MC asks to pause when Baek Ji-ai is on the ground, and zoom in on the cadet. He can see a little better the moment Baek Ji-ai spits, but he still wants to see a bit more of his face and neck. This time, he can see the marks on his neck better, the very red eyes and the red spots on the neck. He is certain of what it is. The next day, we see a fight between a cadet and an instructor. Instructor Hong Du-wai judges that the young man has surpassed the skills of a cadet. He is a specialist, just like him, and he knows he can't defeat him with the 7 demon swords, even if it doesn't completely nullify his movements. But he gains an advantage in the blind spots of the technique. He wasn't convinced of the guy's skill. To analyze the 7 swords in such a short time, he is a genius. The candidate of the Blade Clan, Cadet 5, Cheon Yu-chan. Then the instructor says that continuing the duel is useless, and they should stop there. Cheon Yu-chan knows what that means, that the instructor will hand over his badge. He tells the cadet to gather members for the group and expects great results from him. He finally succeeded. Now he thinks about who will be next. Meanwhile, in the academy's cafeteria, Baek Ji-ai is eating alone. Then someone sits next to him. Cadet 2, from the Sword Clan, Cheon Kyung-woon, says he liked his duel, but Baek Ji-ai slams his hand on the plate furiously and says with a serious look that he is eating and doesn't want to be interrupted. Cadet 2 gets irritated by the rudeness, but directly says that he was impressed by his specialist skills. He mentions that Baek seems to want to be a group leader and asks if he wouldn't like to go further, but the cadet continues eating without responding, irritating Cheon Kyung-woon even more. He controls his anger and tells Baek Ji-ai to think about his offer, that it's a good opportunity. Without saying anything, the cadet thinks that this is the second time. Before him, Cheon Yu-chan also came to ask Baek Ji-ai to be his right hand. His goal is not to be a leader or go beyond, nor to be under others. What he wants is to become stronger. Then someone else appears to talk to him, and he sends the person away without seeing who it is. But the cadet continues, saying in a low voice that if he doesn't talk to him now, Baek Ji-ai might die. This paralyzes him, and he wants to know why. In front of him is Cheon Yeo-woon with a determined expression. The cadet says the MC is more arrogant than the others and won't be able to recruit people like that. Then the MC realizes there was a misunderstanding, but Baek Ji-ai gets angry, saying that besides being threatened, the guy says it was a misunderstanding. So the MC is direct with him and reveals that the cadet has been poisoned. He doesn't know what Cheon Yeo-woon is talking about, but the MC says he observed during the duel that the cadet was pale and had red spots on his neck. The cadet can't believe it. He was careful with Cheon Jang-sum since joining Group 12. Why tell him this? Even if he was poisoned, it wouldn't be Cheon Yeo-woon's problem. After a moment of silence, he apologizes for misunderstanding. But if he was poisoned, he would have noticed it during key meditation, and the MC asks if he feels well even during meditation. Despite it seeming like food poisoning, the MC knows if it would be noticeable during key meditation. Conveniently, he sees Dr. Baek passing by, and calls the doctor, who is setting his meal. The doctor asks how he is since they haven't seen each other for a while. The doctor comments that he didn't want to eat alone, and the MC asks him to examine Baek Ji-ai, as he thinks he was poisoned. This takes the doctor by surprise. Then we see the academy's infirmary. The doctor asks him to inhale some smoke through his mouth. Baek Ji-ai is confused, and the doctor asks him to just breathe deeply. As the cadet starts doing this, the scent of the incense paralyzes him. Then he starts coughing violently. As he coughs, the red spots on his neck become evident. Then the doctor confirms that he was indeed poisoned through food. Baek Ji-ai doesn't understand how this happened, as he was fine during meditation and eats alone. Then the doctor explains that this poison doesn't flow through the veins. The effects appear when it accumulates in the lungs and stomach. The substance can be used in food or as a powder that can be inhaled while sleeping. In small doses, it's hard to notice the inhalation, and he asks if the cadet shares a dormitory with any user of poison. On the first night at the academy, in the dormitories of Group 12, Baek Ji-ai fought with Cheon Jang-sum from the Poison Clan, and was threatened that he would no longer be safe. At the time, he didn't care about it, saying that at the academy strength was everything, and after winning, he became the leader of Group 12. From the ground, Xion Jiangsum told him to enjoy the victory while he could, threatening that the poison clan grows stronger over time. Angry at the memory, Baek Ji-ai is sure he was poisoned by that guy. Since he discovered it early, he will be fine if he takes the antidote for 7 days, and the MC asks if he's really okay. Since he was hit in the chest during the duel, the symptoms worsened due to the lung stimulation. If the symptoms had been present all the time, nothing could have saved him. Then the doctor turns to Cheon Yeo-woon, asking how he knows so much about poisons. He reveals that his mother died this way, and that he was also poisoned for a time. At this moment, Baek Ji-ai remembers that he didn't thank the MC and thanks him for saving his life. The MC just says he didn't want anyone to die from a cowardly poison. But there was something more, which even scares the cadet. A bloodlust takes over the MC as he says he was looking for the source of this poison. Breaking the tension, the doctor suggests that Baek Ji-ai sleep in the infirmary that night, because if he goes back to the dormitory, he will be poisoned again. With a scary face, he says that it's better for the cadet not to try to take revenge now, as his foot is still injured. A bit scared, Baek Ji-ai says he doesn't intend to do that. The MC says he will take care of Cheon Jiangsum and that the cadet should rest as the doctor ordered. The doctor asks what the MC is planning, and he says they need to talk. Suddenly, a voice comes into his head, calling him a bastard through sound telepathy. His half-brother says he will find who he's looking for in the forest near the 5th dormitory, and gives a slight smile. Before leaving, the MC says that if this is true, he will make sure that guy has a place near him. Since the other two didn't hear what Cheon Nukium said, they didn't understand what happened, and they think that the MC might be talking about dueling with one of them. What Cheon Nukium wants is for the two to fight each other to the death. Then we see Cheon Jiangsum walking through the forest. As the instructors stay in the 5th dormitory, there's no one there, making it the perfect place to gather poisonous plants. With the pill, he has become an expert, and if he trains for a few more days, he will reach level 5 of destructive poison, where it becomes more lethal. At that level, even without using food poisoning, he will be able to finish off Baek Ji-ai. A voice behind him asks why he's so happy. The guy quickly turns around, asking who's there. He can't see who it is with the faint lantern light, but it doesn't seem to be an instructor. Approaching, the person asks if he felt happy after playing with poison, until we see that it's the MC who was saying this, and the guy asks what a bastard like him is doing there. Then he realizes that Cheon Yeo-woon said something about poison. The MC reveals that he noticed the red spots on Baek Ji-ai's neck, leaving the other surprised. For a moment, Jiangsum says nothing. Then he starts laughing, saying it's true. That's how he found out about Baek Ji-ai's poisoning then. When he was about to say that the MC's mother suffered the same poisoning, he gets a strong punch in the face, which he has no chance of blocking. It's clear that the MC was filled with rage when he attacked, distorting the cadet's face, who is thrown by the punch. The force of the blow is such that he spins and injures himself even more, until his body finally approaches something that can stop him, when he hits a rock wall very hard. At that moment, the guy is already almost unconscious. We heard his howl of pain echo through the forest. He's on the ground, trembling and groaning in pain, trying to understand what just happened. But the MC appears, telling him not to be a wimp, since they've just begun. Cadet 4 thinks the MC is trying to kill him, but that would break the academy rules, so he must be bluffing, and at that moment he realizes he can't move his body. The MC says he did something he shouldn't have and asks if he knows what he did. The guy remains immobile. He's in panic because his body isn't responding. Then the MC gets closer to him, about to throw another punch because Cadet 4 insulted his mother. At that moment, Cheon Young-sum's body moves, and he rises, cursing the protagonist and trying to hit him, saying that he let his guard down. But something surprises him. As soon as he realizes that Cheon Yeo-woon managed to block his punch, his 10-star technique was easily blocked. Then the MC grips the guy's fist tightly, squeezing it to the point where Cheon Young-sum screams in pain, seeing his fist being crushed. Now he concludes that the MC is serious and thinks he needs to kill him. Suddenly, his fist is in front of Cheon Yeo-woon, catching him by surprise as poison poison starts to seep from his palm. The MC covers his face to protect himself from the poison and steps back a bit to avoid being hit. But Cadet 4 doesn't stop, chasing him with his poisoned palm. As the MC stops moving away from him and the poison, we see that the part of his face that was hit has practically melted. Cadet 4 rejoices that the attack worked. At the 4th level of destruction, he can maintain 7 types of poison within himself, and this was the most dangerous of them. The boss had warned him not to use it on cult members, but being close to death, he wouldn't worry about that. But he's shocked when he sees the MC rising again. Nano tells us that a strong acidic poison was identified on the user's face and hand and activated the defense mode. Cheon Young-sum can't believe what he's seeing. Thanks to Nano, the MC's face was practically reconstructed. Cadet 4 can only curse, not understanding how this could happen. Not only did he neutralize the poison, but he also healed himself. This is something that shouldn't be possible even for a martial master. Then he falls on his butt, cursing the protagonist while trembling in fear. It's as if he's facing a real monster. The MC says that obviously, someone from the poisoned clan would use such a method. He explains that he thought and doesn't want people like him to continue living. The guy cries in terror and starts crawling on the ground, desperately trying to escape. Instead, he gets a kick to the face that throws him backward with force. As he tries to get up, Cheon Young-sum starts coughing and realizes that several of his teeth have just fallen out. The MC turns to him once more. He begs on his knees for mercy. He lowers his head, repeatedly pleading for him to be spared this time. Then Cheon Yo-woon grabs him by the arm and asks if he wants to live, if he wants to be spared. Even having made his mother die in agony, he still has the audacity to ask for this. At this moment, Cheon Young-sum thinks there's no hope left. He will never be forgiven. Then he remembers the instructors in the nearby dormitory and tries to mumble something. As he screams for help, he's hit on the back of his neck and realizes his voice has disappeared. The MC didn't like being underestimated by someone trying to call for help from the instructors. He steps on the hand Cadet 4 used to throw poison in his face, making the guy scream even more in pain. Then he lifts the foot he had used to step on the cadet's hand. Cheon Yo-woon says he won't kill him to avoid being expelled for a trash like this guy, who has a moment of happiness knowing he will be spared. But with a terrifying face, the MC says he will beat him until he begs to go to heaven, and wonders if he will start with Cheon Young-sum's bones, who cries upon realizing what awaits him. A little later, we see Cadet 4 all twisted on the ground, thinking about how he ended up like this. It was all because he used a micro-poison on Baekji, remembering when he started learning about micro-poisons 6 years ago at the main house's poison pharmacy. He hears someone asking how long it takes for the poison to take effect, and a woman answers that it will take less than a day to the person buying the poison. He thinks it's excellent that it won't be fully noticed if the person doesn't have internal key knowledge. The cadet's mother, Lady Beck, says that no one without internal key will notice and asks what it will be used for. The buyer repeats the question while laughing, and Cheon Young-sun watches her leave the store. Before leaving, the woman glances at the young man, who is left wondering what she meant by that. Less than a month later, news of the death of the Lord's 7th wife, Lady Hwa, spread, and his mother, who hated her, was elated. But it was short-lived, as they discovered that the cause of death was a micro-poison, and his father was furious. They were spared his wrath when a doctor said that other clans also used micro-poisons. Hwa's cook committed suicide, and the culprit was never found. The only thing discovered was that his mother had contact with the lady in the veil, but no one knew who she was. His grandfather, who was the clan leader, lost his position on the council, and his father cut ties with the wives of the 6 main clans. His mother told him that if he admitted to giving the poison to the woman, it would be the same as confessing to the murder. This was supposed to be a secret the two would take to the grave, or he would face his father's wrath. Little Sumi heard his mother, somewhat frightened. His mother passed away a few years later due to guilt, and he wanted to tell everyone that it wasn't her fault, but he couldn't. At that moment, he swore he would become the Lord and avenge his mother against the guilty one and her entire clan. Since that dirty woman was the root of the problem, he would end end her offspring with his own hands. Returning to the present, he apologizes to his mother, because no matter how much he trains, he doesn't think he can defeat this crazy monster. The MC says that sooner or later he would use poison against other cadets, so he will destroy his Dantian. This terrifies Cheon Young-sum even more, and he shakes his head in denial. The MC sees he's resisting even after activating the paralysis key pressure points. Maybe he wants to say something. As soon as he releases the silence key pressure point, Cheon Young-sum starts to babble something, and the MC asks Nano to analyze what he's saying. According to Nano, the guy said it wasn't the poison clan that killed his mother. He wants to know more, and the cadet reveals it was one of the ladies from the other 5 clans, the true culprit. So he begs to spare his Dantian, and almost speaks about the injustice his mother suffered. But he stops, or he would reveal that it was his mother who provided the poison to the woman. The MC senses something is wrong and asks Nano to analyze him, while asking if he's sure it was someone from the other clans. Cheon Young-sum affirms it by shaking his head, and Nano shows that the analysis reveals less than a 5% chance of him lying, which means he might have taken out his anger on an innocent person. So he asks if Lady Beck really had nothing to do with his mother's death. This time Nano alerts that there was a change in his facial muscles. The probability of lying is 75%, bringing back the MC's rage. The cadet screams that he is not lying, but Cheon Young strikes him, telling him to be quiet. The guy screams in pain from the blow, which hit the middle of his chest, and begins to disperse his internal ki. While being hit, he thinks only of his internal ki. At that moment, on the 2nd floor of the Demon Academy's infirmary, the doctor has a bad feeling and thinks about preparing some antidotes. Suddenly, the door bursts open. The MC is carrying Cadet 4 and asks the doctor to do something with him. He shouts, asking what the MC did to make the guy like this, waking up the other patients. Cheon Mukiem is shocked. Cheon Yeo-woon really brought the guy who poisoned Baek Ji, just as he said he would. The doctor puts 2 fingers on the cadet's pulse, and is shocked to realize that his Dantian has been destroyed. The internal energy that was in his Dantian was essential to form and maintain the poison he stored without injuring himself. Even though he is not a martial artist, he knows how precious the Dantian is and expected something would happen, but not this. As soon as the doctor makes an incision in the cadet's chest, he coughs up the smell of poison flowing in his blood and is impressed that he is still alive. Maybe he has resistance due to using this type of martial art, but he could die soon. Then the doctor remembers he has something and starts to search, until he comes out with a small golden bag, saying it's his teacher's antidote. He asks Cheon Jang-sum to drink it. Even if it feels like he's dying while drinking, he will survive with this. The MC doesn't want him to die and asks if Nano can enter his body and heal him. But Nano reveals that it's against the system's rules since the registered DNA is the MC's. So, he asks Nano to analyze the poison in the blood splattered on his clothes. Nano asks him to put his fingers in the substance he wants to analyze. Once he does, Nano says there are 7 different types of toxins mixed together causing a new toxic effect, and the MC wants to know which medicines he can combine to create an antidote. Nano creates an augmented reality and starts listing various medicines that can be used. The doctor has just finished his work, saying he prevented the poison from spreading with acupuncture and the antidote. Then a smell reaches him. He realizes it's the scent of medicinal herbs cooking. He approaches Cheon Yeo-woon, asking what he is doing, and the young man says he's making an antidote to resolve the situation. The doctor thinks he's crazy, wondering how he could make an antidote. He looks at the detoxifying herbs the MC used, knowing they can be poisonous if used incorrectly. But the combination he made is perfect, and wonders if the MC studied medicine. The doctor says he made a good remedy but needs to know the poisons beforehand, so the MC describes all of them, leaving the doctor perplexed that he could know this. The MC asks that at least this time, Dr. Beck trust him. A little later, we see Dr. Beck administering some of the new antidote to Cadet 4. From the way he drank, he must want to live, and all they can do now is prevent the poison from spreading with acupuncture. Even though the MC made a good combination of ingredients, the doctor asks him not to be reckless again. To him, it was excessive that Cheon Yeo-woon destroyed the cadet's Dantian. What will he do since the academy director and the Poison Clan will not tolerate this? The MC thanks him for his concern and knows he will have to resolve the mess he caused. With that, Dr. Beck falls silent. He thinks the MC is still young and reckless, asking him to reflect on the consequences of his actions. From his experience, those who survive are the most intelligent, not the strongest. Anyway, it's late, and the MC should return to his dormitory. Baekji asks if he can also return, and the doctor allows him to go. The MC walks ahead of the other cadets seriously. He wanted to become stronger and achieved this thanks to Nano. Until now, he thought that power was all he needed to surpass others in the sect. That was just his arrogance. Baekji casts a silent glance at the MC, until someone asks why he went so far as to destroy Cheon Jangsum's dantian. The MC responds that he couldn't control his anger, and that he thought if he left him alone, he would use his poisons against other cadets. Baekji ends up thinking that the MC's decision-making might not be perfect, but he thinks differently from the other candidates. Maybe but before he could say anything, someone shouts for the MC, calling him sovereign. His group was looking for him, thinking he might have been ambushed. The MC apologizes for making them worry, and the bald man is glad that the sovereign is okay. Looking at how the MC interacts with the group, Baekji thinks the guy really found people who stand by his side. As for him, even in the dormitory, there is no one, so he says he's leaving. The MC asks what he was going to say before, but Beck says it wasn't anything important. Then the followers suggest they go back to the dormitory, and the MC agrees with him. In the dormitory, he tells them about what happened earlier. Cadet 857 points out that they need to get stronger, and that the Poison Clan is one of the central powers of the cult. As they might go after the MC, he should take care of himself and become more powerful. According to him, they need to be prepared now that they are enemies of the Poison Clan. Hubong is more concerned about how the director will deal with what happened. There is no rule saying you can't destroy someone's dantian, but it is the life of a martial artist, and the MC knows he acted without thinking. The next day, Cheon Yeo-woon is on the 3rd floor of the academy, in front of the director's office. The MC thinks his worries have come true. An instructor announces that he has brought him, and the director lets him enter the room. As soon as he enters, the MC introduces himself to the director, who doesn't look at him and continues writing, and a silence settles in the room. Meanwhile, the MC remains in a respectful position, and the director seems to glance in his direction. Still, not a single word is exchanged between them, until the director finally stops writing. He says he had to write a report because of the MC, so it's better he doesn't feel sad for not being greeted. He orders the young man to sit down. The MC obeys and sits without saying anything. The director pulls up a chair, saying they will deal with public matters first, and he will speak as the director. The MC wonders what he meant by speaking as the director. He explains that destroying the dantian is a stupid act. It had never happened before, and if they ignore it, another idiot might repeat it. Seriously calling the name of Cheon Yeo-woon, he orders the cadet to abandon his yellow badge and spend 5 days in solitary confinement in the detention center. The director's order leaves the MC surprised. He then asks if he won't be expelled, but the director doesn't even seem to have considered it. According to him, that would only happen if he failed one of the tests or killed another cadet outside of a duel or test. With that, Cheon Yeo-woon feels relieved since he was expecting the worst, expulsion, but the director tells him not to get too excited. The MC realizes that giving up the badge means losing his position as leader, and since he will spend 5 days in solitary confinement, he will have only 1 day left to get another one. He wonders if there will still be any instructors with a badge by then. We see in the director's thoughts that the MC should have been locked up for 7 days, but he's giving him an opportunity by reducing it to just 5. Then the director rests his arms on the table. A powerful aura begins to emanate from him, leaving Cheon Yeo-woon in shock. The aura is so powerful that he cannot even gauge the director's strength with his abilities. The director suggests they discuss the MC's foolish act, but not as director and cadet, rather as a veteran of the cult. He blocked all sound with his aura, as he doesn't want to be overheard by anyone, and he says something to Cheon Yeo-woon. The director reveals that he had high expectations of him, but the MC did something no one would do, and that disappointed him. The cadet apologizes, but that's not enough. The director wants him to know how to clean up the mess he made, leaving the MC confused about what he meant. The director explains that the MC attacked someone and destroyed their dantian out of revenge, and out of fear of letting them die, took them to the infirmary, yelling that if the MC is going to do something, he should do it right, that he's an idiot for leaving someone alive who could seek revenge. All Cheon Yeo-woon has done is put a target on his back. He needs to think at least 3 steps ahead. The MC understands that, unlike Dr. Beck who scolded him, the director is explaining how impulsive he was. Then the director asks why he joined the academy. With a serious look, the young man replies that he wants to become stronger than anyone else. The director inquires if anger and revenge are what motivate him to become stronger. Above all, he is a candidate for the heir, so he asks if he really wants to let anger and revenge control his decisions until he achieves his goal. If he can't control his emotions, he'll end up being destroyed by them. The MC says he thinks he understands the director's point. The director doesn't like uncertainty and believes that the MC and his group will be lucky if they don't meet a tragic end because of his impulsiveness. If Cheon Yeo-woon truly wants to be the future of the cult, he must have a fiery blood but a cool head, or he'll be crushed before he can even seek revenge. The MC knows the director is right. He only thought about revenge, but what will he do after that? Revenge must be a part of his journey, not the destination, and he needs to be more rational. The director gives him a silent look, thinking that the MC isn't so stupid that he can't think. If Cheon Yun-woon understands himself and what he wants, the greatest monster in the cult's history could emerge, and that will be thanks to him, not the drunken teacher. Then he begins to dissipate his aura from the room, and the MC places the badge on the table. Respectfully, he thanks the director and says he will follow his advice. Immediately after leaving the room, the instructors are ordered to take the MC to detention. He asks for a moment before being taken, but the director refuses. The MC wants to explain what happened to his group, but the director reveals that his punishment will be announced publicly, and emphasizes that they are former group members since they are all just regular cadets now. The MC knows that he did this to teach him how foolish his actions were. The next morning, a plaque explaining what happened was put up for everyone to read. That Cadet 4's Dantian was destroyed and the MC will be punished with 5 days in detention, which should serve as a warning to other cadets. The cadets comment that the MC is crazy and might end up getting killed before he even graduates. Then the laughter of another cadet draws attention. Cheon Yu-chan laughs uncontrollably, thinking that his half-brother must have gone insane to destroy someone's Dantian. The guy can't stop laughing at the whole situation. Then he catches his breath, stopping his laughter. He had been worried about having a powerful rival, but since he was removed, he won't have that problem anymore. Cheon Kyung-woon also thinks it was lucky this happened. Meanwhile, Cheon Moo-yeon remains silent about it. A little later, the MC's group gathers in the forest. Just as Go Won-hul expected, everyone is shocked, but he knows they have bigger concerns. When their sovereign returns, he will have only 1 day left, and perhaps it's better to take the badge from another group. Then someone grabs their attention. Unexpectedly, Baek Ji-ai went to meet them. So the next day, around 10 p.m., we see 2 instructors guarding the entrance to the detention room, and inside the room, the MC is training tirelessly. Out of breath, he asks Nano to end the combat simulation. Then he collapses on the floor, feeling very hungry, but he only has a few pellets to eat, complaining that they are dry and hard, but he will have to eat them for 4 more days. He thinks that since the place is very humid and stuffy, a normal cadet wouldn't last a day there. Despite being smaller than the training room, no one is watching him there, and he concludes that he needs to get as strong as possible in 5 days. Suddenly, the stone door behind him opens. The MC is surprised, as it shouldn't be time for it to open yet. Someone wearing a cloak appears in the doorway, and the MC wonders who this person with such a bloodthirsty aura is. With just a wave of the hand, the MC is lifted by ki telekinesis, and he panics because he has no way to react. The elder behind the hood says darkly, "So, this is Cheon Yeo-woon at the cult's castle in the Poison Clan's estate." The arrival of cadet number 4 on a stretcher shocks his uncle. Trembling at what he's seeing, he orders this to be reported to the clan leader immediately. The cadet's uncle is named Baek Moon-woon, and he is the clan leader's second son. The elder angrily crushes the letter that was delivered to him. He can't believe what he just read. A man tells the leader that they can't let this go. They shouldn't wait until he leaves the academy. The group discusses sending an assassin, bribing an instructor, or having a cook poison the MC's food. The leader says the ideas are terrible and asks if they've forgotten the incident 6 years ago when Lady Hwa died. In great anger, Baek Moon-woon shouts that if they don't do something, the clan's reputation will fall. But the leader tells him not to be foolish. If that were the case, the Sound clan would have acted too. Baeko says that since the incident, the Lord has been trying to weaken the 6 clans, and killing a student at the academy would give him an excuse to do so. Trembling with rage, Baek Moon-woong asks if they will have to wait until Cheon Yeo-woon leaves the academy. Then, the clan leader asserts that they should, but that he will personally meet with the academy director. Then we return to the MC being lifted by the clan leader using telekinesis. It seems he won't show any mercy to the young man. Despite his 10-star key, the MC isn't able to resist. Baek's power is much greater than he imagined. He knows that the man intends to kill him, and if he doesn't do something, that's exactly what will happen. So he gathers his strength and manages to move his arm, surprising the elder, who didn't expect that. Baek notices that the young man is using physical strength instead of internal energy to resist, and wonders how he can have such external strength. The leader thinks there's no other way, and with a wave of his hand, he pulls the MC towards him. Then the leader raises his hand high and firmly grabs the protagonist by the neck. Nano detects the hostility and initiates defense mode, but the MC orders him to stop. The MC knows the elder has a reason for being there and thinks he should be cautious. Retaliating could end up hurting him. Realizing that the MC didn't strike back, Baek says the MC was able to think quickly and reveals that he wanted to see the face of the one who hurt his grandson. Only then does the MC realize who he is. The old man before him is the leader of the Poison Clan, and he says the MC should know why he's visiting him. The MC starts to despair and thinks about how to get out of the situation. A little more force could break his neck. Cheon Yeo-woon wonders if he's going to die like this, without even being able to get his revenge. Meanwhile, Baek sees in the young man's eyes that even at 15 years old, when faced with death, he stares at it rather than lowering his head. Then the old man grabs his staff, saying that the MC really needs a lesson. The powerful ki aura emanating from the weapon strikes the MC and throws him backward, stopping only when he hits the wall of the detention room. The impact makes the MC spit blood, but the old man doesn't stop. He pulls the MC back using telekinesis, thinking that this has taken the arrogance out of the young man's eyes. But the protagonist continues to stare at him without showing fear. The old man knew that the MC had a lot of anger for destroying his grandson's dantian, but he didn't expect it to be this much. And he thinks that Cheon Yeo-woon will become a problem if left like this. The MC asks if the old man is going to break the cult's rules and kill him, but he scoffs at the threat, saying that if he makes the MC's body disappear with acid, no one will find out. Then the young man retorts that if he disappears, his clan will be the prime suspect. Baek continues to think that if someone as skilled as the MC grows up, they will become an enormous problem. If it weren't for the academy, he would end him right now, and says that hurting his grandson shows that the MC isn't very smart. But since he knows he can't kill him, he makes a promise. The old man promises that as soon as the MC leaves the academy, he will make him feel unimaginable pain, break his bones, and other things, besides destroying his dantian before the end. The MC knows the old man is serious. Baek looks at the MC with a victorious smile, who is still being controlled by telekinesis. Through telepathy, the old man warns that he will leave a farewell gift for the MC. Then he forces something into his mouth, explaining that this way the young man will be able to find him soon. With no choice, the MC swallows the gift. The old man warns that it's not a fatal poison, but if he says it was given by him, he'll end up dead. Then he uses telekinesis again to throw the MC back, and hurls him against the wall once more. The old man says goodbye, and walks towards the cave's exit, leaving the MC injured and angry inside. As soon as he leaves, the instructors reseal the entrance, and a man in front of him says he thought they had an agreement. In other words, it was the director who allowed the old man to enter there. Baek says that in his place, the director would have done the same, unable to hold back when someone hurts his family. Even so, he apologizes for his actions and explains that it wasn't serious enough to damage any internal organs. Although clearly irritated, the director says he understands the old man and asks him not to cause any more trouble. He only allowed him in because the old man promised not to harm him for the 4 years he'll be there. Baek assures that no one will know about this until he's in a grave. Then he leaps, disappearing from sight, heading towards the forest, observed by the director, who, once alone, looks towards the detention room, thinking that the MC has only 4 years of protection from outside forces. After that, his survival will depend solely on himself. Inside the cave, Cheon Yeo-woon is coughing due to the poison the elder made him swallow. Nano alerts that it has detected a poisonous substance in his body, and the MC commands Nano to expel it. Nano explains that the poison's effect dissipates energy, and if neutralized, the remaining substance can be used as a medicinal pill. Then the MC realizes that that the old man wanted him to fail the third test and be expelled so that he could be killed by him. It's a pity for the old man. Thanks to Nano, his plan won't go as intended. Thus, the MC orders Nano to expel only the poison from his body. Although it's not much, the poison that leaves his body is quite foul-smelling, what remains of it. It reacts positively to the MC's body energy, and he wonders if the effect is similar to the dragon's medicinal pill. To test it, he uses key meditation along with a breathing technique. If he's right, it will be a great blessing in disguise. A little after beginning the meditation, a great and powerful aura emanates from his body. He opens his eyes seriously, barely believing that his energy has increased from 60 to 90 years. He thinks excitedly that he received a huge gift from the Poison Clan's leader. He still can't believe the audacity the Poison Clan had in attacking him, and he would be in trouble if it weren't for Nano. The MC vows not to act without thinking again, knowing that all of this is a result of his stupidity. Thanks to the poison, the shirt he used to clean himself became unusable due to the stench. Then a current of air catches his attention, making him wonder where the wind is coming from. And it seems the wind is coming through the cracks in the wall, made when he was thrown against it. And now that he thinks about it, the sound when he hit it seemed hollow. Curious, he starts punching at the crack, which soon opens a small hole in the wall. Since it broke with just a few hits, he believes he can make a passage. Soon after, we see the MC coming out of the hole he made. As soon as he emerges, he finds himself facing a sort of tunnel. He thought he would find a larger cave, not this. So he uses another nano function, night vision. Walking through the tunnel, he wonders if it was intentionally blocked. If so, there might be something hidden there. Nano alerts him that it detected a faint light at the end of the tunnel, making the MC think they are luminous stones. But it seems that wasn't what awaited him at the end. As it becomes clearer, he asks Nano to deactivate the night vision. As he gets closer to the end of the tunnel, the light becomes increasingly stronger. Then we see that the tunnel's end looked like a door to a massive place. Surprised, the MC questions what kind of place that is. To see better, he jumps inside that place, which appears to be covered by a dome. He had no idea such a place could exist within the detention center. He finds the place where the exit should have been, but since it's no longer used, it was blocked. Then he notices a mark on the ground. It looks like some kind of monolith was dragged, causing the marks. Thinking about the monolith, he recalls having seen one, but it couldn't be the same. So he asks Nano to activate augmented reality and project a 3D model of the monolith from the library's first floor. As requested, the model of the sapphire monolith begins to be recreated. Then he asks Nano to compare the marks on the ground to see if any were made by the monolith. For this, several models of the sapphire piece appear around the place, and Nano determines where the piece must have originally been. Confirming what he initially thought, he then asks Nano to do the same with the second floor monolith. Soon after, Nano shows where the other monolith used to be, leaving the MC satisfied to see where the pieces were originally located. He wonders why the monoliths were separated by floors and questions what that central stone pillar is. Then something catches his attention as he walks around the pillar, where it is written, Heavenly Demon Sword Art. Cheon Yeo-woon reads the inscription incredulously. In the cult, the most powerful martial art is the Heavenly Demon God's art, and outsiders consider it one of the top 3 divine arts. But he has no idea what the Heavenly Demon Sword Art is, as he has never heard of it. He had heard that the Lord's most powerful art was the Heavenly Demon Sword. Perhaps this is the name of the sword technique that was on the monolith. The MC asks Nano to compare the writing on the monolith with that on the pillar, and Nano indicates that the two are identical, making the MC recall the library guard saying there were rumors that an ancestor wrote a sword technique on the sapphire. The true name of the absolute sword technique he left behind must be the Heavenly Demon Sword Art, and the holes in the pillar are in the shape of a rising dragon. The MC inquires what the image is trying to convey, wondering if it has something to do with the number of holes. He can only think that there are 24 holes, and the art has a total of 24 movements. But there must be a reason for making the holes in the shape of a rising dragon. Thinking this, an idea occurs to him. Then the MC looks up toward them. The pillar shines with the light coming from the ceiling, burning the protagonist's eyes. Nothing the ancestor left behind is easy to obtain, having hidden his secret with light instead of darkness. To solve this, he asks Nano to adjust the light perception in his eyes, and Nano activates the anti-light vision mode. The MC can hardly believe what he sees. There are small writings on the luminous stones, and he is euphoric that his guess was correct. Then he asks Nano to analyze analyze all the writings on the stones. Nano quickly does so, and the MC asks it to create 3D models of the stones to see them up close. After that, he wants the stones to be organized by their relevance to martial arts. Then Nano surprises him by stating that it found writings and drawings of a breathing technique on 24 stones, which are exactly the ones that formed the shape of the dragon. The MC is ecstatic. This is what the holes in the pillar referred to, and he asks Nano to keep only those 24 stones. As requested, Nano discards the other stones, and we can see a text followed by a drawing of how one of the techniques should be performed. The text says that internal energy must flow through specific blood pressure points while moving in a certain way. The movements are the same as the sword technique on the monolith, which means that he must use the breathing technique while performing the sword technique's movements. The strange thing is that normally breathing techniques require controlling ki while sitting cross-legged for better breathing. Nevertheless, he decides to try it and asks Nano to give him the information about the stones that make up the dragon. As soon as Nano inserts the information into the MC's brain, he tries to breathe while controlling the ki, as the technique suggested. Nano informs him that a powerful energy is flowing through his 14 meridians, and is analyzing and compiling this data. The MC moves quickly, testing the movements of the new technique he discovered. Meanwhile, the instructors guarding the detention entrance are drowsy, having no idea what's happening inside, and the MC continues to test the technique, which appears to be effective and powerful. As soon as he stops sweating, he asks Nano how long he used the technique, and he is surprised when informed that he was in motion for 2 hours. Instead of feeling fatigued, he feels invigorated. It seems his ki flows faster when repeating the movements. Nano explains that his energy circulation has become faster, and the MC thinks about trying to use ki. Soon his aura begins to emanate, encompassing his entire body. It moves powerfully around him, leaving the MC surprised by the speed. With the ki flow faster, he can release it more freely. This is the true breathing technique that cannot be compared. When the sword's movement and the technique are in harmony, he will have what was called the sword art. The ancestral demon was truly divine. Then the MC falls to his knees, asking his ancestor to accept the reverence of his unworthy descendant. 4 days later, the MC's group comments that Cheon Yuchan has 4 badges, Cheon Kyungwoon has 2, and Cadet 700 has 2. Besides them, there are 7 cadets, each with 1 badge, making a total of 11 group leaders. They discuss that the only remaining badge is the one held by instructor Ho Jin Chang. Hubang is furious that 3 people hold more than half of the badges, and no one has been able to go against them. Cadet 857 points out that, according to rumors, these cadets have reached the expert level or even higher. Another says that, on the bright side, at least they managed to eliminate the rotten apples. Ma Chio curses that some of his comrades have defected. To Cadet 857, that path was not for them. Hubang recalls that they apologized before leaving, saying they had no other choice, seeing them as opportunists, who left as soon as they heard of their sovereign's punishment. The group falls silent, reflecting on the difficult situation they find themselves in. Seeing how depressed they became, Hubang tries to cheer up his comrades, pointing out that even though they lost 2 men, they still have Baek Ji, who is worth 100. Ko Wong-her agrees that if it weren't for Baek Ji, they and the MC would be in trouble. They are grateful to the cadet for defeating an instructor 4 days ago. Baek Ji feels indebted to the MC, so he wanted to help him, but he is unsure if he will be accepted into the group. But upon hearing from Cadet 857 that if the MC didn't like him, he wouldn't have helped, he feels more at ease. Changing the subject, the group decides to train until dinner, in front of the cafeteria at dinner time. Cadet 857 notices that Baek Ji is not going to the cafeteria. Baek Ji explains that he usually skips lunch and only has dinner, but since he had lunch with the group, he will skip dinner. With this, Cadet 857 says he will also skip dinner because he needs to protect the group leader, even if it's a temporary leader. Baek Ji explains that it's not necessary since he's going to the training center. It's better they enjoy dinner. With this, the cadet ponders the best decision to make. To help, the other cadet says that he and Hubang will go with the leader, leaving Cadet 857 happy that he can have dinner. In this case, No one bothered to ask if the bald guy wanted to go. Anyway, the two follow Baekji, who asks if they aren't going to have dinner, but skipping a meal won't kill them. Cadet 999 reinforces that they came because they are concerned about the leader. They can't let him be attacked. In response, Baekji just smiles at his comrades and says that they worry too much. When the MC returns, he won't even be able to eat in peace. The group arrives in front of the training center, and Cadet 18 reinforces that he will go alone from now on. Then he is surprised by something. His comrades don't understand why he suddenly becomes apprehensive. Then several other cadets appear, making the duo worried about what will happen. Baekji barely turns around, and in the blink of an eye, the trio is completely surrounded by a large group. Cadet 18 whispers that since they are carrying swords, they must have been waiting for them. Then a guy steps forward, leading the group. Ha-Il Myong stands at the front with a victorious expression on his face. Baekji quickly identifies them. Some of them were members of his old group, and Baekji doesn't like this situation at all. Apprehensive, Cadet 999 asks what the group wants with them. Ha-Il Myong inquires if he really doesn't know what's going on, and demands that the group leader hand over his badge. But Cadet 18 obviously refuses to do what the other asked. Cadet 108 smugly says that if they don't hand it over, they might get hurt, and starts smiling maliciously. Since they are the MC's lackeys, he won't let the trio go easily, even if they hand over the badge. Being called lackeys makes Cadet 999 furious. On the other hand, Baekji is fearful, knowing they don't have enough strength to face 30 advanced cadets. Knowing that Ha-Il Myong has strength similar to his own, he tells Ojong that he will pass the badge to him and that he must flee with Ho Bang because it's impossible for all of them to escape. But he will do his best to hold off the enemies. But for Ojong, they have to escape together. Then Baekji reinforces that if they lose the badge, the group will be disbanded again, and everything will be in vain, explaining that even the MC won't be able to take the badge from a senior instructor. Observing the two, Cadet 108 realizes they must be communicating through sound telepathy. To interrupt their conversation, he orders his group to attack them. At this moment, Baekji takes his badge, handing it to Hu Bang, who wasn't part of the previous conversation and doesn't understand why he was chosen. Baekji feels sorry for abandoning them as the group leader, but that doesn't mean he can forgive the disgusting behavior of these guys, who soon lose their courage when their swords are shattered by Baekji's kick, who spins in the air once again, hitting a group of cadets with just a single strike. The cadets are scared, not expecting so much power from him, who is about to crush more of them with his powerful kick. He hits one of them in the mouth, who has no chance to react. The gang leader, just watching the fight, realizes that Cadet 18 still has little ki and imagines he might be an innate specialist just like him. Baekji steps back from the group after the attack and tells his companions to flee at that moment. Then Hu Bang, who has the badge, calls out to his companion. The two run desperately to escape the group. The group sends some of its members to chase the bald guy with the badge. Hu Bang curses angrily at being called bald, even though it's true. Baekji, who is buying time for them to escape, tells his companion to stop complaining and focus on fleeing. Meanwhile, the group continues to run, shouting at the bald guy to stop running. Slowly, they are getting closer to the duo, and the bald guy sees they are almost being caught. Ojong, who is further ahead, knows that Hu Bang's movement techniques are not enough to shake off the pursuers, so he stops running and asks Hu Bang to hand over the badge to him. Without hesitation, the bald guy stretches out his hand to hand it over, and his companion asks him to keep running no matter what happens. Thus, the bald guy takes a different route from his friend. He needs to reach the cafeteria and inform his companions about what's happening, giving his all to run as fast as he can. He finally spots the cafeteria. Then he finally realizes something and stops running immediately, looking back in disbelief, as he has just realized that no one is following him. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, the rest of the group is dining peacefully. As soon as Ko Wan-her notices that Ho Bang is there, he asks why his companion is sweating. The bald guy is out of breath from running and needs to catch his breath before saying anything. Exhausted, he explains that they need to go to the training center immediately. Cadet 857 stands up, wanting to know what happened, and the bald guy says it was an ambush, and that at that moment, Baek Ji-ai and Oh Jang are fighting. The group is now alarmed, and Cadet 857 is the first to run to help his companions. With just one leap, he covers a great distance, thinking that his fears have become reality as he runs. Then he jumps onto a rooftop, managing to see his companions surrounded by a large group. He descends, shouting Baek Ji-ai's name in concern, but soon is shocked, asking what happened upon seeing Baek Ji-ai standing and Oh Jang on the ground. From the condition, it's clear that he has been knocked out, and he fills with rage. Upon seeing who must have planned the ambush, he asks how that cadet dared to do this. The bald guy also looks at the guy in shock, recognizing him. The four stand before the one who orchestrated all this, and Cheon Yuchan says that it seems there is an infestation of pests in that place. Annoyed, Cadet 857 asks who he is calling insects. How could Cheon Yuchan have the nerve to say that after conspiring and ambushing them? Then, a hand is placed on his shoulder. Baek Ji-ai asks his comrade to calm down, explaining that it wasn't Cheon Yuchan who attacked them. With a look of disdain, the cadet says that now they owe him one, and since they've lost the badge, they have no more chances. Baek Ji-ai seriously states that he won't change his mind, but the other asks him to think about his offer, because he will have plenty of time to do so. Cadet 857 collapses to the ground as they are left behind by the other group. He asks how Baek Ji-ai's wound is, and his comrade says it's not serious, but he's frustrated that they lost the badge and apologizes. In tears, Hobong holds the hand of his friend Oh Jang, who endured until the end to protect the badge, cursing the heavens for what happened to his comrade. Seriously, Ko Won-her asks Cadet 18 what happened, and Baek Ji-ai shows anger just at the memory. We return to Oh Jang running, being chased by the group. Suddenly, he trips and falls, rolling down a staircase. Despite being down, he refused to hand over the badge to the enemies, who captured him and used him as a punching bag. Meanwhile, Baek Ji-ai was fighting the group's leader, who, even being a natural-born specialist, could not fight him alone. With a quick sword movement, he is struck by another cadet in the leg. Then he falls to his knees on the ground. When he's about to be struck by Ha-il-myung, Cadet 5 appears with his group, apologizing for intervening, saying that he is interested in Baek Ji-ai, and that it would be better if the group handed him over to him. The gang leader yells not to interfere in their problem and that he wouldn't win, even if outnumbered. The response makes Cheon Yuchan sigh in disdain. Then he walks towards the group, easily defeating them one by one, until he reaches their leader, giving him a smile as soon as he reaches him. Cheon Yuchan doesn't care that they have a few more lackeys and asks if the guy will continue to challenge him. Frightened, knowing he can't win against Cadet 5, Ha-il-myung orders the gang to retreat. Despite his injured leg, Baek Ji-ai stands up and tells Cheon Yuchan that he owes him, stating that the group won't get another badge now. Cadet 5 invites Baek Ji-ai to be his subordinate. Back in the present, Cadet 18 explains that he refused the offer, and at that moment, his comrades arrived. Cadet 857 inquires if Cheon Yuchan's interest in his comrade is due to the heir's battle. Frustrated, Baek Ji-ai says it doesn't matter because now they are out of options. At that moment, another comrade suggests that they gather more cadets to take revenge, but Cadet 857 reminds them that gathering people just for that would be against their leaders. This disheartens the comrade, who without a better idea, doesn't know what to do. Baek Ji-ai inquires about what they can do now, and according to Ko Won-her, they have no other option. If he's talking about getting the senior instructor's badge, Baek Ji-ai explains that it will be impossible. Cadet 857 knows his comrade has a point in saying this, having fought against him, but at that moment, they need to believe in their sovereign. But Baek Ji-ai wonders if believing in the leader is really the only option they have. Changing the subject, Hubang informs them that he will take Oh Jang to the infirmary, and another colleague rushes to help him. Before leaving, he affirms that, as Cadet 857 said, he trusts their sovereign and believes in him more than anyone else. But he doesn't think it's fair to depend solely on him. As servants, they should do something for themselves. If they have no other option until he returns the next day, they should at least gather more cadets. This makes Cadet 857 look frightening. Scared of him, the bald one apologizes, thinking he went too far. Then Cadet 857 starts laughing, and the bald one doesn't understand anything. He says with a smile that Hubang is right, that they shouldn't just depend on the leader. They should be like his hands and feet. Saying that the bald one is the most dedicated among them, the others also praise him, and they all walk to the infirmary, more cheerful. The next day, around 8 a.m., Instructor Lem Pyong is running through the forest and wonders if the MC endured detention well. They arrive at the instructors guarding the door and ask ask for it to be opened as the detention is over. Then the rock moves, and he says from the detention door that Cadet 7's punishment is over. The MC was sitting serenely meditating, and he gives a determined look at the instructor, leaving them both surprised. They certainly didn't expect to see him so well. For Lim Pyong, those are not the eyes of someone who spent 5 days locked in a cave. Now the MC's eyes shine even more. Then he asks what happened to his shirt, and as soon as the MC shows it, they have to cover their noses due to the stench. The instructor throws it away, incredulous that it could smell so bad. Then the MC notices the other instructor at the cave's door. The guy enters and looks around inside, while the MC watches to see if he'll find anything strange inside. But soon after, the instructor returns, saying there's nothing unusual there. They overlook the hole that the MC covered with stones. On the way, Cadet 7 asks how many badges are left. Lim Pyong says that only one remains, and he affirms that it belongs to the one the MC is thinking of. But he should know that the senior instructor's badge is not the only option. The MC knows he can also take it from other cadets. Then Cadet 7 tells the instructor that he wants to go immediately to Instructor Ho Jin Chang, who has the last remaining badge, leaving the guy in shock at the abrupt decision. The MC should take a bath first since he's stinking like a skunk. Returning to the conversation, the other instructor asks if the MC has gone mad, thinking the decision is rash and out of his league. Lim Pyong also agrees that the MC shouldn't do this out of desperation. After a moment of silence, the MC thanks them for their advice and says if the fight is too difficult, he will give up, but he at least wants the chance to fight. This makes the instructor think that Cadet 7 hasn't learned anything from the punishment. The other instructor points out that perhaps the senior instructor won't have the mercy to stop the fight if necessary. But seeing the MC's conviction, Lim Pyong has no choice. He asks the cadet to avoid getting hurt or else he won't stand a chance. Then the MC thanks him, promising to take his words into consideration. Elsewhere, a cadet can't believe he's being recruited to be the MC's servant. He tells the bald guy who invited him to get lost, thinking it's crazy. The poor bald guy, who was shoved away, stands there alone, feeling sorry for himself. This was the 4th rejection he received. Even though he's disheartened, he decides to try a little more. Then we see several cadets gathered. The bald guy, who was passing by, gets curious about what's happening. Seeing the other cadets with serious expressions, he thinks there might be a problem. Then he's in shock. His sovereign is standing a bit further ahead. The other cadets are whispering if the MC is really going to do this, having just come out of detention. Then Instructor Ho appears, analyzing Cadet 7 from above. One of his top candidates came after him alone. Respectfully, the MC greets him and is praised for enduring the detention center. He asks if the MC wants to fight with a wooden sword or bare hands, and he chooses bare hands. Thus, the two stand facing each other, ready to begin. Meanwhile, the bald guy is worried if his sovereign will withstand this fight. The instructor is the first to move. A powerful aura begins to emanate from his body, leaving the other cadets frightened. They are sure the MC will lose. Cadet 7 thinks he lost a lot with the punishment. If he wants to gain the cadet's support, he needs to do this. In a fighting stance, the instructor says the MC can strike first. He says he's eager to learn from the elder, thinking that in the cult, power is everything. Then the two stare at each other. After taking a deep breath, the MC charges to make the first attack, surprising the instructor with his speed. However, the older man thinks he has already fully analyzed his blade skills. The MC doesn't back down from the attack, catching Ho by surprise by moving as fast as him and still managing to prevent the attack from being effective. Ho is incredulous that the cadet used a sword technique instead of a blade one. Then several other attacks follow, with the MC and the instructor evenly matched in their attacks. Ho is excited that the MC can counter the 5th sword movement. The MC also thinks the fight is going well. The instructor says that since he knows techniques at this level, then he shouldn't mind if he raises the level. The MC is caught off guard, with Ho using the 7 demon swords, the 4 techniques unleashed simultaneously. The cadets are all shocked by the demon sword of a martial master. The MC, on the other hand, remains serious, using the celestial demonic sword art. The cadets hardly know what move that was, which is fast and powerful enough not to lose in power against the instructor. Ho practically panics, seeing the sword technique the MC uses. He knows he can't block it, and needs to use his defensive ki. But before that, he's hit by the blow, being thrown into the air, as he's pierced by the MC's speed. In the audience, the cadets are speechless, and the MC remains serious. Then the instructor lands, recovered from the blow. Cadet 7 is satisfied. The 7 demon sword technique and the destructive sword are indeed similar. On the other hand, His opponent doesn't seem pleased at all. Immediately, the MC notices something has changed in the instructor. Ho's fighting spirit hasn't diminished. That fight was not over yet. It's a good thing the instructor used the 10-star key to withstand the blow. If they were using real swords, he would have died. Although he didn't use his special techniques, he also didn't go easy on the MC. In his thoughts, Ho praises the cadet, as he was able to make him fight with all he had. The MC is shocked by what the instructor just did. He expelled Ki from his body. This time, Ho Jincheng seems even more threatening. Cheon Yeo-woon had heard that masters could expel foreign Ki from their bodies. The master, excited in a frightening way, proposes they have some fun. Then he feels something that seems to intimidate him, and he just keeps staring at his opponent. Then his powerful aura starts to dissipate, leaving the MC confused, as the instructor is lowering his fighting spirit. And indeed, the man does nothing, just remains silent, until he says he's impressed with the MC. He is the perfect example of someone who gets better every day. Removing his badge, the instructor reflects that perhaps a monster challenging the imagination of the clan's main lineage has been born. Then he hands the badge to the young man. Ho admits that as an instructor, he lost that day, and that the MC is more than qualified to be a leader. Hearing this makes the MC's eyes sparkle. Excitedly, the cadet thanks the instructor. After witnessing this, the audience cheers excitedly. One of the cadets was able to defeat the feared Ho Jincheng. Ho Bang is in tears, moved to see his sovereign, especially after this impressive victory. He approaches, saying that they had been waiting for their sovereign's return. The MC apologizes for making them worry, but the bald man doesn't stop crying, asking the MC not to apologize. From a distance, the instructor observes the relationship between Cheon Yeo-woon and his subordinates, satisfied. Suddenly, someone calls out to the MC. Since he wasn't expecting to see Baek Ji, he wonders what he could want. While the cadet remains silent, looking shy, the MC wonders if he came to say something important. Then Baek Ji kneels, leaving the MC completely puzzled. Both he and the bald man look at Cadet 18, confused by this behavior. Finally, the MC suspiciously asks why the guy is kneeling out of the blue, saying it's weird. Baek Ji, who seems even more nervous, mumbles a few words that no one understands, until he shouts, still very embarrassed, that he wants to express his gratitude. Shouting, he declares that he was saved from the poisoned clan by Cheon Yeo-woon. This generates comments from the cadets watching the scene, while the MC still doesn't know how to react to this. Cadet 18 continues, saying he was moved to see that the MC was sent to detention after saving him. The MC, embarrassed by the situation, can't stop thinking about why Baek Ji is talking like that. The whispers from the other cadets continue, discussing that the MC did something like this for Cadet 18. At the height of his embarrassment, Baek Ji swears to dedicate his life to serving Cheon Yeo-woon as his loyal servant. Only now does the MC understand that this was part of the cadets' plan, which worked, as the other cadets now comment that the MC was sent to detention for protecting his servant. Ko Wang-her, observing them, is happy that the plan worked but thinks Baek Ji's speech was embarrassing. Baek Ji, burning with shame, is determined that this is the last time he accepts ideas from Cadet 857. Nearby, another instructor asks if Ho Jin-chan will be alright, and the elder asks if his colleague thinks he's embarrassed. To him, the MC deserved to get the badge after showing his skills in a fair fight. The colleague states that the young man is incredible for learning such a wonderful technique, wondering if he learned it from the Guardian. Ho Jian-chan states that he probably learned it that way, but the instructor isn't so sure about that, questioning why someone who uses blade techniques would teach a sword technique. After the brief conversation, the two part ways. It seems someone was waiting for Ho further ahead, none other than the academy director. He says sternly that the instructor has finally arrived. At that moment, Ho reveals that it was the director who asked him to stop the fight, as he had lost control through sound telepathy. According to Lee Wamyang, anyone would have reacted the same way when facing a technique like that. The instructor recounts that, when he was young, he fought hundreds of battles against both forces of justice and evil, many times alongside the Lord. While the director just observes the instructor in silence, Ho reveals that the director personally assisted the Lord as a guardian, knowing much more than he does. The technique the MC used was identical to the Lord's demonic celestial technique. In fact, it was even better. The celestial demon, the founder of the cult, the greatest martial genius of his time, created the best techniques, and the demonic celestial technique was only passed down to the lords. Even the director reflects that the technique the MC used is similar to the celestial swords technique. Even better, actually. He wonders how a brat like that could have a technique that surpasses the lord's demonic celestial sword. Perhaps he managed to read the sapphire monolith that is said to contain the ancestors' epiphany. But he concludes that this must be impossible, since he himself looked at the marks, which are too damaged, and understood nothing. As the instructor begins to suggest whose technique the MC used, the director interrupts him, determining that they should keep it a secret for now. Ho Jianchan thinks the same about the matter. For him, it's best to keep it a secret for the time being. Suddenly, a girl appears, calling the MC. "Young master," she says she was moved after hearing about the sacrifice he made for his subordinate. Cadet 220, Ho Sanghua of the Destructive Axe clan, heard that the MC was recruiting and offers to serve him for life. It seems that Cadet 857 liked her, as he even blushes. Even Baek Ji notices his colleague turning red. Soon after, another young man asks the MC to accept him, saying that his martial arts aren't the best and swearing eternal loyalty to the MC on his knees. Cheon Yo-woon says that anyone can improve their martial arts. More importantly, he's happy about it, and welcomes the cadet, who ends up with tears in his eyes, moved by being accepted. Only then does he remember to introduce himself and surprises the MC by bowing his head to the ground, saying his name is Jin Guk. Even Ho Bang, who is usually very fervent, thinks the cadet is overdoing it. But for Baek Ji and Cadet 857, the newbie is just like the bald man. Anyway, Ko Won-her thought they could get more allies with the plan, but it might just be a matter of time now. The MC asks where his other subordinates are, but Cadet 857 thinks they should discuss this somewhere else. After they go to the forest, the MC learns about what happened in his absence, discovering that he lost 2 subordinates during that time. The MC thanks Zhao Wu-min and Ma Chil for trying to persuade other cadets to join them. Finally, he asks where Oh Jiang is. At this moment, his subordinates become tense before telling him what happened. Worried, the MC insists on knowing what happened. Then he is informed of the whole story up to Oh Jiang ending up in the infirmary. Thinking that Ha Il Myong remains audacious, Baek Ji realizes that in this short time, his sovereign has changed, better controlling his anger. He probably won't be so reckless anymore. With the group now complete, Cadet 857 asks the sovereign what he would like to do from there. Meanwhile, the MC thinks he can't complain about Cadet 108's actions since the academy wanted them to fight for the badges. None of his subordinates seem willing to forgive Ha Il Myong, so the MC proposes to them that it's time to settle their debts with the cadet. This makes Cadet 18 apprehensive. Has his sovereign really changed? Elsewhere in the academy, a cadet is telling someone that, as requested, they annoyed Ha Il Myong by taking Baek Ji's badge. Cheon Yuchan doesn't seem very interested in the guy, saying it looked like someone else was leading the group. And indeed, the leader was Wu Pyonghak, who was hospitalized. But more importantly, before he could finish speaking, Yuchan inquires if the cadet really thought he would break a promise. Then he shows 2 badges, but says the guy didn't fulfill everything he promised, leaving him irritated and surprised by the statement. According to Yuchan, the agreement was that the cadet would help him conquer Baek Ji, but that didn't happen. Nervously, the cadet asks what Yuchan wants him to do. He says he doesn't need anything grandiose, just that Baek Ji experiences even worse despair than before, stating that it's necessary to go through bad things to appreciate the good. And now that he thinks about it, he believes they don't have anyone suitable to be a group leader. The cadet gets even more irritated hearing this. Then Yuchan calls one of his subordinates, named Yunpa, saying he'll give the cadet another chance, who immediately gets excited about the opportunity. Yuchan orders him to join these cadets and finish off Baek Ji's group, more precisely, the MC's group. He warns that Yunpa shouldn't make silly mistakes like before, and the subordinate promises not to disappoint him. Laughing, he says that if they manage to take the badge from the MC's group, they should form a new group under his command. The other cadet starts trembling with rage, realizing that Yuchan wants them to be just his lackeys. On another day, the cadets are training hard. They are dedicating themselves to pass the 3rd test. A voice asks if one of them is Ha Il Myong, the leader of Group 6. The one asking is Yunpa, cadet number 200, who introduces himself to the other. Cadet 108 soon recognizes a familiar face. He is staring at the other cadet, who looks away. He remembers that this guy helped him chase Baek Ji the previous day and asks what they want. Cadet 200 is direct, saying he needs his help to get a badge and pass the third test. Since Ha Myung sees no benefit in this, he tells the guy to leave. Then, to get his attention, Cadet 200 says he is after Cheon Yeo Woon's group. This makes Cadet 108 stop immediately to better understand the conversation. Yunpa, smiling, says he owes this to the MC because he had to go through a lot thanks to him. He states that if they get the badge, the MC's group will be disbanded, and no one will want to follow someone who has lost the group twice. Moreover, the chances of the MC failing the third test and being disqualified would increase. Hearing this, Ha Myung reflects on whether he has any choice but to cooperate with him. He then decides to work with Cadet 200, who thanks him for making a wise decision, and Ha Myung wants to know when they will attack. Confident, Yunpa says they will attack immediately. This makes the other smile darkly. He likes the style of the new companion. In a part of the forest, the MC's group is discussing something. Suddenly, someone calls them miserable rats, making them turn around to find out who said that. Yunpa's and Ha Myung's group has just found them. Cadet 108, with his sword raised, says the group loves to hide in the mountains, but the MC smiles at the provocation, saying that they were about to go after them. Then he thanks them for coming by themselves. Ha Myung shouts angrily that the MC must not understand the situation to be laughing, but the MC retorts that he should be the one saying that. At that moment, the cadet, who was supposed to be just a lackey, shouts for the group to lower their swords, which surprises the group leaders, since it seems that this cadet and his companions are no longer on the side of the other two. Ha Myung, irritated, wonders what is going on. Then the MC stares at the duo. Who is the real idiot in that place? 4 hours before this, in the field behind the specialist training center, someone asks if Cadet Pyong Hak will be alright alone, but the cadet tells his colleague that there is nothing he can do, as they asked him to go alone. Pyong Hak says they might have their own group with a badge, but the colleague says that one badge won't be enough for 20 people and will lead to fights. Still, he insists it will be worse if they don't have a badge. Moreover, they cannot be afraid to get their hands dirty if they want to stay in the academy. They can't give up just because they are weak. The cadet remains apprehensive about using their former leader as a bargaining chip. Pyong Hak says the colleague shouldn't worry about the group and promises to give him a position if he becomes the leader. Suddenly, someone appears in front of them, leaving Pyong Hak stunned. He has no idea where the MC came from, but Cheon Yeo Woon calmly asks why the surprise. The MC didn't come alone. The whole group appears next to him to further shock the other cadet. Baek Ji also appears, asking if the guy made a deal using him. They are all shocked that Cadet 18 has shown up there. Then Pyong Hak asks if the group came for revenge for the previous day. Immediately, Ko Won-her roars if the guy really thought they wouldn't take revenge after being ambushed by those rats. Behind Pyong Hak, the cadets comment that it will be dangerous to fight against the MC and Baek Ji. They might end up losing their dantian. Nervous, their leader shouts to stop being idiots because they are outnumbered, but the MC says he is the idiot for saying these things in front of him. The guy barely has time to turn around, and the MC is already charging at him. He grabs Pyong Hak's arm, thinking that he has to control his power before hitting him. Even so, the guy ends up spitting after the blow, which is so strong it makes him disappear, as he is thrown without being able to react. Seeing their leader's body being thrown in the air like a sack of potatoes leaves the cadets dumbfounded. Pyong Hak even bounces on the ground before finally falling, and his companion screams for him desperately. Foam starts to come out of Pyong Hak's mouth while his companions remain stunned by what happened. Meanwhile, the MC realizes he didn't even come close to controlling his power. Suddenly, someone grabs the cadet by the chest. Ho Bong, enraged, wants to know where the badge he and his group took from Ojang the previous day is. He reveals that the badge is with Cadet 108. Ha Mile. Cadet 857 was already expecting this, but the MC doesn't believe that the ambitious one would leave the badge with these guys. The bald guy, angry at the response he got, punches the other cadet furiously. Then Baek Ji grabs his arm to stop him. Ho Bong turns around angrily, asking if he is sentimental now that the guys are from his old group. Ignoring him, Cadet 18 inquires about what they meant before with making a deal in his name. Thus, the cadet explains that Cheon Yuchan told them to put Baek Ji in check by attacking and stealing the badge. The mention of Yuchan's name catches the MC's attention. Cadet 18 seems frustrated, thinking he had nothing more to do with Yuchan, and yet everything that happened was part of his plan. He then seriously asks if they would get a badge for what they did and, receiving a positive answer, says they are all a bunch of trash. More angry with them than Baekji, the bald guy curses the cadet while hitting him again. He throws the guy to the ground, shouting that he will do to him what they did to Oh Jang. The cadet doesn't even resist, just seems to accept the beating. Suddenly, someone behind the bald guy asks him to wait. Ho Bang turns around angrily, asking what they want with him. Then, telepathically, Cadet 857 says that beating this guy isn't enough and that they can deceive their group. He asks seriously if Cadet 670 really believes in Cheon Yuchan's words. The cadet doesn't understand what Ko Wang-her means by this. Then he asks if Cadet 670 thinks he will really get a badge from Cheon Yuchan. Confused, the cadet says the young master promised. Just to cause discord, Cadet 857 says that since they are a group of 20, Cheon Yuchan must have promised 2 badges. This leaves the other cadet in shock, as if it wasn't really like that. And behind him, the group starts to discuss, thinking there would be 2 badges that would stay with the group. Then Cadet 857 explains that first they were deceived and now they are fighting among themselves. But the other doesn't understand how they were deceived. He reveals that Cheon Yuchan knew about the problems with the number of group members and that if they fight among themselves, they will do what he wants. Meanwhile, the group continues to argue, thinking they were just pawns in a game. Seeing their reaction, Cadet 857 can't help but smile. He says that if they are really angry, they should go after revenge. This brings us back to the moment when Cadet 670 turns against the leaders of his group, who find themselves surrounded. Yunpa asks what the meaning of this is. Cadet 670 says they must think they are a bunch of idiots if they thought they could use a badge as collateral. Looking at the MC from the corner of his eye, Yunpa says they must have been convinced by someone. Even knowing the cadet is referring to him, the MC says nothing. The bald guy shouts that they couldn't even get the instructor's badge due to lack of skill. They are rats who were ambushed. This makes Ha-Il Myung furious, claiming that the bald guy dared to say he lacks skill while they were rats with their tails between their legs. With his angry colleague by his side, Cadet 857 laughs, saying that it doesn't matter what happens, the other won't start running like a rat. Anyway, they have no intention of letting Cadet 108 escape. Looking at how they are cornered, Ha-Il Myung reflects that this is not the time to be proud. Maybe he should try to escape. But if he abandons his group, he knows he will fail the 3rd test. Worse, if he fails again, he will lose all chances of serving Cheon Yuchan. So he needs to avoid that. At this moment, Yunpa turns to Galleon, saying that there must have been a misunderstanding, that Cheon Yuchan told him he would make Cadet 670 and his group his servants, so they should believe him. Then Cadet 670 asks if Yuchan will give badges to all of them, and Cadet 200 becomes suspicious of the question. Thus, Galleon says that to have 19 people as subordinates, 2 badges would be needed. Yunpa realizes that this was what motivated their betrayal and knows he needs to persuade them but can't promise anything alone. He ends up saying he will personally ask Yuchan, so they will receive the 2 badges. The proposal catches Cadet 670's attention, and Yunpa reflects that he is not lying, as he will only ask Yuchan to decide whether or not to grant the request. With a serious look, Galleon says that the proposal is attractive but questions whether the cadet will be able to endure it. He does not understand what the other meant by enduring. Then the MC appears behind him, and Yunpa has to see if he can handle him. Cadet 200, surprised, barely knows how to react, but he still manages to evade Cheon Yeo-woon's attack. At that moment, Ha-Il Myung grabs his sword to attack the MC, who moves extremely quickly and manages to hold Cadet 108's sword with his hands. More than that, he is able to break his opponent's sword with one hand. The MC throws a threatening look at Ha-Il Myung, who is in a panic. That was a wooden sword imbued with the key of the 7 stars. It shouldn't break so easily. To top it off, he gets hit again. This time it was Baekji who attacked him, throwing the guy back. Severely injured, Cadet 108 struggles to get up after the blow. Then he starts practically dragging himself on the ground, and Baekji declares that he will be his opponent. Ha-Il Myung continues to crouch on the ground, complaining that he was ambushed by that idiot, thinking that his ribs are broken once again. He knows they are at a disadvantage, but there is no option to flee. The rest of the group does not think so, as they start running desperately. Yunpa turns, realizing that his group is trying to flee. They are too scared to face the monstrous Cheon Yeo-woon's group. Seeing this, Cadet 108 yells at his furious group, asking what they think they are doing. In front of him, Baek Ji tells the guy not to get distracted from the fight, making him turn in panic, trying to evade the attacks of Cadet 18, who delivers multiple kicks in his direction. Seeing the unfolding events, Ko Won-her is excited to start the fight. Even the bald guy seems determined, but burning with excitement is the new member of the group, Ho Sang-hwa. Ready, they run towards the other group, each of them hitting an enemy accurately and taking them down. Seeing this, Yum-pa is alarmed by the situation, while Baek Ji continues to kick Ha-il Myung, this time hitting him in the chest. Cadet 200, irritated and confused about what to do, wonders how they ended up like this. He concludes that if they lost, there is no way to escape. Resisting will only make things worse. Thus, he throws his sword to the ground and bows to the ground at the MC's feet, shouting that he surrenders and that victory belongs to young Master Cheon Yo-woon. Seriously, the MC asks what the meaning of this is. With his head on the ground, Cadet 200 says that the fight has already been decided and asks the MC to show mercy since he is a candidate for the throne. Smiling, he thinks that even if he is angry, Cadet 7 won't be too harsh with someone who has surrendered. But the MC holds his head, asking what he meant by mercy. Then he lifts Yum-pa's face, holding him by the hair while Cadet 200 screams in pain. The MC wants to know why he should accept his surrender. If he didn't want to fight, he shouldn't have acted like a rat. But Cadet 200 screams because Cheon Yo-woon is doing this to an opponent who has surrendered. With a frightening face, the MC tells him to shut up and punches Yum-pa's face into the ground, making a hole with his face. The other cadets are in shock seeing this happen, but it's not over yet. The MC drags Yum-pa's head, saying with a terrifying expression that he has to pay for messing with the wrong people, claiming that it hasn't even started. After getting beaten a little more, Cadet 200 starts cursing the MC, claiming that Yuchan won't let this go unnoticed. Not caring too much, the MC asks if that's really the case, and Yum-pa wonders if he has said too much. Yuchan commands the largest group in the academy. He has no choice but to think that the MC will at least be intimidated. After taking a deep breath, the MC thanks him for the warning by delivering another blow to Yum-pa, who now thinks that Cheon Yo-woon is not scared at all. After all, he broke all of Cheon Jang-sum's bones. Then he gets his face smashed into the dirt again. This time it seems he no longer has the strength to get up, and faints, defeated. Wiping his hands, the MC says that if the guy fainted from just this, if he used all his strength, he would have crushed his head. Then he goes towards the defeated group. They are all kneeling and have had their swords confiscated. They tremble with fear at Cheon Yo-woon's presence, and the MC asks about Ha-il Myung. His subordinates have paralyzed him and left him mute, but the guy still thinks he could do something if his ribs weren't broken. Baek Ji asks if the MC wants them to release his pressure points so he can speak again, but he doesn't want to hear the cadet's voice. Instead, the MC grabs Ha-il Myung's arm, who panics, thinking about what the MC is about to do. He firmly holds one of Cadet 108's fingers, then bends his finger backward, causing Ha-il Myung to feel a stabbing pain. Even the cadets watch this in horror, but the MC says it was just a little finger and twists another one. Cadet 108 keeps thinking that this guy is crazy. The MC tells him that Oh Jang felt as much pain as he did. Since they beat him, he must be in even more pain. Upon hearing this, the surrendered cadets from the other group become desperate since they were the ones who beat Oh Jang. Ha-il Myung, despite the terrible pain, glares at the MC, thinking that he will kill him. No matter what, he will kill him. Despite thinking this, he receives a solid slap from Cheon Yo-woon, which distorts his face. Looking at his subordinates, the MC says he will give them an order. They must break one leg and all of the fingers of Ha-il Myung's entire group. This puts the guys in horrible despair, knowing what awaits them, and Gal-yeon realizes in horror that they would have the same fate if they had allowed Yum-pa to convince them earlier. Without any protest, the MC's subordinates agree to carry out the order. Ha-il Myung remains on the ground, but he has regained consciousness, showing a terrifying expression. Suddenly something changes in him. The bald guy passing by calmly is the first to see Cadet 108 rising, enveloped in a powerful aura. This immediately alarms him, and Ho Bong runs, calling for his sovereign, as Ha-il Myung moves with incredible speed, catching the MC by surprise. As he appears, lunging at him ready to kill him, Ho Bong can only scream for his leader. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy, a group is training for the third test. It is Cheon Yuchan's group, who notice something strange. Even though they are practicing the 7 demonic swords as in the secret book, something doesn't seem right. Despite all of them being advanced martial artists, they are still unable to recreate the special synergy of the technique. So he tells them to take a break, as he will read the secret book a bit more. Flipping through the book, he calls for Wugum Pil, wanting to know what the cadet thinks as an observer, if they performed the formation correctly. The cadet ponders a bit before saying something, but Yuchan smiles, saying he shouldn't worry and just say what he thinks. Thus, the cadet says it seemed like they were all performing the same technique at the same time. It looked normal. This was the same opinion Yuchan had about it. Suddenly, someone catches his attention. Several cadets appear carrying others on their shoulders. As one is with his face covered, the group asks who they are and tells them to stop right there. The cadet says the young master knows him, and Yuchan recognizes Young Pa's voice. He wants to know what happened to his face and who he is carrying. Then he throws the body on the ground, revealing it was Ha-Il Myung being carried. Instead of feeling pity for his subordinate, Yuchan expresses revulsion towards him. The men who came with Young Pa throw other bodies on the ground, and Yuchan sees that they are Baek Ji-ai and Ko Wang-her, subordinates of Cheon Yeo-woon. Young Pa reveals that the other body with the bandaged face is Cadet 7. Convinced, Yuchan asks what they did to leave him like this, and Cadet 200 tells that if it weren't for Ha-Il Myung, it would have been their end, revealing that Cadet 108 learned the bloodthirsty demonic reverse technique, which shocks the young master. The technique makes you stronger by reversing the flow of your blood points but damages the chi points and drives the user mad. A dangerous technique. Calling the guy an idiot, Yuchan thinks he must have gone crazy and attacked everyone indiscriminately, regardless of ally or enemy. Anyway, he congratulates them since he didn't expect so much from them and was impressed by what they did. He creates a key blade before they could take the MC to the infirmary, striking the opponent who is unable to resist. It's clear that he's severely injured, and laughing, Yuchan says it must have hurt. But since he's not like him, he will leave his dantian intact. Seeing this, Gal Yun thinks that Yuchan was able to cut the tendons of someone who is so injured. The guy has no mercy. Then he pulls off the fallen opponent's face bandages, asking if he isn't grateful with a smug smile. But his expression changes immediately, for the one before him was actually Young Pa. So he turns around angrily, and as soon as he does, he's surprised because he was about to be attacked. With no time to dodge, he's hit by a punch right in the middle of his face, thrown backward by the power of the blow. Wugum Pil shouts furiously, wanting to know what the idiot Young Pa is doing. At this moment, a closed fist appears, delivering a powerful blow to the cadet who didn't anticipate this. Despite being thrown back, the guy endures the hit, delivered by none other than Ko Wang-her. The cadet is frustrated. He had just seen the body of Cadet 857 thrown on the ground. Then Ko Wang-her tells his companions to get up, and Baek Ji-ai and the others stand up. Irritated, O.G. Lan curses the group that just tricked them all. Looking in the direction where his master was thrown, he wonders if Cheon Yuchan has been knocked out. At this moment, Wugum Pil realizes there might be something wrong with Group 12, since they were the ones who brought these guys. And indeed, Cadet 670 is pointing his sword at them. Frustrated, Jin Yu calls him a snake, asking how he could dare to betray his master. The man behind the mask, smiling, says he didn't believe they had so much faith in Young Pa. As he removes it, he says that maybe they didn't even need to do this, leaving Yuchan's group in shock at the face they just saw. And Wugum Pil curses him, furious that they didn't notice the ruse. For the one behind the disguise was Cheon Yeo-woon, returning to Ha-Il Myung's enraged attack. Baek Ji-ai, noticing that he's heading towards his sovereign, kicks Cadet 108 in the face. Even so, driven mad by the bloody demonic reverse technique, he holds off the attack, leaving Baek Ji-ai anxious. Then he headbutts the opponent back, who realizes there must be something wrong since his ki has increased so much. Cadet 108 goes after the MC, who shows no surprise at seeing him awake, and holds him by the arm. As Ha-Il Myung turns to face Cheon Yeo-woon, he can see a smile on the MC's face. Suddenly, all the cadets are in shock. Somehow, Cadet 108 seems to be upside down, and indeed, the MC is holding him up by the arm, then throws him swiftly, making Ha-Il Myung slam his back hard into the ground, but without letting go. The guy screams in pain as he's hit again. Then the MC jumps high above his body and starts coming down with force. The impact is so strong that it reverberates through the forest, sinking the head of Cadet 108 into the ground. The MC reflects that he must not be dead, as his body has become more resistant due to the demonic blood. The MC's subordinates appear, and Ko Won-her says that Cadet 108 using a ban technique will result in his expulsion. When the MC asks about the rest of the group, they show that they have taken care of them, and all that remains is to take them to the infirmary. Hobong starts talking about avenging Oh-jang but is interrupted by Cadet 857, saying they still lack power to fight against the real culprits. Another cadet points out that they need not only numbers but at least 2 more innate experts like Baek Jai. Then Ho Sang-hwa asks if she and Ko Won-her couldn't take on an innate expert together. Gal Yun also joins the conversation, saying that if needed, they can help. They thank them, but even with their help, it would still be dangerous. They should just take them to the infirmary for now. The MC smiles as they continue discussing what to do, until he seriously says that they should prepare to attack Cheon Yuchan now. Cautious, Cadet 857 asks if the Sovereign has thought of a plan. Determined, it's clear that their leader has thought of something. Returning to the present, Yuchan's allies are frustrated. They were sure they heard Yunpa's voice. Then the MC's voice starts to change to his normal tone. He had used Nano to alter his voice. Behind them, the MC's group comments, amused, about how easy it was to deceive them. Jin Yu is extremely furious, questioning how they dared to use such a trick. Wu Gun Pil tries to stop his companion from attacking recklessly, but it's in vain. Jin Yu, furious, approaches to attack the MC, who easily dodges each of his attacks. Wu Gun Pil knows that his companion has no chance at all. Only now he realizes that his attacks were easily blocked. As if it were nothing, the MC takes the badge from Jin Yu's chest, triumphantly saying that he will keep it. This makes the cadet even more uncontrolled, full of rage. But it doesn't matter. He takes a powerful punch from the MC to the chest and can't even react to the attack, being thrown backward. At least the cadet doesn't fall upon receiving the blow from Cheon Yo-woon, and the MC thinks that this is due to the fact that he is an innate expert and runs to hit him again. Suddenly, Nano warns him that a powerful energy is forming behind him. The MC turns apprehensively to see what's coming, then shouts for everyone to get down. As his subordinates do so, a key blade comes toward them. They can barely believe what just passed by them. While their sovereign tries to block the attack, the blades pass around him, tearing up the ground with their tremendous force. The cadets are astonished by the strength of the key attacks. Then from the midst of a dust cloud, a silhouette appears, saying it was a shame. The MC immediately notices it was Cheon Yuchan, who appears amidst the dust with a key sword, saying he wanted to repay for Cheon Yo-woon's surprise attack. Mockingly, the MC says that he finally woke up after all this time. He didn't want Yuchan to use the surprise attack as an excuse for losing, leaving the other irritated, questioning if the MC was waiting for him. Yuchan reflects that the MC was a weakling when he met him at the training center. He was able to evolve quickly, thinking that he should have cut off his arm a long time ago, and will do so before the MC gets stronger than him. His subordinates realize that for their young master to be so serious, he considers Cheon Yo-woon a worthy opponent, while the MC's subordinates know that if their sovereign loses here, it will be the end of their group. Cheon Yuchan, who was facing the MC, disappears in the blink of an eye. Cheon Yo-woon realizes that his opponent is coming toward him, using the technique of the demonic phantom blade, about to tear him apart with his key blade. That technique from the Blade clan was capable of rivaling the butterfly dance. Despite the immense fighting spirit of the enemy, the MC decides not to use all his power and counterattacks with a sword technique. But using a key sword only irritated Yuchan, who believed that his attack wasn't simple enough to be blocked by a common sword technique. Yuchan was right. The MC couldn't predict that his attack would curve and barely managed to dodge. The attack made his group celebrate, while Cheon Yo-woon's subordinates grew apprehensive. The MC was furious that he had been attacked from a different angle than he had predicted. His attack would have taken off the arm of someone untrained. Moreover, his opponent had more internal energy than him. Yuchan could have even fought the senior officer with that power. Yuchan revealed that he was aiming to sever the MC's arm, but it didn't work, saying that he should stop using a technique he's not familiar with and use the butterfly dance instead. The MC became serious upon hearing that his technique was incomplete, while Yuchan laughed, thinking it obvious that the technique wasn't finished. This made Cheon Yo-woon think that his opponent might know about the technique from the monolith. But as Yuchan mentioned that the MC was just trying out the 7 swords examples given by the instructors, the MC realized that Yuchan didn't understand anything. Confident, the cadet showed 5 fingers, indicating 5 techniques, telling Yo-woon that if he didn't use techniques he really knew, he'd lose an arm after those techniques. This made Cadet 7 ask if his opponent wanted to bet on that. If he was so confident, it would be a favorable bet. Thus, Yu-chan questioned what the terms of the bet would be. And obviously, what would be at stake would be their badges. Cadet 5 started laughing as if it were really amusing. Since he already had 4 badges, he thought they should also bet Baek Gi to make it more balanced. Cadet 18 couldn't stand that guy persistently coming after him anymore. Yu-chan asked if the MC had accepted the terms of the bet. At that moment, Baek Gi wondered if his sovereign would accept it. But seeing how serious Cheon Yeo-woon was about the bet, he reflected that he could trust his leader. Yu-chan glanced again at the soldier he desired so much, and in a combat stance, he said the MC could make the first attack, fully convinced he would win. Thus, the MC ran toward him, with 2 fingers positioned to strike him. But Yu-chan, who had read the 7 Swords secret book to fight against instructors dozens of times, remained confident. He thought he knew all the flaws of the technique and counterattacked with the demonic phantom blade. And at that very moment, he was surprised by the MC's technique. His blade was worthless, and he panicked. With Cadet 7 getting closer and closer to him, Yu-chan wondered if that was really the 7 Swords technique. As it continued, it became harder and harder to block. Feeling cornered, the cadet had no choice but to retreat. Then he jumped high, trying to buy time to counterattack. Cadet 5 tried to use the 5th technique of the demonic phantom blade, but it had no effect. The MC was approaching him too fast. For the first time, Yu-chan was truly worried about the fight. Only now did he realize he was being pressured. Cadet 7 didn't stop attacking, not for a moment. And this time, Yu-chan couldn't defend himself, being hit by dozens of fast strikes. But one of them was the worst of all. He widened his eyes, realizing it was inevitable. Cheon Yeo-woon stared at him coldly, while severing Yu-chan's arm from his body with a single strike. Despite his irreverent personality, Yu-chan was a genius who trained and worked very hard. When he entered the academy, he was already an innate specialist, and his efforts there had brought him to the level of a true expert. The subordinates who followed him there were sure that he was the best candidate among them all. But at that moment, Yu-chan was kneeling on the ground, suffering from terrible pain from having his arm severed. Cheon Yeo-woon looked at him seriously, saying that he had won the bet they made, while Cadet 7's subordinates were in shock. They couldn't believe their leader had been defeated with just 1 technique. Despite trying to stop the bleeding, Yu-chan couldn't even stand up. Then his subordinates ran to try to help him, but the MC pointed a mana sword at the dying man, smiling demonically. If they took another step, he would cut off the remaining arm. Hearing his warning, they decided to step back. Cheon Yeo-woon asked him to hand over what was promised. Defeated on the ground, he wanted to know how he did that. He wanted to know how he performed such an incredible technique with only the 7 demon swords. Relieved, he asked if it was what it seemed to him. So, he wasn't strong enough to discuss sword techniques. Those words hurt the pride of Cheon Yu-chan. Being defeated and still hearing the opponent say that he wasn't strong enough for his class like that. He, who had worked so hard to become the next lord, just couldn't take it. He asked for the badges to be handed over. His followers were shaken. Cheon Yu-chan, enraged, shouted his opponent's name, telling him not to think this was the end. Exhausted from the battle, he passed out, worrying all his allies, who threatened Cheon Yeo-woon, telling him that he could expect them to take revenge one day, and they handed him the badge. However, he did not like being threatened, and the cadet even had the audacity to repeat the master's words, saying this was not the end. Cheon Yeo-woon was not in the mood and punched the talker in the stomach, leaving a warning for the others not to mess with him again. The young man, after taking that blow to the stomach, didn't feel too well. Caught off guard, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Even on the ground, he threatened and spoke some words to Cheon Yeo-woon. He also said that they kept their word. So what did that mean? The response he got was that Cheon Yeo-woon never promised to finish everything once he got the badges. The young man, after handing over the badges, didn't understand why he was hit. Cheon Yeo-woon replied that he had learned a great lesson from Cheon Yu-chan. Never leave loose ends. The young man on the ground thought Cheon Yeo-woon was very resentful, saying that wasn't how you treat a defeated opponent. And then he got hit again, this time in the face. Cheon Yeo-woon looked at him angrily after landing the blow. This blow also made him fall to the ground again. He lay there after questioning and threatening the victor. Cheon Yeo-woon asked him if it was fine when it was them doing it, but when someone else did the same, it was considered grudge-bearing. He ordered his men to capture all the others and break their arms and legs. Now the tables had turned, and they were going after Cheon Yuchan's disciples. And now they were afraid of what might happen to them. And what was meant to happen did happen. Their arms and legs were broken, and they handed over many badges. The young man was surprised and asked why he was giving him so many badges. Cheon Yeowon said he had no reason to keep them all. He made those who followed him even more emotional. After receiving the badges, they thought that everything in that place was about survival and that he didn't need to have given them to them. They also knew that because of today, they would definitely be targeted by the Blade clan. They thought it was better to help him become the next leader, so they all knelt in his presence. Cheon Yeowon asked them what they were doing. They were all kneeling and bowing their heads to the ground, swearing loyalty to the young master, Cheon Yeowon. And he was looking at those people kneeling, asking him to accept them. His companions were happy because everything had gone according to plan again. On the second floor, in the academy infirmary, the doctor in the infirmary thanked Yeowon for sending so many patients right after he had come out of punishment. The nurse looked at the doctor, all smiling, because now there were many wounded to take care of, and he thought the doctor was odd. They were talking among themselves, saying it hadn't been long since they brought him there for internal injuries. They were talking about Cheon Yeowon. Who would have imagined he would become a monster? The doctor asked them to stop chatting and help hold that patient. In the infirmary, Oh-jang was recovering, and he thought about how much he admired his sovereign and that he would follow him until the end. In the director's office, he was watching the boy on the floor. It was definitely the reverse bloody demonic technique. The director confirmed this by looking at the boy on the floor. He placed his hand on the boy's chest. With his hands on the chest and head of Ha-il-yang, the director was performing a technique to revive him and extract information about the technique. Ha-il-yang opened his eyes, very startled. He wasn't supposed to be there. He didn't remember this. The director looked at him and said that he had finally regained consciousness. But he asked the director how he had arrived there. He swore he was fighting against the damned Cheon Yeowon. Sitting in his chair, the director told him that here, the one asking questions was him. And very seriously, he asked how he knew how to use the reverse bloody demonic technique. Realizing that the director was aware of what he had done, the director stared at him, very angry. Ha-il-myung got flustered and said he didn't know what the director was talking about. But the director wasn't there to play games, so he decided to lift him using his mana, making the individual levitate in the air. Terrified, he screamed, asking why the director was doing that to him. Then the director pulled him toward himself using mana. He could no longer control his own body. His body was being controlled in the air, and he started shouting to try to break free from that power. The guards were outside the director's room but heard nothing because the room was covered with a barrier. He kept shouting, hoping someone would hear him. The director warned him that he was blocking all sounds from leaving that room with his aura. No one could hear the screams of Cadet 108. The director, saying his name and the clan he belonged to, mentioned that officially he wasn't affiliated with any other clan. Pointing to a scroll on the table, he said that the information was what he had submitted. Looking at the information and hearing what the director was saying, he knew there was no more hope for him. The director approached and said they might think they were good at keeping secrets. But seeing how he was able to learn the ultimate reverse bloody demonic technique, which had been lost for decades, at just 17 years old, now his whole clan was under suspicion. Looking at him, the director asked if he wouldn't mind if the Sword Warriors clan were wiped out. And using mana, he twisted Ha-il-myung's leg. With that action, the boy felt a bit of pain. The director still held him in the air, trying to extract answers from him. Realizing he wouldn't succeed, he placed his hand on Ha-il-myung's neck. Looking at him, the director said he already knew he had submitted the information to the cult. He also said he knew that the Sword Warriors clan was one of the 2 shadow clans of the sword, a secret organization of the Sword clan. Realizing there was nothing more to be done, as the director seemed to have proof, he knew that if he was caught, things would become difficult for him. So, he decided to abandon this world and cease being evidence. The director, still with his hands on his neck, realized when Ha-il-myung gave up on life. The director roared in anger. Placing the boy on the floor, he couldn't believe he had lost him that way. The director hadn't expected the boy to bite his tongue and reverse his ki flow. Desperate, he tried to control the boy's ki. The director concluded that everyone from that clan wasn't planning on being captured so easily. Looking at the boy there, he realized it would be difficult to get evidence from that clan. There was nothing more he could do for Yahello. That afternoon, at 6 p.m., in the academy's cafeteria, Cheon Yeo-woon was being surprised by several cadets calling his name. They were arguing about who had arrived first. They were desperate to speak with the young master. Hyo-bong quickly controlled the commotion, asking them to form a line. He thought it was rude to ask to speak, causing such confusion. If they had something to discuss with his sovereign, they should line up in order of arrival. They realized there was no other way and began to line up. Hyo-bong's friends knew he was really good at handling such situations, and the rumors spread faster than they imagined. There was no doubt Cheon Yeo-woon had defeated the most respected instructor there and also beaten Cheon Yu-chan, considered one of the strongest. They knew their sovereign had been recognized as a candidate for lordship alongside Cheon Moo-yeon of the Black Clan. It was natural for him to become the center of attention. Several cadets came forward, introducing themselves, mentioning their clans, and saying they would like to help him. Cheon Yeo-woon looked at all those cadets wanting to join his team and felt proud. After hearing all the cadets interested in joining his team, he thanked everyone who came forward to become members of his group, but he had something to say. He wasn't just looking for people for that test. He wanted people to become his companions and subordinates to create a new demonic cult. Even though it would be a tough journey, he would walk alongside everyone. If they weren't willing to join that journey, they would have to politely refuse the request. His old companions were very proud of how much he had evolved. He also said he would change the 6 cult clans. Instead of showing hostility toward the 6 main clans, he preferred to change the cult itself as his cause. But he still didn't have the support the other clans had. How many would really stay? Some cadets were already standing up, apologizing, and leaving. Not many stayed, and they couldn't be blamed. Even so, Cheon Yeo-woon was satisfied, because there were still enough cadets who hadn't stood up and left. And gradually, they began to rise, introduce themselves, and confirm their presence. Many of them were eager to take part in that journey. Someone called for Master Cheon Yeo-woon. Cadet 77 recognized the one calling for his master. Raising his hand, he asked if he could speak with him beforehand. Cadet 857 recognized the one wanting to be heard. He was sure it was Moon Gye. Quickly, Cadet 77 Ja Woo-min told his sovereign that he should accept that person. His master, turning to him, asked why he should accept him. His cadet informed him that this person was Moon Gye. He was the grandson of the 9th elder of the council. The top of the demonic celestial cult is the lord and the 12 elders of the council beneath him, except the council of elders who were not from one of the 6 main clans. The 9th elder, Moon Yeon, as a member of the famous Black Dragon Palm clan, achieved his position through his accomplishments during the last great demonic war. And the young man who wanted to speak to the young master is exactly the grandson of this great elder. Cadet 77 and Cadet 857 noticed that the 9th elder's grandson was limping and thought something had happened to him. Upon reaching the young master, Moon Gye asked if he had 6 badges. He seriously responded that one of the 6 was his. The 6 main clans had tried to recruit him as their subordinate several times, but he refused. So Cheon Yu-chan approached him for the 3rd time. Moon Gye apologized to Master Cheon Yu-chan and reported that he hadn't changed his mind about remaining neutral, saying he only wanted to focus on the academy for now. That's when he suddenly attacked the boy, and in the end, he was defeated. Not only did the young master take his badge, but he also broke his left leg and right arm, leaving, saying that if he wanted to take the 3rd test, he'd better join his group. His cadets were outraged because, besides being envious, Moon Gye also had an obsession with talented people. The young man planned to join any group and seek revenge once he recovered. But no one wanted to accept him, given his broken leg and arm. The young master replied that he was still sure someone would accept him because of his skills. Moon Gye mentioned that a leader had accepted him, but withdrew the offer 2 hours later due to Cheon Yu-chan's interference. The cadets were happy because their sovereign had cut off the arm of the unfortunate person who was mistreating the boy. Moon Gye continued saying that regardless of the 3rd test, he wanted to get revenge as soon as possible when he heard that the young master had cut off his arm. He didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed, feeling that he should take responsibility. The young master Cheon Yeo-woon said he knew Moon Gye was having trouble but asked how he had come to that conclusion. Feeling very sad, the young man knelt on the ground as best as he could, since his leg was still weak. He apologized and said he hadn't been careful with his words, as he was a bit depressed, but he hoped the young master would accept him. Cheon Yeo-woon asked him if that meant he intended to join him on the journey, or if he just wanted to be part of the group. At that moment, he didn't know what to say, as he had received instructions upon entering the academy to remain neutral and not join any group. But he was also told that if he ever found someone he wanted to serve, to observe carefully before making his decision. Looking at the young master, Moon-gyu said he could join the group for now and think about becoming his subordinate later, swearing he wouldn't take long to have an answer. The young master looked at him and said that if that was the case, then he was rejecting him. The boy hadn't expected that, and was devastated because he really needed to join the group. That's when Cadet 77, Zhao Woo-min, intervened for him, saying it was a complicated situation because it hadn't been reconsidered. He thought the sovereign might regret letting such a talented person go, and wondered how he could give up so easily on someone other candidates were eager to recruit. Cadet 857, Go Wang-ho, also intervened, saying he thought Cadet 408 was skilled enough to be a leader and decided to kneel for him. The young master said that if he accepted him just because of the situation, how would that be fair to the others he had rejected? He couldn't create exceptions to his own rules. So the young man, Cadet 408, who was on his knees, asked the young master for just 4 days to respond. The young master wanted to know why he was so desperate to join his group. Cheon Yeo, while the boy was talking, the nanotechnology was scanning his face to see if the cadet was lying. The young master was amazed because the nano never failed, yet at that moment, it couldn't register the young man's facial features. The nano informed him that it was impossible to analyze the target's face. His technology explained that it was impossible to analyze the target because the face was covered with artificial skin. Cheon Yeo-woon's eyes widened as he realized that the skin on the ears and back of the neck looked different. It was a human skin mask. Why would he be hiding his face? After further analysis, the nano determined that the target was between 15 and 17 years old. It also analyzed that the target's gender was female. The young master deduced that the young man was hiding his identity. He had a strange feeling that he was being observed in his ears and neck. How could he notice something that even the left squad hadn't? The young master pointed at the young man and said, "A girl." The boy attentively realized that he wanted to be Master Cheon Yeo-woon's subordinate, and didn't need to think any further, as he was now completely sure. Cadets 857 and 77 found it strange that the boy changed his mind so quickly. Frowning, the cadet told the young master he wanted to talk to him about something privately later. Cheon Yeo-woon understood and said that was fine. The cadets were pleased with the young man's entry into the team. They welcomed him, and some introduced themselves. Everyone was very happy. The young master thought that now that the group had grown significantly, he should reorganize them. The leader of Group 1 would be Go Wang-ho. The leader of Group 2, Baek Ji-ai. The leader of Group 3, Ho Sang-hwa, leader of the female cadets. The leader of Group 4, Zhao Woo-min. The leader of Group 5, Gal Yun, a former group leader, and thus Cheon Yeo-woon led the largest faction in the academy. It was already late, 8 o'clock at night, behind the training center for specialists. Moon-gyu was revealing information that the face belonged to her younger twin brother. She explained that before she was born, her father was sent on a mission where he was killed by the forces of evil, and due to that shock, her mother died. Her brother, who was born due to complications during childbirth, was born with disabilities, and her grandfather hid that fact from everyone. She turned out to be a martial arts genius, but that would come to light at some point. She explained that she hid her identity because the 6 clans wanted her clan to serve them no matter what. He understood because he knew that traditionally, the clan leader position was always held by a man. In those circumstances, marriage could force her into a situation, and she must have found a way to push Manhwa to join the academy and die in an accident. She mentioned that this is why she suggested going to the academy dressed as a man. If she achieved good results, even the 6 clans wouldn't mess with them. Cheon Yeo-woon asked her if no one knew her gender, why she used her brother's face instead of her own. She replied that it had to look like something she did on her own. The young master felt sympathy for her, realizing she had grown up without peace. She then asked him not to reveal her secret about wearing the human skin mask. He promised and asked if her voice was also modified. She focused and changed her tone. Her girlish voice responded that of course, Otherwise she would have been caught immediately. The young master thought that while she forced her voice, she sounded like a teenage boy going through puberty. But now it was clear she was a girl. She smiled and said she felt much better speaking normally, as her voice became hoarse after forcing it for too long. She had something else to say and nearly forgot. Raising a jar, she said it was time to reapply her mask. If she didn't glue it down every night, it could fall off at any moment. She struggled to remove the mask. As she started to peel it off, smooth, clean, silky hair began to flow out. She became worried because her hair wasn't supposed to come loose and untied. Looking and smiling at him, she said it had been difficult to apply the glue with only one arm. He was still stunned because she was truly beautiful. The young man, who had previously been strong, now found himself a little flustered. Smiling with kind eyes, she told him it was good to have him. He became even more embarrassed upon hearing her say those things. Taking that jar, he asked her to please lend her a hand. She wanted him to help her stick the face on. Smiling, she asked if he understood why it would be so troublesome. The more she spoke, the redder he became. He was wondering if this was what a beautiful person looked like. She told him how difficult it was to train since she wasn't fully recovered. He asked if she was going to the specialist center, and asked where his dormitory was. She said it was in Building 4, Room 7. Smiling, she said that since she had joined his group, she thought it would be better for him to move his things there. Cheon Yeo-woon just watched her leave. Realization gradually sank in about what she was implying. When he remembered where Dormitory 4 was and the commotion the boys made, he was taken aback. Fights over badges were becoming more frequent. Cadet 321 Han Pyong from the Demon Bones clan was engaged in a fight to defend her badge. The fight was tough for her, because she was fighting someone very experienced. Even though she used strong techniques and achieved some results, even when she thought she had the upper hand, it was difficult because she was fighting against the number 3 candidate for Lord of the Spring Clan, Cheon Mu-jium, who was extremely strong and aggressive. The cadet accompanying him thought that during the 10 days his master was hospitalized, the quality of the cadets had increased, and his master was now over 60 years old, thanks to the medicinal balls. The master yelled at his cadet that they would have to go now that they had badges. He wanted to defeat that monster. He needed to improve his proficiency until he could easily defeat guys like that. In the academy dormitory, Building 4, Room 7, exclusive to Cheon Yeo-woon's group, was Cadet 408, greeting the young master of that dormitory. He found it unpleasant, but of course, she would never be caught with her mask there. Cadets passed by with their towels ready for bathing. He felt a bit frustrated for not being able to protect Hyo Bang's dignity. The girl was sitting reading while the master watched all those boys getting ready for the bath, discussing who would go first. He looked at her and asked if she was okay. She said she was fine, that it had happened several times before, so she didn't mind anymore, and told him he should also go take a bath. He noticed with his nano that her temperature suddenly increased, and she was acting like it was nothing, not even able to look him in the eyes now. He thought he should prohibit the boys from being so casual in the room. Cheon Yeo-woon and his subordinates went to the main building to announce the badges they possessed, being officially recognized as leaders for the test. After breakfast, in an empty field behind the dormitory, there were several cadets. Ha-il Myung told the master that now that he had become the group leader, and would teach the 7 swords to them. Cadet 857 agreed, knowing that the sovereign was already busy teaching the members of his group. Cheon Yeo-woon realized they were speaking as if they cared about him, but he knew the two had already made a bet on who would teach in less time, and other cadets also had the idea of each teaching their own method. Their master said it was fine. They could do whatever they wanted. He knew they were competing against each other. He thought a healthy competition wouldn't be bad, and there were some leaders complaining that they needed more members, and they would like the young master to take care of their members since they were still not complete. Cheon Yeo-woon was thinking, and other leaders needed members, but some wouldn't speak because they didn't like help. So he gathered the cadets and began teaching the 7 swords technique. Moon-gyu was watching his master demonstrate for the cadets. She didn't think the young master would be able to see all of them since there were so many. Everyone was very excited because they would finally learn martial arts from the sovereign. He was nervous because it was the first time he was teaching but thought he should start. He announced that he would first do a slow demonstration and that they should watch. He began with his moves teaching. He also also breathed correctly and performed all the necessary positions, leaving his hair impressed at how he could be so perfect. Cadet 408 thought it was impossible since she was in detention for 5 to 7 days, but still managed to perform the technique perfectly, and he continued with his martial arts show. When he finished, he asked everyone if they understood. He said he would help everyone, so they could repeat the 7 swords. Some thought the leader would teach them individually, and didn't believe it. They thought this opportunity was great. It didn't come every day. One of them, very excited, asked who would be first. The young master asked what he was talking about. They needed to do it all at once to be quick. It would take an eternity if done one by one. At that moment, his hair looked a little sad, and they started asking their young master questions. They were like ants in the middle, trying to understand why it couldn't be one by one. He ordered everyone to perform the demon swords technique all together. This left the cadets wondering how it would be done. Cadet 408 thought that perhaps it would help them to form together, but she didn't believe he could instruct them all at the same time. She thought she should watch and assist him. One of them wanted to try alone first. Young Masters was furious and demanded they perform the first technique immediately. He asked the Nano to activate augmented reality, analyzing the information using tutorial mode, and to inform him if any of them made mistakes. The Nano understood and was implementing tutorial mode for 17 people, configured for the 7 demon swords technique. He asked them to start with the first technique, the first sword. Cadet 408 thought it was going okay, but some of them were making mistakes. However, the Nano was informing him of everything. She thought she should use telepathy to tell the young master who was making mistakes, but the young master said they were finishing, so he would call them. He told them that they were not applying enough force in the arm movement of the first move. If they started like this, the others would be weaker. He also helped number 95 with his balance, as it was poor during the technique execution. He told the next ones that during the third move, they should move the right foot forward, but he had moved the left. He also called number 23, who was Hyobang, and warned him that his sword seemed to be losing power, and in the third move, he was only using the strength of his wrist. Cadet 408 couldn't believe he had managed it because she was also observing Hyobang, and he had perfectly noted his mistakes. He also called the next one, 508, saying that every time he made the movement, he took a step, which could hurt his knee. After that, he asked everyone to repeat the technique and do it a little slower while paying attention to his tips. And they all began to repeat the movements. Xion Yeo-woon was observing everyone, using his nano to scan them. He knew there was much to fix, as they needed to understand some things on their own and correct them later. Cadet 408 noticed that the information was better than before. He was truly incredible. He thought the cadets weren't so naive as to repeat mistakes with this method. 7 days would be enough, but it ended up taking more time than he expected for everyone to master the techniques that the martial clan cadets achieved in 7 days. There was also Ojam, who was delayed due to his 5-day hospitalization, but fortunately, he was quite talented, so he managed to catch up in those 5 days. 10 days later, everyone was well trained. Ha-Il Myung was dissatisfied because he had lost his bet. The winner thought that he had to be a real man to admit defeat, and was happy with his opponent. Ha-Il Myung asked how he had managed it because another had taken 9 days while he had done it in 7. Go Wonghul said that it was actually quite easy. He just needed to beat them enough until they learned. His opponent looked surprised that he hadn't thought of that. Baek Ji-ai Sanghwa and Zhao Wu-min managed to complete their groups with some of the skilled recruits. Cadet 708, Chai Taek Jiam, joined voluntarily. There was also Sanghwa's acquaintance, Woo So-young, who said that if they proved their skills, she swore eternal loyalty. She eventually lost to the master with a butterfly dance and 3 techniques. And with that, 2 innate specialists became subordinates of Cheon Yeo-woon. In these 10 days, Go Wonghul and Ho Sanghwa, who were already diligent in their training, also became innate specialists. Cheon Yeo-woon was there congratulating and thanking everyone for their achievement, and his disciples were grateful to have him as their sovereign. Go Wonghul said he still had much to learn and, as it was his first sword, he should work on himself to avoid being a burden. Speaking this way made several others envious. One of the cadets, who said he didn't want to interfere, thought that the first sword title should go to Baek Ji-ai or Mu Gia. However, some thought the master was right about the colleague being the first sword. Others thought that if he wanted a title, it should be from second to third sword. Cheon Yeo-woon watched the entire discussion about positions. Chai Taek thought in the master's mind that due to the many servants he had, It was the ideal moment to create a hierarchy. Loyalty was important, but in a cult of strength, hierarchy was also crucial for maintaining control. He thought she was right. To lead people, a hierarchy was necessary. But it was almost time for the third test, and it would be bad if someone got injured during a battle. So he stood there for a while thinking while all the cadets continued arguing among themselves. Suddenly, he asked everyone to be quiet because he had something to say. He said he had heard them and wanted to take this chance to establish a hierarchy. He announced that he would pick the 6 most skilled and give them the title of 6 swords, with each one equal to the other. Cadet 52 asked the sovereign why he had chosen 6 swords. He explained that when they graduated, they would face the 6 clans and that he wanted 6 swords to lead the attack against them. This left some cadets worried, and others were thinking that they would end up dealing with the 6 clans to put in 6 swords, thinking it would only repeat the problem. He also mentioned that it wasn't just because one got the title that it would be theirs forever. There would be an annual competition where the strongest would win the title. Baek Ji thought that if he won the air battle and became the lord, it would end the current system where the 6 clans maintained the main power. Cheon Yeo-woon said that since they had the third test ahead, he would simplify the decision. Anyone who was not an innate specialist or above should step back. Did anyone have any objections to the chosen ones? When he was about to say who the first sword should be, he was interrupted by Baek Ji. Baek Ji thought there should be a hierarchy even among the 6 swords. Cadet 52 also thought that since they were doing this, they should be chosen based on their abilities. Cheon Yeo-woon thought they had a good argument, as it would be bad if they ended up injured or only used techniques from the 3 stars. Cadet 408 from the Black Palm Dragon clan said that, since he was injured, he would like to pass. Others were disappointed because they really wanted to fight him, but he said it was a shame, as he would be able to fight next year. Meanwhile, someone started showing off by taking off the top part of his kimono. This made the girls upset. Go Wang-ho was flaunting his body. He wanted to start the combat quickly and prove that he should be the first sword. Baek Ji wondered why he had to take off his shirt to compete. Go Wang-ho, after taking off his shirt, called the girls to start the fight. They thought he was an arrogant, muscular guy. The 3 began the contest to see who would be the first sword. The fight seemed quite intense. Chai Taek-jyeom from the Westgate clan didn't think he was as talented as Moon-gyu but hoped he wouldn't take it easy on him. Baek Ji from the Gentle Kick clan said he would let him make the first move. He mentioned that it was better not to regret letting him start. He launched the attack. The 2 girls were still fighting with Cadet 857, but suddenly, they started fighting each other, and he noticed an opening. So, he decided to strike both of them at once. They just needed to take a distance to attack him again. One blamed the other for disrupting the strike they were going to deliver to the cadet. They left Cadet 857 aside and began to fight among themselves. The 2 kept exchanging insults, saying one was useless and the other too big. They were copying each other, but the fight wasn't getting anywhere. Cheon Yeo-woon noticed that they had been there for at least 30 minutes, and should be finishing soon. Then the red-haired cadet thought she had found a point to finally finish Manhwa. But all she did was create an opening for herself to be finished. Fallen with an injured shoulder, she found it all very unfair. On the ground, she screamed that her shoulder was out of place, and she couldn't believe she had lost to the other one. Now the fight was among the boys. Go Wang-ho wanted to finish off 2 at once. He was taking the fight to a very high level with 3 people. But Baek Ji was not as weak as he imagined, and the 2 were having a battle at a compatible level. He was already analyzing his opponent, thinking he had strong arms, and that attack would be a lost cause. Go Wang-ho said his kicks were much more powerful than that. Returning to the fight, Chai Taek was descending from the sky with his attack, saying he would steal their first sword. However, those 2 were very skilled and wouldn't be caught by surprise. In his full attack, he forgot about the other opponent, Manhwa, who was right behind him. He tried to protect himself from her attack by striking backward. He immediately fell into the attack of the 2 who were fighting each other. Now there were 3, Go Wang-ho, Baek Ji and Manhwa. Cheon Yeo-woon, seeing this, realized that Chai Taek had dug his own grave. With only 3 left, he wanted to end the fight quickly and decide who would be the first sword. Go Wang-ho was calling the other 2 to fight. That took a bit longer, and Manhwa would give up trying for first or second place, settling for third sword. She thought she had a lot of energy, but those 2 were on another level. The 2 continued as they wanted to be the first sword. Baek Ji noticed that the reach and weight of his opponent were making it very difficult. Since Go Wang-ho was from the Black Fist clan, specialized in fist techniques, he had an idea to attack from below. Fearless of missing, he launched a powerful kick to his opponent's abdomen. That attack made his opponent go a fair distance away. Baek Ji didn't give his opponent time to recover. He immediately launched several strikes to decide once and for all that he would be the victor, throwing his opponent far away. Now on the ground, Go Wang-hul admitted he had lost, to the delight of many cadets who were cheering for Baek Ji. First sword, Baek Ji. Second sword, Go Wang-hul. Third sword, Ho Sang-hwa. Fourth sword, Chai Taek-jiam. Fifth sword, Woo So-yoon. Sixth sword, Moon-gye. Cheon Yeo-woon was facing the structure that would confront the 6 main clans. But there was still much to be done. He himself needed to become stronger so that no one from the hidden clan would dare challenge him. On the day of the test, around 8 a.m., in the director's office, he was holding the document and asking if it had been approved. The Grand Guardian was in front of him and had brought that document. He answered that it was decided by the superiors the day before yesterday and received final approval from the Lord yesterday. To prevent any potential failure, except for the first test, academy tests are decided by the director and instructors after each cadet's admission. But there had never been a change on the test day. The reason was that the test was very easy. He didn't believe that the Lord, who was implementing policies to keep the 6 main clans in line, approved that, and it didn't seem right. However, the Grand Guardian remained silent. He just handed a document to the director, who carefully reviewed all the content of the document, and noticed there were many strange things. After finishing reading, he put his energy into the document, and it burned. He also said he accepted those orders. The 6 clans seemed to be trying to gain something from that third test, but whatever it was, they would only end up cornered. It was around 10 hours at the large training center of the Demon Academy. The candidates for the third test were already there. Cheon Yeo-woon knew it wouldn't be easy, but they were confident they would master the 7 swords formation. But it was strange because, after 15 minutes, even the instructors who always arrived before them still hadn't arrived. He heard them and saw they were approaching, but he noticed they were bringing some people who looked like prisoners. He found it odd that those prisoners were being brought to the location of the third test. The director asked if they had prepared well for the test over the past 20 days. He mentioned that before starting the test, they had to give a last-minute notice, and almost everyone was in shock. Some instructors were throwing several swords onto the ground from a box. The cadets were checking because they were real swords, not wooden ones as they had been told. The director said that originally the test would have been to defeat the instructors using the demon sword formation, but the new test wasn't so different. They would still defeat enemies. The opponents would be the prisoners chained in front of them, members of the Martial Arts Alliance of the Forces of Justice. To pass the test, they had to execute them. In other words, it would be their first real combat experience. The director warned that the enemies had guaranteed freedoms if defeated, so they would fight with everything they had. Cheon Yeo-woon looked to the side and saw that all his cadets were terribly frightened. Their mood also worsened significantly. He couldn't blame them. They were now literally forced to fight to the end. They were informed they would start with the cadet group 700 Sa Na Chuk. The instructors told the prisoners to be quiet as their pressure points would be released. They also began to remove the bags covering their heads. The director shouted loudly that they could begin. The prisoner was in the middle, surrounded by all the cadets of that group. The cadets were visibly anxious, and many were scared. The prisoner was also frightened because he had only accepted because they said they would punish him if he didn't, and would free him if he did. But he couldn't fight because the opponents were just kids. Then the third formation by Sa Ma Chuk was called. The cadets under orders quickly began to react. The prisoner was scared because he realized those kids were taking it seriously. Cheon Yeo-woon observed and saw that the members were facing each other, and it was clear they could master the technique. Then the combat began with the cadets against the prisoner. He was caught off guard by several blades. It was difficult for him to dodge so many attacks at once. Due to his muscles still being stiff, he wasn't performing well. The group saw a chance and made the second formation, but something went wrong, and the formation was broken, giving the prisoner a chance to notice an opening and launch an attack. But the cadet, scared, closed his eyes in the face of imminent failure. However, the prisoner hesitated and couldn't continue his attack. He stopped before his blade reached the cadet's neck. Cheon Yeo-woon noticed when he hesitated, and as soon as he mentioned it, all the cadets saw an opening and put into practice what they had learned. In their looks of panic, fear, and pain, it was evident that this was the first time they had such direct contact. The prisoner was also crying, whether it was from emotion, finally being free, or remorse for having to fight those kids. The fact is he was defeated and thrown to the ground. Several of the cadets couldn't recover easily. However, the others watching went wild and thought it was very good. One of the cadets was really impressed because he noticed that the prisoner hesitated, but they were still forced to continue the fight, and their number was announced, stating that they had passed the test. But of everyone, only 7 were approved. Those who disrupted the formation were failed. Cheon Yo-woon realized that this was what they wanted, leaving everything to the cadets. Even though the test was in groups, individual performances were assessed. Next was Cheon Moo-jiam's group. Their opponent was a skilled martial artist from the forces of evil. He attacked before anyone could perform an evasive technique. They made the 5th formation, but he managed to cut them before that. The martial artist managed to exploit the cadets' fear, completely nullifying the formation. But he ended up lowering his guard in the end and was finished off by the formation of 5 cadets who didn't let go of their swords. Only 6 people, including Cheon Moo-jiam, passed. He ended up losing half of his men, including Cadet 80, who was one of his trusted subordinates. The next 5 groups would fight life or death battles with the prisoners, but the only group where everyone passed was Cheon Moo-jiam's. The director was satisfied because nothing bad had happened until that moment. The director noticed they were behind Cheon Yo-woon. They must have decided that they couldn't wait 4 years. 2 of the candidates had their arms amputated, and 1 didn't have his dantian. He wanted to finish him off quickly, so they tried to be clever and change the test, but he wondered if what he planned would work. Next was Cadet 7 Cheon Yo-woon's group. The cadets were very scared and anxious because the prisoner they were about to face was terrifying. His pressure points hadn't been released, yet he exuded a tremendous murderous aura. He definitely wasn't from the forces of justice, and so the cadets wanted to face him and were already apprehensive. However, Cheon Yo-woon found it strange. Unlike the others, this prisoner seemed to be looking for someone. But why? That's when he heard in his mind one of the instructors who had fought him before, warning him to be careful. He had suspected something was wrong with the test changing at the last minute. The director shouted for them to begin, and as last time, the prisoner was in the middle, and the cadets were around him, forming their formation. But this prisoner was very different from the others. He quickly positioned himself but did not attack. Cheon Yo-woon didn't want to take the chance. He had already asked them to form the 4th formation. He soon realized that the prisoner was just staring at him, and made a very joyful face when he managed to find him. After receiving the order to form the 4th formation, the cadets aligned and began their attack. But the only one that prisoner truly wanted was Cheon Yo-woon. The prisoner dodged all other cadets' strikes to focus solely on him. They could feel it. This prisoner's attacks were anything but ordinary. Still, they went all in against their opponent, even though he was extremely dangerous. The prisoner always had a wicked smile on his face. He could strike several cadets at once. The situation was starting to worry even the instructor, as the prisoner had already broken 2 swords. The head instructor didn't know who this man was. His skills were beyond those of a specialist. The cadets knew something was wrong. The instructor was shouting for them to stop the test. If the enemy were a martial arts master, things would get ugly, so he ordered Cheon Yo-woon's group to retreat. Meanwhile, the prisoner attacked the cadets mercilessly. He launched his strikes, sending away any cadets who got close to him. He even threw 1 cadet at the instructor, who was calling to end the competition. The strongest instructor there realized that even for him, it was difficult to face this prisoner, and he lacked the strength to overcome him. With significant effort, the instructor managed to stop the cadet who had been thrown. All the cadets began to recognize that this bloody demonic technique was in reverse. The prisoner, now affected by the technique, said that with the distractions out of the way, he could fight them seriously. Cheon Yo-woon was ready to face him properly. The prisoner stared at him, thinking he'd been told this kid had barely become a natural expert. But instead of showing fear, he was only staring back. Cheon Yo-woon thought that this man would be his target. The prisoner launched furiously at cadet number 7. The other cadets feared for their sovereign. The prisoner attacked his opponent with full force. Cheon Yo-woon found the entire scene noisy. He locked eyes with his opponent for a moment, and decided on the strike he would use. With his nano machine activated, he was using the first technique of the heavenly demon sword art. When he finished, the prisoner lay defeated on the ground. His group's cadets, as well as the others, were very impressed by his performance. The 3rd candidate for lordship was also amazed at how monstrous he was. Cheon Yo-woon focused on other things, noting that this prisoner's skin was tougher than regular skin, and he also observed that his veins were quite pronounced. Even so, that monster rose from the ground after being defeated, and now he seemed more terrifying than before. He let out a kind of scream that was actually a sonic attack. It was injuring the cadets. Xion Yeo-woon realized it was a powerful sonic wave of high and low frequency coming from the enemy's scream, so he quickly activated emergency defenses. The prisoner didn't understand how his opponent was still standing after hearing the lion's roar. It seemed he needed to be exterminated right there. Cadet number 7 told him he could keep talking if he could survive. Then that crazed prisoner charged at the cadet to eliminate him. Entering the combat between these two monsters was someone familiar to Cheon Yeo-woon. It was that unexpected visitor who managed to capture his attention immediately. It was Cheon Yeo-woon's master, who told the prisoner how dare he lay hands on his disciple. The prisoner didn't care who had arrived, he only had to finish the task assigned to him. He advanced menacingly toward his master. Cheon Yeo-woon shouted to his master that the man was extremely dangerous. But his master only smiled, knowing he needed to handle the prisoner he had invited. So he struck him lightly, and yet the prisoner felt the blow intensely. The prisoner was slowly falling to his knees on the ground, feeling the impact of that strike. Afterward, he lay on the ground, still alive but clearly in great pain. Cheon Yeo-woon realized his master had managed to sever all his ligaments instantly. This must have been the butterfly dance of a great master. The prisoner lay on the ground, unable to move, so he decided to rely on his last resort. However, when he tried to do what he was planning, the master of cadet number 7 stopped him. He prevented him from self-destructing by reversing his mana flow. Jang asked him who had given him permission to kill himself, and he used an attack to knock him out. Without consciousness, he would no longer be able to attempt anything like that again. After Jang's attack, the prisoner collapsed unconscious on the ground. Looking at the director, he asked if he hadn't wasted too much time on those small fish. The director didn't like his interference at all. Calling him a drunkard, he said he was thinking too highly of himself for someone who only had to take care of one of them. The cadets were impressed with the level of experience of that great master. The master didn't let it slide either, calling the director a matchstick head. After that, people with bandanas over their faces arrived. The cadets, who were already excited, became even more ecstatic. He wondered where so many people had come from, and how long they had been hiding. The director knew they were the guardian unit that served the Lord, composed only of martial arts specialists. The director spoke again, saying they had tied up all the prisoners who used the reverse blood demon technique. Cheon Yeo-woon quickly went to greet the master, as it had been a long time since he last saw him. Jang told the boy that he had greatly improved since the last time he saw him, though he still thought it would have been better if he had used the butterfly dance. He seemed a bit envious, as he would have liked to see him using the technique he had taught him. But he was interrupted by the director while chatting with his disciple. The director mentally communicated with Jang, telling him to shut up and pretend he hadn't seen that sword technique, and not to mention it to anyone. Jang didn't like receiving orders from the director, who still scolded him and reminded him this was the third test and it wasn't over yet, telling him to get out of there. Jang spoke to his student, saying they were attracting too many glances there, and that he hoped to hear good news about him later, and left with just one leap. And, as he leapt, he shouted to him that they wouldn't be able to see each other for the next 4 years. When that moment came, he would greet him as a Vice Lord Master. After that, he was already outside. And even so, he looked back with longing. The Lord's true intentions regarding how he used Cheon Yeo-woon as bait for a trap made him think he saw his own son as a mere pawn. He regretted not being able to see much, as he was hiding, but that seemed very much like the demonic celestial sword technique. The fact that that red-headed scoundrel knew about this meant it might be the Lord's doing. He would find out something if he kept watching. If he had any hidden intentions regarding Cheon Yeo-woon, surely a new revolution would happen. He also thought it was time to wrap up some of his pending business. Then he headed for the Sword Clan mansion. The cadets were concerned about Cheel, who had been thrown by that prisoner, but he said he was fine thanks to Instructor Ho. Cheon Yeo-woon thought they were getting too bold for targeting him in a public place. They even dared to mess around in front of the Guardian. And the fact that the master was on the left meant he knew what was going to happen. Truly nothing more than a pawn in his hand. His mother didn't doubt his love even in her last breaths, but while she was leaving life due to poisoning, he simply abandoned her. But if he really used both his mother and him to fight against the 6 clans, he would regret it. The director was silent and calm, just analyzing everything that was happening. The director knew that Ha So-yu, the 5th elder and leader of the Sound clan, who let her emotions slip during the first test, had been placed under house arrest for a year. Breako, the chief of the Poison clan, who broke the rules by entering Monique's academy and using his techniques against Cheon Yeo-woon, would be imprisoned for 2 years. And the factions of the Sword Clan, the 2 Shadow Sword Clan, waiting in secret, and the Empty Sword Clan, who were in charge of the prisoners. The director knew that, despite the results being achieved by using his own son, they were caught very easily. He believed they were restless seeing Cheon Yeo-woon leading in the air battles, but even to cause such a big scene while they were getting stronger, he could only think something was wrong, just like the poison used on Manhwa. Then, as Cheon Yeo-woon's group had perfectly executed the demonic sword formation, they had all passed. They were complaining about their bad luck for being the last group. They believed they should feel proud, as 4 of the remaining 7 groups were under their sovereign's control. However, unlike Hyo Baning's expectations, the next 7 groups were judged more harshly, as all the instructors were already familiar with the 7 swords. Congratulations were given to all the cadets who passed the test. They were now permitted to use the weapons they specialized in. They were satisfied, as they had earned high-ranking warrior medals. Sanghwa was pleased to finally have her weapon back. The other cadets were impressed to hear her call such a massive axe her baby. They were told that cadets without a weapon should go and get one. Cheon Yeo-woon was considering which weapon would suit him best, as his master had said the wild sword dance was one of his clan's specialties. The director told them that when they arrived, they came as novices, but now, having achieved something, it was time for the announcements of the next tests. He said that to start the 4th test, there would be no time limit. He explained that they were allowed to take as much time as needed within the next 4 years at the Demonic Academy. The cadets thought that it might take them 4 years to complete it, and expected it to be difficult. The 4th test was the simplest in the Demonic Academy. During this time, they were to defeat the instructors standing before them. It took everyone by surprise, and they were all extremely discouraged, thinking it a complicated mission. However, Cheon Yeo-woon thought that being told they had to defeat the instructors alone could only mean one thing: they needed to reach at least the level of a specialist. He knew it was impossible to reach a specialist level without making significant personal progress, so they wanted to separate them early in the 4th test. They had already been told when they arrived at the academy, but it was just a reminder that anyone failing any test would be expelled immediately. That was all, and they were dismissed. Cheon Yeo-woon was saying goodbye to those who had not passed, but they understood perfectly that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have even taken the test. They would wait for him outside. Cheon Yeo-woon genuinely felt it was a shame since they were getting close. Then Cadet 7 was being called loudly. He turned his head to look back and see who was shouting like that. He realized it was instructor Sang Moon-yeon. It was the instructor who had been hospitalized for 22 days after fighting him, and the cadets were talking about it. He approached Cheon Yeo-woon and asked him to follow him to the main building of the Demonic Academy. The cadet asked if something had happened. The instructor was furious and asked since when a mere cadet had the authority to question him. Cheon Yeo-woon told his cadets to go directly to the dormitory. He thought the director was calling him because of what happened earlier, and the two went alone to the main building. Cheon Yeo-woon found it strange since that place shouldn't be open to them. However, the instructor stopped and said that this spot would do. He realized the director hadn't called him. The instructor said he hadn't mentioned the director at all, and without much talk he drew his sword, declaring he wanted a duel. Cheon Yeo-woon realized he had just been led into an ambush. Pointing the sword toward cadet number 7, the instructor told him to listen closely, because he was officially challenging him for the 4th test. The instructor said he'd been waiting for him to pass the 3rd test. Recalling the fight he had before, he asked how he dared to humiliate him like that in front of everyone, and he warned that by using sword technique, he could annihilate him in fewer than 10 techniques. Running toward him, he said he would finish him off, and the only thing he would say was that it was he who challenged him. Using his ki, he simply broke the opponent's sword, who was incredulous to see him do that. Cheon Yeo-woon said it was convenient that he himself had stated it, that this was indeed the 4th test. The instructor couldn't believe the words and attitude of that cadet. Sang Moon-yeon was trying to press his blade with 10-star ki, but instead of cutting him, it was his own sword that was trembling. With a few movements, he sent the instructor backward. He found the cadet's behavior strange. Sang Moon-yeon thought he should be, at most, a natural expert. How could his ki have improved so much in only 28 days? He shouted at the cadet that he might have grown strong, but he wouldn't continue being so lenient. The cadet told him to go ahead. Sang Moon-yeon, assuming his stance, was trying a new attack. He was now using the weightless sword technique, double light cut. Cheon Yeo-woon thought his attack was fast, but the butterfly dance, with its circular butterfly movements, was undoubtedly better. And with those movements he managed to block the ki blade the instructor had created. And not only that, he also realized he could create a ki blade. Sang Moon-yeon thought this would make that cadet a natural expert, like himself, so he couldn't attack recklessly. Cheon Yeo-woon attacked with the butterfly dance, the brilliant butterfly flight technique. This sent the instructor's sword flying far away. Cheon Yeo-woon was using the nano machine the entire time. When Sang Moon-yeon realized he would be struck fatally, he shouted that he had lost. This made his opponent stop the attack just before completing it. The instructor had a blade so close to his face that he looked both terrified and relieved. Cheon Yeo-woon asked the instructor if that meant he had passed the 4th test. Sang Moon Yeo said that, since he had won, he could stop there. That's what he was saying, but he had no intention of keeping his word and letting him pass. The moment Cheon Yeo-woon let down his guard and sheathed his sword, he planned to cut off his head with a surprise attack. Cheon Yeo-woon knew all the moves he would make because he was analyzing him with the nano, so he just pretended to put away his sword and waited for the unsuspecting instructor to strike. At that moment, he only needed to counterattack. He used so much force in that counterattack that he sent the instructor soaring high. Then he fell, raising dust as he hit the ground. Lying down, he looked at cadet number 7, unable to understand how he had lost to him. Still analyzing, the instructor noticed that the energy in both his hands had vanished, and the threat level had decreased. Cheon Yeo-woon asked the instructor if he really tried to lie after hiding what he had in his hands. Sang Moon Yeo knew he couldn't beat him with his skills, so he was apologizing and swearing he had learned his lesson, and he said he would tell the director that he passed the 4th test. Cheon Yeo-woon, realizing he was lying again by analyzing him, just stepped on him. Looking seriously at the instructor, he said he really would tell them that the test was over and that he had passed. An hour passed since that combat. The instructors were gathered, and all were rather annoyed. The director was also dissatisfied. Among the other instructors, lying on the ground, was Sang Moon Yeo. They commented that, in the end, he only caused problems. What was he thinking, trying to get revenge on a cadet? The director didn't even need to hear Sang Moon Yeo's side of the story, as the 4th test was against an instructor. And yet Cheon Yeo-woon managed to control himself, even though Sang Moon Yeo attacked with hidden intentions. If he had gone full force, he would have ended up as the villain in the story. Instructor Ho said that, whatever the case, a win was a win. The director knew that, and was only waiting for the right time. He rose from his chair and gave some instructions. He ordered Sang Moon Yeo to be taken to the infirmary, and handed Cheon Yeo-woon a plaque. This was a recognition plaque. He removed cadet number 7's identification badge, and congratulated him for passing the 4th test in record time. In just 2 months, he restored his reputation and received a status equivalent to a partial instructor. He was now a squad leader. They gave him a black dragon medicinal pill and congratulated him for passing the test. He also informed him that, by passing the 4th test, he would receive 2 additional benefits. First, he would get a room all to himself. Cheon Yeo-woon was very pleased with this. And second, he would go to the blacksmith north of the main building tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Instructor Ho explained that for every squad leader who passed the 4th test, the cult would produce a weapon of their choice. He felt relieved he no longer had to share a room with Moon Gia and would also solve his weapons specialty issue. The director said he would now explain the 5th test. The 5th test was to pass through the sealed demon chamber. The prerequisite for that test was to be at least master level. The medic, seeing the instructor there again, was in disbelief, as it had only been a short time since he left. Cheon Yeo-woon knew that being a master meant being among the top 100 within the cult. The director mentioned that in each generation of the demonic academy, there were cases where 10 or more people passed the 5th test. Success was hard to achieve when one was impatient. Cheon Yeo-woon thanked him and said he would do his best to meet their expectations. In the library of the demonic academy, Cheon Yeo-woon would finally see the sapphire monoliths on the 3rd and 4th floors. But as he was about to enter, he was stopped because he needed his cadet badge. When he presented the identification plaque showing he had passed the 4th test, the library manager was quite impressed. He found it hard to believe, as it had only been an hour since the 3rd test had ended. He thought it was unbelievable. In the last generation, it took 5 months from entering the academy to passing the 4th test. The library attendant apologized for being rude to squad leader Cheon Yeo-woon. All he wanted was to go to the library's 3rd floor. Now he had 4 hours, as the time had doubled compared to the 2nd floor. Looking at some cadets nearby, he noticed they were only focused on memorizing those books. He passed by them and went to find the monoliths he wanted to read. When he found them, he was amazed that one seemed much more complex than those on the 1st and 2nd floors. He decided to take some time to analyze it, then asked Nano to record the sword marks and save them. Once the scanning was complete, he left. He joined the others in the library to memorize some books too. They memorized 179 books just on the 3rd floor. He was now heading to the library's 4th floor. He was also impressed when he saw the monolith there. Observing it, judging by the clean cuts, it must have been a sword technique. But why were those monuments so damaged, with deep and raw sword marks? Nano explained that the force applied in those movements appeared to be double compared to the other monuments. He would love to see the augmented reality, but he would have plenty of time for that later in the training room, so he asked Nano to just scan it. Returning to the library, he noticed that as he ascended each floor, the space became smaller, and there were fewer books. Half of the books there were advanced arts from the elite cult clans. If he memorized those, they could be of great help when facing warriors from that faction. In total, 245 advanced martial arts books were scanned on the 4th floor, 122 books of the Celestial Demon Cult, 83 of the Force of Justice, and 50 books of the Force of Evil. The library attendant informed squad leader Cheon that it was already midnight. He was pleased, as he would begin training in his private room the next day. He told his cadets and roommate that he had gone up to the 4th floor, and that he had also passed the 4th test. Moon-gyu was impressed, as he had passed the 4th test in just one day. Her young master was likely the strongest contender to become the Vice Lord. He hadn't mentioned that this night would be the last they would share the same room. Apparently, he earned a private room by passing the 4th test and was planning to stay there starting the next day. Hyo Bang asked his sovereign not to abandon him. He tried to explain that it wasn't as if he was moving far away. The next day, at 9 in the morning, Cheon Yeo-woon went to the blacksmith to the north of the main building of the Demonic Academy. He was excited to have his own weapon. The blacksmith called out to him and said he must be squad leader Cheon, the young man who passed the 4th test in record time. Cheon greeted him, and upon greeting, he noticed the blacksmith had nothing on his face. He had no eyebrows, no hair on his arms or fingers. The blacksmith explained it was inevitable due to his profession. He wondered if he'd been staring too much. The blacksmith introduced himself as Sunwoong and mentioned that he was a descendant of Yezi. Cheon had heard of him before, in the great historian's records. Yezi was a master blacksmith during the spring and autumn period, and half the swords he made were acclaimed to be of the highest level. The blacksmith, laughing, asked the young man not to stare at him like that. He had many descendants who weren't as talented as their predecessors. Cheon was certain he had imparted great techniques. The blacksmith said he was very good at judging people, but he would do his best in crafting his weapon. The blacksmith noticed the young man used both long and short swords. Cheon confirmed he was right and that he could craft both. The blacksmith apologized, saying he could only forge one. Cheon would need to think carefully about which one he would choose. He analyzed that, in the Celestial Demon sword art, he felt good using it, and the sword also had several cracks, and if he had used the second technique after that, the sword would have turned to dust. So he chose a long sword. The blacksmith said it was a good choice. In truth, he was more specialized in crafting long swords. He also said that before starting, he would observe his sword technique, and this was so he could forge a sword suited to him. He needed to see the technique to decide the size of the forge and the blade's hardness. Cheon, after the explanation, understood. He unsheathed his sword and began performing his technique. The blacksmith was closely observing his attacks and performance. At one point, he was quite impressed, especially since the dust flew so high that it blocked his view. Cheon said he was finished and asked if it was sufficient. The blacksmith now needed to analyze a bit, and managed to see before being hit by all that dust. The blacksmith didn't know how to say it without sounding rude. He told Cheon that creating a sword for him would be impossible. Cheon Yeo-woon wanted to know what he meant by impossible. The blacksmith borrowed his sword for a moment. He held his hammer to show him why it would be impossible to make the sword. With the hammer in one hand and the sword in the other, he simply broke it. It wasn't just the part he struck that shattered. The entire sword splintered. Cheon Yeo-woon thought nothing would happen since he hadn't used the technique against anyone else. The blacksmith explained that his sword technique wasn't something that could be performed with any ordinary sword. He also said that, if he could use a technique to make it more resistant, he would. But for the sword to withstand the technique, it would need to be made of at least cold iron. Cold iron is a metal imbued with the chilling energy of the Northern Ocean. He knew the Celestial Demon technique was powerful, but he hadn't thought it was this strong. He said that after seeing the monstrous technique, his craftsman's instinct was screaming to make a sword. He also requested to see the technique with the short sword. Fortunately, after witnessing the butterfly dance, Sunwing said he could make the short sword. Cheon returned to the individual training room. He noticed that several cadets had reached the level of specialist. He couldn't fall behind them, so he needed to reach the level of master. He was unsure whether to take one of the pills or both at once. After thinking a bit, he made his decision. He didn't have time to dwell on it, so he decided to take both pills at once. And he quickly began to feel their effects. He felt something strange in his throat. That was the effect taking hold. Cheon told Nano that he wanted to cultivate using the Celestial Demon sword art and to help with the absorption. He asked Nano to stop stalling and tell him if it would hurt a lot. No need to complicate something simple. Baekyu, the founder of the poison clan known as the Lord of 10,000 Poisons, was also the creator of the Black Dragon medicinal pill. Cheon began cultivating using his technique. His aorta ruptured. Nano started replicating cells to rapidly restore the damaged area. He knew that without Nano, all his blood vessels and pressure points would rupture. Many of his body's arteries and veins ruptured, and Nano was immediately healing the injuries. He felt he would die if he lost concentration for even a second, but he had to endure. Because Cheon Yeo-woon swallowed 2 pills at once, it was natural for his energy to flow like a tsunami. 4 days passed, and he was still training hard and feeling the effects of the training. He felt like he almost died and thought he'd never overdo it with those pills again. How much had his ki increased with Nano's help? By calculation, he should gain about 40 years of ki. But he was surprised when he saw how much it had increased. He had 60 years of ki, and that wasn't all. The flow of ki within his body had improved. Could the cycle of destroying and regenerating pressure points have made them stronger? Compared to before, he could now use twice as much ki in his techniques. And he wanted to test how strong he was. His ki blade was twice as large. He thought it was now stronger than instructor Ho Ji Chang's. Due to a lack of comprehension, he hadn't reached the level of master yet, but he already had the foundation he needed with the ki. He asked Nano to extract the cultivation method from the monolith on the 3rd floor and transmit the celestial demon state art and destructive sword technique. Nano understood and began transferring both techniques to the user's brain. He wanted to know how many attempts using the destructive technique would be needed to cancel the celestial demon technique. The destructive technique cancelled the 3rd movement of the celestial technique on the 93rd attempt. He knew the 3rd technique was far more powerful than the previous 2. He asked if Nano could transmit the 3rd technique to his body. He was informed that if he placed too much stress on his body, he could still execute the technique once. He was curious because the 2nd technique was stronger than the 1st, and he had to test it. Immediately, he began to feel the technique being transferred to his brain. His body started to execute it with great pain in various points, but he didn't stop using it, until his body couldn't take it anymore. He had injured all his muscles, though they were already recovering. He thought that technique was quite difficult to perform, since it hadn't yet been directly transferred to his body. But when he looked at the ground, he noticed he managed to create cracks using only shockwaves from the movements. By the attempts, this was no surprise. He wanted to know how strong the 3rd destructive sword technique was, especially since it could counter the celestial demon technique. As soon as his body recovered, he went to test the 3rd technique. With his body healed, it was much easier for him. Even so, he found the technique incredible. The technique managed to perfectly counter the 3rd movement of the celestial demon sword technique just by combining certain sword movements. He thought that if countering the 3rd technique was this difficult, how challenging would the 4th technique be? He asked Nano to transfer the techniques from the 4th floor monoliths, and began to train like mad. He noticed something was missing but couldn't figure out what. He asked Nano to show the 2 techniques fighting in augmented reality. Celestial demon sword art, 4th technique. Destructive sword technique, 4th technique. And the 2 techniques were fused so he could analyze them. He noticed that, in the end, they were locked in a clash. With his eyes wide, he couldn't believe it was possible. The destructive sword technique couldn't defeat the celestial demon sword art. In the individual training hall, Cheon Yeo-woon was testing the techniques to see which would prevail. No matter how many times he watched the simulation, the result was always the same, and he found it very odd. He asked Nano how many sword marks were recorded on the monolith. It showed approximately 130 attempts. Nano explained that, on the last attempt, a part of the monolith was cut on the 24th movement. He knew that to cut the sapphire monolith, it wouldn't be enough to imbue ki into the sword. The cut would also need to be concentrated. Judging by the sword marks, he had challenged someone very powerful in the past and was furious for not defeating them as he wished. But he was even more intrigued. In the end, Cheon Yeo-woon had little choice but to improve his martial understanding. There was a limit to what he could achieve by simply strengthening his body. In the Demonic Academy's cafeteria, several cadets were eating and having fun. It was so refreshing for everyone to be eating together. He liked that. They had a good idea. Go Wang-hul said he thought it would be better if at least everyone had dinner together. Cheon Yeo-woon thought everyone was busy with their own training. That's why they thought it was even more important. Hyo Bang thought his friends were right. He believed that getting strong alone wouldn't help. They should get strong together. As a squad leader, he could use as many materials as he wanted. But they asked him what he planned to do with all that paperwork. He wanted to make martial arts books. That wouldn't be enough, so he would return later. The materials manager thought it was equivalent to 60 volumes of materials, and he had memorized all of it. A month later, Cheon Yeo-woon told everyone he had an important announcement. Moon-gyu noticed that recently, the young master had been acting a bit strange. She remembered seeing him with a dirty face a few times, and he said it was just some things he had to write. She wasn't sure if it was related to that. Cheon Yeo-woon arrived with several volumes, which made everyone very curious. He stacked all those volumes and asked if everyone was there. Then he began by saying that the reason he asked everyone to gather was to talk about something that was coming. He said that starting tomorrow, he would begin his training in seclusion. His companions were terrified because they didn't want to be without him. The swordsman thought it was all so sudden, and others started thinking about their own training. Go Wang Ho asked the sovereign if he had a time frame. He replied that, truthfully, he hadn't set a period. It could be a year or even 2, but he wouldn't return until he achieved a satisfactory result. Everyone saw from his expression that he was very determined. Go Wang Ho said he understood and hoped he would achieve what he was seeking. After hearing everyone, they agreed and wished him success in finding everything he was looking for. Baek Ji knew this wasn't just a challenge for Cheon Yeo Woon. It was likely that anyone who passed the 4th test would also need to enter secluded training. Cheon Yeo Woon said that before he left, he had 2 orders to give them. The first was that everyone should pass the 4th test before he finished his secluded training. At that moment, everyone was taken aback, as it was quite a command. However, the swords said they accepted the order. The 6 swords were obviously confident, but all the cadets from mid-level clans felt discouraged. It was certainly a good goal, but it wouldn't be easy for them. Then he announced the second order, that they should master all the martial arts books he would give them. At that moment, they began to feel curious and excited. Cadet 408 knew there was a reason he was covered in ink. She was certain that writing them all by hand had been challenging. Their sovereign was planning to pass on the martial arts he had learned on the 4th floor of the library. He had handwritten martial arts techniques for his vassals. Cheon Yeo Woon asked them to take the books in the order they were called. Hyo Bang was first, and was thrilled to be the first. He took the books given to him and observed them. But when he saw the contents, he was delighted, and the other cadets wanted to know what he received to react that way. They were techniques of the illusory sword, the fallen petal technique, and the iron shredder kick. The illusory sword techniques were martial arts from an elite clan, the fallen petal sword technique from the Northern Air sect, and the iron shredder kick. Hyo Bang said he would give it his all to become strong and repay his sovereign's kindness, which was as vast as the ocean. He vowed to fulfill his orders. They were happy because their sovereign cared even for cadets from lower-ranking clans, and they would all give their best to honor him. The cadets' names were called sequentially, and each received books with various techniques and specialties. Sang-hwa knew their sovereign had been called a rude fool by the library, but he wasn't just carelessly flipping through the books. Go Wang Ho was impressed, realizing that he had memorized all the books. Cheon Yeo Woon, hearing all those praises, didn't know whether to feel proud or embarrassed. His vassals said he was the best and didn't even know how to express their full admiration. Go Wang Ho understood why there was a time limit for accessing the library, to prevent anyone from acquiring too many martial arts. Everyone knew their sovereign was a true monster. How could anyone memorize all those books? That's what they were saying among themselves. Cheon Yeo Woon asked them to stop chatting and start collecting the books. After finishing distributing them all, they were all grateful and vowed to give their best and meet their sovereign's expectations. Moon Gyo was very pleased, smiling with the books she had also received. Baek Ji pointed out that there was still a problem. Some of them had their own cultivation and breathing techniques they had mastered, but he was sure that people like Jo Guk, who came from lower-ranking clans. At that moment, Hyo Ban found a page in the book containing the cultivation and breathing technique. These were martial arts of universal origin. The books had been very well customized and crafted to meet everyone's needs. Even Cadet 408 was surprised by the cultivation technique she received. The question was where he had found such a cultivation technique, but he just listened to everyone's questions without answering. Cheon Yeo Woon explained that the art of universal origin was a secret cultivation technique hidden on the 4th floor of the library. 2 days prior, Cheon Yeo Woon had been finishing copying all those martial arts books, but he was wondering what kind of breathing and cultivation technique he should give them. He asked Nano if there was any progress in the key analysis. The analysis of the energy created from breathing was still in progress. It could categorize which breathing and cultivation technique would effectively amplify someone's Dantian energy. He spent a lot of time there selecting a technique that would be good and efficient. After Nano shared a lot of information and left him confused, he concluded that Nano had created a breathing and cultivation technique. It had been done just 2 days ago. By chance, he also analyzed the breathing and cultivation technique of the celestial demon sword art. He began a secluded training session. He himself could hardly believe it. He had only cultivated for a short time, but he was close to reaching the techniques of the 1,000 martial breaths. Indeed, the way qi circulated through his body was much more stable. He spent a lot of time researching the theme of the books and what to name them. It was a secret cultivation technique hidden on the 4th floor of the library, or so he told the cadets. There were many hidden treasures in the precious library, and they all agreed it must be a cultivation technique from an elite clan that no longer existed. He asked them to memorize all the books he had given them. The next day, northwest of the secluded training facility in the demonic academy, Cheon Yeo Woon was grateful that everyone came to see his departure. While in secluded training, he hoped the 6 swords would assist their companions. The swords said they understood and that he should focus on his secluded training without worries. Cheon Yeo-woon wished them all the best, and they all said they would pray for the safety and health of their sovereign and hoped he would succeed. He entered the training room and saw that the secluded training chamber was a bit larger than the individual training room for specialists. He noticed that the amount of God seeds there would be enough to sustain him for years. He needed to reach the master level. He was genuinely surprised. He asked Nano to start transferring all the specialist martial arts from the 4th floor to his brain. He took some of the seeds and ate to begin his training. He was still unsure which technique he liked best. He decided to divide his daily training regimen into 3 parts. In the morning, he would practice techniques. In the afternoon, he would duel against augmented reality battles. And at night, he would cultivate. Since it was currently afternoon, he would duel an avatar. He asked Nano to activate augmented reality and set up Cheon Yeo-woon against the avatar. Quickly, advanced reality initiated in the user's vision, creating the avatar for the simulation model designated Cheon Yeo-woon. For now, he was satisfied with just one Cheon Yeo-woon, but he would later increase the number and difficulty. His ultimate goal was to match the master avatar. He wanted to surpass the master's movements from when he defeated the evil force's prisoner. He was excited. It was time to begin. 1 week after Cheon Yeo-woon began his secluded training, the candidate for Vice Lord of the Dark Clan, Cheon Moo-yeon, passed the 4th test. On the 10th day, Moo-gyu, from the Dark Dragon Palm Clan, was the 3rd to defeat Instructor Lim Pyong. The 4th to pass the test was Cheon Kyung-moon, the candidate for Vice Lord of the Sword Clan. 2 months after Cheon Yeo-woon entered secluded training, both Cheon Moo-yeon and Cheon Kyung-moon began their own secluded training. Moo-gyu also felt the need for such training but set it aside to teach vassals from lower-ranking clans. Around this time, Baek-ji, the first sword among the 6, passed the 4th test. Cheon Yeo-woon's followers were pleased that a second vassal had passed the test. In the 4th month, Cheon Moo-jeom, the candidate for Vice Lord of the Spring Clan, passed the 4th test and immediately entered secluded training. The 2nd sword, Go Wang-ho, and the 5th sword, Woo So-young, were 2 more members of the 6 swords to pass the 4th test. In the 5th month, the swords Ho Sang-hwa and Chai Taek-jayam also passed the 4th test. In the 6th month, a few more passed. Although all were from mid-level clans, they achieved the status of natural specialist. In the 10th month, both Jia Woo-min and Lim Yo-hwan passed the 4th test. By then, a total of 15 people had failed the test. Exactly 1 year later, Cheon Yeo-woon's vassals dueled again to determine the new 6 swords, and now Moon-gyo was the first sword. Once the new 6 swords were chosen and more than 30% of their companions had reached the level of natural specialist. 2 years after Cheon Yeo-woon had entered secluded training, most cadets had completed the 4th test. Among the 120 cadets, 71 passed the 4th test, and the remaining cadets were expelled. Of Cheon Yeo-woon's 34 vassals, 19 were among those expelled. Hyo-bang, who had trained harder than anyone, reached the proficient specialist level after 2 years. After about 2 years, almost 80% of the cadets who passed the 4th test entered secluded training, and thus, that year, a duel for the 6 swords took place. With the exception of Cheon Yeo-woon, the 70 cadets who entered secluded training would finish their training and emerge, but not even 40% of them had succeeded. After 2 years and 4 months, Cheon Moo-yeon, the candidate for Vice Lord of the Dark Clan, was the first to complete the 5th test, the Sealed Demon Chamber. Well before that, in the 8th month of the 2nd year, 6 more cadets had passed the 5th test. Besides them, 7 people, including Cheon Moo-yeon, challenged the Sealed Demon Chamber, but none succeeded. With 3 challengers dying, cadets became far more hesitant to attempt the 5th test. The duel for the 6 swords took place due to the rise in skills and training. Both groups would fight for the 6 sword positions that year. This time, the results were Go Wang-ho in first place, with Moon-gyo as the 2nd sword, and Baek-ji in 3rd. In this way, 2 more months passed, and Go Wang-ho noticed that not everyone was there. It seemed that Moon-gyo and Hyo-bang had gone back again. They were in the secluded training facilities once more. Baek-ji was happy that at least they were going in pairs. Go Wang-ho felt uneasy about them going alone. Baek-ji thought it was good they were cautious, as the heirs' battle was starting to worsen during these times. Baek-ji and Go Wang-ho were discussing again, though not doubting each other. They didn't know what kind of tricks the enemy might pull. They were unsure what ploy could be used, so they walked around as a group to stay together. Go Wang-ho had a bad feeling. In fact, that day he thought they should go after them. At the secluded training facility in the demonic academy, Hyo-bang was angry because they were using weapons there. However, he stated that he wasn't interested in him. His interest was elsewhere. He was going to speak one last time and was sure that Moon-gyo wouldn't take his offer seriously. Moon-gyo had already said she wasn't interested and had refused multiple times. She already had a lord to serve, so he drew his sword and said he personally believed a bit of discipline was necessary to make a useful pawn. He said that if Moon Gyo-woon won a duel against him, he would let him go, but if he won, Moon Gyo would become his vassal. That man continued to be annoying, saying that if he won the duel, he could leave, but if he lost, he'd have to become his vassal. Hyo-bang had lost his patience with him and thought it was too much. He said that although he was supposed to be a candidate for Vice Lord, he seemed like an irritating pest. The candidate for Vice Lord of the Sword Clan was very upset, and said he wasn't talking to him. Soon reinforcements arrived to handle the two of them. Hyo-bang realized there were several people heading their way. Someone else appeared just in time as they were about to attack Hyo-bang, and using telekinesis, took control of one of the cadets who was advancing on them. Moon Gyo and Hyo-bang watched as this person stopped the attack of the Vice Lord candidate's subordinates. They attacked all of them with this telekinetic ability, leaving them very irritated, ready for more fighting, until someone emerged from the secluded chamber. Hyo-bang and Moon Gyo could barely believe that person, dressed in tattered clothes with long hair. But when Cadet 408 realized it was her sovereign, she was thrilled. Cheon Gyo-woon emerged, just in time to defend Hyo-bang, who was on the verge of a tough fight. He had a very serious look and didn't seem pleased with the reception right outside his room, with the Vice Lord candidate's vassals on the ground before him. They looked on in awe at how someone could move objects using only ki. This was high-level ki telekinesis. Cheon Yang-woon was very upset, as he had reached the level of a grandmaster. It shouldn't be possible that he had only reached the master level. He asked his vassals what they were doing, but Moon Gyo and Hyo-bang also prepared to attack. They wouldn't let them attack as a group. One of them shouted that Hyo-bang was just trash from a lower clan, and how dare he get in his way. But Hyo-bang knew he had to at least stop those guys to make things easier for his sovereign, and so he went all out against them. Moon Gyo also moved in against some of them to aid her sovereign. Seeing this, the Vice Lord candidate became enraged and launched an attack on Cadet 408. When Moon Gyo saw the strike up close, she thought it must be the Sword Clan's technique, the Imperial Sword. She couldn't lose focus as she needed to engage with her hands. Standing there, Cheon Gyo-woon watched all the Vice Lord candidate's vassals approaching him. He began using telekinesis on each of them, and defeated them all at once. With individual attacks on each one, the strikes were so fast and precise that they were hard to see. The opponents simply lay on the ground, unable to understand or see what had happened. The ones who had caused the trouble realized they didn't stand a chance. This was a monster before them. Cheon Gyo-woon walked past them, and they knew no one there could attack him. They said they didn't need to continue and asked young Master Cheon to declare their defeat, but he only cast a dark look over them. In his presence, they knew they had no choice, yet they tried to persuade him with numbers. But it was useless because, before him, they all trembled. In a very swift attack, he sent that individual flying, so far that the others grew fearful of being next. They grew even more uneasy when he, with his dark gaze, warned them that they would be next. At that moment, Cheon Kyung-moon was charging at Moon Gyo. He noticed his opponent was using such a powerful palm technique, even with such a small frame. Moon Gyo was trying to defend against his blows until, for some reason, her ki dissipated, and now she was in great trouble. Seeing that opening, the Vice Lord candidate showed no mercy and was about to finish her off. Cadet 408 closed her eyes because she didn't want to see what would happen to her, but when she opened one eye to see what had happened, she witnessed her master holding the sword that the Vice Lord candidate was using to strike her. He told Cheon Gyo that he had truly become a grandmaster, and while his arms were still in the position to strike, he realized that Cheon Gyo-woon had simply passed by him, and struck using only his hands. At that moment, he fell to the ground. After Cheon Gyo-woon had directed him with just a hand, he realized the damage to him was severe. With that strike, he had lost an arm. Cheon Gyo-woon simply walked past him, hearing the Vice Lord candidate's vassals begging for mercy. But he wasn't feeling so generous that day and decided to step on one of them. While being stepped on, the young man even pleaded. But Cheon Gyo-woon was willing to be as merciful as they had been with his vassals. Go Wang-ho, having had a bad feeling about the two, ran to check if they were alright. But he stopped when he noticed something strange. He was worried about Hyo-bang, but upon arriving, he saw that his friend was simply stacking some people. He also noticed Moon Gyo was fine and was talking to someone. As he observed the person, he realized it was his master. Go Wang-ho knelt and said that he, the first sword, greeted his return. Everyone else looked and realized they should have greeted him as well. Even Moon Gyo, who had seen him first and forgotten to greet him. She quickly knelt and said that she, the second sword, Moon Gyo, greeted his return. Baekji looked at him and realized everything he had done, and thought that if he was doing that even as a proficient master, he should remain focused. It was as if the academy director stood before him. At once he knelt and said that he, the third sword, greeted the return of his sovereign. Manhwa was watching, as it wasn't the first time Baekji showed respect using his title, and it was quite amusing. The other swords also introduced themselves, stated their ranks, and greeted their sovereign. Cheon Yeo-woon was pleased to be among his people. He also greeted and thanked them all for being there. All his swords were there and were very happy for their sovereign's return. Go Wang-ho, looking behind him at the ground, noticed that the person lying there was the Vice Lord candidate from the Sword Clan. Cheon Pyung-moon was a bit bruised, having crossed paths with their master on a very bad day. Go Wang-ho, seeing the damage he'd caused, realized their sovereign had reached the level of Grandmaster. Cheon Yeo-woon was glad he'd noticed. Half an hour later, in the infirmary of the Demonic Academy, the doctor was pleased that Cheon Yeo-woon had finally come out of seclusion. Main clan Vice Lord candidates, having been eliminated by Cheon Yeo-woon, were putting enormous pressure on the candidate's subordinates. But Cheon Moo-yun didn't pay much attention to this and simply focused on improving his skills and techniques. At the Demonic Academy, in the office, the director was asking if they thought he was close to reaching the level of a Grandmaster. However, the person giving him the news said that, in fact, he wasn't just close, he had actually reached that level. He saw it himself. After the director left the seclusion room, he performed superior key telekinesis with his own eyes. His seclusion training took longer than he thought. He expected to reach the level of a true master, but he actually became a Grandmaster. The director said that in the entire history of the Demonic Academy, there was no single person who achieved the level of Grandmaster without passing the 6th test. However, at that moment, as the director was speaking, he felt something. As if nothing had happened, the supervisor bringing the information asked if something was wrong, and the director simply said that it was indeed true. While they were talking, someone knocked on the door, and the director asked the person to come in. The director, looking at him, said that if he hadn't just received the reports, he would have thought that an elder from the council was behind that door. The director also said that he had become very strong and was almost unrecognizable. He asked squad leader Cheon Yeo-woon what he was bringing there. Then they left and walked through a snow-covered area. It was the Sealed Demon's Cave, and he thought he would challenge the 5th test just 4 hours after leaving seclusion. Instructor Ho told squad leader Cheon that he must be in quite a hurry. He replied that his followers were likely afraid of that place while he was in seclusion, so he thought it would be best to challenge it a bit sooner. The instructor found him very impressive. He had trained hard for the last 3 years and finally became a true master, but now it was him who would have to challenge it. He showed him the way to the 5th test. Upon entering, he realized that the wind inside was stronger than the wind outside, and even though it was winter, the cave was larger than he expected. The 5th test was to go through the Sealed Demon's Cave. In the test, he would have to pass through countless traps in the darkness using his senses, and they would wait for 2 hours. He was told that if he couldn't pass within that time, they would assume some accident had happened and would stop the traps. It was announced that the 5th test would now begin. After entering, he thought there might be a sealed demon in the cave, and everything there was truly dark. Cheon Yeo-woon asked Nano to activate night vision mode. The path to the end was quite long, and he noticed a smell that he thought might be oil but seemed more like blood. He noticed a tunnel and thought that, from there, the traps would start appearing, and since he could see everything clearly, he should be able to pass quickly using some techniques. The traps started triggering around him, and he passed through them easily. Since he could see everything happening, it wasn't hard for him to escape the traps. In that darkness, someone without much skill would have been easily caught by one of the traps. He thought it would be better to abandon movement techniques and walk. With each step, he activated a trap. There were many, and he was passing through them all. With Nano's help, he noticed the traps activating. It was best to stay alert with his feet. Fortunately, these things were useless against Nano's night vision. 30 minutes later, he realized that the cave had more than one tunnel. Looking in both directions, he realized it would be easy to get lost if there wasn't a flow of air. So this was the path he had been on over 3.5 years ago, when he was in the secret chamber inside the detention center. When he bowed to the founder of the demonic celestial art, asking him to accept the bow of his descendant. He was very lucky to have found it. If the leader of the Poison Clan knew about it, he would die of frustration. The only thing left was to destroy all traces of that place so that no one could discover the demonic celestial art and its techniques. He didn't want anyone else to learn it. Then, as he was destroying it, he noticed something. The entire place began to shake. He found it strange and didn't know what was happening there at that moment. Then he saw before his eyes several things that were glowing. When he counted, there were 24. He realized these were the text explaining the movements of the demonic celestial sword art. There was a hidden mechanism. He didn't know what the lines behind it were, but after connecting all the lamps, a map was formed. He was sure it was a treasure map from somewhere. In any case, he couldn't tell where it was, so he asked Nano to scan and save it. Now he knew that the blade map corresponded to the cave. He realized it was the treasure map of the sealed demon cave. Nano displayed the location on the map, and he could also handle that kind of thing. He would need to go back to the start, but he still had some time, since the founder wouldn't have included something like that just for fun, so he decided to explore around. As he was walking, he thought he heard something. Then he remembered his cadets and the swords saying that it was scary inside the cave, but not because of the darkness. They had heard strange cries in there. However, Cheon Yeo-woon hadn't heard anything, and this felt too real to be just his imagination, though he couldn't sense anything. But that path was quite strange. Even though it wasn't the exit, there were more traps than in the other areas. This was the route indicated by the map, yet it led to a dead end. But he had an idea. Maybe there was an exit. He remembered what was written on the wall. He thought that perhaps the founder of the demonic celestial art had heard cries again. Could it be that the founder sealed something behind those walls? He didn't know exactly what it was, but he felt it was a demonic presence, and that's why the place was called the Sealed Demon Cave. He didn't have much time to think. If this was something the founder left behind, it couldn't be too dangerous. First, he would break down the wall, and he did so using the butterfly dance. Fifth technique, focused strikes of the dance. Even though it was a powerful attack, it only left dust and small fragments of stone. He was surprised, as he thought it would be enough to knock down the wall. But the damage was more superficial than the mark left by the founder. What was wrong with this wall? Nano explained that the wall was similar to the sapphire monolith. It wasn't just similar, it was actually the sapphire monolith, the only difference being the material on the outside. Knowing this, the technique he hadn't been able to perform just by having the body's information, the technique he could only use after reaching the Grandmaster level. He thought that technique would only be used against extremely dangerous opponents, as it was very powerful, but he would use it right there. He used the demonic celestial sword art, fourth technique, and made an energy flow rise. Cheon Yeo-woon was determined to make a hole in that wall. Using the demonic celestial sword art, fourth technique, he unleashed a power he thought would be strong enough to achieve his goal. The technique's glow brightened almost everything around, and dust filled the air, so he thought he had succeeded. After the dust settled a bit, he looked to see if he had done it. He managed to make a hole and could smell a stench, the same as at the entrance. He also had a bad feeling. Perhaps he was doing something he shouldn't. He looked at his sword and noticed that the sword the blacksmith had made for him had only withstood one attack. Normal metals truly couldn't handle it. Nano warned that there was an irregular plasma surge in front of him, and an atmospheric shock wave was heading his way. He widened his eyes and realized that a great wave of energy was rushing toward him, and all that power managed to hurl him forcefully into the wall. It was so strong that he couldn't block it, not even with Nano. He was trying to dodge the attacks coming his way. He was trying to understand what it was. But before him was a massive beast that looked very much like a giant snake, an emuti. He had heard that emugis were usually white or blue and were sacred spiritual beasts that lived in lakes, but this one was just a violent monster. It was attacking him, and he couldn't block or defend. The cave would collapse if they kept going like this. If that entire chamber was made of sapphire, he should lead it outside. So he started running in front of that monster to lure it out of the hole. Now that it had come out completely, it was moving at high speed. Cheon was pleased, as his plan had worked so far. However, he had fallen into some kind of pit with something wet. He couldn't identify what the black liquid was, and that stench was giving him a headache. The monster had caught up and was near him, while he ran through the stinking sludge. He was face to face with that giant monster. He couldn't properly use his movement technique because of that sticky liquid. Even so, he attacked with whatever he could manage. But that enormous monster attacked him from afar using only sonic power. The demonic celestial art didn't even scratch that thing. It was as if he had struck extremely hard metal. The body of that creature was harder than sapphire. Then he thought of something. It was strange that he wasn't seeing any strong waves of water. Pausing to consider, with such a large creature entering that black river, the water level should have been rising, but it remained the same. He asked Nano to activate augmented reality. An irregular black plasma energy was confirmed within that chamber. It was a phenomenon that occurred when atmospheric energy became so high that it caused ion particle condensation, even though it hadn't been scientifically proven. So it seemed he was facing a spiritual phenomenon, and Nano explained that an atmospheric shock wave was heading in his direction. Fortunately, he dodged. It was as he suspected. Even when that enormous head struck the water, no tall wave formed. He heard something hitting the bottom. Nano explained that, after analyzing, it appeared there were 24 pieces of metal floating in the air while a strong plasmatic energy was being radiated, but he didn't understand it. So he asked Nano to mark all the metal pieces she had identified as he was dodging the attacks of that fierce monster. When she marked them, the metal pieces were on the head of the large monster. He didn't think it could be real. The position of the metals was in the same alignment as the basic sword technique of the demonic celestial art. The monster tried to devour him and attack several times. He had practiced the basic sword technique countless times while using breathing and cultivation techniques. Now he was the one going after the monster. Cheon Yeo-woon was prepared to use the basic sword technique of the demonic celestial art. When he launched the attack, it was a direct hit on that massive monster. When he finished, he realized he had succeeded. He went to check what had happened and noticed the true identity of the Immuti. Several pieces of metal enveloped with a red aura were coming together to form something. After the entire formation, a sword was completed in front of Cheon. He was very surprised to see the finished sword, with its name engraved on it, Celestial Demonic. Why would such a precious sword, almost a symbol of the lord of the demonic celestial cult, be there? When he stretched out his arm to touch it, he felt a very powerful energy. It was as if something started to take over his body, and everything went dark. He couldn't see anything, couldn't hear anything, not even speak. Suddenly, he was in a different place. It seemed like he was in consciousness, almost consumed by the darkness. Then he spoke with Nano, but before he could get a response, a giant white serpent appeared before him. He was very startled to realize there was yet another one, and this one was even fiercer. He noticed its horns were growing, and its body was enlarging. It was transforming into a dragon. He saw a swordsman pass by him, heading straight for that creature. He hadn't even noticed when the swordsman severed the dragon's horns. Now the white scales of the Immuti were turning black, and he wanted to know who that swordsman was who had cut off the Immuti's horns. He realized that the swordsman was using a manifestation of a sword with ki. The two were locked in a fierce duel with the massive creature, and that giant serpent, transforming into a dragon, was at a disadvantage. Cheon saw the swordsman perform the third technique of the demonic celestial sword art. Angrily, he realized his own version couldn't compare to that, and the swordsman easily defeated the Immuti. After that, the swordsman drove his sword into the dragon, which made their aura surround the sword. Smiling, the swordsman said it would take a while to absorb all the energy, but he didn't think it would be for him. Those little pieces seemed to be talking, and when he looked at him, it was as if those eyes were swallowing his breath. He looked at the swordsman, and suddenly, he returned to himself. Now he was back in that place, swallowing that black liquid. He seemed to be choking on it. Nano asked if he was okay. He responded that he thought he had accidentally swallowed some of that black liquid and found it disgusting. He asked Nano how long he had been unconscious and found out he hadn't been unconscious. As soon as he touched the sword, he had simply fallen. He thought he had almost died for a moment. Then he asked Nano how long they had been in that cave. Nano responded that it had been less than an hour. He was relieved because only a short time had passed, so the only thing that happened was that he had fallen. Nano responded that no. When he held the sword, the black plasma energy entered his body, and at that moment, his brain cells were stimulated. Then he realized the black plasma was absorbed and merged with his ki. He thought it wasn't a coincidence that he felt a terrifying demonic energy within him, but how had it changed so much? He figured it might be the effect of that sword. Stopping to think, the sword he had been holding was no longer there. He was startled when he saw something on his wrists. Outside the entrance to the sealed demon cave, they were waiting for Cheon to return. It was odd. For someone who had reached Grandmaster proficiency, it shouldn't take long. An hour had passed, almost two, so what had happened? This became the place where the 5th test was conducted ever since the Sword Lord founded the academy. Instructor Ho was worried about Cheon Yeo-woon. They were outside the cave, waiting for Cheon Yeo-woon, who had been inside the cave for almost 2 hours. Everyone looked when the doors opened, and he emerged. They looked at Leader Cheon, who came out covered in thick mud. Everyone was amazed by the terrible smell he was emitting. They congratulated Leader Cheon for passing the 5th test, and he smiled and thanked them. Instructor Ho, who had been worried, was now covering his nose because of the terrible odor. They looked at his hand, which held something that didn't look like a deer horn. After all that, he decided to take a bath to wash off the bad smell and rest. He was satisfied because, finally, that awful smell had faded, although he had been in the bath for nearly an hour. From inside his jacuzzi, he noticed that horn, but he didn't understand. If everything hadn't been real, how did he end up with it? He started recalling when he entered that place with the foul-smelling mud to see if he could understand how he got that horn. He remembered thinking that sword could withstand the demonic celestial art, as it cut through sapphire effortlessly, but having ki with it was frightening. But he also recalled when it simply disappeared. It wouldn't come out even when he used all his strength and only reacted to the demonic energy mixed with his ki. His body had been hot and sweating for some time. Besides that strange liquid entering his body, it seeped into his veins, and the few remaining toxins were being expelled from his body. When he reached the Grandmaster level, he underwent a bodily cleansing, expelling many toxins as well, so that liquid had the ability to cleanse even the smallest amounts of toxins from someone's body. Thinking that the black liquid was the Imugi's blood, he figured this would greatly affect his subordinates. He decided to take some with him, and then felt an earthquake. He realized everything was collapsing. He barely managed to escape. He managed to store some of that liquid using the scabbard. He was disappointed, as that blood river would have been enough to strengthen the entire cult. And then there were the horns. After his bath, he picked up the Imugi's horn that the man in his vision had cut off. He was going to store it, but what would he use it for? Maybe he could increase his ki. He touched it and asked Nano to analyze the horns. The analysis showed that it was composed of an unknown material. Nonetheless, its purity was slightly less than its hardness. Upon discovering that it was harder than sapphire, he decided to test his ki sword on it. He launched his sword at the horn and was impressed. Beyond being solid, it had a strange force repelling his ki sword. He thought it could be used to forge a sword or a short blade, allowing him to wield the demonic celestial art and the butterfly dance. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon that day, in the main building of the director's office, he was surprised. It had only been 4 hours. How had his energy increased so much? Looking in front of him, Cheon could still manage it well, but he could feel a bit of demonic energy within him. He wanted to mention that Instructor Ho had confirmed it. He thought it was just a legend. He was pleased, for first came that sword technique, and now this demonic energy. He should be. Then he was interrupted by Instructor Ho, who caught the director's attention. The director said he should no longer call him Leader Cheon, as he was now a brigade leader, and congratulated him for passing the 5th test. He told him that he had become a true martial arts master, a pride to the cult. He was observing the items he had received, and Instructor Ho explained that it was a dagger made of black metal given to brigade leaders of their cult. As he looked at it, he could feel ki coming from the engraving. It hadn't been carved by a blacksmith but rather by a swordsman. Instructor Ho mentioned that the engraving was done by the Lord himself and was an honorable gift given only to Cheon brigade leaders. The director noticed his disdain when he realized it was a gift from the Lord. He quickly asked the director if he could request the 6th test at that moment. This still left some instructors surprised. The director looked him in the eye and said that, of course, he was more than qualified to take the test. Everyone knew that to take the 6th test, one had to be at least a grandmaster. They were already excited to witness it. He would be the first in 70 years to qualify for the test. The director explained that the 6th test was to challenge one of the 12 council elders, the highest martial artists. The director asked him if there was any one specific he wanted to challenge. In the library of the Demonic Academy, Cheon didn't expect the 6th test to be a free pass to challenge one of the 12 elders and face the 6 main clans. Considering the pros and cons, to have a better chance of defeating the 6 main clans, he needed to master the final technique of the demonic celestial art. The director thought that Cheon Yeo-woon had matured a bit. He expected him to immediately choose the poison clan leader because of Manhwa, but instead, he asked if he could respond after thinking it over, despite having officially received the chance to eliminate. The 4 years of protection granted by the Demonic Academy were nearly over, and soon, the 6 main clans would show their claws. Cheon Yeo-woon noticed there were only 20 books on that floor. He recalled his master saying to be grateful, as he was learning the butterfly dance and the 1,000-breath technique found on the 4th and 5th floors. The final moment had arrived, and he would finally perform the last part of the demonic celestial technique. He asked Nano to scan the monolith and analyze the key control. But looking at the monolith, he noticed there were no sword marks. He didn't understand why there were no sword marks on the monolith. The destructive sword technique wasn't there because the founder hadn't left it. He asked Nano if there was anything on that monolith. Nano responded that there was a sword mark left by a single person, so he asked to activate augmented reality in the user's view. When the target lens zoomed in, he only saw a puncture. It was nothing more than a hole. How could that be a demonic celestial technique? Was it possible for such a technique to exist? He thought he had pierced it. He hadn't noticed it because of the poem, but he had indeed gone through the stone. He didn't know how it was possible. It didn't even seem like he had used ki. He must have done it by focusing the raw power of the technique on a single point. If he had used even a bit of ki, the monolith would have shattered. The reason the monolith lacked sword marks wasn't because the master didn't find the hole, but rather because he couldn't figure out a way to counter it. The greatest discovery the founder made in recent years was bringing the sword's intent into himself. The user reveals their own desire and intent, and the union of these two wills. So he simply sat down and began to meditate, and everything around him emanated lights and power. All those lights were so intense that the library attendant rushed in to see what was happening with the brigade leader. When he saw him sitting and meditating, he couldn't bring himself to disturb him. Others joined in to see all that colorful aura. No one dared interrupt them. They looked and thought this must be the unification of the 5 types of ki, something they never thought they would witness. A true grandmaster, this person receives energy from the heavens, the earth, and humans. This leads to the cleansing of the body, reaching the alignment of the 3 danshans. A person could only become a true grandmaster by unifying the 5 types of energy. The library attendant observed his meditation and noticed that something was happening to him. He widened his eyes as he saw different marks appearing on Cheon Yo-woon's body and face. Looking at it, he thought it could only be one thing: bodily reconstruction. The light coming from him was so intense that people couldn't stay close. He was even making books fall from the shelves. However, even so, there were still people trying to get closer to him to see everything that was happening. The attendant was telling someone that even though he had been radiating so much energy just a moment ago, now he couldn't feel anything anymore. He thought he could control his ki. His meditation was over, and he opened his eyes to see many people around him, congratulating him on his achievement. Although he found it strange, he could sense something in several people. That was when he realized he had reached the true level of Grandmaster. He expressed his gratitude, noticing that 3 people had formed a protective formation around him while he was in his enlightened state. He found it odd when he stood up and saw the library completely turned over. He apologized to the library attendant for leaving it so messy. Smiling, the attendant said that the library being in disarray wasn't a problem, as he had achieved a great feat. He thought it best to take advantage of that moment when everyone was distracted by the books to eliminate any chance of someone learning the demonic celestial art. The library attendant called Brigade Leader Cheon and said there were no more problems with the books. Now he could continue studying. The first books Cheon Yo-woon scanned were on the martial arts of the 6 main clans. He also wanted the Crimson Flame Sword technique. That must have been the martial art of the Left Guardian. The name suited him well. Then he was looking at a book on the steps of the Wind God, which was a movement technique rather than a martial art. It was a good time for it, as he didn't have a good movement technique. But who would have donated such a technique to the library? He asked Nano to scan it. It was already 8 o'clock at night in Cheon Yo-woon's quarters. His subordinates were congratulating him for passing the 5th test. They were all asking if he had heard what happened, if he knew about it. Manhwa was asking to leave that topic aside, saying that monsters couldn't possibly exist, and everyone told her she was strong enough to take on the world alone. Cheon thought that if he told them he had found something similar, it would create unnecessary confusion. Cheon Yo-woon was holding a large bowl with a mixture inside, and that was the reason he had gathered them all that day. Everyone was frightened by the bad smell coming from that container. They asked what it was, and he thought it would be difficult to explain that it was Immuti blood, so he just said it was something he found after taking the path. They were shocked, as he had taken that from the cave, but they didn't know why. Smiling, he said he wanted them all to drink a little of it. They were horrified, as it was truly disgusting and smelled awful. He explained that he had accidentally drunk it, and all the toxins in his body were expelled, along with an improvement in ki flow, and he thought it would be a shame if only he benefited from it. They looked at the bowl with the stinking liquid, thinking they wouldn't be able to drink it. However, Hyobong said that they couldn't hesitate when their sovereign was doing something good for them, so he would be the first to drink. He grabbed a cup and asked everyone to step aside, saying that the smell was nothing. He drank and thanked his sovereign. Everyone watched his reaction after drinking. He said it wasn't that bad, smiling with a bright expression. Suddenly, he fell to the ground and started rolling around, looking like he was choking. Moon-gyu watched and asked if he was saying it was some kind of elixir. Moments later, Hyobong was already feeling the effects and told his sovereign that it was as he said. His body felt renewed, and his ki flow had greatly increased. Then, after seeing the effect, everyone ended up drinking the liquid, except for Ho Sanghwa, who refused, and Moon-gyu, who had issues with her mask. At the northern forge of the Demonic Academy, the blacksmith was working with the horn that Cheon Yo-woon had brought to him. He was tasked with the mission of turning that material into a sword. However, his tools broke when he tried to handle it. Then he wanted to know from Brigade Leader Cheon where he had gotten that thing. He replied that he couldn't say. The blacksmith was fascinated. That thing was incredible and could make the best weapons in the world. Cheon asked him if he could make a blade with it, and he said yes. He noted that Cheon had received cold iron as brigade leader, and asked if he wanted to make a sword with it. Cheon told him that he had previously mentioned he could only make one weapon, but the blacksmith said that now, as a brigade leader, he could have a weapon whenever he wanted. He asked him to please make a sword, as he would have to keep the black sword hidden until he discovered why the celestial demon swords were engraved on it. The blacksmith warned that the material was excellent, and would take about a month to complete each part. Cheon estimated it would be 2 months in total, so he asked him to finish sooner if possible. In the office of the Demonic Academy's director, he spoke with Brigade Leader Cheon, and wanted to confirm if he was sure about this. Cheon Yo-woon affirmed and politely asked again. The director thought that he was bolder than the others. Was this guy truly insane? The leader of the Dark Clan was the first of the 12 elders, Mu Jin-won, who had long since reached the rank of Grandmaster and was the strongest opponent to challenge. The director knew he had certainly thought about this a lot, but it was still incredibly reckless. He said he would send a formal letter to the elder. Cheon Yeo-woon filed the application for the 6th test. The Celestial Cult Castle was reached by Martial Arts Alliance ambassadors after nearly 10 years. A week before the 6th test, the director spoke with Brigade Leader Cheon, who was there because the director wanted to see him. Cheon asked if something had happened. The director said he was sorry for the brigade leader, but he would need to change his opponent in the 6th test duel. That caught him by surprise, and he asked if the first elder of the council had changed his mind. The director said it wasn't that case and then covered the office with a strange energy. Cheon realized he was covering everything with energy, as if there was some secret. He couldn't fully explain the details as it was classified information, but there were only 4 elders present at the time, from the 9th to the 12th elder. He was displeased, as none of the higher-ranked elders were present, meaning he couldn't fight any of them in the 6th test. The director didn't want to acknowledge it, but there had been a shift in the hierarchy among the clans recently. The leader of the Poison clan was demoted to the 12th rank. Smiling, Cheon Yeo-woon said it was better than nothing. Then, the next day, in the office of the Poison clan chief, he thought they should have already dealt with that wretch. Cheon Yeo-woon was now like a cup of poison. Over the last 3 years, the Dark Clan elder had become stronger than the Poison clan elder and the Sword clan. He began noticing that the Lord was indeed using these confrontations as an excuse to weaken the Dark Elder. The elder and clan leader were instructed to decline. It hadn't been long since he was released from prison, and the Lord was always watching them. In that meeting, others agreed that if the pressure continued, the power balance among the 6 clans could be disrupted. But he didn't want to hear it. He thought that if he refused, everyone would say he had become weak, not to mention his nephew was still bedridden because of him. Hearing those words of frustration, they all agreed it was time to deal with Cheon Yeo-woon. All 6 clans, even though he claimed to have become a martial artist every day, lacked the strength to support him. This was a threat. But the real threat was the Lord. No one wanted to hear an opposing opinion, as he also wanted to kill him more than anything else. But they had too much to lose if they acted too quickly. Going to his grandson's room and seeing him lying down, unable to do anything and still looking very unwell, he apologized for not being able to help him. He disliked seeing his grandson in such a weakened state. Elder Min was informed that he had a guest there. He wanted to know what kind of guest would arrive so late but asked for them to come in. It was Lady Mu, wife of the Dark Clan elder. He should have turned her away, but she was right in front of him. The elder said he was on his way, and as he opened the door to leave, his grandson managed to catch a glimpse of the woman and remembered her from when he was a child. His eyes widened, and he began sweating, showing an expression of fear and dread. He remembered that it was this woman who had prevented the poison that would have affected his mother. The next day, in the office of the Demonic Academy's director, a message from the elder of the Poison clan arrived, stating that he had accepted the request for the 6th test. On the morning of the 6th test, Cheon went to see if the blacksmith had finished his sword. He noticed the blacksmith was making a scabbard. Half an hour later, Cheon asked if he was done, which startled the blacksmith. He was impressed with his sword, noting it was very smooth to the touch. The blacksmith informed him that he had engraved the name as requested. He said that the name, White Dragon Blade, suited it well and asked him to turn the blade over. Placing a piece of fabric on the blade, he effortlessly sliced it perfectly. Cheon Yeo-woon thought that weapon was sharp enough to cut through soft fabric. He was very pleased, thrilled with the idea of having such incredible weapons, and told the blacksmith that he truly was the best of all. For the White Dragon Blade, he thought that with this blade, he would be stronger than Master Min. This was the moment when Cheon, on the day of the 6th test, at the training grounds of the Demonic Academy. It was the 6th test. This guy was truly a monster to have reached the level of Grandmaster in the Demonic Academy, and accomplished it in such a short time. Cheon Yeo-woon was wondering who he had chosen to face. Maybe someone from the 6 clans. What kind of person would choose one of them if not a fool? But on second thought, it was probably the 12th elder. The director was already arriving, and they were looking at who was by his side. It was the 9th elder, the elder of Transfiguration of E. Moon-gyu was happy to see her father, a descendant of the Transfiguration clan. Then another person appeared, the elder of the Poison clan. Everyone thought it was madness. The Poison clan elder had actually chosen a leader from the Poison clan, and they all thought he was very bold. Cheon Yeo-woon was just dealing with his second choice. The director said he'd like to begin by thanking the 12th elder for accepting the test of Brigade Leader Cheon. They would now start the 6th test, with the 9th elder from the Transmutation clan as the witness. The Poison elder simply stared at the director. After spending 2 years in detention because of that incident, he had returned. Cheon stood before the Poison elder, and the two faced each other. The director shouted for the test to begin, and they both went all out to attack each other. The fight was intense. His swordsmen were annoyed, as the elder had attacked by surprise, they thought it was a cheap shot. However, Cheon was more than ready and simply dodged the blow that the elder thought he had landed. Even the poison elder couldn't believe he had missed. The ninth elder found it incredible that he was truly at the level of a Grand Guardian, and the director remembered that there was a book on the skills of Grand Guardians on the 5th floor. The fight had only just begun, and they both had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The poison elder wanted revenge for what Cheon had done to his grandson. Cheon Yeo-woon thought he was quite fast and considerably skilled at imitating. The elder attacked with everything he had, aiming to immobilize his feet first. Then a key projectile was launched. There was a lot of dust and things people couldn't follow. But before it even hit him, Cheon had dodged and was already in the air. Thus, the elder's attacks were almost in vain. Cheon realized he was trying to block his movements by aiming at his legs. The elder was surprised when he recognized the technique Cheon was about to use. Cheon Yeo-woon was in the second stance of the butterfly dance, light butterfly circular movements, while the elder was in the 5th stance of the destruction technique. It was incredibly intense, and everyone watching felt like their ears might burst. The intensity of the fight was reaching a terrifying level. Cheon Yeo-woon knew exactly what he was doing, as he had trained to face someone stronger. His opponent thought that such a fine blade could withstand his technique. He didn't think that, despite reaching this level, Cheon lacked combat experience, but he fought like a warrior. He truly was at the level of a lesser grandmaster. He had given his best from the start, but his strength hadn't been enough to make Cheon falter even for a moment. The elder realized that he wasn't even giving his all in this battle. It was the first time he had seen a monster evolving so quickly, and he understood what Lady Mu had mentioned. The day before the 6th test, at the elder's house, he told Lady Mu that he thought it was excessive for her to want him to accept the demonic cult's request at any cost. She knew the whereabouts of the divine doctor, whom she had heard of, the best doctor in China, said to be able to heal anyone who isn't dead, and she claimed he could heal his grandson. The elder was desperate, and thought there was no way she could know where he was, as no one else knew. She showed him a plaque that her grandfather had received from the divine doctor, and said it would be possible to find him by going to a certain place with that plaque. Lady Mu told him to kill the boy if the situation worsened because of that incident. Their cult's leader, from the Dark Clan, would intervene regarding this. She also revealed that the next academy director had already been chosen. Lady Mu must have had a reason for being selected among all. The elder couldn't make any mistakes. The 6 sects could face the worst enemy of all time. So, Cheon Yeo-woon had to die right then and there. Cheon Yeo-woon was prepared with his blade to confront him. The director and the 9th elder noticed that he was releasing poison. Elder Beck wanted to know what he was doing. Was he planning to kill the challenger? At that moment, the director feared for Cheon Yeo-woon's life. The elder activated the 5th stage of the destruction technique, and everyone noticed it was poison. How was it possible to defeat such a monster? His swordsmen feared for their sovereign's life. Even seeing that absurd amount of poison released by the elder, Cheon Yeo-woon didn't give up. He just prepared to fight, and the elder could see in his eyes that this young man was highly determined. Then he launched his poisonous strike at him. Moon Gye screamed for her sovereign, fearing he wouldn't survive the attack. The Poison Clan elder thought it was enough to melt even his bones. He had done this to himself and considered Cheon an idiot. But he was startled when he saw that Cheon's blade even cut through the poison in the air. Face to face with that monstrous fighter, the elder didn't know what to think. But Cheon Yeo-woon warned him that now it was his turn to counterattack. When the elder heard Cheon Yeo-woon say it was his turn, his eyes widened and he began to sweat. His skin was burning and regenerating at the same time. Cheon, the brigade leader, unleashed his powerful attack. That alone was enough for the elder to realize whom he was dealing with. There was so much smoke that people couldn't see what was happening. Some of his subordinates feared for the sovereign's life. Even the most loyal swordsmen thought that poison was strong enough to melt someone to the bone, no matter how powerful they were. They were saddened and didn't understand why he had chosen the Poison Clan elder. He charged toward the Poison Elder with everything he had. Shards from the fight flew in all directions, preventing many from seeing how the battle was unfolding. Everyone shouted, asking if the fight was over and eagerly awaited the result. Instructor Ho thought that blow was too extreme. He also realized that the one lying on the ground was not Cheon Yeo-woon, but rather the Poison Clan elder. When all the dust, smoke, and traces of poison cleared, everyone could see that the champion of the battle was Cheon Yeo-woon. The 9th elder couldn't understand how he had resisted the elder's poison. In the war against the Martial Artists Alliance, the Poison Clan elder's poisonous smoke was so terrible it became known as a massacre. The director couldn't believe it even though he saw it with his own eyes. The elder didn't understand. Even if he had fought defensively, his bones would be shattered, not only from internal force but from sheer combat power. And that regenerative power, who was he? Was he even human? When he heard Cheon say he was still standing, he also realized he was taking hits. It was the final stage of the broad butterfly dance. That elder was still without his staff. He had no other choice. So he unleashed more power. Cheon was still expelling toxic poison from his body and healing his wounds. Even though the white dragon blade was dispersing the poison, he only grew stronger. That elder was monstrously powerful. Now he exuded poison from every pore. The battle had reached a new level. Cheon Yeo-woon held off the poison elder's attacks with his white blade. But he realized that the poison from earlier was not his ultimate power. The director noticed that he had transformed into a venomous man, and no one could stop him. In the final stage, which turned the user into pure poison, he used 3 times more venom than in the 7th stage, which used 100 times the regular amount. The elder remarked that he hadn't expected Cheon to push him to the 8th stage. Looking at him with eyes full of hatred, he told him to try blocking that now. The white dragon blade wouldn't be enough, and Cheon knew it. He paused for a moment to assess his opponent. Throwing that blade to the ground, he looked at the elder and unleashed an overwhelming amount of power. Now, the two stood at the center of the arena, releasing as much power as the moment demanded. No one could see anything anymore. It was a mix of sand, wind, and venom in the air. Go Wang-ho wanted to see the fight, concerned about his sovereign, but even he couldn't see what was happening. The poison elder wanted to know how long he would continue to use the same tricks he did. The bracelet on Cheon's arm transformed into a black sword, and the elder could feel the energy emanating from it. From that black blade, there was no doubt. It was very dangerous, and he had to strike first, so he released his power toward the opponent, who had also unleashed the power of the black blade against the elder. That blade was enough to disperse the poison near the elder, allowing Cheon to get closer. To attack him, the elder was fearful, knowing how much power that black blade held. No matter how much he unleashed his powers, it wouldn't be enough. Even so, he gathered his strength and struck at Cheon, who apparently didn't even dodge. He was going all out with his black blade and his fierce attacks against the elder, who could feel the danger approaching him more and more, until all those attacks finally reached the elder, who now faced the black sword's assault. Cheon was determined to win that battle, holding nothing back in his strikes. He unleashed a powerful blow at the elder, who took the attack without managing to dodge or block. However, people hadn't been able to see the battle for a while due to the enormous amount of dust rising. The heat of the battle was subsiding, and the dust was slowly settling. Those present began to see what was happening bit by bit. They could see only Cheon Yeo-woon standing amidst all that dust. That scene was hard to witness even for the most experienced, frightening even the director and the 9th elder. It could be said that the poison elder had lost his mind in that battle. Cheon Yeo-woon's disciples were crying with relief and joy at seeing him unharmed and victorious. Now, everyone watching could tell that Cheon had won. Not even the director could believe that he had defeated the elder in his venomous form. Not even he had enough confidence to face the elder in that state. The director thought that he, who hadn't even learned martial arts properly, couldn't believe that Cheon had grown to rank among the academy's best in just 4 years. Cheon Yeomin was struggling to contain all the anger he felt at seeing his clan humiliated like that, and those around him could sense the rage he was feeling. Instructor Ho knew that he was the Anhwa of the Cheon family. Cheon Yeo-woon had defeated the elder of the Poison Clan in front of everyone, and what would happen in the future between the 6 clans and the Poison Clan, which had just lost its leader. Cheon knew he had a long way to go. He had tried to deal with Beck using only the butterfly dance but was left defenseless when he entered Venomous Man mode. This was just the beginning of his revenge for his mother. Elder Beck was being carried off the field on a stretcher from the place where the 6th test had been conducted. The director congratulated the Cheon brigade leader for passing the 6th test. Cheon noticed his allies' excitement in congratulating him, and they were also very happy because he was. They couldn't address him as a council elder now. They wanted to know, as they were thrilled for him. Even amidst the aftermath of the battle and the people shouting, father and son were able to meet. The 9th elder asked his son Machuk if he had decided which master he would serve in the heir's battle. The son replied that he actually wanted to discuss it with him before leaving. He felt sorry for his father but wanted to choose young Master Cheon Yeo-woon. However, his father was very pleased and said that he could only be his son, leaving Machak surprised. His father also said he respected his decision. Young Cheon Yeo-woon was certainly worthy of his support. If he were lucky, he might even have him as a brother-in-law, so he should take good care. An hour later, at the Demon Academy, in front of the director's office, he asked the instructors to wait outside. Only the director and Cheon Yeo-woon entered the office. He noticed that the director was using a sound barrier, as if to say something he didn't want others to hear. The director knelt and said that the young master had endured a lot to get there and sincerely congratulated him on passing the academy's 6th test. At that moment, Cheon was unprepared for this and hadn't anticipated it. He also wasn't certain what it all meant. The director told him that completing all the tests at the Demon Academy showed the proper respect for someone of Cheon lineage. Then, the director directly asked if he had gained the Celestial Demon founder's insight. Though he knew what it was about, he pretended not to know. The director pulled something out of his pocket and said he understood it was still hard for Cheon to trust him. Li Huamyang, the left guardian of the Celestial Demon sect, supported Master Cheon Yo-woon in the Battle of Heirs and offered him the Guardian family's medallion, and asked him to accept it. With a serious expression, Cheon said he was sorry but wasn't sure he could trust him, considering he was one of the Lord's closest aides. The director replied that he was right. He served the Lord as the left guardian, but strictly speaking, due to the rules, he wasn't allowed to help anyone. There was something more important than the rules. His guardian family recognized the successor to the Celestial Demon founder's knowledge as the future Lord. The current sword technique passed to the Lords was not the true sword technique of the founder. This caught Cheon's attention, and he asked what that meant. The director explained that the founder's true sword techniques, meant to be passed down from lord to lord, had been lost 500 years ago. The Celestial Demon sect originally didn't have a structure where multiple descendants were born through the 6 main clans. Originally, the Lord took the Holy Lady, the woman selected by sacred fire, as his wife. The demon sect began in a Zoroastrian temple in Xinjiang. The lords of that time, Cheon Muhui, set out on a pursuit in his 5th year as lord. And in that pursuit, the lord and most of his companions returned lifeless. This included the right guardian of that era, and the one responsible was the Blade God. Hearing this, Cheon's eyes widened. He thought the Blade God was someone he'd heard of before. The Sword Demon, said to be the best swordsman in the clan's history, had only one opponent he couldn't defeat, the Blade God. Thus, both the lineage and the Celestial Demon's sword techniques died out, and as the previous lord had died from illness, the sect faced its greatest crisis. Due to the Sword Demon's talents in many areas beyond martial arts, he quickly established himself. But none of the previous lords who entered there had achieved the founder's insight. The same went for the Sword Demon. However, through his key control method and correct cultivation technique, he managed to perform the technique. The director continued, saying the Sword Demon had only left the detention center after 3 years. Then the Sword Demon moved the monoliths from the Redemption Center to the Demon Academy library. The director was sure Cheon had seen them there, but the violent sword marks on the back were left by the Sword Demon. Cheon wanted to know how the sword marks had been made on the monolith, and if there was any reason for making them, damaging the founder's insight. The Sword Demon had already copied the founder's sword mark. As for damaging the monoliths, it was something unavoidable. Monk Dongwon, of Shalom Temple, one of the 5 greatest martial artists of that time, was assassinated 2 years later by the Blade God on Mount Song in Jeon Province. Another of the 5 great martial arts masters, the King of the Iron Fist of Death, was assassinated by the Blade God and only found 10 days after his death. Cheon Yo-woon asked if, by saying, another of the best martial arts masters, he meant what exactly, and the director explained about the 3 people. With 3 of the 5 greatest martial artists falling to the Blade God, his reputation skyrocketed. The Sword Demon, after seeing the blade marks on the bodies, had to admit that, with his current sword techniques, he couldn't defeat him, and those were the Celestial Demon's sword art marks left on the sapphire monolith. Now he understood why the destructive sword techniques were on the monolith, but he wondered why they consisted only of basic sword movements. 4 years later, the Blade God appeared at the Demon sect, and his final opponent was the Sword Demon. However, the Sword Demon had to pay a very high price. He lost his right arm, which could be considered a treasure for a martial artist. But after those events, the sect changed, and Cheon Muhwa, the daughter of the previous lord, was appointed as the new lord at 16. Lady Cheon Muhwa had 5 husbands in her life. 2 of them were demon sword disciples and became the roots of the Dark Clan and the Sword Clan. And finally, to create future generations, the Sword Demon founded the Demon Academy. The director asked if he knew why he was explaining this. Cheon said that the true purpose of the Demon Academy wasn't just to train future generations. The director was pleased because he had understood that the goal was to find the heir to the founder's true teachings. He believed that among the Cheon lineage descendants, one would be fit to hold the secrets and the insight. The Sword Demons didn't come true and simply became an oral tradition for the guardian families until Cheon Yo-woon appeared. Then the director asked if he thought he wouldn't recognize the technique he had performed. 3 years earlier, Cheon Yo-woon had been training in the Celestial Demon sword art. Up above, the director had been watching that cadet's movements. Upon seeing his movements, he realized they were far more dynamic and precise than the Celestial Demon sword art he knew. At that time, he wasn't sure if it was the Celestial Demon founder's final insight, as it was only a single technique, so he decided he would observe a bit more. But when he saw him in combat using the Celestial Demon sword art in his first technique, it removed any remaining doubt. While serving as the Lord, he had witnessed the celestial demon sword art countless times in battles, so the director asked the young master if he thought he wouldn't recognize the sword technique he executed. Then the director said he would ask once again if he had gained the celestial demon founder's insight. Cheon Yeo-woon thought he had no choice but to tell. The director could see that he was about to confess. Prostrating on the ground, the director said that Lee Hwa-myung, the left guardian, saluted the true successor of the celestial demon founder. The young master had a question he wanted to ask the director. He was uncertain because earlier he had mentioned there were two purposes in founding the Demon Academy. What was the second one? The director's expression clearly showed that he didn't agree with it. If he took guidance from there, everything would be different, so the director invited the young master to accompany him to the library. Arriving there, the director spoke to the library attendant, saying they would enter the underground vault. The attendant asked if it was to the underground vault, then that meant the sixth test was completed. The attendant accompanied them to the underground vault. The master recalled hearing that there was a secret room in the precious library but never thought he'd see it. The guards who kept the room secure saluted the director. He asked them to open the underground vault door. All three looked at the young master, thinking that he had managed to complete the sixth test. As they opened the doors, they thought they had never opened the underground vaults while working there. The countdown was 2, 3, 1. Then they spent another 3 unlocking another door, which now required the director's key, the attendants, and one of the guards. Cheon Yeo-woon felt something strange when the door was finally opened. He thought it was cold and had a strange smell. It seemed like leather. The smell was quite distinct. He also noticed that the director was very serious, more serious than usual. The director said that this was the second purpose and raised his lantern so he could see better. Then he could see that it looked like a limb. Then he realized it was an amputated arm, and that smell was from chemical embalming. And it wasn't just that. Those cuts were made by a blade, but these were not cuts from an ordinary blade. He could feel the powerful edge of the cut. It was the same as when he trained with the avatar created by Nano, so he was already familiar with that move and that powerful slash. They were connected moves of the butterfly dance, fifth technique. He had also trained with the avatars, and he knew every move one by one. But there was something different here. He couldn't even imagine that such a blade technique could exist. Even with the butterfly dance, he couldn't block more than 2 moves. That blade technique was incredible. He asked if that arm belonged to the sword demon. The director said he had a good eye. It was indeed the sword demon's arm. He also showed him secret books left by the sword demon. Cheon Yeo-woon was stunned, as he didn't know such books existed. The True Sword Demon, 24 Demonic Swords, Analysis of the Blade God's Sword Techniques. That place wasn't just meant to find a successor to the founder's teachings but also to find a disciple to inherit the insight. The director explained that, to be more precise, it was necessary to cultivate talent capable of countering the Blade God's technique. He went on to say that the sword demon said one more thing before he died. Would the young master like to know what it was? The director recounted that he said that, in their duel, the Blade God's blade vanished in the midst of combat. That battle from 500 years ago still remained a mystery. The Blade God had been so overwhelming that, even so many years later, his technique hadn't been defeated. After winning his opponent's arm in the fight and leaving him humiliated, he still turned back and said he would return. The director shared that, after that, the sword demon waited for 4 days. But, in the end, he never returned. Thus, the battle ended in a draw. The director said it had been 500 years since then. He didn't think any descendant of the Blade God would appear. But please, counter his blade technique and fulfill the sword demon's will. He was going to leave the key, as the underground vault had no time limit. He could leave even with the doors closed, but to enter, he needed the key. Saying this, he departed, leaving young Master Cheon Yeo-woon there with the key. Now he was examining the sword demon's secret book and asked Nano to scan it. He knew the true demonic sword was superior to the martial arts of the 6 main clans and was on a different level from the celestial demon's sword art. With the books in hand, he thought it would be good to teach this to his subordinates who used swords. As he flipped through the book, he realized there were 24 demonic swords. It was a new technique created using the understanding of destructive sword techniques as a base. It was sad to say, but if the sword demon had fought to the end, he would have lost. The Blade God's technique he saw in his mind was far more powerful. He asked Nano to activate augmented reality. He wanted to see if it could create a 3D video by extracting information from the blade cuts on that arm. Nano began to activate the simulation made with the sword technique created from the cuts using the 4th technique of the celestial demon sword art. Then he started seeing the 2 3D avatars performing that technique. He was observing them perform that technique. They were truly powerful and highly skilled movements. He was impressed by the difference of a single attack. The Blade God's technique was countered, but the other avatar was pushed back 3 steps. The cuts on those arms were made by the Blade God's final technique, so his technique was somewhat inferior to the celestial demon art. They wanted him to counter the blade technique, but he wasn't going to do that. He had Nano and would precisely replicate the techniques, even if only the cut marks remained. A week had passed since Cheon Yeo-woon passed the 6th test. Since the day the cadets entered the academy, currently only 56 had passed the 4th test, and 7 passed the 5th. Out of the 1,000 cadets, only 67 remained at the academy. It was the best result in the last 100 years. However, the heirs battle was happening in a very different way compared to previous ones. In the past, candidates who passed the 5th test would build their factions to compete against each other. Cheon Yu-chan, of the Blade clan, one of the favorites for Vice Lord, was eliminated. After that, Cheon Myung-woon, of the Sword clan, another favorite for the position, lost his arm and withdrew from the academy. A common situation occurred where 5 of the 6 candidates from the main clan left the academy before it ended. The only ones left were Cheon Yeo-woon and Cheon Moo-yeon. With 5 months remaining in the academy, the end of the heirs battle was beginning to take shape. In the northeast part of the Demon Academy, there was a group determined to train. Master Cheon Moo-yeon wasn't there. He also hadn't said anything, leaving them wondering if it would be okay to discuss among themselves how to get rid of Cheon Yeo-woon. But there was a message from him assigning tasks so they could focus on improving their martial arts. Someone asked Jin-yoon if he was sure, but what would they do against that guy whom even the leader of the Poison clan couldn't defeat? The descendant of the Flame clan wanted to know if they should recruit those 10 who hadn't yet chosen whom to follow. The descendant of the Dark clan thought it was essential to recruit the remaining cadets. At least they should recruit Sa-chak and Waya from the Flying Phantom clan. Their parents were the 9th elder of the council, Sama Yui, and the 11th elder of the council, Hwan Yui, the thousand-faced phantom. He'd heard rumors that Cheon Yeo-woon had isolated himself in the individual training room and hadn't come out yet. It seemed like a good opportunity. When he heard the other say it was an opportunity to take down his subordinates, he recalled what had happened to those who had tried to mess with his people. However, the descendant of the Dark clan didn't care. He mentioned an old saying about using one's enemies against each other. Then he asked who they would call to do their job. Smiling, he said that 4 people were eager to love that idea. The descendant of the Flame clan didn't seem to like that plan. At 4 in the afternoon the following day, in the Demon Academy's individual training room, Cheon Yeo-woon was still training to perfect that technique. With the avatars created by Nano, he was trying to perfect it more and more. He was satisfied, as he had told Nano that they had managed to recreate the Blade God's sword technique. After Nano extracted the moves left by the cuts in the leather of the underground vault and the Sword Demon's book. Even so, he didn't rush. During 3 years and 3 months of isolated training, Nano researched and analyzed countless martial arts. Therefore, Nano simulated countless key control methods and replicated the method to rival the original, thus developing a more stable technique to use. Cheon Yeo-woon guessed that the Sword Demon would be astonished to see a technique replicated solely from his blade cuts. In the Demon Academy cafeteria, a few young people were having their meals. Cheon Yeo-woon was enjoying the delicious aroma. The food seemed spicy, and he felt like eating something spicier. However, when he went to the line, he noticed that the broth looked different, and he felt a slight tremor. He noticed this reaction but said nothing, just observed. While he was in line getting his meal, someone in the cafeteria was watching him. Cheon Yeo-woon, noticing that the cook seemed more tense, asked if he saw any problem, but the cook said he was fine. After the cook explained that it was just the heat from being in front of the cauldron for so long, the young master looked for a place to sit and have his meal. Still, he was being watched by someone who was glaring at him in a rude way. After finding a seat, he settled down to enjoy his planned spicy meal. However, he paused for a moment, became serious, and said nothing, staring at the food. The cadet who was watching wondered if he had discovered the plan. Cheon Yeo-woon tasted a bit of the food, still with a serious expression. Yet, he sensed something unusual that made his eyes widen and his expression change. Suddenly, he was eating the entire bowl of that soup he found spicy and delicious. The observer thought it was good, as the plan had worked perfectly. In front of the training unit, a little later, a few cadets were gathered. One of his subordinates was asking if the sovereign had gone off to dine again. Hyo Bang asked if he was eating at least once a day. Then Go Wang-ho replied that no, he probably hadn't eaten yesterday. Moon-gyu mentioned that they could dine with the young master if Ho Sang-hwa and Baek Ji-ai left soon. Go Wang-ho thought that Moon-gyu seemed to like the sovereign more than Hyo Bang, and honestly, it seemed like he romantically liked the sovereign. Moon-gyu seemed suspicious to him, but he also thought he'd been acting strangely lately. Nearby, some people were approaching, planning to cause some trouble that night. Moon-gyu was angry with Baek Ji-ai because she thought he should have respect for the people who had waited for him for so long. When they noticed, they were finally on their way, but someone stopped them, looking for a fight. It was the descendant of the Flame clan leading a group of troublemakers. Judging by their faces, They were clearly out to start a fight and wouldn't leave without causing trouble. In another place, 4 fighters were on their way to meet young Cheon Yeo-woon. He then mentioned he recognized a few familiar faces. He said it would be nice of the Dark Clan and the Spring Clan to show up as well, as the Sword Clan, Blade Sound Clan, and Poison Clan were already there. Baek Cheol-gu was the first to shout, saying he thought Cheon Yeo-woon could remain unscathed after destroying his brother's Dantian and killing his grandfather. The Blade Clan descendant was also agitated, saying how dare he compete for the position of Vice Lord with his inferior lineage, that he should know his place. The Sound Clan descendant stayed silent but assumed a fighting stance. Those present were ready to fight. They didn't care how, but they would face off. Cheon Yeo-woon asked if they thought they stood a chance just because they had formed a small group, suggesting that their leader probably wasn't very bright. The descendant of the Poison Clan looked at him and thought he was nothing more than the son of a mere servant, and that he had poisoned his food with a substance that nullifies ki. Even though he was always so cautious, he couldn't have suspected that the cook who had become his friend would poison his own food. It was possible to defend against poison attacks with ki armor, but it was impossible to defend when the poison was ingested directly, thanks to the ki nullifying poison. It was the poison he himself had developed, designed to melt the organs and ki veins, leading to a tragic death. While he was thinking these things, the young master simply stared at him. Then the descendant of the Poison Clan told him he was looking pretty relaxed for someone who was about to see his subordinates in the infirmary not long ago. With an unfriendly expression, Cheon Yeo-woon asked him about his subordinate. Then, young Master Cheon Yeo-woon concluded that they were working alongside the scoundrels from the Dark Clan, so he immediately began attacking, charging at them to finish this quickly. He said he didn't have time and would end it swiftly. They wouldn't even notice. But the 4 believed they had a chance, an opportunity to attack together and perhaps win. One of them charged forward, angry that he had cut off his sister's arm and said he would take his as compensation. He even tried to strike the young master, but his blade spiraled upward. He simply didn't understand what had happened. He couldn't even notice he was standing there alone, showing his sword to no one, when the swords returned. They took one of his arms with them. The descendant of the Sound Clan was now like his sister. Young Cheon Yeo-woon had already said he didn't have time and would end this quickly. It was a pity they hadn't listened. After warning that he had no time to waste there and having fought with one of them, he looked at the next ones. With his sword surrounded by ki, the descendant of the Poison Clan couldn't believe what he was seeing. He could still manifest ki. The descendant of the Poison Clan didn't know how this was possible. He had seen him drink all the soup with his own eyes, so how could this be? That's when Cheon Yeo-woon gathered the poison he had stored and showed it to him. It was in his hand, and he let a few drops fall onto the leg of an already fallen opponent. When this happened, the cadet on the ground screamed, saying the poison was very offensive. Looking at Baek Cheol-gu, Cheon Yeo-woon asked if he really thought a trick like that would work on him. Sometime earlier, in the dining hall, noticing the cook was acting strange, Cheon Yeo-woon asked Nano to analyze the ingredients. The young master put a bit of soup in his mouth for Nano to perform the analysis. The result of the analysis was that the soup contained fatal poison and a substance that disperses the energy of the one who drinks it. He looked at the soup and thought that if they allowed him to drink the poison, whoever was behind it would definitely reveal themselves. He asked Nano to help store all that poison somewhere and remove it from his body later. Knowing he could store the expelled poison when he asked, he drank the soup. Baek Cheol-gu was in disbelief, realizing he had ingested the poison and was now repelling it. Once he understood what was happening, he warned everyone to be extremely cautious. At that moment, he thought they were all doomed. He knew that such a monster wouldn't let them escape unscathed. The next one he attacked was the Blade Clan descendant, Byung-gang, who didn't even notice when he arrived in a flash, and simply struck him with his sword several times, catching the enemy who had plotted his downfall completely off guard. After hitting him, he also used his ki to hurl him to the ground. The Sword Clan descendant, Myung-dail, who thought he shouldn't have listened to Baek Cheol-gu, now realized it was too late to try to escape. The descendants of the Poison Clan and the Sword Clan watched, wondering what young Cheon Yeo-woon would do next. Then he stopped near the Blade Clan descendant, who had previously told him to know his place. Cheon Yeo-woon was already standing with his foot on his head. Now, the one who had called the young master a mere bastard was begging for his life. The 2 remaining were in shock, finding it hard to believe the scene before them. After dealing with him, he looked at the other 2 and asked which one would be next. The Sword Clan descendant was terrified, knowing it was now his turn. Seeing this colossal figure in front of him, with power he knew he could never match, he realized it was too late, as there was no chance of survival. Baek Cheol-gu asked him if he had lost his mind and if he wasn't afraid of the wrath of their main clans. Young Master Cheon Yeo-woon replied that he wasn't afraid of them. Testing his sword, he thrust it into the ground near Hagyujik's body. He simply extended his hand and pulled it toward him, using his ki flow. With his flow in perfect condition, the sword flew to his hand with ease. Young Master Cheon Yeo wound through the sword, embedding it into Kyung Dio's chest. The Poison Clan descendant, seeing the last of his battle comrades fall to the ground after being struck with the sword, saw the young master in front of him, saying that if he had feared them, their clans would never have started this. Elsewhere, his vassals were frantically searching for him. They believed he wasn't in the training hall area, so they went to check the dormitories. When Do Wang Ho saw that he was coming toward them at full speed, they were all worried for each other, both the sovereign and his vassals. Moon Gyo was relieved to see his sovereign unharmed. It was a relief that nothing had happened to him. The young master asked if they were all right and if they hadn't been attacked by Cheon Mu Yun's subordinates. Go Wang Ho asked him how he had known about it. They said that no matter how strong Cheon Yeo Woon was, he was still under the academy's protection. They mentioned that young master Cheon Mu Yun was generous enough to accommodate them all. Hyo Bang asked them if they thought he would bow to the Dark Clan and warned them to stop calling his master by name. Gukshin told him he had an arrogant attitude despite being from just any mid-tier clan. Hyo Bang asked the group if they were really going to try their luck with that weakling. And, as things grew tense, Jin Yoon reminded Gukshin that they weren't there to fight. Go Wang Ho warned him not to make the mistake of thinking their sovereign was alone. Everyone there was ready to lay down their lives for him. Jin Yoon mentioned that Cheon Yeo Woon, elder of the council, seemed good at judging people's character. As he left, he told the group that it was a favorable deal and that they could take as much time as they needed to consider it. Cheon Yeo Woon found it strange that they simply left without causing trouble. Go Wang Ho thought they just put on a show and left. It must have been due to their hostility. Cheon Yeo Woon began to think about what 4 clans together might be planning to set up an ambush for him. He thought that perhaps the proposal wasn't to recruit his subordinates, but rather to buy time. He realized it was a tactic of using enemies against each other. In the training hall, Jin Yoon told his brother that he had done as he had asked. They had nothing to lose, whether Cheon Yeo Woon lived or died. Cheon Mu Yun had no way of knowing if he would be able to withstand even the form of the poison. Jin Yoon said that, regardless of whether he died from the poison, he would ultimately be the victor. Cheon Mu Yun was thinking that, even if Cheon Yeo Woon survived, they could boost morale by saying they did not accept the Poison Clan's dirty tactics. Someone was knocking insistently on the door. Jin Yoon found it strange, as they had marked the room to show it was in use. Who could it be? Cheon Mu Yun instructed his brother to open the door. When Jin Yoon opened the door, he saw that it was Instructor Ho standing there. He wasn't alone. Others were with him, all heavily armed. Startled, he asked what he was doing there. They all entered with Instructor Ho, who was pointing their weapons at the two. Instructor Ho explained that he had orders to take them to the director and mentioned that he didn't want to use force, so they should go willingly. Instructor Ho warned that he hoped they wouldn't resist as he didn't want to use force. They were taken to the location where they had set an ambush for Cheon Yeo Woon. Upon arrival, the two noticed a strong odor coming from the scene. Jin Yoon's expression changed significantly when he realized he recognized the person on the ground. He looked around, not understanding why those people were lying there on the ground. Cheon Mu Yun looked as well but did not react as strongly. The director greeted Brigade Leader Cheon Mu Yun and Squad Leader Mu Jin Yoon. With a very serious expression, he said he would get straight to the point and asked if they had done this. Jin Yoon told the director he had no idea what had happened there. Cheon Mu Yun explained that he was with his brother in the training room and had been brought there, so they knew nothing of the situation. The three looked at the body on the ground for a while. The brothers had a look of outrage. Jin Yoon was struggling to control his expressions. He looked down and noticed that it was Hang Yu-jik, who had died from hemorrhaging after losing her arms. The director now called him over to see the next victim. They all walked a bit further, as there was another body just ahead. It was Kyung Pyo. He was lying on the ground, appearing to have been pierced. They realized that the wounds had been caused by the Sound Clan's sonic sword, though they didn't know why that sword was there. Jin Yoon thought it was all very cleverly staged to make it seem like the two had fought one another. The director drew their attention, saying there was another body right there. This time, the body on the ground had marks on its back, which seemed to be from the Darkness Clan's technique, the fourth technique of the Black Cloud Palm. Jin Yoon was becoming completely unhinged, realizing it was no wonder they were suspected as the possible culprits. Just as Jin Yoon was about to say something to the director, his brother spoke to him mentally, telling him to stay quiet because it was a trap. He asked his brother what he meant by a trap, and his brother replied that the secret book of the Black Cloud Palm from the Darkness Clan was on the 5th floor. So, he tried to stay calm and let his brother handle the situation. Cheon Mu Yun thought Cheon Yeo Woon had executed a clever trick, but using the Black Cloud Palm had been a grave mistake. Jin Yoon thought his brother was right and that Cheon Yeo Woon had mastered the Black Cloud Palm after passing the 5th test. The director then called them over to see the last body on the ground. This time, even Cheon Moo-yeon couldn't hide his total shock when he looked down. Jin Yoon stared in disbelief, thinking it couldn't be possible. The two were standing in the most elaborate and greatest trap anyone could fall into. They noticed the black cloud palm marks, and even the cut from the crushing demon's sword were there. They were truly cornered. Cheon Moo-yeon was completely losing control. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A sword on the left, a palm on the right. Moo Jin-won, the Darkness clan leader and first elder of the council, was renowned in martial arts for using techniques with both hands. It was said that the only one who knew that martial art was Cheon Moo-yeon, leader of the Darkness clan. This was demonstrated in front of everyone during the third test at the Demon Academy to obtain the yellow badge. With Cheon Yeo-woon, he had recreated a technique he had only glimpsed over 3 years ago. It was something even his grandfather wouldn't have been able to do. Jin Yoon lost his composure and, going against what his brother advised, approached the director and said it was surely someone's trap. The director, with a very serious face, asked him how it could be a trap. He also asked what kind of trap. It seemed he knew what they were up to. He paused and thought that his brother might be expelled from the academy because of this incident. However, the director said that making excuses without evidence only made the two of them look more suspicious. Desperate, Jin Yoon started shouting that this was all part of Cheon Yeo-woon's plan. Wanting to hear what Jin Yoon had to say, the director asked the instructors to wait a moment. Cheon Moo-yeon realized everything had gone wrong, but he asked his brother to control himself, as there was nothing more he could do now. Jin Yoon said that, to be honest, he revealed the Poison Clan's plot to poison Cheon Yeo-woon. He asked them to call Cheon Yeo-woon and his cadets, feeling it was unfair for just the two of them to be suspects. The director told squad leader Moo that it seemed he was underestimating their director. When Jin Yoon heard the director's question about who had discovered those bodies, he thought it must have been the instructors. The director said that the council elder and his squad and brigade leaders had smelled the scent from there and reported it directly to him. Jin Yoon replied that it didn't make sense. He was occupied at the time. Cheon Yeo-woon arrived and asked why they were accusing him of all people. They seemed surprised to see him there. Everyone present greeted council elder Cheon Yeo-woon. The director noticed that brigade leader Cheon and squad leader Moo hadn't greeted him and asked where their respect was. The two stayed silent and still, but neither greeted the council elder. This made the director very angry, and he shouted that they should show respect. Cheon Moo-yeon then positioned himself to give a formal greeting. The two brothers greeted council elder Cheon Yeo-woon. After receiving their greetings, he asked if they were saying that the trap had been set for them by the Poison, Blade, Sound, and Sword clans. Cheon Yeo-woon asked the director to allow him to inspect the bodies again. He saw signs of a fight between the first two. That was when Cheon Moo-yeon started realizing something was wrong. Instructor Ho noted that before being struck down, Byung had his head crushed after sustaining internal injuries. Lastly, Baek died from bleeding caused by internal wounds and injuries inflicted by the Darkness clan's secret technique, left sword, right palm. Cheon Yeo-woon remarked that it was indeed strange. If squad leader Moo's theory was correct and he had done this, he would have had to master all those different techniques. But when they put the instructor's deductions on paper, it looked more like a battle between 5 people. That was when Cheon Moo-yeon realized he had fallen into a massive trap. When those people returned to their clans, they would have to deduce the injuries left on the bodies. His true intention had been to incite conflict among the 5 clans. Cheon Moo-yeon now understood that his plan was to make the 5 clans fight each other, and he realized that he had used their own strategy against them. The director seemed proud. He ordered them to take the two to the detention center immediately. At the Demon Academy, in the director's office, Instructor Ho reported that those 4 people had already been sent to their respective clans. They were also informed that an official statement had been issued saying that the two would be kept in detention until the lords and council elders returned. The director thought it was a strange trick, that no one could discern the truth just by looking at the bodies. He thought copying a technique after seeing it just once should be impossible, even for a great master. He knew that, whatever the situation, a feud among the 5 clans was inevitable. In the western part of the celestial demon cult's castle, at the Poison Clan's mansion, they were just receiving the body of Baek Cheol-gu. Amidst cries and laments, there were people full of hatred, eager for revenge. The Poison Clan's deputy leader, Baek Moon-soo, wanted to hold back at least until they finished mourning his father's loss, but now they had gone too far. A senior member of the Poison Clan, Baek Cha-woo, said he was right and that they shouldn't remain under the Darkness clan's control any longer. They remembered that the master had changed his mind about doing the 6th test after Lady Moo from the Darkness clan went to speak with him. They believed the lady was looking down on the Poison Clan, and they wanted revenge for the spirit of their father. The deputy leader felt it was difficult to say this in the middle of the funeral, but it was time to act. Their only chance to defeat them would be at that moment. They wanted to catch them off guard, thinking they wouldn't have time to fight since they were at their nephew's funeral. The leader said they would first finish Chiolgu's funeral, and then secretly ordered the troops to gather at 2 in the morning. The next day, at 4 in the morning, at the Darkness Clan's mansion, they would march non-stop toward the inner chambers. And so, they set out to exact their revenge. They were about to invade the Darkness Clan's mansion. Then, they stopped, sensing something was wrong. One of the brothers told the deputy leader he thought something was strange. There were no traces of people there, even though they had infiltrated the mansion. Then the deputy leader thought it could be a trap. Looking back, they realized they had been ambushed. They were under a rain of arrows and noticed the arrows were infused with ki. He ordered them to evade. The losses were already mounting, and the archers on the rooftops continued the ambush. The Poison Clan cursed the Darkness Clan, as they already knew they would be attacked. The Poison Clan's deputy leader said they had come too far and would now see this through to the end. They wanted to fight to the death. Despite the rain of arrows, they advanced, trying to defend themselves as best as they could. A warrior from the Darkness Clan, passing by the Poison Clan leader's group, asked if the cornered mice were trying to bite the cat's tail. He remarked that it seemed they were giving it their best shot. Then, he also advanced on the Darkness Clan leader to settle the matter. The power difference there was truly vast. He defeated him in a few moves and said that, in the end, a rat would always be a rat. Seeing this, the Poison Clan's deputy leader also charged toward the Darkness leader. The leader asked if this man was the Poison Clan's deputy leader. Looking at him, the Poison Clan's deputy said he found him pathetic. The Darkness Clan warrior struck the Poison Clan's deputy leader as well. When the subordinates saw this, they realized the fight was practically over. They found it irritating, as everything had gone exactly as expected. Lady Mu commented that they had underestimated them simply because their leader wasn't present. The Darkness Clan subordinates advanced on that lady. She seemed stronger than she appeared. In just a few moves, she defeated them. The last one remaining looked despondent, watching all his companions be defeated. The warrior held his head and said that he seemed to be the last piece of trash there. He threw him to the ground and ordered him to kneel. On the ground, he couldn't believe monsters like them had stayed behind. Looking at that lady, he said he thought she was merely the Lord's first concubine. He hadn't known she was hiding her strength. She replied that she simply had never needed to show anything. Severing his head from his body, she told him she wasn't there to waste words. After that, she spoke to the body, asking why it would benefit her to speak with trash like him. Her subordinates asked if she was sure the Mud Clan wouldn't do anything. She replied that they wouldn't act without their leader's direct order. One warrior said that, in the morning, they would send some people to the Demon Academy to take the masters from there. She told them not to do it, to let Mu Yun reflect on his actions. She said she knew her son better than anyone. He needed to wake up, as he had fallen for the enemy's trick after becoming overconfident. She said the most important thing was to use all the clan's resources to uncover everything about that stray dog. When asked if she was alright, she said yes, since Jeon Yeo-woon had crossed paths with her. It was time for him to pay the price. She knew he was becoming a threat, and couldn't let things stay that way. After Cheon Mu-yun and Mu Jin-yoon had been thrown into detention with their keys sealed, their subordinates were desperate. And as for the other subordinates, Cheon Mu-yun had nothing they could do now that the Demon Academy was under Cheon Yeo-woon's control. The 5 elite cadets of the clans, who had not yet declared whom they would support, swore loyalty to Cheon Yeo-woon. However, Cheon Yeo-woon, who placed loyalty above all else, was not convinced of them and did not accept any of them as his subordinates. To the delight of Sa Ma-chuk and Lee De-hyum, they were fortunate, as they were accepted as the last subordinates for having sworn loyalty before all the recent chaos. His subordinate mentioned that he needed to accept the 5 who had not yet chosen a sovereign. They said they understood how he felt, but to become the vice leader, he needed at least 12 leaders of elite clans as witnesses. Chai Taek continued, saying it was uncomfortable that he had simply watched everything without supporting either side, but those 5 fulfilled the requirements. Sanghwa agreed, thinking that if he wanted to become vice leader, the priority was his. Even so, he did not accept, saying he had something else in mind. Chai Taek reminded him that he had only learned from the director 2 days ago about the requirements to become lord. He told his subordinate he would leave the Demon Academy that day. He gathered all his subordinates, who were surprised and didn't expect the news. He had 2 reasons for leaving before graduation. The first was to ensure decisions. Sanghwa asked if he meant that no leader of the main clans would be present. Go Won-hul told everyone to stay calm, as the sovereign would leave alone. Moon Gyo also said he would go with Master Cheon. Baek Ji-ai also said he would go. The question was whether everyone who passed the 5th test would leave. Even those who didn't consider themselves strong enough wanted to follow the sovereign. Go Won-hul apologized for only speaking up at that moment, so everyone would go together. However, the sovereign said that if they truly wanted to become valuable, they should stay and improve their martial arts. They knew that, as they weren't much. But above all, they knew the master was thinking of them. Watching Hyobang, they imagined he must be very sad, as he wouldn't be able to go with the sovereign. And he seemed strange, shaking his head all the time. Then, in a serious tone, he said he would give his best for his sovereign, so not to worry about him and to grow strong quickly. That attitude wasn't what his companions expected from him. But shortly after, holding the sovereign's arm, he said he would follow him no matter what happened. He asked, please, not to try to stop him. They were upset because they had been asked to grow stronger, yet he was taking Hyobang with him. Then the sovereign asked him to handle that issue. At 8 p.m. that same day, at the Flying Phantom clan mansion, a guard heard a noise and noticed people approaching. From a distance, he didn't recognize who was coming. Cheon Yeo-woon was at the front, leading his subordinates. The guards began to react, as they had never seen such a thing and didn't know what he wanted. Cheon Yeo-woon, showing his identification plaque as an elder, said he wanted to speak with the 11th Council Elder. The guards looked closely at the plaque to see if it was genuine. After verifying it, they saluted the 12th Elder and said they would notify the leader immediately, and that they could wait there for a moment. Hyobang whispered to Go Wang-ho, saying it seemed like ghosts had appeared out of nowhere. Moon-gyu thought he hadn't realized how frightening it was there when he had visited earlier with his grandfather. The gate opened, and someone came out. A lady introduced herself as Nuya-yun, saying she was the director of the Flying Phantom clan. Hyobang, looking at the person with pale skin and red lips, wasn't sure if they were male or female. She noted that the 12th Council Elder was present, and asked Go Wang-ho who he was. A bit embarrassed, he pointed to Cheon Yeo-woon, saying he was his sovereign. Then she apologized profusely and offered her greetings to the 12th Council Elder, who introduced himself by name. Only he was invited inside. Sensing he was uncomfortable, she apologized and said the master wished to speak only with the Council Elder. She hoped he would understand, as the master was somewhat shy. Go Wang-ho didn't appreciate that attitude and said it might seem rude, but he wanted assurance that his master would not be in danger alone. Then the person, smiling, said he was not only handsome but also very loyal. To appease, she said she would allow one person to accompany him, as he would stay by the master's side. At that moment, Moon-gyu volunteered to accompany him. The person smiled and said it was fine. There were several scarecrows shaped like soldiers there. When he entered, he noticed the inside environment was even more intimidating than the outside. The guests were announced to the master of that house. 2 people looked at them with serious expressions, but when they looked to the right, they noticed 7 people at the table who were completely identical. Cheon Yeo-woon knew that the Thousand-Faced Phantom was one of the best mask makers in the world, but he had managed to create such perfect masks. One of them stood up and introduced himself as the leader of the Flying Phantom clan. Moon-gyu was unsure if that was truly her uncle. Mentally, she told the master that the face looked nothing like her memory. He also introduced himself, giving his name and saying he was the 12th Elder of the council. Moon-gyu introduced herself, saying she was from the Dragon Palm clan and that it had been a long time since she saw her uncle. The first person grew serious, as if he didn't know what she was talking about. Then he changed his expression and said it had been a while since he last saw her with her brother, Moon-yun. Mentally, she concluded that he was the elder since he was the only one who knew she was using a mask. Cheon Yeo-woon asked if he knew why he had requested a meeting. He asked if he was there to obtain his jade medallion. He said that would be the only reason since it came right after winning the Heirs battle and leaving the Demon Academy. There were 2 ways to become the Vice Lord. One was by having 12 leaders of elite clans as witnesses, and the other was by having 3 council elders recognize him as Vice Lord. The Jade Medallion was a person's identification as a council member. Therefore, when an elder gave their medallion to an heir, it served this purpose. He said he was formally requesting a private meeting as a candidate for Vice Lord of the cult. Then the person said he had been treating him as a Vice Lord all along. He asked him if he didn't know that. In exchange for the Jade Medallion, testimonials were allowed. He wanted to give him some time while they conversed, but since he went straight to the point, he wouldn't stall any longer. He said he wanted to test 2 skills. First, his observation skills, and second, if he could determine who among them was the real clan leader. Moon-gyu thought that test was very difficult. The masks were so accurate that even the wrinkles and beard shape were identical. She didn't know how he did it, but even the keys seemed the same. Not only were they wearing those masks, but her uncle had put so much effort into creating them that these people seemed to have trained for years to mimic him. One of the people disguised as the elder said there was no rush, and they could continue conversing. Meanwhile, Cheon Yeo-woon said he knew who it was. He caught everyone off guard. Then he turned and looked at the woman who had received him earlier. She looked to the side, trying to disguise herself, as if it weren't her. Then she started pretending to be surprised, while the woman was trying to cover up, asking if he was saying she was the clan leader. Moon-gyu mentally reminded him that her uncle, the council elder, had asked him to identify from among those men. So he replied aloud, for all to hear, that he had been asked to find him but didn't remember being told it was only among those 7 men. The woman said that for him to deduce that she was the clan leader, he must have had some information. Moving toward her, he apologized for his rudeness. Moon-gyo had a strange reaction, thinking the master was making a mistake. Then, as he approached and launched an attack at the neck, the person simply caught it with her hand. Then she told Cheon Yo-woon that he would be a bit of trouble and asked how he had figured it out. He had noticed when she used telepathy through her hand to pass along information about her niece. One of the 7 knights was pretending to be him, trying to give the correct answer and convince everyone that he was the original. Even with a brief pause, he noticed. Then the niece was convinced that he was indeed her uncle, the only one who knew she was using a mask. When she did that, he realized that when someone used a mask and engaged in sound telepathy, the sound waves vibrated slightly. All he had to do was bring up a topic the imposter wouldn't know. That's why he asked if he knew why he had requested the meeting, and he had given the correct answer quickly. The vocal cords vibrated, and he thought he might be mistaken about the vocal cords. But that guy wouldn't be the only reason for him. Right after winning the heir's battle, to leave the academy, he asked Nano to see if it could detect someone else using something similar to sound telepathy. Then he brought up a random topic so that the analysis couldn't pick up the sound measurement. When he began again, he immediately noticed what was happening. Then he realized he could actually hear the sound telepathy. Thanks to this, he managed to identify the source of the telepathy. He had no reason to lay everything on the table, saying that after greeting Moon-gyu, there had been a slight pause before responding. So he said that at that moment, he suspected someone was using sound telepathy. He admitted that he brought Moon-gyu into the conversation on purpose to confuse him, but it seemed he had dug his own grave. It was truly impressive. He said he would introduce himself again. He was Wei Yui, the leader of the Flying Phantom clan. He introduced himself once more. The leader said that since he had passed the test memorably, he could advance to the second step, and he quickly struck at his face. Dodging, Cheon Yo-woon found that key attack incredible. He was preparing for the next part of the combat. He used the Phantom Strike, but he dodged all those strikes. Although the 11th Elder was fast, he seemed able to keep up. Even so, he was thrown back with a kick the master launched. Moon-gyu was genuinely worried about the young men. Cheon Yo-woon simply prepared for a new attack. Wei Yui commented that he didn't want to demolish the place during the fight. Cheon Yo-woon realized that the technique being used was the Phantom Strike he saw on the 5th floor of the library. The 11th Elder said he had high expectations of him after hearing that he had defeated the Poison Clan leader. He mentioned that he'd never managed to fight him because he never had a reason, but since he beat the Poison leader, he would be his replacement. And from what he'd heard, Cheon Yo-woon was a master of swords and a student of Xiao Ming, the Right Guardian. He thought it was good to be like that. The martial art he mastered was the Flying Phantom Blade. Hearing this, Cheon Yo-woon began to draw his sword. After drawing his sword, he assumed a combat stance. The 11th Elder found his blade magnificent. This would be a great fight. He charged at his opponent, saying he would give his best, just as he did with old Beko. Cheon Yo-woon was focused, analyzing the opponent before him. As soon as the combat began, he was attacked immediately. His subordinates outside noticed the strong ki concentration. Baekji was ready to step in and defend his master. He ran to the gates where the guards stood. With quick strikes, he took down the 2 guards at the door. Leaving them lying there, he ran to defend his master. Hyeobon was also going, as his sovereign's safety was his priority. From the fight, all that could be seen was a display of lights and effects. Wei Yui thought he was strong to reach that level of martial arts proficiency at 20 years old, but that alone wasn't enough to cut off Beko's head. So he asked if he thought he would get the Jade Medallion just with that. Cheon Yo-woon thought that perhaps just the butterfly dance wouldn't be enough to defeat Elder Wei Yui, so he had something he wanted to try right there. He positioned himself for a new attack. The Elder was surprised, as he had never seen that formation before. He told the Elder that he might not control it well, so he could defend himself as he pleased. When he began to concentrate, the ground began to crack slightly. Then everything got much worse, as the ki concentration there was overwhelming. The 11th Elder wondered if that was the technique that had decapitated Beko. But uncertain, he attacked first using the Flying Phantom Blade, the supreme technique of sword ascension. All that could be noticed in that combat arena was a show of lights with extremely powerful energy. Both were incredibly fast and skilled. At one point, Cheon Yo-woon's strikes passed very close to the 11th Elder, so close that they even injured his hand. When he saw that the opponent was coming at him with a fatal blow, he could only close his eyes, and a great crash was seen and heard. Baekji was searching for his sovereign in that enormous place. He was stopped by a claw attack. Someone attacked him to make him stop, as he was intruding on private grounds. He recognized that claw technique. The central member of the Flying Phantom clan, Ogund, asked what he thought he was doing barging into places. Go Wanghul and the others were on their way to support Baekji. They formed their stance for defense. Things were unfolding exactly as they had expected. Several soldiers positioned themselves to defend the area. Hyoban noticed that they were all wearing masks and had a terrible habit. The central member of the clan said it wasn't just one intruder anymore. Now there were 4, and they shouldn't have broken in. Baekji wanted to charge at him, but Go Wanghul tried to calm him down for a moment. Go Wanghul showed his identification plaque, stated his name, and mentioned that he was from the Pure Black clan. He was recognized, and they asked if he was the son of Go Wanghyun, the clan leader. He confirmed that he was. The man grew furious, saying that for a child from an elite clan to invade another clan's grounds in the middle of the night was unacceptable. He asked if his father had taught him such manners. He apologized for intruding but explained that they had to enter because they thought something might have happened to their sovereign. He explained that young Cheon Yeo-woon, the cult's 10th council elder, was their sovereign. The man became even angrier, as he now knew that the person visiting the master was Cheon Yeo-woon. Everyone noticed the negative expression on his face upon hearing this. Go Wanghul stated that as subordinates, they couldn't stand by while he might be in danger. The man understood but said he was sorry, as he couldn't and wasn't permitted to interrupt. Go Wanghul told him that they had no other choice, couldn't wait any longer, and apologized for any rudeness. The man, already in an attack stance, said he would give them one more chance to back down now. At that moment, they heard and felt Cheon's attack. The man, ready to attack, suddenly felt the pressure, seeing the impact of that attack, which even reached them there. Given the magnitude of the attack, the pressure was intense. They had to cover their eyes as debris flew everywhere. Noting it came from the battlefield, he grew concerned about what might have happened to his master. Everyone there, subordinates from all parts, was shocked by the size of the crack created in that courtyard. Seeing the lord retreating, he shouted to the clan leader. Go Wanghul took the initiative, calling everyone to also check on the sovereign. In the combat area, Hwan Yui was impressed by the size of the attack. Shocked, he realized that man was truly a monster, and that's how that clan leader viewed him. He quickly knelt in Cheon Yeo-woon's presence. He said that he, Hwan Yui, the 11th council elder and leader of the Flying Phantom clan, recognized the young master Cheon Yeo-woon as victor and lord. When everyone arrived there, they were met with the scene of the two talking peacefully. Baekji noted that this person was not the director but the clan leader. His vassal looked displeased, while the sovereign's vassals were pleased. Hyobang, looking at the man, said his master was well. However, the man was not at all amused by the boy's cheeky behavior. They were all seated at a table, listening to the young master Cheon Yeo-woon. Then the first elder apologized for the misunderstanding, and Cheon Yeo-woon asked why he was still wearing the mask. Smiling, he revealed that his clan was a secret organization specializing in assassinations and espionage, so he couldn't reveal his face. Cheon Yeo-woon asked if Hwan was not his biological son. He said he met him before leaving the Demon Academy and tried to persuade him in every way, but he said he couldn't follow anyone without the leader's permission. He only noticed the boy was wearing a mask because of Nano but said it was due to him referring to his father as the clan leader, which was unsettling. The 11th elder revealed that he couldn't have children, catching some by surprise. He explained that his clan's breathing technique and cultivation, the silent ghost art, consumed a lot of yin energy, so they were castrated very young, which made Go Wanghul very uncomfortable. He continued, saying that because he was important to the clan, he couldn't disappear, so they adopted children. Now he asked everyone to forget what they heard, and he made a demonic face toward the vassals. But he gave Go Wanghul permission to remember it since he thought he was handsome. He said he would keep that secret safe. Looking at the young master, he asked when he would finally tell him. He said he had already left the Demon Academy, so there was no reason to keep hiding it. The young master, covered in sweat, said he would visit the Black Dragon Palm clan when his grandfather returned and would tell him then. The 11th elder found all this quite amusing. The young master was now relieved, as the secret would remain safe for a while longer. It was late, but their brief visit was already coming to an end. They said their goodbyes, and the 11th elder apologized for not providing a proper reception. The young master thought it was kind of them, though he didn't have a reason to be grateful for the courtesy. He asked if there was any issue with bringing a few more people, and the elder said it was fine. He asked if he was referring to that guy. The Flying Phantom clan leader said he would send men to fetch that guy, but the young master said it was okay, and he would prefer to go alone. In the southern wing of the demon cult castle, at Cheon Yeo-woon's house, he stood at the gate. He observed that everything was still the same. Nothing had changed. Guard Jang had always been diligent, waking up early to sweep the garden after training. He was finally back there, and wanted to see the look on his face when he saw him grown up. He opened the gates slowly, and they entered. Moon-gyu observed, as this was the house where the master had grown up. Reaching the steps, he hesitated to continue, and his vassals noticed. He didn't continue, and the vassals didn't understand why. Xion Yeo-woon was in shock, as he could no longer sense his presence. He couldn't believe he couldn't feel his presence there. He quickly opened the door to see if he was mistaken. He found it strange, as his belongings were still there. He would have no reason to leave in the middle of the night. He couldn't feel any warmth in the room either. It seemed empty for about 3 or 4 days. He thought he might deduce something even without signs of a struggle. If he had been kidnapped, the culprits must have been experts. He thought he wouldn't detect anything with the naked eye, so he asked Nano to scan the entire house and the garden as well to look for any signs of a fight or intrusion. Nano reported that the scan was complete, projecting an augmented reality overlay in his vision. He then saw a small scratch on an area of the surface. He went to the location where he found the scratch to inspect it more closely. He noticed it was a faint sword mark. In fact, it looked more like a key sword. He thought it was difficult to deduce anything from that alone. He would have a clue if at least it bore the mark of a specific technique. Go Wang-ho, seeing him examining a mark, asked if it was from a sword. He asked if it could be a sign that he had been ambushed. Immediately, he saw the somber look on his master's face. He realized he had never seen his master so contained, like a volcano ready to erupt. He said that it was indeed a sword mark and that among the 6 main clans, the only ones who used swords as weapons were the Sword Clan, the Sound Clan, and the Black Clan. Which one could it have been? All 3 were suspects. Had he ruled out the Black Clan because they were busy? But he knew they were cunning, and could use that as an excuse for being occupied. Hyo-bang suggested that they pursue all the suspect clans and was told that some of the main clan leaders were absent. But not everyone shared the same opinion. Even without the 6 leaders, they couldn't underestimate the power of the 6 main clans. Go Wang-ho seemed to have an idea to ease his sovereign's agony. He said that their target was probably not Guard Zhang but the young master. When they found out he had left the academy, they would come after him. In another location, resembling a prison cell, the guard was shackled and bore signs of severe torture. They prevented him from even dozing. He couldn't even feel exhausted with all those hindrances. To weaken the prisoner further, one of the guards heated an iron and pressed it against his chest. He said it would continue that way until the prisoner answered the questions put to him. It was also said he would get no rest whatsoever. Lady Mu, who was behind it all, told the guard that he was very good at keeping secrets. She told him she was busy with other matters, so this would be the last time she would ask. Even under intense pressure, Guard Zhang kept insisting that the Lord had never taught Xion Yeo-woon any martial arts. Even as he was near death, she didn't trust his words. One of her informants arrived in a hurry, bringing news she had been waiting for a long time. When she heard it, she couldn't believe she would finally be able to get her hands on Xion Yeo-woon. She considered it very fortunate that he had left the academy at that moment, so compliant, and that his luck had finally run out. That lady demanded to know the young master's whereabouts. The informant whispered it in her ear, and her expression was that of a triumphant woman. That guard's suffering there would have to be set aside for now. Hearing the outcome of that news, Guard Zhang wished that Master Xion Yeo-woon was safe. At the Windstorm Inn, the young master and his vassals were waiting for those who had kidnapped the guard. Moon-gyo wasn't sure if it would work, but if Go Wang-ho was right, they would come there on their own. She also thought they wouldn't be able to cause much trouble in such a crowded place. The young master was apparently quiet and silent, just picking at his food and eating a bit occasionally. Someone was communicating with him mentally, telling him not to respond, even if he saw them. They said that if he alerted his companions, they would suffer the consequences. They also warned him not to use the key sensor to locate them. If he tried anything, he would die. Hearing them in his head, he knew they weren't small-time players. The way they acted was very different from the methods at the Demon Academy. He had never imagined it would be so unpleasant and irritating to be threatened and to have one of his men abducted. He asked Nano to locate the source of the sound telepathy. Nano adjusted his hearing to pick up other frequencies. They ordered him to come to the Poison Clan at 1 a.m. and to come alone, without anyone, or he'd lose an arm before he even reached the door. They said if another shadow appeared within 300 meters, he could forget about his friend, as they would kill him too if he arrived late. They didn't even need to explain what would happen if he tried to follow them. Nano hadn't found him yet and couldn't see his face, but he knew the person was near the inn's entrance. He needed to act before they disappeared from the key radar. Xion Yeo-woon slammed his hand on the table and stood up. At that moment, another person nearby also got up. Xion Yeo-woon looked toward the exit and saw 2 people there. Hyo-bang grew angry as one of them dared to stare at his master. Quick movements began, and a fight broke out inside. The attack started so quickly that things seemed to spiral out of control. One of them was terrified when Xion Yeo-woon grabbed him by the neck, merely asking which clan he was from. Cheon Yeo-woon told him it would be better to tell the truth. Then, he told the man in his mind that he himself wasn't sure what he might do if he didn't speak up. Gripping his neck, he said he didn't know what he might do if he didn't talk. The man began feeling unwell, but he didn't say what the young master wanted, so he simply threw him to the ground. They didn't believe those guys were guilty, but with a bunch of witnesses, they would grab those guys and leave. Cheon Yeo-woon was carrying 2 of them, and asked Hyo-bong to take the 3rd. In the southern wing of the celestial demon cult castle, at Cheon Yeo-woon's residence, the men said they had been hired just to stare, nothing more. When questioned about the appearance of the person who hired them, they didn't know, as he wore a hat to cover his face. Hyo-bong thought they weren't lying. Moon-gye said, judging by their identification medallions, they were from ordinary martial arts families. Cheon Yeo-woon said he wouldn't kill them, however, they would have to stay there for a day or 2. He struck them, putting them to sleep for a while. He ordered that they be tied up and locked in the storage room. He thought he would have to wait for everyone to return to find out anything. Go Wong-ho, who had returned from the Sound clan, hadn't noticed any unusual movements there. The young master asked if he had seen anyone wearing a straw hat there, but there was no one matching that description. They would have to wait for Baek Ji-ai and Sam Ma-chuk to return to determine which clan had done it. The young master was concerned, as it was already an hour past the scheduled time. Go Wong-ho had a bad feeling about it. The young master feared something had happened to him. Meanwhile, Lady Mu was calmly sipping her tea. The young master's 2 subordinates were brought to her. They reported to her that, as she had anticipated, they found those 2 near the Sword clan. Pointing to Baek Ji-ai, she said that young man was quite impressive. She noted that despite his young age, he was already at a master's level. He felt a bit embarrassed to admit it, but if he had gone alone, he would have failed to capture him. However, the lady was pleased, as he had managed to complete the mission successfully. He looked at her and thought that after serving her for over 20 years, he still feared her. She could tell he had set up the ambush just by his stance. Had she not been personally chosen as the Lord's wife, she might have become the leader of the Black clan. Pointing to the young men on the floor, she said that one was Baek Ji-ai, from the Soft Kick clan. She noticed that the boy was from an elite clan. For the young master to have a subordinate like him, he must have worked hard within the Demon Academy. She asked what should be done with the other young man. Curious about his question, she inquired why he asked. He replied that the young man was the son of the 9th Council Elder, from the Void clan. She asked if he was the son of Lord Sama-ei. She was surprised, realizing Cheon Yeo-woon had gained the support of the Void clan and its allies. The lady thought that if she didn't eliminate him while the Lord was away, Cheon Yeo-woon could someday spiral out of control. At 1 a.m., in the western wing of the Celestial Demon Cult Castle, near the Poison Clan mansion, 2 people were keeping watch on the rooftop, waiting for his arrival. He was quickly spotted, as there were many people keeping watch. He too sensed the presence of those observing him. He realized there were many, and they weren't at all discreet. They were scattered all around. He walked there as if he didn't care about the watchers. Before him was that lady, surrounded by her many vassals, and the 2 masters were already standing close to her. She seemed pleased that he had finally shown up. He noted that they were taking all of this very seriously. With his radar, he sensed at least 200 people there. They wouldn't have made so many preparations if they weren't taking it seriously. All the watchers found his presence intimidating, and he simply walked toward the lady. She said it was good they had finally met, and invited him to come closer. He thought it was good as well, as he had finally come face to face with her. Before his mother passed away, that lady, along with the Lord's other wives, had made him promise not to learn any martial arts until he joined the academy. The lady remarked that time had flown by. That little child had become a man and looked just like his mother. She said that, just like his mother, he was a thorn in her side. She called him just an insect caught in a trap. He asked her where his subordinates and guard Jang were. She said he was very naive and wouldn't let go of her hostages so easily. At that moment, his face grew slightly darker than usual. She found his gaze very disturbing and said she would seal his key before continuing the conversation. He was told that if he wanted to save the guard, he couldn't resist and would have to stay still. He asked if it was she who threatened him at the inn with sound telepathy. The man, realizing he had been discovered, lost his composure and lunged at him. But when he tried to touch him, his hand was shattered in multiple places. The lady asked if he was prepared to live with the consequences, even if the guard died. He was holding a small box that he tossed upward before deciding to throw it in her direction, where it landed on a small table. She asked what it was, and he told her to open it and see for herself. She reached to open it but felt an intense weight. She took the box and opened it, horrified by its contents. She couldn't understand the significance of having a human eye inside that box. He smiled and asked if she knew whose eye that was. He explained that the real question she should ask was whose eye it belonged to. She thought it was impossible for it to be who she was imagining. She couldn't believe it could be Mu Yun. She couldn't believe he had underestimated her. If he had truly infiltrated the Demon Academy, the Left Guardian would never have let him escape. After hearing those words from the woman, he just smiled. 2 hours earlier, in the detention center of the Demon Academy, Cheon Moo-yeon was very startled to see Cheon Yeo-woon. He entered with a dark aura and ordered him to kneel. Since he didn't want to kneel of his own accord, Cheon Yeo-woon released a violent ki pressure upon Moo-yeon. He knew that this ki pressure was on another level. Even without his ki being sealed, he wouldn't be able to resist. Then, he told him that Gar Jang had disappeared. Hearing those words, Moo-yeon's whole body started trembling. He asked what Cheon Yeo-woon meant by that. Cheon Yeo-woon continued, saying that the men who kidnapped Jang said that if he wanted to save him, he would have to throw himself into a trap, unarmed. Looking at him, he signaled and used a significant amount of ki in his hand. With that movement, he made Moo-yeon involuntarily raise his arms. Desperate and unsure of what Cheon Yeo-woon wanted, he screamed, asking what it all meant. Cheon Yeo-woon explained that initially, he wanted to find and save Jang, but then he changed his mind upon discovering the real culprit. In a dark tone, he asked Moo-yeon how valuable he was to the Black Clan, even to Lady Moo. Moo-yeon told him to calm down and not to mess with him. Otherwise, Gar Jang would be in danger. But as he said this, he felt he no longer had his arms. It seemed that Cheon Yeo-woon wasn't afraid to go a bit further. After that, only his screams could be heard. Moo-yeon was trembling intensely while Cheon Yeo-woon remained calm. Then, looking at him, he thought that it wasn't enough. He believed that Moo-yeon's mother would never imagine that her own son would be eliminated by bare hands. So, he thought it would be better to take an eye and bring it to her. Cheon Yeo-woon was recounting this to Lady Moo but said he had forgotten one detail. Then he tossed the Black Clan emblem onto the table as well. It was the emblem she had given her son, and that I truly belonged to Moo-yeon. She couldn't believe that this lowly child would break the cult's rules and asked him what he wanted. He said it was to release his subordinates and guard Jang. She thought she needed to find Moo-yeon while pretending to release the hostages. She told him he would need to pay the equivalent price if he wanted those people freed. Then, she ordered one of her servants to bring them there. Her servant left immediately with the excuse of fetching the hostages. Lady Moo looked at him and said that now she wanted a proper answer about where her son was. He told her that his subordinate was with Moo-yeon and Moo Jin-yoon at the Demon Academy's detention center. She thought he had given in too quickly. He handed the emblem to her and said that if she showed it to the subordinate, he would bring the two personally. He said he wouldn't release them until he had all the hostages, so she shouldn't try anything. She spoke with one of her trusted subordinates, who would take care of it. Mentally, she told him to take all the young ones after eliminating everyone. Then, another one of them left, leaving Lady Moo with him. The elder was heading with several subordinates to retrieve Moo-yeon and Jin-yoon. She thought that as soon as he brought the two back safely, she would show him what a painful death was. He entered the Demon Academy, and the guards didn't even notice. The elder thought the Academy's guard was very weak and that it would be easy to eliminate him while he was still there. They hurried to the location he had mentioned. Mentally, he instructed the other servants to meet at the mountain center, and when he brought the two, they should corner them along with the subordinate. Then he set off alone, and he had already found the place. When he entered, he was horrified. Several instructors were waiting for them, and he noticed they were instructors by their attire. He thought that perhaps Lady Moo was being deceived. He tried to retreat to return and inform Lady Moo of what was happening. He tried to escape, and as he exited, he was met with all those subordinates he had brought were sprawled across the ground, and a person was walking towards him. When he saw the person, he recognized who it was, but they disappeared from his sight quickly. He was struck with such speed that he had no time to defend himself. Lady Moo was waiting, thinking it was taking too long. Cheon Yeo-woon saw that his plan was going very well and asked her if she was feeling anxious. He said that she should kill his subordinates and save her son, but that she wouldn't know the same after an hour. Only then did she realize she had been deceived. She shouted for everyone to return to the clan immediately. However, the guards began shouting that there were enemies and that someone was invading. This person stopped right in front of the guards, with their clothes covered in evidence, holding proof that the elder had invaded the academy. Upon realizing that it was Left Guardian Lee Hwa-myung, Lady Moo looked very alarmed. This was unexpected, and when she saw what he held in his hands, she became desperate. Cheon Yeo-woon praised the Left Guardian's work. She only knew that the Left Guardian was that young man's servant. She asked the Left Guardian since when the Guardians supported Vice Lord candidates. Didn't this go against the rules? He explained to Lady Moo that, as far as he knew, the contest for the position of Vice Lord was already over. With her eyes wide open, she understood what he meant by that. He looked at her and asked if she still had hope, thinking that, by finishing with him there, she could overcome the others. She said she believed in the Left Guardian and that he didn't need to speak to her like that anymore. The lady was about to say something when one of her vassals informed her that they had problems. At that moment, outside the mansion, they were surrounded by unidentified people. It was the 11th elder with his vassals. Lady Mu was wondering who it could be. The leader of the Huan Eui clan greeted the young master, praising his good work and asking if everything was fine. Observing, she thought it couldn't be true, but he did indeed know the 11th elder of the council. Her subordinate had minor injuries, but his escort was in great danger, and it wouldn't be surprising if someone died. After finishing talking about the vassals, a large energy was released there. Cheon Yeo-woon was very upset that they had harmed his vassals. Lady Mu also feared that malevolent energy. The mansion's servants felt the pressure crushing their hearts. Lady Mu was very irritated and hadn't expected the appearance of the Flying Phantom clan. She had lost to him, no matter how hard she tried to seize the Black clan's first seat. She realized her imminent defeat. Moon Gear shouted to her that if she didn't surrender, they wouldn't leave there alive. He was talking about Mu Yun and Jin Won. Looking at her son, she realized that the eye in the box was indeed his. She removed the hat that covered her face and shouted for him. He, looking at her, said he was ashamed of himself. She was trembling and knew she was cornered, with no choice but to submit. She knelt on the ground near him. Her son, seeing this scene, screamed for his mother. Lady Mu knelt with her head to the ground, saying she surrendered. She admitted, in front of everyone, that she recognized him as Vice Lord and asked him to release her children and the Black Clan soldiers. When her son asked her to stop, she mentally told him to stay calm. She said they just needed to survive there, and that these humiliations could be avenged in the future. She said she would kneel as many times as necessary to save him, and asked him to think of her, and remained silent. Then, she declared that the Black Clan would never harm young Cheon Yeo-woon. He looked at her and walked close to her son, asking Go Wang-hul to hold him. Without understanding why, he obeyed the sovereign's orders. The left guardian didn't understand either, but given the circumstances, it was a great achievement. He asked to release the boy and step back. She thought she had at least gained time. Then she realized he made a different gesture with his hand. He told her that he truly believed that just bowing her head wasn't enough to beg for forgiveness. Rising from the ground, she began to fear for her son. When she stood up, she already had an idea of what was going to happen. Cheon Yeo-woon sliced through the two of them in front of everyone. That scene lasted only a few moments. He simply attacked them, knowing that if he left it as it was, it would never end. He took both of their lives using his own hands as weapons. Lady Mu screamed in deep despair. Cheon Yeo-woon was seeking revenge, not only for that day but for everything that had happened over the years. The lady ran close to her son. All the vassals in that mansion were stunned. Even the sovereign's vassals were restless. Lady Mu lay on the ground, trying to reach her son. With trembling hands, she spoke his name and tried to place her hands on his head. But since it was no longer attached to the body, she hugged it. Cheon Yeo-woon, seeing her holding her son's head, asked if it hurt. He said that the pain she felt was the same he had endured, but now it was her turn to feel it. After the initial shock, the vassals attempted to attack Cheon Yeo-woon, but a force stopped them. The left guardian warned that crossing the line he had drawn on the ground wouldn't guarantee they'd leave alive. If they thought their lives weren't worth much, they could try. One of the clan's masters refused to accept the situation and said he wouldn't forgive him. He charged, attempting to attack the young master. However, he was stopped by the 11th elder's blade. Lady Mu was still in total despair, holding her son's head. Overcome by pain, anger, and despair, she asked when things turned out this way and what they had done wrong. In disbelief, she demanded to know why, wanting him to answer. She wanted to know why he was doing this to her son when it was she who had orchestrated that trap. Cheon Yeo-woon asked if she couldn't even feel ashamed at this point. He told her that she was responsible for his mother's death, and he didn't understand how she still dared to ask for mercy. He asked Lady Mu how she dared ask for mercy after being responsible for murdering his mother. She asked what he was talking about. He reached into his pocket and pulled something out. He threw a piece of paper on the ground beside her. As soon as she looked at it, she knew what it was. The letter began by saying that Cheon Jangsum, from the Poison Clan, needed to speak with Cheon Yeo-woon to reveal something. 10 hours earlier, in the Poison Clan's mansion, in Cheon Jangsum's room, the butler informed him that he had already returned, and the young master asked if he had seen any activity. It seemed that a man very close to Cheon Yeo-woon had been kidnapped by them. They had kidnapped one of his subordinates, someone he valued above all. So, that young master saw an opportunity, as they had lost 80% of their forces. He asked the butler to write down what he was about to say. Lady Mu realized that it was because of the letter he had discovered the subordinate. It also meant he had learned the truth about his mother's death. She simply admitted guilt. She said that she was the one who killed that filth, and asked if he would take out his anger on the clan. Lady Mu asked how a bastard could mess with someone like her. Her eldest brother was the first elder of the council and wouldn't forgive him. After she said that, only her screams could be heard after his blow. Everyone around watched her thrashing and screaming. She began screaming about her eyes. He told her that a wretch like her didn't need to see. She then called him a cursed mutt and received another blow. Right after, she said nothing more but put her hand over her mouth. She was told she had no right to speak. The members of that clan, subordinates, and others nearby were not pleased. They said that when the first elder of the council found out what happened there, Cheon Yeo-woon said it would be only if he finds out what happened here. He raised his hand toward them and launched a strike, causing many of those watching from the rooftops to fall to the ground. They all fell, piled on top of each other. Several were already unconscious. Cheon Yeo-woon said that since they died fighting against the Poison Clan, the first elder would find out what truly happened. He asked the allies to follow his command. Mentally, he ordered them to annihilate everyone. The Left Guardian and the 11th Elder didn't hold back. Those two were true monsters in combat. It wasn't hard to finish off the group in a matter of moments. Even though some tried to flee, they yelled at each other that someone had to survive. Others merely cried for help. Some, cornered, begged for mercy. All those cries left Lady Mu in despair. After losing her son, her sight, and her voice, and now witnessing her warriors being slaughtered, Cheon Yeo-woon stood with one foot on her head. He told her that her time would come once the screams stopped. She wondered if everything would really end when the screams stopped. She thought she still couldn't die, but the blades seemed to have stopped. The Left Guardian stood there, with numerous bodies fallen around him. He informed that there were no others left. Cheon Yeo-woon called for Elder Wei. He told him to send the clan's warriors to search for any poison in the Poison Clan storage. The Guardian thought it was a great idea to poison the bodies to make it appear as if they died in a fight. That woman who had planned everything was lying on the ground at his feet. Forming a key sword, he informed her that her time had come. Then he spoke to her mentally, telling her to ask his mother for forgiveness before going to burn in the flames of hell. The next day, the demon cult's castle was in an uproar with the news. But the most shocking news was about the Dark Clan. They were saying that when the leader of the Dark Clan returned, there would be a real commotion. They were also saying that the body of young Master Cheon Mu-yun had been found. They were claiming that the people from the Poison Clan had entered the school and kidnapped that young master. Who knows what might happen if the Lord and the Council Elders didn't return soon. Someone was reporting to the 11th Elder that, just as he had ordered, rumors and gossip had already spread. He was already planning to manipulate the information, but the orders had indeed been impressive. The 11th Elder was eager to see the expression on the Dark Clan leader's face. Flying Phantom Clan outside the guest house. They were certain that the master was exhausted after what had happened and that he hadn't rested all night. Moon-gyu was trembling with concern for his health. Cheon Yeo-woon heard that someone was leaving. It was the doctor, who was very tired after all the work. He noticed that the council elder had been standing there the entire time. He wanted to know about his subordinate and the guard, so he stayed there all night. The doctor noticed he usually didn't show much emotion. The doctor said it was hard to explain, as they had pulled out all his teeth and he could only eat soup or porridge from then on. He was happy because finally the guard was back. His subordinate congratulated him. They were worried because he had spent the entire night wanting to get some rest. Suddenly, he acted strangely, and his subordinates noticed immediately. Then, with a serious expression, he said he thought he wouldn't have time for that. Cheon Yeo-woon thought he wouldn't have time to rest, because the second elder, the Lord, would soon return to the cult. Before that, he needed to gather 2 more witnesses. He knew he only managed because the Lord and leaders weren't present. The 9th elder wouldn't be easy to persuade. They would go to the 9th elder once Sama-chuk's treatment was complete. Go Wang-hul asked the doctor if their fate was already decided. He replied that they would go to the Misty Demon Sword clan. The 10th elder of the council and the 4th elder were said to be people even the Lord had difficulty dealing with. The 10th elder rarely left the mansion unless ordered by the Lord and didn't accept visitors. It was said that sometimes she had left to meet with the Sword and Darkness clans. They always met outside the castle, on a mountaintop where no one else was around. They had tried sending people to spy, but as the 3 elders were very skilled, no one could get close. Her behavior was suspicious, but beyond that, she stayed in her mansion, so the Lord stopped sending spies after her. She also didn't have a faction to command or significant accomplishments, which resulted in her having a low rank among the elders. The Left Guardian said his skills were better than hers. The Left Guardian thought it would be easier for him to try persuading another council elder. Go Wang-ho, my sovereign, we have arrived at the Misty Demon Sword clan. Now they were standing before the Misty Demon Sword clan's gates. Knocking loudly on the gate, he asked if anyone was home. As Hyo-ban knocked on the gate, someone opened it. The man who came to the gate asked the gentleman what they wanted. Hyo-ban explained to the man that the young master he saw was Cheon Yeo-woon and that he was the 12th elder of the clan's cult. The man stood still, looking at the young master, who could imagine what he was thinking. So, he immediately showed his identification plaque, confirming he was who he claimed to be. The man politely said he would inform the elder immediately. After a while, the man returned with a sorrowful expression on his face. He apologized and asked if it was the Lord who had sent him there. The man apologized again, explaining that the clan leader would only receive him if it were an order from the Lord. Cheon Yo-woon thought that she would at least refuse him in person. They realized she was indeed very inflexible. He needed a different approach and thought he could provoke a martial artist. Then, he began manipulating his ki. The man became so frightened that he fell back, sitting. His subordinates were also startled by the sovereign's reaction. Despite the commotion, no one appeared there. He was starting to think he wouldn't get her support, just as the left guardian had said. Then he asked the man if he could deliver a message to the elder, if she followed the same path as the Dark Clan and the Sword Clan. Then he asked the man to relay those exact words, telling him to hold for a moment. Go Wang-ho wanted to know if the sovereign had gone there to obtain the 10th Elder's medallion. Then why was he asking that question? He wanted to know if she was a bystander or an enemy. Go Wang-ho thought he had given up on her medallion, and hoped she was merely a bystander. From outside, he felt a great surge of energy. He was pleased to sense that she was outraged by the question. Shortly after, the man returned to the gate to speak with them. He informed them that the clan leader wished to see them. They all began following the man and entered the gates. The man, introducing them to their leader, informed them that he was escorting them. She thanked him and asked him to leave. She was already receiving them while holding her sword. The vassals, observing, realized this was the 10th council elder. They just didn't understand why she was already wielding her sword. She began descending the stairs to approach them. The young master introduced himself, saying he was the 12th council elder. However, she was already very irritated and called him a scoundrel. She said she didn't care if he was part of the Cheon line or a council elder. He shouldn't expect to be treated with respect by her. He looked at her and realized it was truly strange. He was still greeting her when she unsheathed her sword. She asked him how it would be the same path he used to compare her with those shameless traitors' clan. Looking at him, she said she was going to teach him a lesson. Moon-gyu shouted for his master to be careful. When he looked, she was about to use the sword technique. He also drew his sword and quickly blocked the technique. She watched to see if he would actually manage to block it. He blocked it perfectly. Even seeing it, she couldn't believe it. It was clear that he had created a defensive field around himself. And when he blocked, the strike was so powerful that it forced her back. She asked who he truly was. How did he cancel out her sword technique? That's exactly what he wanted to ask her, how she learned that sword technique. She found it odd that he knew her sword technique. It didn't seem possible. She asked what he meant by that. That technique was a legacy of her clan. Cheon told her that no one had mentioned the sword demon having a disciple. Go Wang-ho asked what her sword technique was for him to ask such a question. He said the technique was genuine and demonic. Hyo-bang commented that the technique was incredible and, moments ago, had seen the true demonic sword. Go Wang-ho thought that technique had disappeared over 500 years ago. Stranger still, his sovereign had nullified a technique with a single strike. Calling him a scoundrel, she asked if he was the messenger of that person. When he heard her asking if he had been sent by that person, he wondered who she was referring to. She realized he didn't know, but thought that person wouldn't teach arts and signals to someone unrelated to the Sword Clan. He realized she didn't know about the secret book of the demonic sword. She said that Monique's true sword was a technique of the Sword Clan, and she should be asking how he knew it. Then, he said that the true demonic sword was the sword demon's technique if he wasn't mistaken. He added that she also wasn't part of the Sword Clan. She became intensely upset and asked him what he was saying. She asked how he dared speak to her that way. Charging at him, she said she would force him to speak. He, watching her approach, thought she should know that Monique's true sword wouldn't work on him. When her attack came close to him, he didn't seem to know what attack it was, but he blocked it. She sent a sequence of strikes, and he blocked them. The more she attacked, the more he defended. By observing her movements, he noticed that they were different from the demonic sword technique he knew. She wanted to know how long he could keep blocking, so in that case, she would press a bit harder. She continued attacking him relentlessly, and he kept defending. The intensity of those attacks increased significantly, yet he still defended himself. And it was as she suspected, that scoundrel had learned the true demonic sword technique. Then, suddenly, she decided to change her techniques a bit. However, she wanted to reserve that for the wretch. When he saw the form she was using, he couldn't believe it. Even with her strike being more intense, he continued to block. She was no longer willing to go easy on him, and her strikes grew worse and worse. She realized that he had also mastered even that part. The young master's subordinate was astonished by the movements similar to the 7 demon swords. She couldn't figure out what was wrong with that scoundrel other than knowing the true demonic sword and its movements. She knew the movements were similar, but the sequence and execution of the technique were entirely different. With great fury, she decided to end the battle right then. Even with her swift attacks, he merely avoided dodging. She grew desperate, realizing she had been surpassed. But his patience had also worn out, and he decided to call a truce. With one strike, he disarmed her. He then struck her with ki. She had to understand that he wasn't finishing her off because he didn't want to. When she realized her end was near, she widened her eyes and kept staring at him. But fear also took hold of her, and she closed her eyes. He waited until she fell to the ground to finally place the sword at her neck and ask if she wanted to continue. She had definitely seen it, and was certain. The sword technique he performed was the same as the one she had seen that person perform. With the sword at her neck, he asked if she could now say how she had learned those techniques. Kneeling, she extended her arm and told him she couldn't say, but if he wanted, she would pay the price of defeat, and was ready to lose her arm. Cheon, seeing how determined she was, felt she must have a connection with this person. He merely wanted to change the subject, and said he wanted to check if she had relations with the Sword Clan and the Dark Clan. She looked back with hatred and muttered that she had no relation. Mentally, she told him that she and those two clans could not coexist. She asked if he was the seventh young master of the cult. She recounted that they had spoken about him in the council when he was born. Sadly, she said that could be called a connection. It was an unfortunate one. 500 years ago, the sword demon had 3 candidates for disciples. However, he could only teach one clan until the technique was passed down to a single person. Kyung Cheon and Mu Ju Rang, who demonstrated great talent and promise, grew ambitious and wanted to marry the Lord. Angry and disappointed with their actions, the sword demon abandoned all his disciple candidates. She explained that because of those two, her ancestor, Yunhong Su, was also penalized. Afterward, her ancestor founded the second demonic sword clan, but he couldn't be recognized by the Council of Elders as he had been expelled. However, they recognized the sword and dark clans, founded by Mu Ju Rang, as successors of the demolished sword clan. She recounted that her ancestor protested furiously, declaring he couldn't accept that. Enraged, her ancestor founded the Misty Demon Sword Clan to set things right and had 3 wishes. The first was to inherit the demonic sword clan's lineage, and the second was to fully restore the sword demon's technique. He found it strange. If it was the true demonic sword, how could it have been restored in those 500 years? And the third was loyalty to the Lord and the cult, as the sword demon had desired. But from what the Left Guardian said, the sword demon's disciple candidates were just ambitious wretches. He said he was surprised by the loyalty that had lasted for 500 years. Placing his hand on his chest, he acknowledged that the Misty Demon Sword Clan was a true descendant of the demonic sword clan. She never thought she would hear that, as the clan had desired it for generations, and she wondered how moved her parents and ancestor would be to hear it. He told her he would like to ask a favor from the 10th Council Elder of the cult, the true descendant of the demonic sword clan. He asked that, please, she become his witness. This way, he could secure the position of Vice Lord of the cult, and he promised that the 6 main clans would no longer control the cult. Hearing him ask her to be his witness and to end the 6 clans' dominance, she was taken aback. She was incredulous and asked if he really thought he could do that. If it were that easy, it would have been done years ago. Hyo Bang joined the conversation to defend the sovereign, saying he wasn't bluffing. He told her that the Poison Clan had been completely annihilated, along with all members of the Dark Clan present there, including Lady Mu. She was shocked and asked if it was truly the case. Then, surprised, she stared at the young master. He said he would be direct with the council elder. If she swore loyalty to him, he would officially help her inherit the sword demon's will. She wanted to know what he meant by that. He said he would officially pass on the sword demon's martial art to her. She asked him how he would do that. He asked if she knew the reason the Demon Academy was founded. He explained that its true purpose was to cultivate the sword demon's successor. She wondered what could have happened for the sword demon to have done such a thing. He said it was better to show than just to tell. Then, he began to perform the technique. He started performing the true demonic sword. His subordinates were astonished, as they hadn't seen the full technique before. She wondered if this was the true demonic sword of the sword demon. He transformed momentarily, then used 24 demonic swords in his first technique. Go Wang Ho realized that this technique was much more precise and powerful than he'd used earlier. As he continued refining the technique, she kept observing. She was deeply moved, as she was witnessing the true 24 demonic fairies. Moon Gyu noticed when she began to radiate energy. The 10th elder sat down in a meditative position. She was experiencing things she hadn't felt, no matter how hard she tried. Now at last they were clear to her through the true enlightenment of the sword demon. Everything around her began to emanate ki energy. Go Wang Ho noticed that it was the unification of the 5 Kis. The young master watched, realizing it was the necessary realization to reach a true Grand Master level, wondering if he had experienced that. Young Master Cheon Yo Woon reacted when darts began to fly toward them. One of those darts was heading toward the 10th elder. Skillfully, Bang managed to deflect the dart, and concluded that it was poisoned. Go Wang Ho realized they were under attack and rushed to fight them. It seemed he knew who was there, so he charged to confront him. When he got him cornered, he slammed his face into the ground, telling him not to resist. Others had also been stopped by his comrades. The man captured by Go Wang Ho chose to bite his tongue rather than be taken alive. After confirming that the man had indeed accomplished what he wanted, Go Wang Ho reported to the sovereign that this was dire. The other captured man was about to do the same when he was stopped by a technique from the young master, and he wondered why he couldn't close his mouth. The young master's technique prevented him from closing his mouth. Cheon Yeo-woon ordered them to initiate a defensive formation. Hyo Bang, Moon Gyu, and Go Wang Ho began to protect the 10th elder. Using the technique on the man, he noticed he had poison tied to his tooth to prevent capture. Cheon Yeo-woon told the man he had learned that since he needed to respond, he would release the pressure on the silence key point. The young master asked who had sent him so he could respond. Cheon Yeo-woon smiled and said he knew. Then he blocked the silence point again. Cheon Yeo-woon said that he didn't want to speak since he was a spy and asked if he was right. The man just started trembling and widened his eyes. Then, using his key strength, he began breaking the man's fingers. He warned him that he would break every bone in his body, but if he changed his mind, he just had to look down. Smiling, he said he was sure the man wouldn't speak since he was a spy, and he continued working on his fingers. Meanwhile, the three remained in the defensive formation, and the 10th elder continued in her state of enlightenment. Her body and face began to glow differently. Young Master Cheon Yeo-woon observed that it was a bodily reconstruction. Her transformation continued for a while longer, until she reached her peak. Go Wang Ho and Hyo Bang were amazed, wondering what was happening. Having completed the enlightenment and the bodily reconstruction, she was now standing. She had a different gaze. She seemed like a different person. She stepped out from the center of the defensive formation. She was moving toward the young master. Facing him, she bowed. She declared that she, Yun Mu Hua, the leader of the Misty Demon Sword Clan and the 10th Council Elder, swore loyalty to the true successor of the Sword Demon. Go Wang Ho noticed that, after her bodily reconstruction, she appeared to be in her 20s. Cheon Yeo-woon was pleased, as he had finally secured his second witness. According to the Left Guardian, she possessed one of the greatest martial arts skills and was now his subordinate. The two elders and the young master's 3 subordinates were in the Misty Demon Sword Clan's library. Just thinking that someone who had worked for her for 10 years was a spy for the Sword Clan, Cheon Yeo-woon wanted to know if he could ask Council Elder Yun what had happened between them. She began by saying it all started about 8 years ago. One night, he appeared while she was training at her mansion. He was hiding his face with a mask but couldn't conceal his cunning gaze. Since she couldn't leave the intruder like that, she fought him. But she lost in a single technique, and afterward, she wanted to continue the demonic sword clan's lineage. She was to go, in 4 days, at midnight, to the top of the peak on the west side of Mount Shawan. She couldn't ignore it after recognizing the true demonic sword and his mention of the demonic sword clan. But when she arrived at the peak, there were people she had never expected. The leader of the sword clan and the leader of the dark clan. Her surprise was brief, as the masked man appeared shortly afterward. The leader of the sword clan asked who the masked man was who had gathered them with the mention of the demonic sword clan. The masked man simply said they didn't need to know who he was. He said that if they needed something to call him, they could call him 100 names. He explained that his purpose was to pass on the true demonic sword that had been lost to them. They were all shocked when he said he would teach them the true demonic sword. When asked how he knew the true sword, he only said he couldn't answer. The leader of the dark clan wanted to know why he was trying to teach them. She said she refused because the descendants of those two didn't deserve to learn the true demonic sword. The leader of the sword clan asked how she dared to slander his ancestors. She was right, as everything she said had indeed happened. But the masked man asked them to stay quiet. He drew his sword. He also said that it wasn't the only inheritance of the sword demon that he wished to pass on, and he began to perform the technique to demonstrate it to them. No one there knew that sword technique. The masked man said that this technique was called the technique of the 24 demon swords. He said he would teach the true sword that day and, in 3 years, teach the 24 demon swords. She trained diligently to prevent the sword demon's final teachings from being left with them. But they also returned 3 years later to the peak, having perfectly mastered the true demonic sword. The masked man must have been unable to determine who was superior, so he gave them another chance. She entered secluded training and worked as if her life depended on it. That was the true demonic sword she had shown. The leader of the dark clan and the forest are among the highest masters of steel and martial arts in the cult. Their martial art would naturally have a weakness. It was difficult to choose, so he decided to change the terms and pass on the sword demon's inheritance to whoever was worthy. He asked if they remembered the technique of the 24 demon swords he had shown them 5 years ago. They all looked at him. He gave them another 3 years and, in that time, expected them to recreate the first technique. He said that this sword technique didn't require special key control. The leader of the sword clan couldn't believe what the Nameless One was saying. He drew his sword and suddenly demonstrated a sword technique. After executing that technique, his arms and legs appeared exhausted. He said he would measure everyone in 3 years using only that technique. The young master was thinking that this was the truth behind the story the left guardian had told. He asked if it was 3 years ago, so she had met the Nameless One again. She told him the young man had said he would pass on the sword demon's martial arts. Cheon wondered how this unknown person knew the 24 demon swords. From what he'd been told, no one had passed that test in 70 years. He also wanted to know what technique could neutralize the 24 demon swords. He asked her if she still remembered the technique he had performed 3 years ago. He asked if they could meet privately in the secluded training hall. She found the proposal unexpected. They went to the secluded training hall of the Misty Demon Sword Clan. She prepared herself to see the technique that would surpass the 24 swords technique. He launched the Celestial Demon Sword's first technique. Just by looking, she realized it was the technique the unknown man had shown 3 years ago. She asked how he knew that technique, and how he managed to perform it so smoothly. Cheon couldn't believe it. That man really knew the first technique of the Celestial Demon Sword. To master the 24 demon swords, which existed only in the Demon Academy, one needed to pass the 6th test. That Nameless One had learned the Celestial Demon Sword art, but it wasn't perfect. His subordinate was pleased when they realized the young master had returned. The 10th elder said she had something to say to all of them. Moon Gyo observed her, as he was curious about what she would say. She stated that from that moment on, she would be helping the master by his side. Go Wang Ho asked if she would be doing that personally. She replied it was due to her own purposes and motives. Go Wang Ho agreed with the 10th elder. Moon Gyo was feeling something different, as if something were pressuring his time. Then he said it would be very good for the young master. He mentioned that it would keep the Sword Clan and others alert if she left the mansion. The elder realized he was right, as she hadn't thought of it that way. Go Wang Ho began laughing loudly. He told Moon Gyo there was no need to worry about that. He decided to propose something to his sovereign, at the Flying Phantom Clan's mansion. The 11th elder was happy to welcome them, but he didn't recognize the young lady, although he noticed she had a fierce gaze. She looked at him and said she was still dressed like that because he was looking her up and down. Then they began to stare at each other. He noticed that the voice and unrefined way of speaking seemed quite familiar. Then he realized who it could be. He asked if she was Luciano from Council Yun. Then he looked more closely and said her skin looked like it had undergone bodily reconstruction. The young master wanted to know if the elder could make a mask for Elder Yun. He wanted to know if it was to hide that she had undergone bodily reconstruction. He replied that someone needed to assume her place. The 11th guardian realized he intended to use her as a bodyguard. He said he didn't know who had thought of it, but it was a great plan. The 11th elder immediately accepted the order and went to the workshop to make the mask. Meanwhile, Go Wang Ho and Hyo Bong went to visit their parents and their clans. One of his injured subordinates had returned. He explained that he had suffered internal injuries, but had no problem moving. Cheon Yeo Woon felt deeply for his subordinate, who was injured because of him. Hyo Bong mentioned that his first subordinate had already returned. Cheon asked everyone's families if they were well. Their responses were positive, and he was pleased. He mentioned that everyone was there except for Baek Ji-ai. He wanted to share the next step with them. He said he would prepare them first. Go Wang Ho thought it best if 3 people stayed to consider the matter. Hyo Bong didn't like it, as he wanted to stay with the sovereign. He explained that he was going to the military clan, so he would leave that matter with the 2 of them. In the east wing of the Celestial Demon Cult's castle, the elite Nihilist clan, the master found it very grand and eye-catching. Looking around, it seemed they were with the 6 main clans. Sa-chuk, returning home, was well received by the guards. It had been a long time since he had seen them, so he was glad to see them again. He asked them to inform that he had brought young master Cheon Yeo Woon. Moon Gyo found the atmosphere very pleasant, and felt that the young master might secure another medallion. Quickly, he was received by the council elder. He formally thanked them for the warm reception. The host was delighted and wanted to hold a banquet in honor of the 12th elder. The welcome seemed a bit extravagant. In the grand guest hall of the Nihilist clan, a banquet was set on the table. The 9th elder had great admiration for him after seeing him fight against Council Elder Beck. The young master went straight to the point and told Elder Sama that he was there to ask a favor. He said he would be happy to help in any way he could. Young Master Cheon Yeo Woon stood up. Bowing, he asked if he would be one of his witnesses so he could rise to the position of Vice Lord. He was impressed by how someone aspiring to the position of Vice Lord could be so humble. The elder asked the young master to feel at ease. Gesturing to his subordinate, he immediately understood what it was about. Quickly, someone entered the hall. It appeared to be a young lady. The young lady wished to introduce herself to Council Elder Cheon Yeo Woon. The two introduced themselves. The elder introduced her as his daughter and the younger sister of Chuck. He said he would be honored to be one of the witnesses to help him become Vice Lord. He wanted his trust to be based on something. The young master asked what that would be. The elder said that, if he was not mistaken, he was yet to be married. Moon-gyo detected the scent of jade wine, which had a delightful aroma. Then, the young lady entered the hall. She was immediately noticed by Moon-gyo. She wished to introduce herself to the council elder, saying her name was Sama Yang. Moon-gyo wondered why he had summoned Sama, Chuck's younger sister. He also found it odd when the elder mentioned that trust was based on something. He said he still had a journey ahead, but how about choosing his daughter as his wife? Moon-gyo nearly choked in shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. However, the young master was a bit taken aback by the situation. The ninth elder asked if his daughter was not to the young master's liking. He replied that wasn't the issue and asked what the problem would be. Cheon Yeo-woon realized that had been his plan from the beginning. He wanted to form a family alliance with the young master, no matter what. He knew this young man could be a Vice Lord candidate once he challenged the control of the 6 main clans. He explained that forming a bond through marriage to create a solid alliance was a long-standing tradition. Cheon Yeo-woon grew thoughtful. He made it clear that, when he became Vice Lord, he would be confronting the 6 main clans directly. To face them all, he would need his own rival faction. Moon-gyo found the ninth elder very convincing with his reasoning. She seemed worried, thinking she wasn't just a subordinate who swore loyalty. The ninth elder continued, saying that since he didn't have his own clan, he should form a family alliance to supplement that. Smiling, he asked if there could be a better plan for the future than this one. Cheon said it was a good observation. Moon-gyo thought that his words meant he intended to accept the marriage proposal. Her heart ached. She realized she was in love with the young master, and only now understood. Looking at her, she thought she was beautiful for her age, and the young master might like her. Meanwhile, she continued wearing a face mask and acting as a man. The ninth elder was delighted, and said that now that he would form a clan, he would do anything for him. However, young Master Cheon clarified that he had misunderstood. All he had said was that he made a good point. Moon-gyo felt a bit relieved. Then he would directly ask if he would serve as a witness without involving his daughter's hand in marriage. The ninth elder was in a bind and didn't know how to respond. Chuck told the sovereign that he needed to say something. He said that the ninth council elder should have an honest and positive view of him from the 6th test. Neither the father nor the daughter appreciated his comment. Then, the young master asked if that was really the case. But it seemed he wasn't aligned with his son, so it was best for him to go his own way. Moon-gyo was glad, but then thought that such a firm rejection might cause problems for the master later on. Resolutely, the young master called his subordinates to leave. The ninth elder asked him to wait. The elder asked if it was because of the marriage proposal. The young master said he wasn't entirely opposed to a possible marriage with his daughter. Turning to the elder, he asked if he knew why he wanted to become Vice Lord. He asked him what he thought about the cause of the corruption and decay within the rule of the 6 main clans. The elder thought that at his age, he was already considering the cult's future. The young master thanked him for his kindness, but it seemed they had different goals. Responding to the marriage proposal, he said he wished to marry someone he loved. Bidding farewell, he turned and was about to leave. However, the ninth elder fell to his knees and said he had been foolish and hadn't understood his great purpose. The young master turned and asked what he meant. He, Sama Iui, the leader of the Nihilist clan and the 9th council elder, swore loyalty to him and asked him to please take the medallion. This caught both the 10th elder and Moon-gyo by surprise, but it left the young master pleased. After accepting, they departed. The 9th elder and his daughter watched them leave. The elder thought that, having sworn loyalty after yielding to a young man's influence, he hoped his judgment was not mistaken. He told his daughter that he was too good to let go. The girl replied that there's no tree that wouldn't fall after an axe's blows. Looking at his daughter, he said he would leave it to her then. She thought they hardly looked at her, even though she was as beautiful as the others. Moon-gyo left relieved and happy not to have lost her master. She kept gazing at him with a love-struck expression. She still remembered that he had said he would only marry someone he loved. She believed he had looked at her while saying those words, and so she descended the stairs with great satisfaction. Near the Demon Academy, a reception room in a certain inn. When the left guardian saw the 10th elder, he realized she had undergone bodily reconstruction. Then, he asked the young master what he would like to know. He wanted to know who had passed the test 70 years ago. The left guardian wanted to know what this was about. The 10th elder said she could explain. The left guardian couldn't believe anyone else knew about the epiphany of the celestial demon founder. Then he thought back to see if he remembered who had passed. He then said that the person who passed the 6th test of the Demon Academy 70 years ago was the great Lord Cheon In-ji, his grandfather. Cheon In-ji was Cheon Yeo-woon's grandfather and the former lord of the cult. He was known as the strongest lord in the last 500 years. Cheon Yeo-woon knew that his grandfather had disappeared 20 years ago. To learn both techniques, he needed access to the Lord's mansion and to pass the 6th test. This was half a month ahead of Elder Huan's prediction. At the eastern gate of the Celestial Demon Castle, someone was arriving. The Lord was returning. Everyone was greeting the great Celestial Demon cult. The Left Guardian knew the true war would finally begin. Cheon Yeo-woon was waiting for the Lord to descend. However, he spotted his master. He noticed that his right eye was injured. He also seemed pale and wondered how a martial arts master like him had been hurt. He wanted to know what had happened during their expedition. Observing, it wasn't just his master. The 3rd elder, the 4th, the 5th, and one of the council elders were missing. Moon-gyo was horrified, fearing it might be someone she knew. Suddenly, the elder waved to everyone, and she realized he wasn't injured, only a bit worn out. The missing elder was the 7th council elder of the Simple Blades clan. The leader of the Dark Clan was looking around for his sister and the disciples of the Dark Clan, but he saw none of them. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling about it. Shortly after, they entered a large area with a sign reading, Martial Artists Alliance. Everyone wondered why the Martial Artists Alliance was there. Everyone was asking them to leave. They realized they weren't welcome, but they continued. Cheon Yeo-woon was also startled to see the Martial Artists Alliance. The 11th elder was smiling, finding it all interesting. He asked the young master if he knew what was happening. The news was that the cult and the Martial Artists Alliance might be joining forces. The young master wasn't pleased by that news. In the grand hall of the Celestial Demon cult, it was almost empty, and the Lord's seat was also unoccupied. The arrival of the 9th council elder was announced. He was well received. The 5th council elder, leader of the Sound clan, noticed that 3 elders were late. Next, the arrival of the 10th, 11th, and 12th council elders was announced. The 5th elder thought they must have grown closer after being demoted. No one there liked Cheon Yeo-woon's presence. They wondered why he was there. He greeted them, introducing himself as the newly appointed 12th council elder, Cheon Yeo-woon. The 5th elder didn't like having him there, and the 4th elder was surprised he had passed the 6th test. The 1st elder was wondering why the Poison clan was nowhere to be seen. The elders were emitting a strong energy presence. They were not comfortable with Cheon Yeo-woon's presence. He had cut off one of their grandson's arms. Another wondered how the son of a maid dared to be there. They thought he might have reached this point by luck, but that it was his limit. No one would acknowledge him as a council elder. Then, the leader of the Black Fist clan welcomed him and recognized him as a council elder. The leader of the Westgate clan greeted the elder and acknowledged him as a council elder. The 4th elder was outraged by what they used to recognize him. He thought Heo Bang and Go Wang-ho must have worked hard. The 5th elder wanted to know what had happened while they were away. The 4th elder didn't understand how a flea they could crush at any time had grown so threatening. Meanwhile, the young master was mingling energetically with the other elders, speaking with them. The Lord's entry was announced. The Lord entered and took his place in the seat. Everyone greeted the great celestial demon cult. They all humbly welcomed the great Lord. The Lord's bodyguard asked everyone to sit. Cheon Yeo-woon, as he sat down, noticed the Lord's breathing was irregular. He wondered if he had an internal injury. Seeing how he appeared normal, it wasn't as severe as the council elders' conditions. Master Siab Meng wondered what had happened to that boy. He found it hard to believe what he was seeing. His ki strength was so immense that he had already surpassed him. He was pleased and thought he could no longer treat him merely as a child. Cheon Yeo-woon noticed he was being watched. It was the Lord's eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. He was trying to hide it, but he must have been quite surprised. The 9th council elder was asked to report on the matters that occurred during the Lord's absence. He mentioned that there were no surviving members of the Poison clan or the Sword clan due to the conflict. Everyone was wondering what had happened while they were away. The 5th elder was enraged because her son had died at the hands of the Blade clan and the Poison clan. Another elder was upset because Yang Gang had been killed when his head was struck by the dark cloud flow palm. Hang Yu-jik had killed another elder's son. The 1st elder was furious because his sister had been killed. He didn't understand how it happened, as she was more cunning than anyone. He didn't believe she would fall to the Poison clan. The 1st elder thought the reasons and outcomes made sense, but they refused to believe it. They thought that, for that girl to fall into a trap set by the Poison clan, something was off. The Left Guardian thought everything was spectacular. Master Cheon was shining at that moment with his plan. The elders could no longer have the same relationship as before. The council elder had passed the 6th test and become the new 12th council elder. The 5th elder protested, saying the purpose of this meeting was not an appointment. The Lord ordered Cheon Yeo-woon to step forward. He stood and bowed in reverence. The Lord declared that, as the 23rd Lord of the Great Celestial Demon Cult, he was using his authority to appoint him as the 12th council elder. None of the elders liked to see that. The Lord told him that, having officially become a council elder, he would grant him a request. Cheon Yeo-woon thanked him. The request was for approval of his ascension as Vice Lord. The Lord had not been expecting that request. The 3 elders, the 9th, 10th, and 11th, voiced their support for the young master's ascension. The 4th elder felt deceived and thought that had been his goal from the start. They thought he had somehow managed to convince the 2 strangest and hardest to control people in the cult. His master was very pleased, as that was his cherished disciple. The left guardian thought that with the Lord's imminent approval, the worst-case scenario would occur for him. The Lord asked if the 3 witnesses recognized his 7th son as Vice Lord. All 3 affirmed that the young master was worthy of becoming Vice Lord. The Lord thought for a moment, and then said he officially. At that moment, the 1st elder's ki went out of control, as he believed that had been Cheon Yeo-woon's aim all along. However, just then, the left elder's sword was at his throat. The left elder ordered him to restrain his bloodlust, asking how he dared be so reckless in the Great Hall while the Lord was present. The 1st elder shouted that he could see through his schemes, glaring at Cheon Yeo-woon. Cheon stared back at him, showing no fear. The 1st elder was losing control when he was ordered to stop. The voice in his head was the Lord's. The 1st elder was forced to restrain himself, and he apologized for the recklessness in addressing the Lord. He knelt, bowed his head, and said he should be punished for his insolence. The Lord said it was enough, and told him to return to his place. Only after the 1st elder calmed down did the left guardian sheath his sword. The left guardian was close to Cheon Yeo-woon's master. However, the 1st elder was plotting something. The left guardian noticed his movement. He charged toward the 12th elder. The 1st elder was shouting Cheon Yeo-woon's name. As soon as the left guardian sheathed his sword, the 1st elder would find out everything himself and tear him apart with his own hands. Then, someone spoke to him mentally. It was Cheon Yeo-woon telling him he was right. Smiling mentally, he said that he had killed them all. This enraged the 1st elder, who lunged at him. The left guardian had to intervene to prevent a worse situation, using the dark cloud flow palm technique. The 1st elder told the left guardian not to stand in his way. However, that technique sent the left guardian flying, causing him great pain. Proceeding with the true demonic sword, final technique, and the true heartless sword. The Lord was merely observing. The 10th elder noted that this was the true demonic sword. She observed that he was strong and his power far exceeded the standard true demonic sword. When an elder attacked him, he quickly stopped the elder's strike, using the 24 demon swords. The 1st elder couldn't understand how that wretch knew that sword technique. However, another elder charged at him again. Cheon Yeo-woon thought he was fast. He was trying to block his strikes, but he wasn't able to and got injured. He was using the true demonic sword with his right hand and the black demon crushing sword with his left hand. As he was fighting with a different technique in each hand, it looked as if he were fighting 2 people at once. The 1st elder wanted to finish him off while he was wounded. The 1st elder used the true demonic sword, final technique, along with the 24 demon swords, first technique. He believed not even the Lord could stop that technique. He performed the final secret technique, left sword and right sword. The 10th elder thought that not even the young master could block it. Cheon thought if he could stop it with the 24 demon swords. He surprised the 1st elder by using the blade manifestation of ki. The 11th elder recognized the technique. It was the same blade technique from before. The 1st elder found that technique unbelievable. He was attacking blind spots in a way that neither the left nor right spaces could cover. The 1st elder felt he couldn't withstand it. Cheon Yeo-woon was ready to finish him off. He launched his powerful attack, the ultimate technique among the blade techniques of the blade gods. Even he didn't know the true name of that form, but it was similar to a dragon, and the 1st elder was in trouble. He was performing that technique, and no one opposed him. The Lord was merely watching, along with his bodyguards. The elders could do nothing. They had no orders to intervene. When he finished performing it, his master realized that the technique was like a flying dragon whenever such a blade technique appeared. However, he found the technique strangely familiar, even though it was his first time seeing it. The left guardian was astonished by the blade god's technique. Cheon Yeo-woon had not only studied it but also mastered it. The young man's talent was a true gift from the heavens. Someone spoke mentally to the left guardian, saying they wanted to speak with him privately. The 11th elder realized he had only used this occasion, so remarkably that he had asserted himself before the other clan leaders. The Lord was thinking that he hadn't intervened with the intention to stop it, even if it ended up growing beyond control. He also thought that, at this rate, in 10 years, the list of the 5 greatest martial artists of the Central Plains might change. The elders found it insolent, injuring the first council elder in the Lord's Grand Hall. Cheon Yeo-woon merely looked at them. He went to the Lord and said he felt his life was threatened, so he acted and apologized for his discourtesy. The 5th elder said the Lord would express his displeasure one way or another. Quickly, the left guardian prostrated himself before the master and asked the Lord to punish him. He said he was too useless to prevent that from happening, despite the young master being threatened. The 5th elder couldn't believe the left guardian was helping him. The Lord said he would let it pass, as it was caused by the impulsive actions of the first council elder. He said that the first elder had targeted his son before his eyes, but since he had paid the price himself, he wouldn't make the matter any bigger. The Lord made it clear that any insolence in the Great Hall would be taken as a challenge to his authority, and would not be tolerated. Cheon Yeo-woon understood this as a warning, indicating that next time he wouldn't let it slide. The Lord also announced that he would appoint Cheon Yeo-woon, who had already proven his worth, as the Vice Lord. The Lord said he would appoint Cheon Yeo-woon as Vice Lord for having demonstrated his value. He asked if anyone present opposed this. None of the elders dared to go against the Lord's decree. So he declared his seventh son, Cheon Yeo-woon, as Vice Lord of the Great Celestial Demon Cult. One elder noted that it was the first time in 500 years that someone outside the 6 main clans had become Vice Lord. They were the only ones left now. Cheon Yeo-woon could finally stand against them as an equal. Normally, the Vice Lord's ascension ceremony should take place immediately before all cultists. The good news was that Cheon Yeo-woon would act as a council elder until the position was officially filled. Knowing this, the council elders from the 4 remaining main clans tried to bolster their positions, but their opposition was ultimately crushed by the Lord. The Lord said they would move on to the next matter of the day, but before that, he mentioned that the Vice Lord should receive medical attention, as he appeared to have lost a lot of blood. Cheon Yeo-woon had nothing he could say. It wasn't like he could explain that the Nano had healed him. He would ask Council Elder Hwan to keep him informed of the meeting. At the Flying Phantom Inn, Moon-gyu quickly went to the young master, asking if there had been a fight in the Great Hall and if he was alright. He simply left, leaving everyone worried. He sensed the presence of guard Jang and realized he was awake. He went to see him immediately. He opened the room door quickly to see him. Seeing him, he felt sad about the condition he was in. The guard was surprised to see him there. Cheon Yeo-woon, overjoyed, hugged guard Jang. Guard Jang was happy to see the young master. He said that seeing him groan made him feel unnecessary. Cheon asked what he meant, as he had promised to stay by his side. The guard said he could no longer protect him. For a moment, they were both sad. Cheon Yeo-woon couldn't believe it, as guard Jang had dedicated his entire life to him. He asked Nano if there was a way to restore a broken dantian. After analyzing, Nano found a way to replace his teeth on the spot. He was happy because he didn't know which techniques existed, but he could at least restore the teeth for now. He told the guard he had news he wanted to share with him before anyone else. He shared that he had won the air battle. The guard was astonished, and he told him that he had been named Vice Lord that very day. Guard Jang began trembling intensely. Nano explained that it was a faint induced by reduced blood flow to the brain. It was a condition that occurred when one was extremely surprised. 2 hours later, the 3 elders wanted to congratulate him again on becoming Vice Lord. This caught his subordinate by surprise, as he hadn't yet told them. However, they were all thrilled with their young master's new position. Hyobang said it called for a banquet. However, the 11th elder said it would be difficult that day. They would have to attend a banquet that day. Hyobang was surprised to hear about the banquet as an alliance with martial artists. Before that, the 11th elder wanted to report on the meeting's resolution. An alliance with them had been officially approved in that meeting. Cheon Yeo-woon thought that over 70% of the council elders and clan leaders had participated in the meeting and voted in favor. The elder explained that they were in a situation where it couldn't be avoided. He mentioned they had lost 2 provinces. Cheon Yeo-woon asked about the coalition among the forces of evil. The elder said it wasn't a martial school they had encountered before. It wasn't something as large as a celestial demon cult or an alliance. It was a mere martial arts school. Zhejiang province was the territory of the Manila Celestial Cult, where 9 branches of the cult existed. And Anhui province was home to Namgung Sian, one of the 17 masters considered the best in the alliance. This territory bordered 3 of the largest factions in the martial realm. Recently, 3 branches of the celestial demon cult in Zhejiang had been attacked simultaneously by an unknown faction. The cult believed it to be an attack by the Martial Artists Alliance. However, in just over 2 weeks, they had been completely annihilated. The top leaders of the celestial demon cult, assuming it was the Martial Artists Alliance, prepared for war. The cult wanted to execute them immediately, but the envoys brought shocking news with them. That's when they discovered they had lost to a new faction. So, the cult proposed a temporary truce until they could reclaim the 2 provinces. Later, they accepted the truce, and the cult's central forces set out on their own. The 11th elder said they failed, and with him, he saw the Lord and Council elders return wounded, and Dong Sunwoon, the leader of the Simple Blade clan, returned dead. Cheon Yeo-woon understood that was why they were forming an alliance. Once the alliance was officially announced, the news would spread, and that was the second reason for the alliance. Cheon wanted to know if they would uncover the identity of that martial school. He said he didn't have much information, but they referred to themselves as the 6 Blades Martial School. Hearing this, the young master turned pale. Inner castle of the celestial demon cult, Guardian's mansion, located to the right of the Lord's mansion. In the office of the Grand Guardian, the left Guardian was reporting what happened. He said that if it was true, the Vice Lord was the person they had been waiting for. The left Guardian found the Grand Guardian's response strange. His reaction was silent. The left Guardian asked the Grand Guardian if something was wrong. He replied, "The Six Blades Martial School." He asked if it was the name that was troubling him. One of the martial masters from the Six Blades School had cut off a council elder's arm and almost became the right guardian. When they arrived in Zhejiang, they were waiting to ambush in some way. They were strong and outnumbered them, but they could respond well, as they were the cult's central forces. In the middle of the fight, 3 great martial masters appeared, one using sword technique, another using palm technique, and a third using claw technique. The battle ended with the 7th elder's death and the council's 5th elder losing his arm. In the end, the Lord and the Grand Guardian had to intervene, and the one the Grand Guardian fought was the martial master who used the sword. All of his techniques were derived from a unique martial art. The Grand Guardian showed his back with the sword scars to the left Guardian. He noticed that those wounds looked similar to the blade techniques of the Blade God. The Grand Guardian said that even with his techniques and movements, he couldn't avoid that technique. The Grand Banquet Hall, located next to the Great Hall. The Lord, Guardians, and Elders were gathered. Cheon Yeo-woon was not satisfied, as he didn't like the matter at hand. The 11th Guardian wasn't pleased. He thought the attire was too simple for a banquet. The guests arrived, the 6th Master of the 17 Masters of the Martial Artists Alliance, leader of the Manhwa sect. The 7th Master of the 17 Masters of the Martial Artists Alliance was the leader of the noble Muang clan, and a person who concealed their face was being carried on a throne. However, one of the masters outside seemed to be narrating everything happening inside. The person who concealed their face descended from the throne. She greeted the Lord cordially, saying she was the representative of the righteous forces, the Martial Artists Alliance, and the masters also greeted the Lord. The Lord told her she was welcome and that it was an honor to receive such important guests from the Martial Artists Alliance. However, as he spoke the final words, her attendants and masters grew tense. One of the masters didn't like it and didn't understand. Very sternly, the Lord asked what manners were these from someone representing the Martial Artists Alliance, hiding her face. She quickly apologized, saying she was so nervous to meet him that she ended up being disrespectful. Then she removed the hat that concealed her face, revealing her face. She was just a young lady, but everyone was mesmerized by that sculptural face. The vice leader of the noble clan thought that face was the most beautiful in the Central Plains. Rumors quickly spread about how beautiful she was and that she could be considered the most beautiful woman in the world. Everyone's attention was drawn to her charms. They all realized they had been staring too long. Now without the hat, she introduced herself as the 2nd strategist of the Martial Artists Alliance and greeted the cult's lord. The Lord said that the Martial Alliance leader had sent a truly valuable guest. One of the masters thanked him and said the food they had prepared might cool down at this pace. The Lord agreed that Master Peng was right and soon invited the guests to be served. The elder introduced himself as Sama Ei. The 11th elder introduced himself as the advisor of the Great Demon Cult. One of them noted that he had at least heard that name once through the Alliance's intelligence network. Cheon Yeo-woon also introduced himself as the Vice Lord and 12th Council Elder. That title of Vice Lord caught their attention, but they hadn't heard any news that the successor of the cult as Vice Lord had been chosen. He looked young, yet he was also a council elder. One of them thought the demon cult wasn't just for show. He didn't seem to be more than 20 years old. They were shocked, as they didn't expect there to be another monster here. A monster like that person. Someone they didn't think a council elder alone would be enough. So someone was eyeing Cheon Yeo-woon, seemingly planning to use him as a test subject. They caught everyone's attention with a light knock to create some noise. As soon as she heard that knock, the 2nd strategist stood up. She appeared to be looking for her target. She was close to the 10th and 12th elders. Politely, she asked Council Elder Yun Mu-hwa if she could excuse herself for a moment. The 11th elder wanted to know what the issue was. All the knights from the Martial Alliance felt embarrassed. The young lady sat very close to Cheon Yeo-woon. He noticed she was a bit drunk but wasn't suppressing the alcohol with her ki. She began calling him Vice Lord. She was very close to his face when she said she wanted to get to know him. The vice leader, son of the Martial Alliance's leader, wasn't pleased with that. The 2nd strategist went even further, starting to touch Cheon Yeo-woon. He quickly moved away from her. However, she leaned in closer. He thought this might be quite problematic. She was directly in front of him, staring at him. The person who had knocked sensed that this was the right moment. They knocked again, and upon hearing the 2nd knock, she lunged at him to attack. So he dodged swiftly. Everyone there was highly alarmed and shouted for the strategist to stop, but she kept attacking, and he tried to defend himself. Cheon Yeo-woon asked Nano if she would continue to be controlled, and the 2nd strategist continued launching her strikes at him. Nano informed him that there was a way to free her from hypnosis aside from the hypnotist, who could release her. It could be possible to break it by applying electrical shocks to her nerves. He held her head and emitted small waves of electric shocks. She immediately dropped to her knees on the floor. The masters pleaded for him to stop. The 11th elder asked how she dared to attack the vice lord of their cult. The manipulator thought it had worked and watched from a distance. He believed that with a single word, everything would descend into total chaos. He requested a stronger electric shock from Nano, and added more charge to the hand holding the second strategist's head, until she stopped struggling and grew calm. One of the elders asked what this meant to the vice lord. The distant observer thought he had worsened things on his own and wouldn't need to do anything further. However, her eyes returned to normal. When she realized it, she was lying on the floor. Not knowing what had happened to her, she thought she might have drunk too much. The hypnotist was upset, as the hypnosis should have already passed. Someone mentally told him not to be surprised. He just needed to switch to plan B. When the young woman was regaining her composure, that sound was emitted. This time it affected the vice leader of the Martial Artists Alliance. He jumped at him, shouting how he dared to mess with their strategist, saying he would finish him off. He was frantically trying to hit him. He was quickly restrained by the 11th elder, and smiling, he remarked that this young man seemed to have underestimated him. The young man shouted to be released. The 11th elder simply silenced him with a strike to the neck, rendering him unconscious. Cheon Yeo-woon noticed he had been normal until a second ago, but then suddenly became furious. He was certain it wasn't being done by a single person and asked Nano to enter sound telepathy detection mode. The culprit said he had to create a commotion somehow. The information reached their minds, saying there was nothing else to be done. When the vice lord found the culprits, he immediately grabbed one by the neck. He asked if he thought he wouldn't be found. Squeezing harder, he told him not to try deceiving him. He asked him what the plan was exactly. Then someone intervened and told the vice lord to stop. They were furious, thinking they couldn't punish her bodyguard. So, the vice lord asked the second strategist if that man was really her bodyguard. She was confused and couldn't say. She quickly regained her senses and asked who that man was. This took everyone by surprise. The man mentally told his younger brother there was nothing they could do. They should start plan B while that person searched for the remnants of the sword demon. Cheon Yeo-woon heard that they were after the sword demon's remnants. Clapping his hands, he made some turn against each other, causing chaos. He incited rebellion between the Martial Artists Alliance and the Celestial Demon Cult members. Cheon Yeo-woon didn't know when all those people had fallen under hypnosis. At that moment, he grasped the meaning of it. Cheon Yeo-woon wondered how so many people could be hypnotized so easily. The hypnotist shouted that the blame was on those cult bastards who attacked them. He yelled that the alliance was a cunning trap set by them. The elders and martial arts masters clashed. Cheon Yeo-woon stepped into the middle of the commotion and told everyone to stop. He shouted that they were all under hypnosis. A martial arts master asked what he meant by hypnosis. Cheon Yeo-woon explained that the second strategist's actions earlier were strange, and now there was this chaos. The master asked what he thought they should do. Cheon Yeo-woon shouted to the council elders and alliance guests to command those not under hypnosis. The hypnotist asked the vice lord what they would do with those under hypnosis. Cheon Yeo-woon turned and smiling, told him he would take care of it himself. He quickly left. One of the martial arts masters called for the elders of the Manhwa sect and the Moang clan to follow him. They also departed. The 9th elder called for the lord. He was displeased with their audacity. Without hesitation, in the center of his territory, Cheon Yeo-woon observed the fight from the rooftop. He asked Nano to activate augmented reality over the user's visual data. He told Nano to identify those under hypnosis. He requested assistance to electrocute them as soon as he touched them. He began touching those recognized by Nano. With electric shocks, he brought them back to reality. Using his extreme speed, he moved swiftly, restoring the sanity of many at once. He passed by the second strategist so quickly that she barely saw him. She realized that the current vice lord of the demon cult was extremely fast. When those affected by hypnosis awoke, they felt intense headaches and were unsure of where they were. The man couldn't believe how he was undoing the hypnosis just by touching them. After meeting his eyes, Cheon Yeo-woon realized who he was looking for. He approached that man as quickly as possible and grabbed him by the neck. With a sudden reaction, he threw him to the ground, leaving him immobilized. Realizing he couldn't counterattack, and confronted by the vice lord, he understood he had no choice. One of the alliance masters observed that the vice lord was a ruthless man with not a shred of hesitation. Gripping the man's neck, he asked who they were. When the man opened his mouth to try to escape, Cheon Yeo-woon used the technique again to prevent him from closing his mouth, and he pulled out the tooth that held a hidden poison. He told him he would deal with him later. For now, he had to attend to that person. In the northwest of the Demon Academy, the precious library's floor was littered with defeated soldiers. Some guards noticed noises coming from the basement. They had broken through the steel doors with brute force. They hoped the director would arrive quickly. They were attempting to break free. The sapphire was 3 times thicker than the monoliths above. It was supposed to be unbreakable. Suddenly, they realized they were managing to break through the sapphire as well. They couldn't believe it. The director and some soldiers were on their way. When he heard a huge explosion, he shouted to the guards that he would go ahead. Seeing all those bodies on the ground, he wanted to know what was happening. In front of him, martial artists appeared. The director thought she had seen those guards in the Martial Artists Alliance's procession. But the energy he was emitting couldn't belong to someone who was merely a guard. The left guardian stood face to face with the enemies. Guards shouted that there were intruders in the Demon Academy. They noticed they were coming out of the basement and asked them what they had done to the people down there. One of them ran a hand through his hair with a mocking smile. He said they were mixed in among the bodies below. That guard asked how he dared but was stopped by the left guardian. The guard was eager to attack him and asked the director for permission. The left guardian asked them if the vault below was their target. One of them replied that, as he could see, it was. The two of them spoke to each other, with one saying he'd handle things quickly so the other could take the escape route first. Then the guards charged forward, trying to capture the intruders alive. One of them took a deep breath and blew all that air back. It felt like a sonic bomb. Some guards became furious, thinking they were using such tricks. He looked at one of the guards and said he should have some key. Then he blew in his direction, causing him to spin around. Smiling, he said that whatever they tried, the result would be their death. This enraged the next combatant as well. He tried to confront the intruder in vain, thinking he could surprise him with a key sword. The fate of this warrior was not much different from the previous one. As those intruders were specialists in various martial techniques, they executed a precise strike. After receiving a fatal blow, the warrior felt his blood flow through his mouth. Struck down and with his opponent now kneeling on the ground, the intruder remarked he was no different from the others. With firm words, he told his companion to go ahead, as there was no one there capable of stopping him. Proving otherwise and ready to fight, the left guardian contested that statement. Not only that, but he also began to unleash his powers and attack. Thus, he realized that these invaders were not ordinary fighters. From the very first attack, he was thrown far away but managed to absorb the impact of the blow. With great conviction, one of the invaders commented that he had already warned them. This made the left guardian focus intently on all his opponent's movements. The intruder found the scene amusing, deeming the guardian yet another small fry. Such words wounded the pride of the director and left guardian, who demanded to know who they were. The opponent, mocking his low performance, stated it was bold to have so many questions when nearing one's end. This warrior was unlike the others. Showing his worth, the director deflected the attack, and then counterattacked. Quickly, the combatant closed in and began blocking his strikes. At the same time, he counterattacked, fully dominating the director's attempts. The director couldn't simply remain on the defensive. With his experience, he knew he had to unleash techniques, such as the final technique of the Crimson Flame Sword. Upon seeing the new attack, his combatant congratulated him for providing some entertainment. Not even the deadly flame sword technique was enough to stop the invader. This put the left guardian at a disadvantage in dealing with the unpredictable angles of the attacks. He realized the strikes came from angles he couldn't anticipate. Moreover, the punching technique was unique. Contrary to what many believed, the left guardian was being quickly overwhelmed by that multi-punch technique. Shortly after, the adversary put more power into one of his strikes. This sent his opponent flying and left him feeling the severe impact on his body. The damage caused by the punches from that martial artist of the Six Blades School was evident. Pleased with his results, the intruder asked the guardian why he was speaking in such a manner. The guardian commented that the punch technique felt as if it were a blade technique. Standing before him, the intruder found this amusing and revealed he was the fist master of the Six Blades Martial School. Gravely injured and with his suspicions now confirmed, the guardian realized he must inform the rest of the cult. Contrary to his expectations, the figure before him was plotting his end. Unaware of the incoming attack, which deflected the blow meant for the guardian, he caught the object thrown toward him. It turned out to be the severed arm of his fleeing ally. Imposingly, the Vice Lord asked, after throwing it, if he was that person. Anticipating something dreadful, the director shouted at the Vice Lord, warning him to be cautious with that individual. Sahyun, the intruder, looked at the imposing figure and realized that if it truly was the Vice Lord, he would have no choice but to eliminate him and leave as quickly as possible. Seeing his attack deflected by the Vice Lord, who swiftly entered his line of sight, most would not have even seen the blow, but the man who descended quickly from the rooftop managed to dodge. Realizing he had to use not only simple attacks but a variety, Sahyun launched himself again, attempting to strike, using the flower grafting method. The method was noticed, but had it pushed through, the guardian would have been hit. Analyzing the best possibility, he acted swiftly. This caused him to repel the adversary instead of being pushed himself. Meanwhile, his internal organs damaged by external energy were regenerating automatically. Sahyun, his opponent, thought there was no way he hadn't been injured after all of this. Cheon, turning his head slightly, asked if the left guardian was alright. Seeing the left guardian was still capable of moving, he instructed him to summon the Lord and the other council elders. He stated they should be near the entrance of the demonic academy, and could leave the rest to him. After hearing him, the guardian propelled himself to leave. In that motion, the invader and combatant quickly caught up with him. However, faster than both, the Vice Lord moved ahead of the left guardian. Unaware of the intervention, the intruder remarked that no one would be allowed to leave. Only then did he realize that his strike had been completely deflected. Seeing that only the two of them remained, he understood the fight would now be between them. Sahyun looked at his new opponent with hatred. His anger grew when the Vice Lord made it clear he would be his adversary. The force of their attacks and counterattacks lingered in the air. Sahyun was puzzled, knowing that the person before him had suffered a severe internal injury. Keeping that in mind, he decided not to hold back in his attacks. In other words, he would strike immediately. Since he wasn't facing an amateur, he could unleash increasingly powerful attacks. On the other hand, he also knew his opponent was the Vice Lord of a major cult, who wouldn't stand idle without retaliating. It became clear this wouldn't be easy, as his opponent was incredibly fast. Cheon Yeo-woon was determined to uncover his connection to the Blade God. That question left his adversary utterly confused. His dissatisfaction was evident in his words, as he believed no one could know such information. Despite the enemy's strange reaction, Cheon Yeo-woon suspected this man might be part of the Six Blades martial school. Since they were familiar with the Blade God, it confirmed that the demonic cult was indeed their enemy. The peak of their conversation was interrupted when both turned their attention to the sounds of reinforcements approaching. Torches illuminated much of the surroundings as they made their way toward the scene. Sahyun realized escaping smoothly wouldn't be easy. He decided to make a proposal to his opponent, suggesting cooperation and leaving as a hostage. The Vice Lord replied that such an action was not an option. Seeing the refusal and running out of time for discussion, Sahyun launched an attack. Making it clear he also knew how to perform the Blade God's second technique. Cheon Yeo-woon noticed the technique had been perfectly adapted into a punching technique. Its power was the same, requiring at least a fourth technique to block it. After blocking with the 24 demon swords, he recognized his rival's strength, and realized his own technique was gradually weakening. The plan had been to catch his opponent off guard, but instead, his adversary used unexpected variations and managed to surprise him. Despite being quick, he couldn't keep up with the frequency of the attacks. The variations employed were difficult to block. Contrary to expectations, his strikes weren't having the desired effect, making his opponent think he was superior in several aspects. In a battle where neither could afford to look away even briefly, both successfully landed attacks, dodged, and counterattacked. Yet, despite the situation, Cheon Yeo-woon's antagonist believed he was superior, positioning himself in a way that made it hard for Cheon Yeo-woon to retaliate. Moreover, applying such pressure in combat left Cheon Yeo-woon struggling to think of potential maneuvers, especially while being constantly pressured to dodge or block. Although he evaded many strikes, one eventually landed, and he couldn't avoid it in time. His body was sent a considerable distance after being hit. This earned him praise even from the contender before him. Confident that the demon sword techniques wouldn't work against him, Cheon Yeo-woon concluded that his rival was already familiar with the 24 demon swords techniques. This overconfidence made Sahyun excessively self-assured. He approached his opponent calmly, claiming resistance would be futile. After hearing a direct insult to the cult, the Vice Lord threw a fragment of his sword to the ground. He asked if Sahyun truly believed the cult couldn't defeat them. Sahyun found it strange that, despite being struck, his opponent still had something to say. All the fragments of the sword previously lodged in various parts of his body were now being expelled as his wounds began to heal. This happened right before the eyes of someone who believed he was superior to the cult. Witnessing the wounds heal, Sahyun dreaded what might come next. His instincts warned him that this boy was dangerous and needed to be eliminated before fully recovering. He charged forward at a considerable speed, trying to reach his determined target. However, the position of Vice Lord could only be occupied by the second most powerful individual. Sahyun realized the strength of his opponent when he noticed the sword he was wielding. Not just the sword, but the technique itself. It was the demonic heavenly sword art, something rarely seen. Frightened yet furious at having his ego challenged, he claimed it wasn't enough. He still had hopes of escaping somehow. But as the attack grew in magnitude, his hopes began to fade. His gaze faltered when he saw the scale of the attack headed directly toward him. It was only a matter of seconds before his life force, along with his hopes, would end. Upon receiving the attack, he looked at his adversary, unable to believe what had just happened. Once again, Cheon Yeo-woon emerged victorious from a difficult battle. In the end, both intruders met their demise at the hands of the Vice Lord of the demonic cult. After his victory, Cheon Yeo-woon looked at what remained and remarked that this was the consequence of insulting the cult he belonged to. The martial arts training field was filled with reinforcements. The Lord of the demonic cult, along with his finest soldiers, was searching for the intruders. The left guardian landed in front of the Lord. Noticing his condition, the Lord asked where the enemy was. He replied that the enemy was in the precious library, and that the Vice Lord was fighting him. The intruder was from the Six Blades Martial School, but before he could say more, he collapsed. It was evident he had fainted due to an internal injury. The Great Guardian, observing the angry intent on the Lord's face, stood before him and asked him to wait. This act was not well received by the Lord. Extremely furious, the Lord demanded to know who he thought he was blocking. Kneeling and bowing in reverence, the Great Guardian stated that he would go first. He urged the Lord to take care of his health, as his internal injuries from the earlier battle remained unhealed. Acknowledging the noble gesture of the Great Guardian, the Lord agreed to let him go ahead for now. But he also ordered the 4th and 10th elders to accompany him. Following the orders, everyone quickly acted. Paying close attention, the Lord noticed that the left guardian was holding something in his hand. It was wrapped in a cloth and carried alongside his sword. The Great Guardian distanced himself further and further, until he reached a nearby rooftop, where the battle between the Vice Lord and the intruder was unfolding. This occurred just as Cheon Yeo-woon had awakened his sword. He was performing the demonic heavenly sword art. The Great Guardian witnessed the opponent being reduced to nothing by the final strike. Even he was astonished by the display of that sword technique. He observed the entire performance of the technique from beginning to end, leaving only the imposing Vice Lord standing. However, he also noticed the black sword. Seeing that the entire blade was black, it might have been the sword in question. As the sword returned to the grip of the young warrior, Cheon Yeo-woon noticed the presence of the Great Guardian. However, he wasn't certain if someone so close to the Lord would overlook anything. He disliked seeing that figure and the others who appeared shortly thereafter. The 4th elder, arriving after the battle's conclusion, was eager to learn what had happened. Upon seeing the scene, the 10th elder concluded that the Vice Lord had defeated a martial arts master from the Six Blades School. Approaching him, she asked if he was alright. The Great Guardian was also pleased to see that the Vice Lord was unharmed. With a calm expression, Cheon Yeo-woon thanked the Great Guardian for his concern. It didn't take long for the other warriors, as well as the Lord, to arrive at the scene. Bowing respectfully to the Lord before him, the Great Guardian reflected on his loyal role as the Lord's right-hand man. He considered whether to inform the Lord about what he had just witnessed. The Lord wished to know what had occurred. The Great Guardian explained that the fight had already ended when he arrived. However, with his experience, he observed that this was no ordinary confrontation. He noted it was as if multiple sword techniques had been fused to secure victory. This made the Lord realize he shouldn't underestimate Cheon Yeo-woon, and he left with the Great Guardian. Reaching the underground vault of the library, the Lord asked if that location had been the target. There was silence, as the Great Guardian waited for the Lord to continue speaking. In a somber tone, the Lord asked again if that was their goal. Finally, the Great Guardian responded. He affirmed that their target had indeed been the underground vault of the precious library. Descending the stairs, the Lord's demeanor was anything but friendly. His expression was serious. Soon, they noticed that the secret books of the Sword Demon had been burned. The Lord couldn't understand why such a hidden place existed within the demonic academy. And the fact that the enemies knew a secret even he didn't suggest that they were not taking him seriously. Cheon Yeo-woon, as soon as he could examine the belongings taken from the intruders, he realized they were not after the books but rather the blade marks of the Blade God. He also couldn't understand why those claiming to be descendants of the Blade God wanted those marks. In the banquet hall of the demonic heavenly cult, everyone wondered how long they would have to stay there. The strategist stated that they had already shared everything they knew and should now be making decisions. All they could do was agree with her and wait. She was still slightly disoriented, as she had now finally remembered everything and realized she had been used by them. She recalled that after failing to recruit Anhui while traveling to find 2 of the masters, she was ambushed by mysterious individuals and, upon waking, found herself part of the Martial Alliance procession. It was clear she had been targeted, as she was secretly moving for the Alliance, and the only ones who knew her movements were one of the 7 masters of the Martial Artists Alliance, making it evident one of them was an enemy spy. Knowing this information, she needed to ensure the alliance was formed and return quickly. Meanwhile, the physician of the demonic cult was searching for clues about what had led to such an extreme situation. The physician's disciples also couldn't find anything linked to the event. Baek Jung-woo hypothesized that there might have been some physiological change while they were under hypnosis. Even so, the demonic physician couldn't find anything conclusive related to that theory. Baek Jong-woo, the cult physician, was informed there was no poison or special substances involved. This contradicted the Vice Lord's suggestion that some substance might have triggered the hypnosis. At that moment, the Vice Lord appeared to speak with those handling the investigation. The physician greeted the Vice Lord, who expressed his gratitude for the arduous work Baek Jong was doing. He took the opportunity to ask about the progress of the investigation and whether there had been any breakthroughs. Baek Jong reported that all the food and drinks in the banquet hall had been examined. This surprised Jeon Yeo-woon, as he found it hard to believe there was nothing in the food or drink. This made him wonder if hypnosis could truly be triggered with just a palm strike. If that were the case, everyone in the hall would have had to fall into a hypnotic state. Expressing his dissatisfaction, he asked for permission to examine things further, and the physician agreed. His sharp eyes missed nothing, reflecting on the claim that nothing was found in the food or drink. He remembered the event and how the perpetrator struck a dish against a jar. He picked up the jar, thinking it couldn't be the sole means of hypnosis. Then he realized that eating required contact with lips on cups and utensils. He requested Nano's assistance in detecting any poison or medical substances on the utensils and plates. To analyze them, he only needed to touch the silverware and plates with his fingers. People around him watched his behavior as he flipped the dishes, puzzled about his intentions. The plates and utensils were carefully separated into those containing a substance and those that did not. He asked if anyone remembered where they had been seated at the banquet the previous day. He instructed everyone, except those who no longer had seats due to broken chairs, to sit where they had been. The physician's apprentices questioned Baek Jong about the Vice Lord's purpose. It was noticed that the seats of the Martial Alliance members who had been hypnotized had flipped cups. Holding one of the plates, he called for Baek Jong and asked if he could detect any scent. He requested that he focus only on the area where lips might have touched. Soon after, the physician began sniffing the cup, trying to identify something. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. He confirmed with precision that it was poppy. He theorized that poison had been applied to specific cups beforehand. He also marveled at how the Vice Lord managed to detect something that had escaped everyone else. At the Lord's mansion, in his training room after his session, he was being dressed by his attendants. Several marks and scars on the Lord's body were visible, evidence of battles throughout his life. After being dressed, his attendants asked for permission to leave. He was still trying to uncover the connection between the attack he had suffered and the marks left by the Blade God's sword. He had no doubt it was similar to the sword energy he had felt when a certain individual attacked him. Just recalling it made the wound ache again. It was the same individual who had appeared right before eliminating the claw technique user in Jujang. The one who had wounded him with martial proficiency beyond his imagination had also been able to look him deeply in the eyes and state that he was not the person they were searching for. He could barely endure the memory of the humiliation the Lord had experienced in that moment. Still in a fit of rage, someone called out to him. When he asked who it was, Marakium identified himself. Needing to compose himself from the anger and resentment he was feeling, he told him to wait in the office. After some time in the Lord's office, the Great Guardian was finishing his report. The Lord also wanted to know what had been done with the jade bottles taken from the banquet hall. He was told they had been thrown into the stream at Wuniao Peak. The Lord considered the possibility of someone finding them. However, it was explained that they had been broken before being thrown into the stream. The Lord approved, calling it a good job. He also asked if the demonic physician and his men were still investigating. He instructed that the physician be sent away and that the Martial Alliance members be placed in prison. They were still speaking when it was announced that the demonic physician was requesting an audience with the Lord. The Lord, finding the timing perfect, ordered him to be let in. Bowing before the Lord, the physician explained he had something to report regarding the investigation. He revealed that they had discovered the cause of the hypnosis. At that moment, the Lord froze, unable to hide his expression of complete astonishment. He brought with him a tray containing an alcohol cup and showed it to the Lord. He explained that they had found significant traces of poppy and other hallucinogens in the cups. It was then that the Great Guardian remembered he hadn't had time to think about the cups and utensils. The Lord, on the other hand, thought he should have instructed the demonic physician earlier. He asked the physician who had made the discovery. Hastily, he replied that it was the brilliance of the Vice Lord during his investigation. This disrupted the Lord's plans. Beck explained that when the substance was consumed, it induced a hallucinogenic state. This made the individual susceptible to hypnosis by someone skilled in illusionary arts. But something else concerned him. It was the large quantity of drugs involved. He revealed that the Vice Lord had hypothesized they may have been switched. For this reason, he personally went to inspect the jade bottle stock in the castle. Faced with this unfavorable scenario, the Lord ordered that, because of the hypothesis, the detained guests be released. As for the Vice Lord, he ordered that the investigation be stopped immediately. The demonic physician, observing the situation, assumed that the Lord was concealing something. In the castle kitchen, the Great Guardian informed the Vice Lord of the order to halt the investigation. He also disclosed that the jade bottles had been hidden as per the Lord's instructions. Cheon realized the Lord had orchestrated everything amidst the chaos. Understanding his manipulative nature, he questioned the Great Guardian if he had known of the plan from the beginning. He also presumed that it was the Great Guardian who had disposed of the jade bottles. Cheon argued that if he were in charge, he wouldn't have discarded all the bottles, excluding the cups. Instead, they could have analyzed and devised a response, making themselves immune to such tactics. After finishing his remarks, he apologized for offering unsolicited advice. He then stated he would go ahead. He thought it was a shame that the Lord's plan had been thwarted. However, thinking ahead, perhaps it was better that more traces of the drugs had been discovered. It was announced that the detained guests, previously held under suspicion, were being released. Some were pleased that the misunderstanding had been resolved. Not everyone shared the sentiment, as they knew the demonic cult was not in a position to dissolve the alliance. Thus, opinions diverged. The strategist realized that with this incident, the cult could have gained leverage over the alliance. She was aware that it was all due to the Vice Lord, who had managed to thwart the Six Blades Martial School's plans. Perhaps he was the most significant figure to be noticed in both the demonic cult and the martial artists alliance. 4 days later, the Orthodox Demonic Alliance was formed. The cult's response was not well received. It was also on this day that the martial alliance prepared to depart. The Lord remarked that there was no need to rush. The strategist mentioned there was a matter they needed to address, which was the reason for their departure. Members of the martial alliance pondered whether a spy truly existed within their ranks. An invitation from the leader of the Martial Artists Alliance was delivered, inviting the Lord to the martial tournament. The Lord, feeling honored, thanked the strategist for delivering it. After expressing his gratitude, he said she could inform the king that he would attend, as they were allies. The Great Guardian informed the Lord that it was almost noon and time to head to the grand courtyard. After the farewells, the Lord wished them a safe return, and thus, the martial alliance departed. The Lord kept pondering where the spy from the Six Blades Martial School might be hiding. In the guest house of the Flying Phantom clan, Cheon Yeo-woon's vassals were disappointed. Everything had been announced, except for their sovereign's ascension as Vice Lord. It was widely understood that proclamations in the grand courtyard were meant to announce significant decisions. One allied elder questioned whether this meant the Lord had changed his mind. Baek Ji remarked that this was a position their sovereign had claimed by winning the heirs' battle. The 11th elder believed it was within the Lord's authority, as long as the 6 major clans did not oppose it. Cheon Yeo-woon asked if, as long as there were no objections, the Lord could rescind the appointment. The 11th elder noticed that the Vice Lord was acting as if the matter didn't concern him at all. He also wished to share something later but felt it was better said at that moment. He reported that they had been working on recruiting the remaining forces of the Black Clan. However, when they returned at night to contact them again, the Black Clan's mansion was completely empty. He then asked if the other 4 clans had done the same. He was told he was partially correct. The Lord's mansion had done something. Cheon wanted to know if it concerned warriors directly under the Lord's orders. Half of the remaining Black Clan forces had been sent to the Sword Clan, and the other half to the Blade Clan. They understood this meant the Lord had personally strengthened the Sword and Blade clans. Cheon Yeo-woon explained that this wasn't to keep him in check but to maintain balance. This was why the ascension wasn't officially announced in the Grand Courtyard. It was, in other words, a message to the 4 clans that they still had a chance. The Lord was inciting a confrontation between the Vice Lord and the 4 clans. Hyo-bang still couldn't understand how the Lord could do such a thing. Elder Y believed the young man had seen through the Lord's intentions. They had observed that he was a heartless man with no attachment to his clan or lineage. Baek Ji and the other vassals realized the Lord wasn't their ally and didn't know what to do next. Given the circumstances, Cheon Yeo-woon wanted to ask everyone present a question. He wanted to know if they could trust him and follow him no matter what happened. His vassals were surprised to hear the question, thinking their master already knew the answer. He continued, saying that many things were wrong with the cult at present. He expressed a desire to restore the cult to what it was when the celestial demon founder had created it. Even if this decision meant opposing the current lord of the cult, he wanted their trust and support. His vassals deeply regretted that he even had to ask. No matter the path he chose, they would always follow him. Whether it was the path of Asura or a thorny road, they vowed to remain by his side. All those present swore to follow him, no matter what happened. Elder Y asked what the Vice Lord had planned regarding the remaining 4 clans. He explained that they would need to abandon the previous plan. Since the Lord sought balance, they would disrupt it. Thus, they decided to head to the Black Dragon Palm clan to strengthen their forces. If that was the case, Elder Y would visit the leader of the hallucinogenic sword clan with Council Elder Sama Ei. Cheon would take Council Elder Yun Moon Gyu, allowing the others to coordinate and recruit neutral clans. At that moment, an excited Hyobong requested to accompany his sovereign. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Cheon Yeo-woon agreed to let him come along. It was suggested that he also take Baek Ji this time, as the two would complement each other well. He instructed Baek Ji to ensure their sovereign's safety. This comment annoyed Baek Ji. In the northwestern sector of the demonic Heavenly Castle, at the Black Dragon Palm clan mansion, someone called for the clan leader. They informed him that the Vice Lord was requesting a meeting. The clan leader ordered them to summon the director immediately and prepare the guest house. Once preparations were complete, they were escorted to the designated location. Moon-gyu felt pleased, as this was the mansion of her family clan. It was a beautiful place, as her grandfather's sole hobby was gardening. Soon, he arrived to join the guests. The 8th Council Elder, Moon-yun, greeted the Vice Lord, who kindly returned the gesture. When the elder saw his granddaughter, he noticed she was still wearing a mask, which saddened him for a moment. He asked the guests to allow him to personally escort them to the guest house. The Vice Lord found his warm reception very generous, but at that moment, one of the gate guards arrived. The guard announced the arrival of the 3rd Council Elder, the 4th, and Master Cheon Mu-jium, who were requesting a meeting. Seeing the 8th Elder's awkward situation, the Vice Lord released him to handle matters as he saw fit. Elder Moon-yun thanked him for his consideration. Afterward, he ordered the guard to take the guests to another building. He then said he would first show the Vice Lord the way. The Vice Lord admired the place, as he had a deep affinity for gardening. Moon-yun mentioned that he had prepared a meal and invited them to converse while eating. Hyobong was amazed by the abundant spread on the table. However, he recalled that something always seemed to happen whenever they visited a council elder. He hoped that Council Elder Moon-yun wouldn't try to push his granddaughter toward their sovereign. Everything was proceeding peacefully when they heard a guard attempting to prevent other guests from entering. The noise caught the attention of the 8th Elder. He quickly realized that the 3rd and 4th Council Elders had arrived. Accompanying them was the Vice Lord candidate from the Spring Clan, Cheon Mu-jium. The Vice Lord, upon noticing their presence, did not display a friendly expression. Elder Moon-yun excused himself from the Vice Lord, explaining that he needed to address the visitors. He greeted the other council elders and the young master, informing them to wait as he was already hosting guests. Why such rudeness? The 4th elder claimed they only wished to greet the Vice Lord. Thus, both the 4th and 3rd elders insisted on taking a moment to greet him. The 3rd and 4th elders approached the Vice Lord to pay their respects. The Vice Lord, however, cast a cold gaze toward the young master of the Spring Clan, who had yet to greet him. Noticing the Vice Lord's icy look, the young master realized he had no choice but to bow, reluctantly, as he did not want to show respect to someone he disliked. The 3rd elder was unaware that the Vice Lord also had matters to discuss with the 8th elder. He mentioned that they, too, had business to attend to. At this point, Elder Moon-yun asked what he meant. The 3rd elder explained that he had recently sent a messenger falcon and asked if Moon-yun had already forgotten. The 3rd elder's words left Moon-yun momentarily speechless. The 3rd elder, Bucheol-young, clarified that he had said he would consider the matter. This was why young Master Cheon Mu-jium was present and wished to see the elder's granddaughter. But Moon-yun recalled responding that way only to avoid the rudeness of outright rejection. Cheon Yeo-woon remarked that the individual in question's opinion should matter, as it concerned the future and a potential marriage. The 8th elder realized that the Vice Lord was giving him an opportunity to navigate the awkward situation. Smiling, he stated that he would prefer his granddaughter to decide for herself. The 3rd elder thought Moon-yun was putting himself in a difficult position. At that moment, one of the Vice Lord's vassals approached. The young master of the Spring Clan noticed Moon-gyu drawing closer. Standing in front of them, she began to remove what appeared to be a mask, leaving the 3rd and 4th elders, as well as the young master of the Spring Clan, stunned. After removing her mask, it was revealed that the person was a young woman in disguise. Baek Ji, one of her companions, was shocked to discover that beneath the mask was an artificial skin covering. The 8th elder's granddaughter greeted the council elders and introduced herself as Moon-yun. Despite looking directly at her feminine face, Baek Ji struggled to believe his companion Moon-gyu was a girl. Hyobong was equally shaken, recalling how he had walked past her unclothed when she was in their room. The young master of the Spring Clan was now filled with regret, having said many things at the Demonic Academy. Meanwhile, the 3rd elder praised the granddaughter's beauty, saying he now understood the reason for the mask. The 4th elder remarked that young Master Cheon Mu-jium was very fortunate, as her beauty was incomparable. However, Moon-yun commented that seeing the young master reminded her of what he had said at the Demonic Academy. Her uncle, the 4th elder, was pleased to learn that they already knew each other. He said that as soon as he became Vice Lord, he would destroy the Black Dragon Palm clan. Hearing those words, the 4th elder, leader of the Spring Clan and uncle to young Master Cheon Mu-jium, found himself in a very embarrassing position, especially when he noticed that the 8th elder was not at all pleased by what his granddaughter had shared about the young master of the Spring Clan. The third elder pleaded with Elder Moon Yun, saying the young master had merely misspoken. The fourth elder couldn't believe the eighth elder would make such a fuss over a small matter. However, Elder Moon Yun saw no reason not to stir up such a commotion. Thus, the third elder requested that both sides lower their fighting spirits. In an attempt to ease the tension, the third elder claimed that the young master's words carried no real weight. He added that there wasn't a clan within the cult that would dare to easily challenge the Black Dragon Palm clan. Changing the subject, he asked if they were indeed looking for a skilled physician. With a resolute tone, he said that if his granddaughter and young master Cheon Mu Jiam were to marry, he would offer the medallion granting access to the divine physician as a dowry. When the eighth elder laid eyes on the medallion, he could hardly believe it was the very object he had been seeking. He knew it was the genuine medallion that granted an audience with the divine physician. Buchiol Young stated that, as a council elder, he could never lie. The eighth elder asked if he truly intended to offer something so valuable as a dowry. It was then that the third elder revealed that all four main clans had designated the young master as their successor. The eighth elder realized they were assuming the young master would become a candidate for vice lord. However, he knew his granddaughter had pledged her loyalty to the vice lord, but with that medallion, he could treat his grandson's condition. This placed him in a very difficult position, uncertain of which path to take. The third elder was aware that Cheon Yo Woon wanted loyalty without demanding anything in return. So he asked the eighth elder if he would consent to a marriage between his granddaughter and the young master of the Spring Clan. Just as he was about to respond, his granddaughter held the vice lord's hand. She loudly declared that she already belonged to him, and could not belong to anyone else. This declaration shocked not only the vice lord's vassals and the elders but even her grandfather. Everyone was surprised, especially the vice lord, who was unaware of her plan. Hyo Bang assumed that his sovereign was quick and already in a relationship with her. However, she mentally explained to her sovereign that she couldn't think of another way out. Cheon Yo Woon calmed down, realizing it was merely a plan to avoid the marriage. The young master of the Spring Clan, Cheon Mu Jiam, cast a sidelong glance at the couple. The vice lord noticed he was being watched. Cheon Mu Jiam was furious, feeling as though he was losing yet again. The vice lord then placed his hand on the shoulders of the eighth elder's granddaughter. He looked at the young master of the Spring Clan with a mischievous gaze and a sarcastic half-smile. This was quickly noticed. Not only had the vice lord taken what he desired most, but he was also mocking him. Indeed, the vice lord was deliberately provoking him from a distance, knowing the young master's fiery temperament. With his ego wounded by the mocking smile, he lost control and let his murderous intent slip. However, before he could act, he was stopped by a guard who placed her sword in his path. Noticing the guard's reaction, the fourth elder demanded to know how she dared to raise her sword against him. The guard explained that he had displayed malicious intent toward the vice lord. The fourth elder was displeased with the situation and had already warned his nephew. The young master shouted, asking how the dog dared point a sword at him. The fourth elder urged the young master to stop and not confront the guard. Yet he didn't listen and struggled but failed to move the sword wielded by the mere guard. He looked at the woman and wondered who this dog could be. After Cheon Yo Woon assumed the position of vice lord and eliminated Mu Kim Woon, as well as the martial arts master of the Six Blades Martial School, the four clans began to feel threatened. Cheon Mu Jiam was chosen as the successor of the clans because he had all his members intact. Now, his fiery temperament was threatening his own life. He screamed at the guard, claiming she should have already lost her head. The third elder knew that the vice lord had left the first elder in pieces in the grand hall because he had threatened him. Aware that he would definitely take advantage of the situation, the third elder fell to his knees. Both elders began to plead for the life of the young Cheon Mu Jiam, begging for mercy. With a cold gaze, the vice lord asked why he should do such a thing. He then ordered his bodyguard to take the life of the young master of the Spring Clan. She simply replied that she would obey immediately. Seeing that all would be lost if the young master's life were ended, the third elder stepped in front of the strike meant to take the young master's life. He managed to block the strike in time but noticed another movement. Even so, he used all his strength to plead with the guard not to carry out the given order. The guard, however, showed no fear of the third elder. He attacked her, trying to stop her from ending the life of the young master of the Spring Clan. They exchanged attacks and counterattacks as she remained determined to fulfill her orders. Similarly, the third elder was resolute in defending the life of the clan's future leader. However, he realized that someone of her level and skill could not be a mere bodyguard. That was when he heard someone commanding him to stop immediately. Turning, he saw a sword pressed against the neck of the young Cheon Mu Jiam. The vice lord was not joking. With a serious expression, he remarked that his orders didn't seem to be taken seriously. At that moment, he raised his sword, showing that he could end the young master's life whenever he wished. Terrified, the third elder begged for mercy and declared that he would withdraw the marriage proposal. Cheon Yeo-woon halted his strike, stopping it mere inches from its final trajectory. At that moment, the young master of the Spring Clan felt his entire body tremble. With no other options, the third elder agreed to do whatever the Vice Lord wanted, provided he sheathed his blade. The Vice Lord then ordered them to hand over the medallion that granted access to the Divine Physician. The third elder realized that this was what the Vice Lord had wanted all along, but the young master's life came first. Surrendering the medallion, he said he hoped the Vice Lord could show mercy. However, the Vice Lord emphasized that in politics, one must understand what the other person wants and offer it. Hearing the Vice Lord's words, the third elder realized he had intercepted their mental communication. When he offered the medallion as a dowry, he had mentally conferred with the fourth elder, referring to it as political strategy. They hadn't known that Cheon Yeo-woon had intercepted their mental exchange and was aware of their plans. However, the Vice Lord remarked that having only the medallion felt like a loss to him. Fearing the implications, the third elder asked what he meant by those words. Then, the Vice Lord severed one of the young master's arms. Feeling the edge of the Vice Lord's blade, the young master of the Spring Clan realized he had been punished. His vassals were baffled by their sovereign's actions. The young master, a candidate for Vice Lord, clutched his wound in an attempt to alleviate the pain. It was futile, and he screamed in agony. The punishment had already been delivered. The third elder rushed to them, looking at Cheon Yeo-woon and realizing that everything had been planned from the start, knowing the young master was their successor. Turning his cold gaze toward the third elder, the Vice Lord asked if he had any issues with the outcome. However, thinking rationally, the elder replied that he had no complaints and could only thank the Vice Lord for his mercy. The fourth elder knew he had to restrain himself, as his nephew had shown intent to kill. He merely stated that they needed to leave, as young Master Cheon was in no condition to remain. Everyone thought the matter wouldn't end there, already scheming ways to take revenge on the Vice Lord. After they left, Cheon Yeo-woon, demonstrating his benevolence, handed the medallion to the eighth elder. The elder, prostrating himself, sincerely thanked the Vice Lord for his boundless grace. Cheon Yeo-woon, smiling generously, asked him to stand, saying there was no need to remain prostrated. Looking at the young man, the eighth elder couldn't believe this gentle individual was the same as before. He realized his granddaughter had a keen eye for judging people and had chosen an excellent husband. Without much hesitation, he, as the leader of the Black Dragon Palm clan and 8th Council Elder, swore loyalty. The 8th Elder declared that he and his clan would support him until their last breath, hoping the Vice Lord would accept. Very satisfied, he said that was exactly what he had come to request, his loyalty. After their conversation in tea, the 8th Elder wished to ask the Vice Lord something. He inquired when the Vice Lord planned to marry his granddaughter. Caught off guard, Cheon Yeo-woon spat out all the tea in his mouth, splashing it onto his vassal's face. Thus, Cheon Yeo-woon and Moon Yun spent a long time explaining the misunderstanding. The 8th Elder couldn't hide his disappointment upon learning the truth, but he didn't let it discourage him. He called for a servant to bring Moon Yu, his grandson. The Vice Lord asked why he was calling for his grandson. The 8th Elder replied that he couldn't hide the truth any longer. He explained that his pregnant daughter-in-law had gone into complicated labor after receiving the news that she had lost her husband. Although the granddaughter was born without issue, unfortunately, the baby boy, due to delayed birth, was born with an intellectual disability. The young master was quickly brought to the presence of the clan leader and his guests. When he arrived, he greeted his grandfather and his sister, whom he hadn't seen in some time. The Vice Lord's vassals noticed that the mask Moon Yun wore was modeled after her brother's face. The siblings embraced, having been apart for a long time. The 8th Elder, pleased to see the siblings together, asked his grandson to greet the Vice Lord. With some difficulty speaking, he greeted the Vice Lord as best he could. The Vice Lord didn't respond, only observing the young man's behavior. After a moment, he asked the 8th Elder if he could examine his grandson's condition. The young man found it strange as the Vice Lord approached and placed his hands on his head. After doing so, Cheon Yeo-woon told the young man it might hurt a little. He then emitted a significant amount of electrical waves. The 8th Elder, the boy's grandfather, panicked and demanded to know what the Vice Lord was doing. From the moment the young man greeted him, Cheon Yeo-woon quickly understood why the elder wanted to see the divine physician. He asked Nano if there was a way to treat the condition. Searching through the data, he found several similar cases and realized that a better assessment required physical contact. For this reason, the Vice Lord approached the elder to request permission to examine his grandson. After receiving permission, he placed his hands on the boy's head to perform a magnetic resonance scan. Through the scan displayed in his vision, he detected irregular blood flow. According to medical case analyses, the problem lay in oxygen distribution to the brain. He asked if it could be corrected. Nano replied that it was possible by removing dead brain cells. Nano inquired if he wanted to begin electrotherapy. If there was a chance to help, he would do it. Nano instructed him to place his fingers where the red markers indicated. At that moment, the Vice Lord told the young man it might hurt a little. He emitted the required amount of electrical waves for the treatment. The grandfather, unaware of the procedure, panicked, fearing something terrible might happen. The young man, still receiving the electrical waves, screamed in pain as it became unbearable. His grandfather rushed toward him, not understanding what was happening and trying to protect him. However, the bodyguard stood in his way, refusing to let him interfere. When the therapy ended, Cheon Yeo-woon removed his hands from the young man's head, and the boy began to collapse. Before he hit the ground, his grandfather caught him in his arms. Shouting, he demanded to know what the Vice Lord had done. But then he noticed signs of improvement. His grandson was able to squeeze his hand firmly for the first time. Looking at Moon Gyu, the grandfather asked if he was alright. Though trembling, the boy managed to reply. He told his grandfather that his head hurt a lot. The eighth elder couldn't believe his grandson had managed to speak a full sentence without intellectual interference. Additionally, the boy's irises had regained focus, appearing normal. Despite his grandson complaining of the pain, the grandfather was overjoyed, embracing him with great happiness. The Vice Lord's vassals were astounded by how extraordinary their sovereign was. Baek Ji already knew his sovereign's kindness, recalling when he had been cured of a micro-poison. 2 hours later, the eighth elder returned the medallion, saying it was no longer needed. He asked for it to be saved for another cause and offered to host his grandson as a guest. He entrusted both his grandchildren to the care of the Vice Lord. Cheon Yeo-woon turned to look at the two siblings, who were visibly happy. He remembered when Moon Yun had held his hand and declared that she already belonged to him. Placing a hand over his chest, he realized he was experiencing a sensation, an emotion he had never felt before. Looking at her, he knew she was simply a loyal subordinate to him. At 6 p.m., at the guest house of the Flying Phantom clan, Cheon Yeo-woon returned and was welcomed by the elder. The elder greeted the Vice Lord with a smile, but noticed that the person beside him was the agent who had been pretending to be the elder. Elder Y noticed that his niece was no longer wearing her mask. Mentally, he told her she had a very beautiful face that shouldn't remain hidden. He congratulated her, stating that the Black Dragon Palm clan would be a great ally for them. He apologized, explaining that he and the ninth elder had not been successful in their mission. They hadn't found them, as they were already hosting other guests. The Vice Lord asked if it was the Sword Clan or the Sound Clan. The elder was surprised that he already had an idea of what was happening. He asked if that was why the 10th elder was there, and it was confirmed that they were about to address the matter. The Council Elder Yun was asked to introduce herself. She greeted the Vice Lord and also Elder Yun, stating that she was number 24. She informed the Council Elder that there had been an intruder in the mansion of the Mist Demon Sword Clan. The Elder asked if the intruder was from the Sword Clan, but number 24 replied that they were not. She explained that 2 hours earlier, in the main office of the Mist Demon Sword Clan, someone had attempted to communicate with her telepathically. She left the office to investigate but found no one. The voice continued, however, instructing her to act naturally and not to try to find him. It informed her that the situation had changed and that the promised date was delayed by 10 days. Number 24 explained that the telepathy ended there. She tried to track the individual but couldn't find anything. Cheon Yeo-woon immediately realized it must be the man whose name no one knew. The elder looked at the Vice Lord and thought the same. They noted the delay of 10 days, realizing the event would occur on that day. This had never happened before. The Vice Lord considered it a good development, as he was eager to meet this person. At midnight on the same day, Elder Yun ascended the mountain peak. Upon reaching the top, she saw that the second elder was already there. He commented that he had originally thought it would be the three of them again, but only the two were present. She replied that she refused to speak with the shameless descendants of a traitor. He countered, saying her stance wouldn't change anything and that the final teachings would still belong to him. At that moment, the individual they were expecting arrived and acknowledged the respect shown by their presence. Elder Yun knew that even after becoming a true Grandmaster, she still couldn't achieve proficiency. However, the man said he would get straight to the point. While he was speaking, the second elder suddenly knelt and the man asked what this meant. With a self-assured tone, the second elder proclaimed that the leader of the Sword Clan and the second elder of the cult was offering his greetings to the Great Lord. The second elder believed the sword technique displayed 3 years ago resembled that of the Great Lord. He reasoned that only the Lord of the cult could infiltrate the cult so effortlessly. The man whose name no one knew told him he was mistaken. At that moment, the man felt an unusual presence. He asked who it was and which of them had broken the promise. He believed it was impossible for someone to have followed him. Moving swiftly like a shadow, the mysterious individual appeared. The second elder was infuriated upon seeing the intruder's presence. He was particularly displeased to see the Vice Lord meddling in their affairs. Cheon Yeo-woon thought he had completely concealed his key. Quickly, the 10th elder commented that she wasn't responsible, even as the second elder accused her. The second elder insisted it wasn't he who brought the man there, saying he had upheld his promise, and should therefore inherit the teachings of the sword demon. However, it was already too late. The agreement had ended the moment one of them broke the promise. Desperately, he shouted for the great lord to wait, pleading for the chance to inherit the teachings. Realizing he couldn't stop him, rage consumed his heart. Noticing that Elder Yun showed signs of leaving, he shouted that he wouldn't let her leave alive. She remarked that he was finally revealing his true self. At that moment, the two began to fight. Observing the way she wielded her sword, he realized she had become much stronger than before. He couldn't fathom when she had gained such strength. She was also faster, which allowed her to get very close to the second elder. Meanwhile, in another location, the Vice Lord was chasing the masked man. He requested Nano to activate night vision and augmented reality. Thus, he could see the real path the man was taking. He realized the quickest and safest way to stop him was by taking a shortcut and jumping over him. Despite the peak being very high, he leapt to try to intercept him. Meanwhile, the man thought it didn't matter anymore, as a new air for that practice already existed. When he noticed someone descending upon him, he realized someone had jumped to attack him. He quickly managed to defend himself from the follower's attack. He also counterattacked, sending Cheon Yeo Woon flying. The strike hurled him through several trees, breaking them until the third tree absorbed the impact. Nano informed him that it was regenerating torn muscles and broken bones. The hooded man realized that his power was comparable to the use of the 1,000-pound amplification technique. He asked why Cheon Yeo Woon had jumped from such a height. Seeing the Vice Lord merely smile, he understood that the leap had been to anticipate his path. He found it reckless, yet Cheon Yeo Woon was once again confronting him. Satisfied, Cheon Yeo Woon remarked that it was time to uncover the identity behind the hood. The man asked if he had risked his life for such a trivial reason. Even so, he continued fleeing, prepared to attack first if necessary. After using the 24 demon swords, the opponent noticed it was different from the council elder's execution. It was even more powerful than what he had faced before. He would need to use all his strength if he wanted any chance of blocking it. Thus, he employed the Blade God's blade technique. However, his internal organs suffered damage from the energy's penetration into his body. The masked man knew that, beyond having less ki, he must also be injured from the fall. Still, he believed the Blade God's sword techniques were superior to the 24 demon swords. If so, the fight would drag on. In that case, he needed to escape quickly. He was attempting a strategy, but Cheon Yeo Woon knew he couldn't give him any opening to flee. He counterattacked using the third technique of the Blade God's blade technique. The masked man had no choice but to abandon his sword and switch to another technique. He used the key sword puppet, which greatly impressed the Vice Lord. This technique allowed his sword to move independently. Cheon Yeo Woon realized the sword's power was only half its potential, as the key control over it was weak. However, it was undoubtedly the second technique of the demonic heavenly sword art. Everything was happening so quickly that the masked man managed to get very close. Seizing the opportunity, he pierced Cheon Yeo Woon's shoulder. Feeling the pain in his shoulder, Cheon Yeo Woon distanced himself from the masked man. Meanwhile, the wound caused by the sword began regenerating. The Vice Lord doubted it could truly be the Great Lord. The man remarked that Cheon Yeo Woon could certainly feel the difference in their skill levels. Cheon Yeo Woon didn't appreciate being told he wasn't a match for him. The masked man saw in his eyes that he wouldn't give up. Realizing he had no other choice, the man unleashed all his ki with killing intent. It was clear that this time, he wouldn't merely pierce his shoulder. He launched an extremely powerful attack, a technique that was nearly impossible to block. He wondered how the young man would escape the blow, as it was a superior technique. It was the fourth technique of the demonic heavenly sword art, sword kinesis. Understanding the potency of the attack, Cheon Yeo Woon didn't try to dodge. Instead, he charged forward with full force. He recognized it as the fourth technique of the demonic heavenly sword art, and knew it was no joke. He thought that at this pace, the end was near. He was suffering multiple minor injuries. At that moment, he decided to unleash his black sword. When the sword manifested, his opponent couldn't believe it. He was now facing the true sword. Cheon Yeo Woon advanced with the intent to end the fight. He used a dual technique. On the right, the Blade God's blade technique, and on the left, the fourth technique of the demonic heavenly sword staff. The two synchronized perfectly. His opponent no longer had any chance of victory. He saw that Cheon Yeo Woon could block and completely deflect the attack with that excellent technique. Even witnessing the attack firsthand, he couldn't fathom how it was possible. He dodged to avoid being finished off but still sustained damage. In his attempt to evade, he fell into the Vice Lord's trap. Now, both blades were at the masked man's neck. He realized he was truly facing a monster, and felt as if he already knew him. He realized that the Vice Lord had used the Blade God's technique, and the demonic heavenly sword art, two grand martial arts techniques. The Vice Lord also possessed the demonic heavenly sword. With it, he slashed through the mask covering the man's face to reveal his identity. The black fabric covering his face gradually fell away due to the cut from the sword. Despite his entire face being exposed, his identity remained a mystery. Only when he knelt and greeted the Vice Lord, saying he would neither fight nor flee, did the Vice Lord lower his blade. It was only upon hearing his true voice that Cheon Yeo-woon recognized him as the Great Guardian. Since he always wore a mask, his face had never been revealed to anyone. Cheon Yeo-woon then realized he wasn't the cult leader. He had simply been altering his voice all along. The Vice Lord demanded an explanation from the Great Guardian, who said he needed to disclose something first. But as he was about to reveal it, both sensed a powerful energy emanating from above. They immediately understood that Council Elder Yun was in great danger. At the peak of Pahyun Mountain, the battle raged fiercely. It was clear that the 10th Elder was in serious trouble and at a disadvantage. She bore numerous wounds and was visibly exhausted. The 2nd Elder mocked her, saying she was as quick as a rat, but wondered how much longer she could keep evading him. Gasping for breath and heavily injured, she doubted her ability to continue. The 2nd Elder, far faster than her, lunged to end the fight once and for all. With a last reserve of strength, she managed to slip away and run as fast as she could. However, her speed was no match for the 2nd Elder's current form. Although quick, she thought he lacked subtlety, which allowed her to dodge and block some attacks. But the damage she was taking was immense, her exhaustion growing, and her speed greatly reduced. To buy time, she asked if he truly believed he'd be fine. After using the demonic blood reversal technique, he smirked, saying that the divine blood reversal technique was on an entirely different level. He explained that the incomplete demonic technique had been perfected by the clan, eliminating its side effects. Since she couldn't sense anything unusual in him, she believed they had truly removed the side effects. However, she reasoned that if there were no side effects, there would be no reason for the Sword Clan to hide the technique. She suspected there was still an issue with it, and the 2nd Elder likely didn't know. He attacked again, aiming to finish her, and she refused to retreat even a millimeter. She faced a monstrous opponent intent on ending the fight at all costs. When he shattered her sword, she felt helpless, thinking this would be her end. Seeing her fear as her sword broke, he taunted her, saying it had only tickled. Dazed and seemingly resigned to her fate, the 10th Elder prepared for the inevitable. The 2nd Elder, ready to deliver the final blow, launched his decisive attack. Closing her eyes to avoid his face as her last sight, something unexpected happened. When she reopened her eyes, the Vice Lord stood before her, defending her. Looking at her, he said he was glad he had arrived before it was too late. The 2nd Elder, more enraged than ever, demanded how he dared interfere with his plans. Cheon Yeo-woon found the question amusing, given its seriousness. The Elder called him arrogant, truly believing that in his current form, he was unstoppable. Confident the fight would end in his favor, the Elder launched a highly offensive attack. However, to face the Vice Lord, more than just a strategy was needed. This was evident when Cheon Yeo-woon easily countered what the Elder believed to be his strongest attack. The Elder began to feel as if he were battling a beast. The demonic blood reversal technique transformed a normal person into a berserk creature, almost like a wild beast. The outcome might have been different had he not been facing the Vice Lord, who wielded the true sword with precision. However, the immense ki the Elder exuded was overwhelming, making it difficult to avoid his strikes. In such a situation, Cheon Yeo-woon resorted to his greatest attack, the Blade God's Blade technique. He launched a precise attack, but even the White Dragon Blade couldn't inflict a decisive blow. Confident, the 2nd Elder declared that Cheon Yeo-woon would never harm him with that. Certain of his victory, he told the Vice Lord that everything would end there. The attack was dangerously close to hitting its target. At that moment, the Great Guardian, who wasn't wearing his usual mask, arrived just in time to witness the standoff. He also noticed the unpleasant state of the 2nd Elder, consumed by the reverse technique. The Guardian launched his own attack, successfully blocking the strike aimed at Cheon Yeo-woon. The Great Elder thought it was a bad situation, as the Vice Lord must have been low on ki after the previous battle. The 2nd Elder boasted, claiming that Cheon Yeo-woon was insignificant in the end. What he didn't expect was that the Vice Lord had not only blocked the strike but was already preparing a counterattack. He also sensed an overwhelming demonic aura surging fiercely toward him. It was the Vice Lord, unwilling to accept defeat against someone like the 2nd Elder. Driven by his spirit and the aura of the true sword, he initiated his counterattack. The 2nd Elder mocked, saying Cheon Yeo-woon would never win with such petty tricks. That was when Cheon Yeo-woon taunted him, daring him to block this next move. The 2nd Elder could feel the power of the strike from afar, a menacing aura. Amidst it all stood the Vice Lord, ready to finish the opponent before him, who thought he had to block the attack at all costs. However, the strike was too devastating for him to stop. He only felt his body being overwhelmed by the blow. As the Vice Lord attacked, he passed by the second elder, propelled far by the force of the strike. The opponent, meanwhile, felt the effects of the attack without even realizing what had happened. Near the end, he found it hard to believe such a thing could have happened to him. After the clash, only one remained standing, Cheon Yeo-woon. Though standing, he was visibly exhausted after expending so much effort and ki in both battles, having faced two formidable opponents and emerged unscathed from both. Turning, he saw the great guardian kneeling and bowing before him, calling his name. In the name of the great celestial demon cult, the guardian bowed to the new celestial demon. Cheon Yeo-woon, surprised by the guardian's gesture, asked what was happening. The 10th elder couldn't believe the man before them was the great guardian. Elder Yun also couldn't believe the person she had been meeting all this time was the great guardian. She asked him what he meant by those words. But when she saw what Cheon Yeo-woon held in his hand, noticing the sword up close and realizing it was the celestial demon's sword, she too knelt beside the great guardian, declaring that she, the 10th council elder, also bowed to him. Their actions left Cheon Yeo-woon even more confused. The 10th elder explained that she recognized in him the true celestial demon. She told him that in the northern part of the castle, there was a sanctuary honoring the ancestral plaques of past lords. Within the sanctuary, there was also an epitaph left by the celestial demon founder before his ascension. It was inscribed with a command from the celestial demon, one that not even the lord could defy. The celestial demon's sword passed down to the current lord was a forgery, and the elders had known this. The vice lord found it odd. If the lord alone knew the truth behind the sword, he could have hidden it. She admitted she didn't know why the lord kept it a secret, but the council's silence stemmed from the shameful history of the cult. The lord and the council elders had chosen to keep it concealed. The great guardian added more. The reason the lord remained silent about the celestial demon's sword was tied to the guardians of the celestial demon order, individuals who served the lord. Acting as the lord's shadow, they were largely unknown even within the cult. The great guardian then revealed a plaque of immense significance. Cheon Yeo-woon, upon seeing it, was greatly surprised. The great elder belonged to the celestial demon order. He explained that he was a guardian of the celestial demon order, a secret role held by great guardians. The medallion, he revealed, was personally created by the celestial demon founder. He questioned whether, despite its origins, the lord wouldn't view it as a threat. He revealed that the celestial demon founder had placed a restriction on the guardians through a parasite. The venomous parasite was an insect that lived inside the body and was controlled by another insect called the commander. He explained that the venomous parasite resided in his heart and dantian, and only the clan knew how to control it. The vice lord understood that the relationship between the lord and the great guardians was a strange and tense one. The celestial demon founder had foretold that he had sealed a demon within the cult and prophesied that the worthy would obtain it. The demonic sword had remained without a true heir, and the celestial demonic sword art was lost. At that moment, the great guardian asked Cheon Yeo-woon to bless him with the celestial demonic energy. Cheon Yeo-woon asked if this was the energy emanating from his sword, and the great guardian confirmed that it was. He explained that the command insect was a temporary measure created in the absence of a true heir to the celestial demonic sword. He then requested Cheon Yeo-woon to use the celestial energy to break the seal and bring him under his protection. Without hesitation, Cheon Yeo-woon used the sword's power to break the seal within the guardian. As the parasite was eradicated, the great guardian experienced significant discomfort. However, as he continued to feel the celestial energy, the parasite was altered and gradually calmed. Though still alive near his heart and dantian, the parasite was no longer under the lord's control. With this, the great guardian of the celestial demon order, Ma-are-kyum, swore loyalty to the new celestial demon. Cheon Yeo-woon realized that gaining the loyalty of the great guardian also meant securing the allegiance of the guardian's clan. The 10th elder remarked that while his loyalty was admirable, the guardian still had some explaining to do. Agreeing, he began recounting events that started 25 years ago. At the time, after the previous lord had abdicated, he immediately entered secluded training. 5 years later, he emerged far stronger than he had been before. The great guardian revealed that he met the previous lord the day before his disappearance. He had been given secret orders not to disclose anything, not even the destination to which the lord was headed. 20 years ago, in Ma-are-kyum's residence, the lord instructed him never to reveal this to anyone, including the current lord. The previous lord acknowledged the existence of the true demonic sword and the 24 demon swords, as well as the precious library of the demonic academy, which he planned to visit. He instructed that if he didn't return within 10 years, Ma-are-kyum was to develop the techniques he had devised. He handed over a scroll containing the techniques he had worked on during 5 years of training, though they were incomplete. The lord tasked Ma-are-kyum with completing them while awaiting his return. However, the great guardian admitted he doubted his ability to perfect something even the previous lord couldn't. After 8 years of trying, he still couldn't uncover the method to control the key properly. Cheon Yeo-woon questioned why the previous lord had not passed on the celestial demonic sword art to the current lord. The Great Guardian explained that he didn't fully understand either, but the previous lord had been dissatisfied with the current lord. The 10th elder chimed in, saying she had heard rumors about this. At the time, public opinion suggested that the previous lord intended to make Cheon Yue, of the Spring Clan, the vice lord. However, the current lord, from the Sword Clan, eliminated him, even severing his own brother Cheon Yu-young's left arm. The previous lord left a warning to the Great Elder before departing. It stated that if he didn't return in 10 years, a great danger might threaten the cult. Hearing this, Cheon Yeo-woon speculated that the previous lord might have known about the Six Blades martial school. Ma-arekyum thought that could be true, especially after witnessing their incredible skills. Cheon Yeo-woon deduced that the disappearance of the previous lord was connected to the Six Blades martial school. Elder Yun Moo-hwan questioned the reason for postponing the meeting. Initially, Ma-arekyum said nothing, merely looking at the vice lord. Cheon Yeo-woon noticed that he was being observed. Meanwhile, within the celestial demon cult's castle, in the lord's mansion, reports were delivered to the lord, stating that they had lost track of the Great Guardian after he left the western side of the castle. They were searching the most challenging areas using only the mansion guards. The lord inquired about the other two individuals. A report confirmed that the Flying Phantom clan member had informed them the vice lord had not yet returned, nor had Elder Yun Moo-hwan of the Mist Demon Sword clan. The lord expressed his discontent, stating he didn't want matters to escalate to this point again. An aide remarked that Cheon Yeo-woon was no longer a mere pawn to be used. He advised handling the situation before the conflict escalated further. The aide assured the lord that Kyungban Ji would not return alive. He added that, had the lord monitored Cheon Yeo-woon's movements closely, he would understand this. Now, he was a pawn with no further value. The lord had already devised a strategy to contain Cheon Yeo-woon. With that, he summoned the captain of the mansion guards, Pei-hyun, and ordered him to capture Cheon Yeo-woon, the 10th elder, and the 2nd elder immediately. Before dawn, Cheon Yeo-woon and the others buried Kyungban Ji far away to ensure he wouldn't be found. Cheon Yeo-woon quickly recovered his key, but the Great Guardian and the 10th elder took longer. Thus, they only managed to return to the cult around midday. Noticing the guards were apprehensive, Cheon Yeo-woon showed his identification plaque. As soon as they saw it, they saluted the vice lord of the great demon cult. However, Cheon Yeo-woon intercepted a telepathic conversation between the two guards. They said to each other that they should immediately report his return to the lord's mansion. Cheon Yeo-woon knew that the lord had been monitoring his every move lately. This seemed to be the beginning of the ominous events the Great Guardian had mentioned. The Great Guardian was also summoned to appear before the lord. The lord asked how his nighttime outing had been. The Great Guardian apologized for causing concern. The lord got straight to the point, asking where the second council guardian was. Not only that, but he also pointed out that the vice lord and council elder Yun Moo-hwan had left the castle at night as well. At that moment, the Great Guardian realized he wasn't the only one being watched in the castle corridors. The lord remarked that, considering the vice lord's recent actions, the only conclusion he could draw was that the vice lord had taken the second council elder outside the castle and eliminated him, crossing the line. The Great Guardian understood that the lord was just looking for an excuse to pressure the new celestial demon. The lord claimed it wasn't about the vice lord's feelings but wanted to know the truth of the matter. The Great Guardian was left with no choice but to reveal part of the truth while hiding details that could harm Cheon Yeo-woon. He explained that the second council elder's body had grown uncontrollably large due to the demonic blood reversal technique. The lord responded that he would assign some castle guards to him, so he should bring the second guardian back. Once again, someone advising the lord remarked that this confirmed the vice lord's involvement. The lord believed that, in this case, the plan could proceed as intended. He took a key, opened a drawer, and retrieved a small box. The advisor asked what it was. The lord revealed a command insect, saying it had been given to him 25 years ago when the guardians swore loyalty. It hadn't been used yet but had been given to the demonic physician, who made significant progress with it. The lord then placed the insect in his mouth and swallowed it. He believed that now the Great Guardian would have no choice but to obey his commands. At the Flying Phantom clan, Elder Y explained that both the left and right guardians were imprisoned. Additionally, Baek Ji and Go Wang-hum had been reassigned to different brigades under the command of the clans. Cheon Yeo-woon realized they had all been placed under the control of the 4 remaining major clans. Elder Y elaborated that they had been taken to the Lord's mansion early that morning under the pretext of assigning duties. Hyo-bang said he had managed to avoid that fate, though the elder pointed out it was likely because he was overlooked. Council Elder Sama Ei was sent off to expedite matters in the Hun Province branch. Elder Moon Yun was ordered to establish a defensive line. The 12th elder asked if they, too, had received orders. Elder Y responded that with the mansion guards searching, it seemed likely. Hyo-bong was frustrated, noting that the Lord was essentially isolating the Vice Lord. Unfortunately, the elder also found himself excluded, just like Hyo-bong. Still, the elder hoped this wasn't an outright attempt to act directly against the Vice Lord. Suddenly, they noticed a commotion outside. A vassal was concerned, unsure of what was happening. The elder realized it was a little late to take any action. One of the gate guards announced that outside the mansion, the leader of the Negative Sword Brigade and an envoy from the Lord's mansion had arrived. Cheon Hyo-woon wanted to know more about this brigade, which had surprised the elder. The elder explained that it was a brigade led by the Negative Sword Clan, controlled by the Sword Clan. The two Dark Sword clans were known as the Hidden Power of the Sword Clan. They were composed of the Warrior Sword Clan and the Negative Sword Clan. 3 years ago, the entire clan had been decimated due to their involvement in an incident where they used the demonic blood reversal technique during a test at the academy. The elder hadn't expected them to move so quickly. The situation was becoming dire. Yet, the Vice Lord merely stood up, leaving the elder and his subordinate stunned. He took a deep breath. His only resentment toward the Lord was for letting his mother die. He never expected to find himself in such a conflict, believing this must be fate. Hyo-bong had no idea what to expect from his sovereign. Thus, Cheon called Elder Hwa and asked if the matter he had requested earlier was ready. Fanning himself and smiling, Elder Hwa confirmed that it was. The forces had already infiltrated the mansion and were nearing the second gate. The leader of the Negative Sword Brigade was speaking with the captain of the mansion guards. He noted that although they would soon move out, the process was taking too long. Soon after, Cheon Hyo-woon emerged. Accompanied by his allies, they saluted the Vice Lord. Acknowledging their respect, he returned the greeting courteously. The elder leading the clan couldn't understand why all those warriors were being surrounded. The brigade leader apologized if the elder felt threatened but insisted it was a misunderstanding. At that moment, the captain of the mansion guards informed them to accept the Lord's orders. The Vice Lord then stated that he would comply with the Lord's orders. The orders were read aloud, assigning him a brigade to meet with the northern branches. Though displeased, he agreed to obey. Pae-hyun emphasized that the matter was urgent and instructed him to leave immediately with the Negative Sword Brigade. Cheon quickly realized this was a ploy to handle the situation far from the cult. This made his vassal anxious, who requested to accompany him. However, his request was denied, as it was deemed a restricted order from the Lord. The 10th elder understood that they intended for him to walk willingly into a trap. This was evident from the expression on the face of the guard captain. In the inner castle of the celestial demon cult, near the morgue, several officials were walking. However, the great elder noticed they were heading in the wrong direction. The officials claimed they were cleaning up the area to present it to the Lord first. However, their route toward the crematorium was suspicious. Pae-hyun was already there and barred the great elder from proceeding further, citing the Lord's orders. He told the elder he had more pressing matters to attend to and that the Lord had summoned him to the Great Hall. The elder found it odd, as the Great Hall was typically reserved for meetings. He inquired about the purpose of the meeting. Pae-hyun smugly replied that it was regarding the dethronement of the Vice Lord. The Great Guardian turned and asked to be excused, intending to withdraw. The captain of the guards sensed that the Great Guardian was firmly siding with the Vice Lord. He also stated that the Vice Lord they were looking for wouldn't be present. The Great Guardian recognized this as a dire sign. He realized that although the meeting was supposed to discuss the Vice Lord's dethronement, the only person absent was the Vice Lord himself. While contemplating this, the Lord ordered the Great Guardian to assume his designated position immediately. The Lord declared he had a question for the Great Guardian and expected an answer. He asked if it was true that the Great Guardian orchestrated the ambush and disappearance of the second elder, carried out by the Vice Lord Cheon Hyo-woon. The Great Guardian began communicating telepathically with the Lord. The Lord ordered him to answer the question directly. If he refused, he would face punishment as the venomous parasite in his body would become agitated. The Lord repeated his question, asking if the Great Guardian witnessed the ambush. The Great Guardian replied that the Vice Lord did not ambush the second council elder. The Lord was perplexed by the Great Guardian's response. In frustration, the Lord attempted to agitate the parasite, but nothing happened. The Great Guardian reiterated that nothing happened to the elder without cause. The Lord couldn't understand why the parasite had no effect on the Great Guardian. As the Great Guardian continued speaking, the Lord lunged at him. Determined to end the matter himself, the Lord attacked. At that moment, Elder Y stepped forward, blocking the potentially fatal strike while meeting the Lord's gaze directly. The elder explained that the demonic blood reversal technique had clouded the Lord's judgment. He added that the second elder had created the situation himself. The Lord commanded Elder Y to remain silent, and was baffled at his audacity to oppose the cult's Lord. However, the elder revealed that he wasn't actually Elder Y. He placed a hand on his face, causing shock among everyone present, especially the Lord. He proceeded to remove the mask concealing the true face of the Vice Lord. Everyone attending the Vice Lord's dethronement meeting was stunned. Even the Lord found it unbelievable that Cheon Yeo-woon was present. Cheon Yeo-woon smiled and announced that today he would become the new Lord. Meanwhile, beyond the mountains, the troops' horses came to a halt. Believing they were escorting the Vice Lord, they let him move ahead. Communicating telepathically, they decided the distance of 150 meters was sufficient. This was their chance to eliminate the problem once and for all. However, the one leading the group noticed when the troops suddenly stopped. Drawing their swords, they were prepared to put an end to the Vice Lord. He noticed it with his horse as well and asked what was happening. The leader of the brigade asked if he didn't understand that this would be the grave where he'd remain. He began charging toward them on his horse, already forming his attack. Then, he simply said, "Finally," as he was already tired of waiting. He dodged that silly attack and countered with a stronger and more powerful strike. Riding ahead of them on horseback, the rest of the brigade couldn't understand how the Vice Lord dared to behave so boldly. Stopping in front of them, he said it was a pity because he wasn't the Vice Lord, but rather Elder Y. They were greatly shocked, almost ripping off both masks and revealing his original face. Much more furious now, they realized they had been deceived. They asked how he dared disobey the Lord's orders, but the Elder asked what orders they were referring to. It had been commanded that the brigade eliminate the traitor and return immediately. The Elder agreed that they had a strong numerical force but wondered if they could catch him in a chase. He asked if they thought he had come unprepared, and suddenly everyone started using the reverse technique. The Elder found that quite unexpected. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, the standoff continued. They were commenting about how the Vice Lord wasn't the Elder. Cheon Yeo-woon asked Nano to deactivate the voice notification. This all happened in front of the Lord, who thought he was using some sort of demonic magic. The Lord asked how he dared disobey orders and hide his identity to enter the Grand Hall. However, before that, the Vice Lord wanted to ask him a question. Why had he organized a meeting solely to accuse him? He was furious, claiming that the Vice Lord had disobeyed the Lord's orders, and ordered the Grand Guardian to arrest him. The Grand Guardian simply said he couldn't do it. The Lord shouted that the Grand Guardian was also conspiring with the Vice Lord. He asked if they could trust the word of that traitor. He told the Grand Guardian that while he seemed very loyal to the Vice Lord, he would pay for his mistakes. Showing his indignation, he summoned his loyal guards and ordered them to arrest the Vice Lord along with the Grand Guardian. They were ready to obey him, but a voice asked them to stop where they were. That's when the 10th Elder arrived, apologizing for the delay as she had been obtaining important evidence. She then revealed the body of the 2nd Elder, who was in his demon blood reversal technique form. She explained that he had dared to use the forbidden technique and that the Grand Guardian had been truthful. However, he only managed to occupy the captain of the guard because he was useless and had failed. The captain of the castle guards, Pae-hyun, was quickly immobilized. He claimed to be sure he had assigned the task to everyone in Yeon-woon's faction, but the Lord could only think about who these people he was talking about were. Immediately, the Vice Lord realized this was Hyo Bang's doing. He noticed that the cards had finally been revealed, and with the left guardian in prison, it was time for Yeon-woon's 6 swords to prove their worth. The 4th sword, Ho Sang-hwa, was ready, and no one would get past her. 10 miles east of the demon cult, Elder Y's battle was still raging. He raced ahead, trying to preserve his life. However, his pursuers were many, and they were all users of the demon blood reversal technique. As they chased him, they asked if the Elder was tired and urged him to stop and catch his breath. At that point, the Elder wasn't sure if he could really end it all alone. When he passed through a certain covered area and arrived at an open space, he didn't like what he saw. There were flags symbolizing the 2 clans. A true army was there, ready to also join the heat of the battle. They were the Sound and Blade clans. Seeing this, the Elder gradually lost hope. He found it all quite unexpected. However, at no moment did he lose his joy or his confidence in his sovereign. Upon seeing new troops arriving as reinforcements, the brigade became agitated. They told the Elder that now he looked like a cornered rat. Even though he truly felt cornered, he wouldn't go down without a fight. If that was indeed his end, it had to be as grand as his life had been. He was determined to use all his power, and with that intent, he released a massive amount of his ki. It radiated around him, demonstrating his strength. That Elder, for the sake of the Vice Lord, was willing. He diminished his intent to attack until nothing was left. He noticed a strange movement. Contrary to what he was imagining, when the 2 clans ordered the attack, the command was that no one should remain, using the demon blood reversal technique. This also caught the members of the brigade by surprise. They couldn't understand why, being allies, they would start fighting each other. Whether they understood or not, the battle began, and all those using the technique were being massacred. The Elder stood still, perplexed, amidst all the war and chaos. He could only think about what was happening before his eyes. Not only that, but at the same time, in the grand hall of the demon cult. The Lord wanted to know what was happening and demanded explanations from the Vice Lord. The Vice Lord declared that on that day, he would become the Lord of the demon cult. Those words filled the Lord with fury, as he couldn't believe such audacity. At that moment, he summoned the elders and, using his authority as Lord, commanded them to detain the traitor. While Cheon Yeo-woon stood still in the center of everything, the elders surrounded him. But the Lord's guard was being overpowered. They, too, didn't understand what was happening and why the elders were protecting him. Everything could be explained if we went back 4 hours, to the Blade clan. There, in the eastern region of the cult, in the Blade clan's mansion, inside the clan leader's office, the Vice Lord was meeting with him. The two stood face to face, and Cheon noticed that the room was sealed. The Blade clan controlled the east, but with their help, Elder Y would be saved. The Blade clan leader, the third elder, noticed an artificial skin mask in the Vice Lord's hand. If he had realized that it wasn't Elder Y, he wouldn't have welcomed him. He was pondering what meticulous plan the Vice Lord had in mind. If he set aside their differences, his plan would certainly make sense. It was certain that the other elders would think the same. The Lord would eliminate most of the opposition, namely the Vice Lord. Cheon Yeo-woon, realizing they were wasting time just staring at each other. Bucheol Young asked if he was aware that he could report everything to the north. He asked if he knew why the 6 clans still obeyed the Lord of the cult. Cheon Yeo-woon remained silent, letting him explain. He said that they, the clan, served the demonic fire god, and only the Lord and his descendants could communicate with it. Therefore, what Cheon was suggesting would destroy the cult itself. He would need time before blindly following such a plan. He was skeptical and, setting aside their turbulent relationship, couldn't simply follow him blindly. It was then that the third elder began to feel a strange energy. With wide eyes, he couldn't comprehend how such a thing was happening. The guards outside also sensed the strange energy, and asked if they should intervene. The response was that no one could enter that office under any circumstances. The energy was emanating from the sword Cheon revealed to the third elder. Upon seeing it, the elder was astonished. Finally, they had found the sword and its master. That's why the Lord couldn't understand why the elders were defending him. It caused indignation. He thought it was mere disobedience. Finally, Cheon Yeo-woon decided to reveal that energy, unleashing his sword for all to see. After all, if everyone saw the reason the guardians were defending him, they might accept it. And they would realize it wasn't just unfounded disobedience. Everyone, including the Lord, was in disbelief upon seeing the true sword. That was when they understood why the elders were protecting the Vice Lord. It left the Lord stressed, intensifying his hallucinations. He knew that if he admitted it, everything would be over. At this moment, he sought help from the one he always conversed with and asked how to get out of this situation. It was said that if he didn't deal with it, his position as Lord of the cult would be in danger. The Lord thought Ju-young, the one who spoke with him, was right. He couldn't admit it. He claimed it was pure luck that the demonic sword appeared real, so he wanted to verify it. Mentally, the third elder, who sided with the Vice Lord, warned him not to do it. He didn't know what would happen if the sword fell into the Lord's hands. However, Cheon Yeo-woon trusted the sword and handed it over for the Lord to inspect. The Lord, thinking this was perfect, planned to inject his key to weaken it and then break it. As soon as he grabbed it and tried something, the sword itself reacted and defended itself. The Lord quickly let go, suffering severe burns to his hand. He believed the Vice Lord had cast a spell on the sword. He demanded to know how he dared and attempted to strike the sword to free it. Once again, it defended itself, manifesting as an illusion of a being large enough to intimidate. It was enough for the Lord to give up on destroying it. Upon seeing the hallucination of a giant black dragon, he understood what it meant. The sword had caused it. Meanwhile, Cheon Yeo-woon's face remained serene. When everyone in the Grand Hall confirmed and realized that it was the true heavenly demon sword, the Grand Guardian recognized the moment was right. Rising to his feet, he held up the plaque, declaring himself a member of the demon sect and urging everyone to obey the heavenly demon spirit. It was the plaque of the celestial spirits. Everyone reverently bowed, but the Lord demanded to know what the Grand Guardian was thinking. The Grand Guardian ignored the Lord and continued, proclaiming that he, Ma-are-kyum, the loyal guardian of the spirits, was delivering the mandate to the rightful Lord of the Demon Path. The attendees repeated the phrase, "To the Demon Path." He pointed to the Vice Lord, granting him the title of Lord of the sect to the young Cheon Yeo-woon, who had passed the test, left by the Great Lord and obtained the heavenly demon sword. The Lord desperately sought help from the entity he had been conversing with, but events moved forward, and Cheon Yeo-woon declared that, as a descendant of the Great Lord, he accepted the grand mandate. The voice told the Lord that the Vice Lord had defeated him. He closed his eyes, unable to believe it. He heard that he had lost to nothing more than a mere chess piece. As this realization set in, the face of his brother began to melt away, revealing a semblance of a puppet. Enraged, he demanded to know how anyone dared to disrespect the throne. startling the elders present. The Lord appeared to be speaking to someone unseen, addressing a figure only he could see. At that moment, Cheon Yeo-woon recalled asking the Grand Guardian why the meeting had been convened prematurely. At the time, the Grand Guardian explained that the Lord had recently become suspicious. Since the discovery of the underground library, finding it increasingly difficult to act alone, he decided to move ahead. The Lord, as they saw him now, was no longer the same as he had been before. The Grand Guardian acknowledged it was hard for Cheon Yeo-woon to understand, but the Lord was facing a personal issue. The 10th elder wanted to know what he meant by a personal issue. It was revealed that the Lord wouldn't stop speaking to someone, always addressing Cheon Yu-young. This left the elder shocked, as Cheon Yu-young, master of the demon's sword, had been killed during the war against the evil king Sang-yun. That man, in the present day, still led the forces of evil and remained one of the 5 greatest masters. 15 years ago, Cheon Inji, leader of Taeyang City, disappeared, invaded the demon sect, and sparked a war. Cheon Yeo-woon asked if they were saying that the Lord was conversing with a dead person. The Grand Guardian explained that after the rupture of Zhejiang province, the Lord continued speaking as he stared into a dark corner. At the time, no one understood why, but it began to consume his mind. The Grand Guardian revealed that this started earlier, when the 3rd elder questioned whom the Lord was talking to. The Lord grew furious, thinking they were mocking him. However, the 3rd elder explained that no one else could see who the Lord was addressing. He simply pointed to a corner, asking if they couldn't see Cheon Yu-young. Both the 3rd and 4th elders were baffled, suspecting that the Lord was losing his sanity. Nevertheless, the Lord saw a person smiling at him. This enraged him further. He declared that if anyone crossed a certain line, they would not be forgiven. Everyone watched as the Lord argued heatedly with an invisible entity. The Grand Guardian urged the Lord to stop, reminding him that the person in question had long been deceased. In response, the Lord inflicted a small cut on the Grand Guardian's neck for his perceived insolence. Enraged, the Lord accused them of betrayal and claimed they were conspiring to label him insane. He declared he would restore order to the cult. As the Grand Guardian moved to intervene, he noticed Cheon Yeo-woon, placing a hand on his shoulder and shaking his head. The Grand Guardian realized he should have seen this coming after reclaiming Zhejiang. When the Lord descended the mountain peak after battling the presumed leader, it wasn't just his internal injuries, but also the side effects of the demon blood reversal technique. Now, the Lord pointed his sword at Cheon Yeo-woon, calling him a disruption to the cult. It infuriated him that even in his final moments, he continued to label him a loser. He then ordered everyone to step aside, declaring he would handle the situation himself. Removing his mantle and casting it aside, everyone present understood that he now had a justification for taking such drastic action. It was well known that, even though the Lord was half mad and carrying an injury that hadn't fully healed, he was still an opponent at the level of an enlightened master and one of the top 5 masters. Cheon Yeo-woon wondered if the modern-day heavenly demon would be able to handle him, and then the confrontation began. Right away, it was clear that the Lord had a powerful attack and exceptional control. They noticed he was pushing through with internal ki alone. As expected, it was a disadvantageous fight. Cheon Yeo-woon knew that without the heavenly demon sword, his blade would have already been cut. However, there was no longer any need to hide his heavenly demon ki. He would fight with all his strength. He unleashed the full amount of energy he had been holding back for some time. Everyone noticed as he surrounded his body with that energy, which was on a completely different level than before. The manifestation of his sword's ki was black, and because of this, an outburst in ki was no different. The Lord also realized that this demonic energy was becoming the most powerful manifestation of ki. They began releasing techniques, such as the heavenly demon sword technique, which the Lord deployed. The opponent noted that the move was incredibly fast, but not fast enough, as Cheon prepared a counterattack using the technique of the heavenly demon sword rod. This was blocked by the Lord's agility, and the combat continued. The Lord realized that this was the heavenly demon sword technique he had only read about in books. He couldn't master it because he had never uncovered its secret. So how was this man capable of it? In response to the previous attack, the Lord wasn't going to resort to petty tricks. He began dragging the swords nearby toward himself. He ended up surrounded by several swords. Smiling, his opponent remarked that they both had the same idea. The Lord found the comment strange. Amidst that scenario, Hyo-bong heard his name being called. He quickly moved past the detained captain of the guard. He threw the sword toward Cheon. The sword flew directly to its master, who hadn't had it before to avoid revealing his identity. Now, with his white blade in hand, he could employ his ultimate technique. Holding swords in both hands, he was ready. The Lord noticed he wielded a black sword in his right hand and a white blade in his left. The Lord thought he was trying to emulate Elder Mu Jin-woon. Nevertheless, he didn't wait to find out and struck first. Anticipating this, Cheon prepared for his opponent's attack. In his left hand, he used the Blade God's technique, aiming to alter the trajectory of the blades. This left the Lord astonished as he saw his swords being broken. He realized Cheon had already fought someone else using ki control. Cheon Yo-woon silently thanked the Grand Guardian for this experience. However, since his opponent controlled 7 swords at once, it was evident that his energy was weaker compared to when he used only 1 sword. At this rate, Cheon believed he could destroy the remaining 4 swords and close in on him. The sword fight continued. Each combatant's goal was to get as close as possible to their opponent, even more so as the Lord's expressions became increasingly strained. Something was conflicting with his energy, weakening his ki control. This created an opening for his opponent, who noticed the Lord had lost control over his sword telekinesis. The elders also noticed, thinking the injury was making the Lord weaker. They believed that if the heavenly demon didn't miss this opportunity, their forces would truly be shaken. However, Cheon Yo-woon, the new heavenly demon, spotted the opening and seized the opportunity. This was due to the former Lord's lack of mental control. Cheon advanced toward him. The former Lord, however, realized another attack was imminent. He had no intention of making it easy for his throne to be stolen. Demonstrating he still had great power, he tore a chunk of the ground and raised it as a shield. Even that massive block couldn't contain the current heavenly demon. To everyone's shock, the former Lord of the cult was becoming increasingly unhinged. Meanwhile, the current heavenly demon was merely waiting for the right moment to strike. Effortlessly, he shattered the block that served as the former Lord's shield. The fragments scattered everywhere, prompting a call for the spectators to retreat. The scene was becoming increasingly dangerous for those watching from the sidelines. Cheon Yo-woon did not halt his assault. He pressed on to finish the former Lord, who, in turn, was not willing to relinquish his position of authority so easily. A fierce clash of swords ensued, their strikes intertwining, leaving one with superficial wounds and the other with deeper injuries. The Lord realized that the magnificent sword was maneuvering as though searching for his vital point. He noticed that, unlike his sword, that one simply moved on its own, seeking its target. At that moment, he was warned the target was below. Holding the white blade, he struck with a severe blow. Due to the former Lord's lack of control, he couldn't focus his powers or maintain a proportional fight. Once again, everyone was astounded by the results of that fight. It was a strike using only the back of the blade, yet it carried a staggering power. It was capable of shattering his opponent's blade and causing severe injuries. The former Lord collapsed to his knees, already partially defeated. People feared that, at this rate, the former Lord might not survive, and everyone knew he still had much to accomplish. However, the newly proclaimed Lord and current heavenly demon wasn't making it easy. After winning that fight, he looked at his opponent and saw his madness. Everyone noted that the heavenly demon had won, as expected. The former Lord couldn't believe he had lost, even with his fractured sanity. The voice in his head told him he would fall at the hands of those who betrayed him. It urged him to leave the sect that destroyed his wife unpunished. The voice in his head commanded him not to remain still and to eliminate all the traitors in front of him. It told him to fix his sect, to do anything as long as he didn't retreat. The divine blood reversal art could serve. Cheon Yu-jang, the dethroned lord, was now more confused than ever and suffering frequent hallucinations. The same Cheon Yu-jang whose mother, Kyung-haun, was the adopted daughter of the former patriarch of the Sword Clan. She was chosen to conceive a child for the Lord after the patriarch's biological daughter failed to conceive. However, to everyone's surprise, both women became pregnant at the same time. Both children were the Lord's offspring, so how could they give priority to just one? The siblings, born around the same time, both belonging to the Sword Clan, were recognized equally. Shortly after, Kyung-yu-um, the biological daughter, and the other wives began to look down on Kyung-hun. She passed away shortly after her son no longer needed nursing. Kyung-yu-um saw her adoptive sister's son as a nobody, and resented being called, and, by him. She made it clear that his only role in the family was to support Yu-young in becoming the Lord and that he should remember that. At the time, his brother was still kind and even apologized for what his mother had done. He promised to become the vice lord of the clan and ensure such incidents wouldn't happen again. He said that this was how much he cared. Cheon Yu-jang, who grew up amidst disdain, found his only joy in his brother. Even after entering the Demon Academy, the disdain from the other 5 clans didn't vanish. He endured everything, hoping things would improve when his younger brother became vice lord. However, his talent was incomparably superior to that of the other candidates in the air battle. Within less than 3 years, he advanced to the 5th stage of the Demon Academy test. From that point on, their relationship began to deteriorate and grow distant. He realized his talent was the cause of the growing gap between them and chose to distance himself. While other candidates sought supporters, he didn't. Still, there was someone who always followed him. Cheon Yu-jang knew the Negative Sword Clan was one of the subordinate clans of the Sword Clan. However, Bull WL continued to follow him to the end. One day, Bull WL informed him he needed to act against the candidates. He reported that the other young masters had decided to unite and eliminate him from the competition first. He also revealed that among them, the young master Cheon Yu-young had decided to join their efforts. Cheon Yu-jang thought it was absurd. He couldn't believe his brother would act against his life. He decided to take Bull WL's advice and observe for himself. He overheard them planning to ambush him 10 days before the academy ended. The candidate from the Spring Clan, Cheon Yui, refused to participate, stating she wouldn't join. When confronted about his participation, Cheon Yu-young firmly declared he would never acknowledge a bastard son of a mere woman. Those words deeply hurt the man who was supposed to be his elder brother. He remembered when his younger brother promised he would always stand by him and never abandon him under any circumstances. Now, he sat in disbelief, feeling as though his world had crumbled. Bull WL, who always followed him, said he needed to act before they did. Before taking action, Cheon Yu-jang wanted to know why Bull WL always followed him and stayed by his side. It was then that Bull WL revealed they shared the same blood. He explained that his mother, Kyung Haun, was originally a daughter of the Negative Sword clan. He revealed that her name was originally Yeo Haun, and before being forced into adoption by the patriarch of the Sword clan. Even as a married woman, she was forcibly adopted and made to give birth to a candidate for the air battle. Cheon Yu-young was furious, realizing that all those years he had lived believing he owed them were built on lies. Bull WL, who claimed to be his cousin, urged him to destroy them all. Only then could he avenge his mother. However, at the time, he didn't know how he could face all the candidates alone. Bull WL showed him a way to crush them completely. That was when he was introduced to the technique that would eventually ruin his life. Empowered by a beastly force, he managed to eliminate the candidates conspiring against him, until only his own brother remained. When he looked at him, he realized this was the demonic blood reversal technique. Terrified and overwhelmed with fear, his brother begged him not to come closer. He could no longer recognize his brother in that monstrous form. Yet the one who explained the technique clarified that it wasn't the demonic blood reversal technique. His brother, lying on the ground, pleaded for calm, saying they could talk. It was a refined technique ordered by the patriarch of the Sword clan, one that reduced side effects. It was called the Divine Blood Reversal Art, and they had been testing it, using him as an experiment. Lying on the ground in the rain, his brother admitted he had made a mistake. He promised that what had happened there would never happen again, and vowed no one would ever find out. To ensure there was no escape, Bull WL, who had always followed him, urged him not to leave his brother alive. But contrary to expectations, he didn't take his brother's life, even though his brother screamed in despair. He acted out of fear of what might happen next. Cheon Yu-young, with vivid memories of the moments he had shared with his brother, couldn't bring himself to do it. Instead, he severed one of his brother's upper limbs. Now, kneeling on the ground in the rain, he wept bitterly. But the one who had incited it all wasn't satisfied with just this. Bull WL shouted at him not to let his brother escape unscathed. In a sudden reaction, Cheon Yu-young grabbed Bull WL by the neck and threw him to the ground. This action caused his brother to pause for a moment and simply watch the scene unfold. Cheon Yu-young told his brother, while keeping Bull WL pinned under his foot, that from that moment onward, he would live a miserable life, following every order given to him. The next day, Cheon Yu-young, who had eliminated the air battle candidates from 4 clans, was sent to prison. The Divine Blood Reversal Art, said to have no side effects, did, in fact, have severe ones, and now he was suffering from intense hallucinations. Only after 5 days did the side effects subside, allowing him to regain his body and mind. 10 days after his release from prison, the 4 clans went to the Lord and demanded his punishment. However, this wasn't carried out due to the strong opposition of the patriarch of the Sword clan, who claimed he had been released for further study. When Bull WL tried to approach him again, he was harshly rejected due to the hallucinations caused by the technique. Cheon Yu-young said he wouldn't eliminate him simply because they were family, and because of the ambush he had helped prevent, but he warned him never to approach again. Bull WL knew there was no turning back. The technique was like alcohol or any other addictive substance. A year later, Cheon Yu-young was given the position of Lord. He didn't believe it, but the patriarch explained that the other candidate was a frail child who couldn't handle crises. The patriarch told him that the position of Lord wasn't just about power but came with heavy responsibilities. Standing before the heavenly demon's altar, Cheon Yu-young swore to dedicate his life solely to the cult. Later, when he was officially named Lord, he tried to suppress his anger. But something built up for so long couldn't be easily erased. As a result, he couldn't pay attention to the wives given to him by tradition. He knew he had to be strong and not rely solely on protection from the Grand Guardian. Despite inheriting the position of Lord, he was weaker than the elders. Outside of politics, he spent his time training. His only happiness was talking to a kind young woman, who cared for his well-being and was delighted every time he gave her even a little attention. At first, she was a sweet girl with whom he exchanged a few words. But gradually, Cheon Yuyung began to fall in love with Hwa-yeon, who always smiled brightly when she saw him. Her words made his heart race. She found joy in the simplest things, and her radiant smile became his source of solace. Sometime later, she informed him that she would have the child alone. She apologized, knowing it would go against the cult's rules, and said she would go far away and disappear. He couldn't bear the thought of her leaving and begged her to stay with him. Soon after, Cheon Yujang revealed the pregnancy during a meeting in the Grand Hall and forced everyone to accept it. The opposition from the clan was incomparably stronger than it had ever been, so much so that the former lord had to intervene. In the end, it was decided that Hwa-yeon would live outside the lord's mansion. He hoped their happiness would last forever, but the special attention he gave to the mother and child led to her enduring a series of mistreatments. Then, one day, the former lord, Cheon In-ji, disappeared. Eventually, the forces of evil sent large-scale troops to invade the demon cult. In an attempt to stop them, 2 elders and his half-brother, Cheon Yuyung, were lost in the process. The lord had no choice but to go personally, but at some point during the war, Hwa-yeon fell ill. He apologized, saying he had promised to stay by her side forever and protect her. She understood and urged him to go, assuring him the demon doctor was taking care of her. He promised to return soon. At that moment, Cheon Yujang didn't know it would be the last time he saw her. Cheon Yujang, the lord of the demon cult, fought fiercely. Meanwhile, his opponent treated the battle as a game, like a celebration. The gap in their levels was immense. The enemy even mocked him, comparing him to the former lord and calling him a mere insect. Satisfied, the enemy proclaimed that this battle would secure his place in Nurim's history. Future generations, he claimed, would call him the Supreme King Hang-yeon, the one who defeated the demon cult. Hearing those words, Cheon Yujang couldn't allow himself to be eliminated there. He had a promise to keep, to return and care for his beloved. He resorted to using the technique that should never be used, as he saw no other way out. Now, with his beastly power, his abilities were equal to or even superior to his opponents. He could fight freely, maintaining enough clarity to launch and block attacks effectively. Hang-yeon was eventually forced to retreat due to Cheon Yujang's sudden transformation. But upon returning to the demon cult, he was met with the news of his wife Hwa-yeon's death. The demon doctor reported that the cause of death was poisoning. Cheon Yujang was driven mad, searching for culprits throughout the cult but finding none. In his despair, the side effects of the technique worsened. He now faced horrifying hallucinations and excruciating pain caused by the technique's effects. Despite his poor mental state and the hallucinations, he held firm for his child's sake. He only left the training hall when winter had already arrived. But the man who emerged was no longer the same. He had become cold and detached. His only concern was Cheon Yeo-woon, as he knew the boy must have been among the 6 main clans. He was furious upon learning they didn't allow the boy to learn martial arts. It was revealed that Lady Hwa had sworn in front of the 6 wives that the child wouldn't learn Naegong. Cheon Yujang realized this meant the child's life was in danger. He understood that she had made that promise during the battle to protect their son. He resolved to reform the heavenly demon cult so that the 6 main clans would no longer hold all the power. He wanted to raise Cheon Yeo-woon and protect him personally, but he knew this would make things even harder. 10 years later, during the entrance ceremony of the Demon Academy, he struggled to hide his nervousness. He didn't want to see Cheon Yeo-woon for fear of weakening. He gave only a brief speech, as there was nothing else he could do at the ceremony. He recognized him immediately upon seeing him, as he greatly resembled Hwa-yeon, which made him tremble. For this reason, he turned away, feeling the emotions might overwhelm him. Later, he asked the Grand Guardian if the right guardian had shown interest in the boy. He ordered the left guardian to let him do as he wished for the time being. Around 2 months later, before the 3rd test began, the leader of the Sword Clan finally took the bait. It was then he ordered the right guardian to arrest all those involved in the case. 3 years later, when the Seal Clan was ambushed by an unknown group, the situation escalated. He knew it had to be resolved before the boy left the Demon Academy. When the elders failed to stop her, and the Grand Guardian had to fight against that individual, Cheon Yujang felt as though he were a martial artist in the initial stages. In just 10 seconds of combat, he was forced onto the defensive and fell without landing a single scratch on the enemy. With incomprehensible words, that person delivered the final blow to Cheon Yujang. At that moment, Hwa-yeon and the child came to his mind. He couldn't allow his end to come there. The child would be left alone again, and he couldn't let that happen once more. However, he remembered what the doctor had said about the side effects. But he had no other choice. He couldn't simply give up there. In the end, Cheon Yujang used the divine blood reversal art once more in battle. This time, there was no turning back. His consciousness was shattered. Gradually, he began to regain awareness and saw a familiar face. The Grand Guardian was near the Lord, asking if he was okay. He explained that the enemies appeared to have retreated, although the Lord couldn't remember anything. Despite his severe injuries, he still couldn't recall the events. From that moment on, the presence of his brother became constant. He frequently conversed with the brother who had long since passed. Every face and person he recognized became distorted in a strange reality. He no longer recognized the face of the woman he had loved so deeply. His only thoughts were about fixing the balance of the cult. He became increasingly obsessed with the idea of repairing the demon cult at any cost. Everyone noticed his eyes turning red. It couldn't just be the effects of the demonic reversal technique. Someone suggested that the solution was to rid the cult of all the gathered minor clans. No longer aware of reality, he was ready to confront anyone who stood in his way. The battle continued, and everyone was warned to be extremely cautious. He was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Gradually, he took on the form of a beast. Releasing immense power, he caused severe cracks to appear in the Grand Hall. Cheon Yeo-woon asked Nano to display the trajectory of the falling debris. This allowed him to navigate freely and reach the necessary point. After moving several people out of harm's way, he urged the others to clear the area. The beast before them roared that the traitors would not meet a peaceful end. The more energy it expelled, the more the Grand Hall's debris collapsed under pressure. Cheon Yeo-woon skillfully dodged the falling fragments. At one point, he managed to place his hand on the face of the beastly figure. He also placed a hand on its chest and instructed Nano to begin. In that instant, an electric wave coursed through the former lord's body. With his right hand, he delivered an electrical discharge to the central core. With the other, he sent a shock directly through the meridians. The intent wasn't to harm but to restore his original lucidity. When he removed his hands, it appeared that the madness had subsided. The former lord then collapsed, unconscious, shocking everyone around him. Cheon Yeo-woon felt relieved, having analyzed the second elder's body the night before. The information he gathered allowed him to change the course of events. He also remembered the words of the Grand Guardian, who said the Lord had always tried to protect him. It was hard to believe that he truly wanted to protect him, but he wanted to hear the truth directly from him. However, he sensed a strange presence. Soon, in front of the individual attempting to harm the former lord, he grabbed the individual by the neck, demanding to know who they were. The face was unfamiliar to him. The person, now held by the neck, could only think about how fast Cheon Yeo-woon had been. Cheon Yeo-woon tightened his grip, trying to extract the needed answer. However, someone nearby identified the man as Yeo Bul-wl, the current leader of the Negative Sword Clan. It was widely known that the Negative Sword Clan was subordinate to the Sword Clan, and of the two Shadow Swords he, despite being restrained, now had to endure his thoughts. He realized his telepathic communication with the former lord had been intercepted. He found it impossible and dangerous, thinking that if something went wrong, the entire plan would be easily exposed. His panic grew as he felt the grip on his neck tighten further. All he wanted was to escape, as the plan had already failed. He communicated telepathically, saying there was nothing left to do but sacrifice and eliminate. As he spoke, Pei-hyun suddenly arrived. Cheon Yeo-woon prepared to send another dose of electricity into the man, just as he had done before, but was warned. He was told that even if he did, it wouldn't work. Still, he took the chance and electrocuted the man. But as predicted, it didn't work. Instead, the man managed to break free. Now loose, he sought to eliminate the threat. Cheon Yeo-woon noticed that the man could still move, even after suppressing his pressure points and meridians. He moved with surprising agility, repeatedly attempting to reach his face and electrocute him again. The speed was remarkable, different but similar to the divine blood reversal technique. Boasting, the man declared that everyone always kept secrets, and that the original technique had never been shared. He thought that the technique might have a certain drawback. Its duration was half the usual time, but at least the heavenly demon would be subdued. They were determined to take him down, and wanted to end everything quickly. Although the fight was between two men, many others wished to finish it sooner. However, they were swiftly attacked, as he possessed extraordinary strength. A battle erupted between members of the clan releasing their powers and the northern allies. They noticed that their physical structures were different. Strength and agility were also notable traits. Even with half the time, they believed it would be enough. They shouted for the heavenly demon to be careful, as another attack was imminent. He merely unleashed his black sword and delivered a precise cut. Bul-wl, realizing one of his upper limbs had been severed, saw his opponent standing before him, commenting on how it was surprising he had done only that. Smiling, the opponent remarked that the only thing left after this would be his head. The taunts drove Bul-wl into a frenzy, as he charged to attack, unwilling to let things end this way. However, his rival merely observed as he approached. His sword functioned almost like a whip, keeping the enemy at bay with precise handling. He continued striking until Bul-wl could no longer stand or move. Defeated and on the ground, Bull WL thought he had at least bought time for the others to evacuate. Pei-hyun had been captured by the 10th Elder, as per her orders. Everything was happening in the name of the great heavenly demon, who commanded that all those belonging to the negative sword clan be taken. If anyone rebelled, they were to be eliminated immediately. Once the orders were given, he instructed them to pursue the rebels. Systematically, everyone fulfilled their designated tasks. They began to dominate the negative sword clan and proceeded to capture its members. But Cheol-young warned them not to resist. However, he was mentally deliberating, unsure how they would handle the leader if captured. The 3rd Elder noticed that they were entangled in all of this. As instructed, he eliminated the threat before it could grow. One of them urged the others to hurry to the Lord for cover as much as possible. The order was quickly issued, but first, they had to get past the Grand Guardian. In attempting this, they were ensnared by the Grand Guardian's telekinetic sword technique, which easily defeated someone who thought it would be simple to get past him. Meanwhile, the 3rd Elder, Buchiol, efficiently carried out his part. He reiterated that he had warned them not to resist. The 3rd Elder continued chasing and attempting to capture the rebels. He declared that the great heavenly demon had ordered them to eliminate anyone who rebelled. The choice was theirs, and they all decided to surrender. Bull WL, lying on the ground, was deeply disheartened, lamenting his efforts in executing the plan. He had been told the plan, which had been prepared over hundreds of years, was set to begin. But he couldn't believe that a scheme spanning 3 generations had been ruined. Looking at the one responsible, standing above him, he gazed upward and declared that they hadn't won completely. Smiling, he said that while they had failed to take him, the Guardians would follow him wherever he went. He asked who they thought they were protecting, the left Guardian or the right Guardian, and that once the signal was given, the eliminations would begin. Cheon Yeo-woon remained calm, unsettling Bull WL, who had expected a stronger reaction. Everything had been premeditated, and at the same time, in the underground prison southeast of the cult, the left and right Guardians were being held, unable to believe. They were imprisoned by the Lord's orders. They thought the elders supporting the Vice Lord were responsible. Meanwhile, the right Guardian tried to manipulate the needles blocking his Nagong. The left Guardian watched, convinced it was a futile effort. At that moment, a guard appeared, asking what he was doing. This prompted an argument between the left and right Guardians. The two began their usual bickering. The situation was so routine that the guards failed to notice anything amiss. However, when they received the signal to eliminate the Guardians, their behavior changed. The Guardians noticed the guards acting strangely. Yet, the guards couldn't open the cells or harm the Guardians, as they were intercepted by the Vice Lord's followers. The left Guardian was startled by the strength and presence of Go Won-hul. The guards tried to stop them from freeing the prisoners. Until then, they hadn't noticed Baek Ji-ai's presence. Baek Ji-ai quickly defeated several of them. The duo of Go Won-hul and Baek Ji-ai was extraordinary. The other guards attempted to stop them at all costs. However, it seemed they still didn't understand. The situation with the guards indicated that they would soon manage to free the prisoners. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, Cheon Yeo-woon told Bull WL that he hadn't understood that the 3 elders were on his side and that he should focus only on what would happen to him from now on. Bull WL knew he was being kept there only to be tortured and interrogated. The 10th elder noticed that Bull WL was about to make a move. The man, attempting to laugh, said it was pointless to try the same thing again, as the result would be useless. He mocked them, saying they shouldn't think everything was over just because they had won. There was nowhere his people weren't present. Despite this, Cheon Yeo-woon touched him again and noticed the strange light emanating from his hands. But when the electric charge surged through Bull WL's body, the situation took a different turn. Those present were increasingly astonished by the new lord's abilities. Now the technique had been completely modified. After touching his face, Cheon Yeo-woon realized that Bull WL had returned to normal and asked what he had done to him. Cheon Yeo-woon was satisfied, noting how effective his actions had been. He asked where all that talk about the sect had gone now. Bull WL realized he was in serious trouble. After the conflict was resolved to a certain extent, the 4th and 6th elders led their subordinates to the clan. When they arrived, they saw the Negative Sword clan mansion engulfed in flames. 3 days after the incident, the Grand Guardian reported that the fire at the Negative Sword clan mansion had been extinguished. However, it was clear that they had been fully prepared to carry this out at any moment. Cheon Yeo-woon inquired about the investigation into the leader of the Sword clan and Yeo Bull WL. It was revealed that all those linked to the Negative Sword clan had been found lifeless. Additionally, it was discovered that 14 of the 12 guards at the mansion were members of the Negative Sword clan. The Heavenly Demon was informed that the 11th Elder was requesting an audience with him. After granting entry, he was pleased to see his friend, Elder Hwan Yui. He asked if Hwan Yui had recovered, and the Grand Guardian noticed a change in the Elder's expression. The matter at hand concerned the tracking team. 3 days earlier, after the conflict had occurred, 4 members were missing. one of them being the leader of the Negative Sword Squad. A letter sent from northern Fujian province reported that they had been located. However, their trail was lost along the way. Cheon Yeo-woon understood there was little he could do. Standing before the map, he noted that north of Fujian province lay Yumen village, and it was likely they had gone to Zhejiang province, as they suspected. At the Martial Alliance banquet, it was said that the liquor bottles were being guarded. He observed a strong possibility that it was connected to the School of the Six Blades. He asked the Grand Guardian if the Negative Sword clan had originated outside the cult. Cheon Yeo-woon was deep in thought, wondering why they had waited so many years. It seemed the sect wasn't originally tied to the Negative Sword clan. He resolved to make Bull WL talk no matter what. Suddenly, his demeanor changed so much that the Grand Guardian asked what was happening. Mentally, Cheon instructed preparations to visit the demon doctor. The doctor was summoned to answer the heavenly demon's call. However, he admitted he lacked the knowledge to precisely determine what had happened to the Lord. Now, all the Lord did was scream. When Cheon visited him, the Lord repeatedly apologized, crying constantly and uttering his mother's name. Cheon Yeo-woon thought he had come only to uncover the truth and his real intentions. But he hadn't anticipated the situation turning out like this. He told the doctor there was no need to feel guilty, and inquired about the drug used at the martial meeting banquet. The doctor asked if he meant the one containing parabolo. If so, it had already been completed. This greatly pleased him. It was announced that he had returned. Arriving with the left guardian, everyone there greeted the great heavenly demon. He made a stern expression when he noticed another seat beside the Lord's throne. The guardians thought that, given the circumstances, they had recognized him as the heavenly demon and united under him. Smiling, he placed his hand on one of the seats. This enraged the third elder. Rejecting the new seat, Cheon Yeo-woon chose the Lord's throne. He was informed that his throne was beside it. He promptly destroyed the throne next to it. Smiling, he remarked that there was nothing beside him. Everyone realized he had destroyed the throne using only his internal energy. Shortly after, he began the council meeting. They asked him to wait briefly while the third elder took his seat. Moving forward, the Grand Guardian announced they would first address the discussions related to the ceremony. The third and fourth elders didn't seem to understand what they were talking about. The fifth elder, along with the fourth, protested against the decision being made. The third elder, trying to buy time, suggested discussing the matter after the current lord regained consciousness. This made some of the others hesitate, but the way the elders exchanged glances revealed that the 6 great clans had already lost half their strength. The Grand Guardian asked if only the 3 of them opposed. However, no one else spoke up. Even so, it seemed worthwhile to have convinced Elder Mongo. The third elder realized he had no choice but to appeal to the minor elders. When asked if the other elders had objections, they aligned with the 3 opposing elders. However, not many joined them, just a few. The 11th elder found the situation amusing, thinking the elders' power would remain intact. But Cheol Young was running out of options and stated that their cult had legitimate procedures. By doing so, everyone realized he was trying to maintain the current lord's position. They thought the heavenly demon was in an uncomfortable position. Nano Xian reported that the demon doctor had stated no progress had been made in the treatment. However, the third elder remained firm, insisting that if the demon doctor couldn't, someone else would. He declared that the leader of the cult was still the current lord, and there was no need for a council meeting. The 9th elder noted that even in this situation, the third elder wasn't letting go of his self-interests. Then the 3 elders announced they would leave and would no longer attend council meetings. The heavenly demon simply told them to let them go. It was fine. Now, they could see who their allies were. That same night, in the grand banquet hall of the inner castle, they celebrated their demands being met. They didn't suspect it was a trap but reminded themselves to be cautious with alcohol and drinks. A bit later, the heavenly demon and the Grand Guardian arrived. The 3 elders greeted the heavenly demon, thanking him for organizing a meeting just for them. He was served first while the 3rd elder watched him drink. The 5th elder thought the drink seemed fine, so they could enjoy the banquet. The 4th elder believed the 3rd elder would surely take the vacant position of 1st elder. The interest was shared among the 6 clans, but now only 3 remained. They reflected on how, for 100 years, the position of Lord had been monopolized by the Sword and Shadow clans. They imagined their descendants might hold that position one day. More food and drink arrived for the banquet. The elders thought the heavenly demon was worried about their influence. Given the lavish feast prepared to appease them, the banquet was indeed grand, featuring freshly carved meat. They were eager to taste it, commenting on the impressive preparations by the heavenly demon. The 3rd elder wanted to get to the important matters, but Cheon suggested they eat first. It was a dish he had recently enjoyed in Beijing. Since they had mended their friendly ties, he would serve everyone. As the food was prepared in front of them, they didn't suspect anything might be wrong. Cheon even spoke with the chef, personally overseeing the preparation. He picked up a cleaver and carved a piece of beef. He sliced it and plated the portions. The fifth elder found it strange to be served raw beef heart. Smiling, Cheon said that adding a bit of salt would enhance the flavor. But for a complete experience, there was a sauce. The fourth elder, eager to try the dish, said it had been a long time since he'd had it. Having enjoyed it before, he was eager to eat it again. Even the third elder tried the delicacy and liked it. The fifth elder felt it wasn't to her taste. As he drank his liquor, Cheon said that now they had enjoyed the delicacies, they could discuss the agreement. The fourth elder was already considering how much freedom they might gain. First, Cheon wanted to outline the terms. This made the elders slightly uneasy. In a more serious tone, he asked if the meeting was to confirm the egalitarian agreement. The third elder agreed and urged him to continue. Cheon stated that, first, he would abolish the 6 main clan system that had persisted for generations. When the third elder tried to interrupt, Cheon gave him a stern look and said he hadn't finished outlining his terms. This made everyone a bit tense. Second, the ranking system for elders would be restructured, and the positions of the current elders would be reorganized. This made the fifth elder uncomfortable. Third, all clans within the Heavenly Demon cult would be allowed only 1 combat unit. The remaining units would be consolidated, reorganized, and operated directly by the Heavenly Demon cult. At this, the third elder became enraged, slamming the table and breaking it. The third elder had to be restrained by the Grand Guardian, enraged, asking what kind of agreement this was. Cheon Yeo-woon calmly stated that these were the terms for an amicable agreement. The third elder argued that there was nothing amicable about it. Cheon was trying to dismantle the clans. The fifth elder protested, saying it didn't make sense. These terms stripped them of all their power. The third elder pointed out that their forces, equivalent to 20% of the cult's total power, were waiting outside. He questioned whether Cheon could face the martial school of the 6 blades without that strength. The Grand Guardian demanded to know how the third elder dared to threaten the Heavenly Demon. Cheon Yeo-woon remarked that, as expected, it was difficult to speak peacefully with them. Then, filled with controlled anger, he ordered them all to kneel. Suddenly, the 3 couldn't resist the compulsion to obey. They felt intense pressure on their hearts and dantians. They found themselves unable to use Nagong, and couldn't understand what was happening. Prostrated before him, they noticed the pain ceased once they knelt. Cheon Yeo-woon revealed that it was due to a venomous parasite, perfectly tailored for them. The 3 elders asked in shock if it was truly a venomous parasite. He explained that the beef they had eaten earlier had been used to implant the parasite in their hearts. The 4th elder began acting strangely, and the 5th elder asked what was happening. It was revealed that the 4th elder had tried to expel the parasite, taking advantage of the pain's temporary absence. Cheon further explained that the parasite was created by the Heavenly Demon founder himself. If any of them dared disobey his commands or show hostility, they would experience immense pain. The elders realized they had been deceived by the Heavenly Demon. Cheon then added a 4th condition now that they had accepted him as their superior. He stated that, for the sake of their amicable relationship and everything he had done for them, he only wanted the right arm of each of their spouses. In the Lord's chamber, Cheon reflected that he had expected the elders to at least show pride. But after their compliance with his demands in the last meeting, he saw they had submitted. He recalled that the Spring Clan elder's wife was already deceased and that he hadn't even buried his own son. Cheon considered eliminating them immediately but knew that with the cult's current strength, controlling them was the better option. He needed to bolster the cult's power to a level where he could remove them without weakening their combat forces. This would be achieved through training and recruiting new martial artists. He was informed to put on a mantle and prepare. He knew the time had come. In the Grand Garden of the Heavenly Demon cult, everyone had gathered. All wanted to see the new lord of the cult up close, so much so that a small commotion began to stir. Finally, the coronation ceremony commenced. The vassals were elated, feeling their lord had restored order to the cult. It felt as if the air battle at the Demon Academy had just happened yesterday. They were also saddened for Hyo-bang, who more than anyone wanted to witness the coronation up close. He had been excited by the news but had to watch from afar, as only those with the rank of brigade leader could ascend the stage. The coronation proceeded, and silence was requested. Soon, whispers arose as people asked about the familiar-looking man. Hyo-bang had managed to get close to the lord, a fact that drove the other vassals mad with envy. Holding the ceremonial torch closer than the others, he proved their concerns were for nothing. The moment finally arrived. The plaque would be passed to him. "Long live the Heavenly Demon cult!" everyone chanted. Raising the plaque, the Grand Guardian announced that they would soon welcome the Heavenly Demon. From this moment onward, he would commence the coronation of the great Heavenly Demon as Lord of the cult. Elegant conversations ensued as Cheon Yeo-woon, direct heir of the former lord, was praised by his vassals, who felt immense pride in him. It all seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. They communicated mentally, congratulating their lord. Moon Yun could no longer call him young master, The right guardian was proud that his apprentice had become lord. The left guardian questioned how long they would keep dwelling on this one thing. Everyone who had been part of his journey, whether helping or hindering, was gathered there. As he climbed the steps, he remembered his mother and thought about finally having found those responsible. He vowed to ensure such things would never happen again and resolved to transform the cult. When he came to his senses, he noticed a crowd chanting his name. The Grand Guardian presented Cheon Yeo-woon as the 14th lord of the cult. The one prostrated himself, declaring he was a descendant of the heavenly demon cult and accepted to serve accordingly. At that moment, the Grand Guardian asked the torchbearer to hand the torch to the future lord. Cheon Yeo-woon looked at him and remembered that he was the first subordinate he ever had. He recalled how this person had believed in him from the very beginning. Passing the torch, he congratulated the lord. He said it was a moment he would never forget as he handed over the torch, trembling. However, Cheon Yeo-woon, maintaining his composure, placed a hand on Hyo-bang's shoulder and assured him he wouldn't forget either. At this moment, Hyo-bang couldn't hold back and broke into deep sobs. Holding the torch symbolizing his coronation, Cheon lit it, signifying the true flame. He declared that those who ruled through this fire left behind the regrets of life in their mortal bodies. As he spoke, everyone repeated his words, as it was part of the ceremony. In accordance with the heavenly demon's decree, he was granted the position of lord. The Grand Guardian placed a ceremonial crown upon his head. However, at that moment, Cheon sensed the presence of someone who had never undergone martial arts training. It was guard Jang, standing with him, congratulating him with a smile that revealed his restored teeth. Thanks to treatment, Jang was now fully recovered. Seeing this, Cheon couldn't hold back his tears either. Everyone felt they had given him the greatest of gifts, unsheathing the true sword and drawing everyone's attention to him. He raised it high, demonstrating his strength to the cult. The crowd erupted in chants of, "Long live the heavenly demon cult!" Thus, the 24th lord of the heavenly demon cult and the second heavenly demon was born. After the harsh winter, spring came to Mount Chuan, 3 months after the coronation. A policy was enacted that centralized the power of all sects within the cult under the heavenly demon cult. Despite some discontent and resistance, the policy garnered significant support as it promised to equalize power. It was said that strength was above all else. In other words, the strongest would be prioritized. As declared, prioritizing the strong meant that all elder positions within each clan would be restructured. 2 months after the coronation ceremony, a tournament was held to determine the positions of the new elders. The minimum requirement for participation was to be a true master. Previously, only Grand Masters could hold these positions. Under the new criteria, 45 individuals from both the main clans and their subdivisions registered. The first to qualify was Mongmu, the eldest son of the leader of the hallucinogenic sword clan. Mongmu was one of the most talented young graduates from the recent Demon Academy class. The second was Yanghua, leader of the North Sea clan, a subdivision in Hunan province. He had lost interest in frontline activities due to the calm brought by the martial alliance in Mirim. The third and final entrant was personally recommended by the Grand Guardian. He explained that most elders were already familiar with him. In the past, the Internal Historians clan was responsible for recording the cult's events. However, the Shadow clan, known for various frauds, persistently interfered with the records. Unable to bear it any longer, they set up an ambush to expose the Shadow clan. The Shadow clan, however, anticipated the surprise attack and forged evidence against them. Seodong, the head of records and the mastermind of the ambush, surrendered without resistance. The 6 clans demanded his execution, but the Lord decided to exile him to an island instead. After hearing the Grand Guardian's explanation, Cheon Yeo-woon decreed the end of Seodong's exile. Thus, Seodong, who had awaited the Lord's downfall, returned to the cult after 15 years. With the disappearance of the Sword and Shadow clans, Bucheol Young, leader of the Blade clan, who had assumed the position of First Elder after defeating Yun Mu-hwa's 24 demon blades, was succeeded by Seodong from the Internal Historians clan. The second Elder was from the Sword clan. The process continued until all 12 seats at the Elders' Council were filled. Cheon Yeo-woon made an unexpected declaration. Every 5 years, the same tournament would be held to determine new positions. This meant that those who held elder positions would need to continually hone their skills. Even the 6 sword positions were filled by Cheon Yeo-woon's subordinates from the Demon Academy. Ho Jim, with unanimous approval from the swords, assumed the position of Mansion Guard leader. Most of the existing groups were completely reorganized. The only group that remained unchanged was the Guardians. In the following months, there were numerous attempts to eliminate the martial school of the 6 Blades. According to intelligence reports, the martial school of the 6 Blades was strengthening itself internally. Cheon Yeo-woon saw this as the perfect opportunity to dispense with the power of the 3 great clans within the cult. A month later, a messenger from the Martial Alliance arrived with a letter from its leader, announcing the postponement of a tournament. Everyone knew the Martial Alliance was trying its best to stay hidden. It was believed they were struggling to find infiltrators, unlike the Heavenly Demon Corps. The Demon Doctor was asked to attempt replicating the drug used by the martial school to extract information. Additionally, the Demon Doctor, along with other doctors who had been treating the former Lord, had come to a conclusion that their last hope lay with the Divine Doctor. After some investigation, they discovered where to take the Jade Medallion to consult the Divine Doctor. Cheon thought the situation had grown incredibly complex, regardless of having formed an alliance. The Grand Guardian suggested sending only a small elite group. It was decided to send a martial artist unknown to the world, so the group, led by the Second Elder, included Baek Ji-ai and Go Wang-ho, as well as an intelligence network agent serving as their guide. On that day, in the training area of the Lord's Mansion, Go Wang-ho was training alongside others. Cheon often trained with his key subordinates, with the Grand Guardian observing from a distance. Cheon noticed that their movement techniques, though seemingly simple, were extremely difficult to predict. Everyone waited for an opening to strike at the right moment, but their lord was exceptionally quick. He always emerged victorious, demonstrating that they needed more training. This intense training session continued, with Cheon suddenly switching to another technique. Now that Cheon Yeo-woon had become lord, all his swords were with him. He was using combinations of boxing, taekwondo, and the wind god steps, achieving 75% mastery. He knew that to grow stronger, he needed to perfect his basic skills to the extreme. Sama Chuk and Go Wang-ho were thrown aside while sparring with Cheon Yeo-woon. They always marveled at their lord's prowess, thinking even 4 of them together weren't enough. They were astonished when he revealed he was on the path to becoming an enlightened Grand Master. Elder Huan's visit brought news that he had received a message from the Provincial Intelligence Network. Cheon Yeo-woon inquired about what had happened in Hubei Province. It was reported that the special groups sent to find the Divine Doctor had disappeared. 10 days earlier, they had asked for directions from an old man who said that if they passed through the forest, the man added that they didn't need to thank him because he was sending them to their deaths. He claimed that passing through that forest on a foggy day was a suicidal task. The group looked at the old man with some suspicion. Upon entering the Valley of Abandoned Swords, they realized it was a restricted area. Elder Yun, leading the group, thought it was odd that sword sounds couldn't be heard in the forest. She instructed them to be more cautious and announced that she would take command and make all decisions from then on. Everyone was startled by the sounds of swords and began to sense a presence. They were ambushed and had to fight for their lives. 20 days later, along the Yellow River, Hyo-bang and Moon-gyu, searching for the team, were awed by the river's vastness. In the distance, the 4th elder of the heavenly demon cult, Yang Danhwa, was disheartened. After becoming an elder, his first mission was to act as a guide. He knew that if it weren't for him, the only one capable of fulfilling the mission would be the Grand Guardian. He told the Lord that no one would recognize him since he was wearing a skin mask. He explained that if they went down below, they could take a boat to cross to the other side. On the boat, some members were excited as it was their first time traveling this way. They commented that all 6 swords had wanted to join the mission, especially Go Wang-ho. However, his large stature would certainly make him stand out in a crowd. They also noticed he seemed more agitated than usual this time. Some thought it might be because of Baek Ji-ai. However, Hyo-bang seemed to have insider information about the matter. Yang Danhwa observed Hyo-bang, unable to understand him despite trying. He wondered why Hyo-bang's position was higher than the 6 swords, but acknowledged his loyalty. Moon's sword, although covering his face with a skin mask, was still impressive. However, what impressed everyone the most was the Lord himself. The second heavenly demon in the cult's history was remarkable, the one who dismantled the 6 clans, and saved the cult in 2 extremely dangerous situations. It would be magnificent to see him fight. After crossing the Yellow River and entering Hubei Province, Cheon Yeo-woon's group traveled non-stop for 5 days. Near the Valley of Abandoned Swords, in the northwest of Hubei Province, Yang Danhwa noticed it was about to rain. Hyo-bang had also already spotted an inn up ahead. The 4th elder suggested that everyone rest and resume their journey in the morning. Accidents in those mountains could be severe. Cheon Yeo-woon was confident that the group he had sent wouldn't be easily defeated. Moon-gyu thought the inn looked quite large but could still serve their needs. When they arrived, they were surprised to see several people seemingly trying to hide. They encountered the Taoists of the Wudang sect, who appeared to be in a difficult situation. The rain was heavy, and the Wudang sect members had gathered at the inn. The 4th elder and the Lord communicated mentally, realizing some of them were martial artists. Entering the valley in such weather was not an option, so it was best to avoid any unnecessary trouble. They planned to stay calm and quiet to avoid drawing attention. However, Hyo-bang arrived, speaking loudly and gesturing animatedly. They quickly communicated mentally, urging him to tone it down, as they were surrounded by martial artists from various sections. Feeling embarrassed for causing a scene, Hyobang quietly joined them and sat at their table. It was clear that Moon-gye and Hyobang were nervous, but compared to their lord, who was stepping out of the cult's territory for the first time, he remained composed. Soon, the innkeeper approached and asked if he could assist them. They inquired about available rooms, but he informed them that none were vacant. However, there might be one small, cramped room available. The fourth elder thought that sleeping in such a place could be challenging. At that moment, someone offered to give up a room, explaining that as cultivators, they couldn't ignore guests in need. The man who joined them introduced himself as Mu Jinja of the Wudong sect and offered to relinquish a room. Yang Danhwa thanked him for his kindness. Mu Jinja replied that it was their duty to be considerate. He also noted that 3 of them appeared to be excellent martial artists, so he was only doing the minimum. It became clear that the group was being mistaken for righteous martial artists. Mentally, Cheon Hyo-woon told Yang Danhwa to accept the offered room since he was serving a master. Turning to Hyobang, he gave him a playful wink. However, Hyobang was visibly irritated and trembled for quite some time. They tried to smooth things over by joking that his loud demeanor had made him seem like the leader. As they continued their mental conversation, they asked the Lord what they should do. Since the Jade Medallion was with the other group, Cheon Hyo-woon decided they should wait until morning when the rain stopped. Shortly after, the innkeeper arrived with their meal, kindly noting that the rain would likely stop by morning. When asked about it, he explained that he had been there for years and recognized the signs of the rainy season. This was an indication that the rain would soon cease. From afar, someone overheard them discussing the Valley of Abandoned Swords. Most people in the inn stopped talking when the valley was mentioned. At that moment, the innkeeper offered some advice. They should avoid entering the Valley of Abandoned Swords. Recently, everyone who entered hadn't come out, and he didn't want them to be next. Yang Danhwa said there were no reports of disappearances within the valley. The innkeeper, who had been there for a long time, insisted he had seen many martial artists vanish. Cheon Hyo-woon asked what was happening inside the valley. The innkeeper said he couldn't know for sure. However, he warned them to be cautious, as the valley would be shrouded in thick fog once the rain stopped. They resumed their mental conversation, agreeing to question the innkeeper further later, as many were listening. Cheon Hyo-woon also intercepted other mental dialogues, noticing that everyone seemed to have the same goal. It became clear that something was happening inside the valley. Some speculated that a certain thing might exist there, while others dismissed it as impossible since they had been there before. They also discussed whether something had happened to the Divine Doctor. One person questioned who was protecting him. Cheon Hyo-woon concluded that despite the rain potentially stopping by dawn, there was no doubt in his mind that the Divine Doctor was inside the Valley of Abandoned Swords. The elder voiced concerns about some matters but suggested it was best to rest and figure things out in the morning. He also advised that the Lord rest alone in the small room that had been offered. Hyobang reminded them that the innkeeper had mentioned the room was cramped. However, the elder dismissed his concerns, stating it was clear the Lord needed to rest by himself. Hyobang remarked that cramming 3 people into such a small room would indeed be too much. So, they came up with the idea for Moon-gye to share the same room as the Lord. The 4th elder thought it was a good idea, as it meant the Lord wouldn't be alone if anything happened. He instructed Moon's sword to stay with the Lord and protect him. Hyobang nudged the elder to hurry up and rest, leaving the 2 of them alone behind. With a wink at the Lord, Hyobang thought he had prepared everything perfectly for the 2 of them, leaving both of them thoroughly embarrassed. The 2 climbed the stairs, still feeling awkward about having to share the same space. However, she thought it shouldn't matter since they were already used to sharing quarters at the academy. When he looked at her and asked if they were going to enter, he slowly opened the door. And when she looked inside, after noticing there was only 1 bed, she said she would request another room elsewhere. He felt saddened, realizing she was trying to avoid him. She stood in the hallway for a while.